The Perfect Supreme Chapter 2376 to Chapter 2455. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. Lin Ling setting off for battle. I won't let you down. Lin Ling said his goodbyes and turned to leave. If you feel like you can't stay here anymore, you can come back. Just as Lin Ling turned around, Red Jade Tiger suddenly said. This made Lin Ling's heart feel warm. He nodded and strode forward. Let me ask you, who do you think I am? Seeing Lin Ling leave, Red Jade Tiger suddenly asked curiously. This was because Lin Ling didn't feel excited or scared when he saw him. It was too strange. I think of you as a comrade. Lin Ling paused his steps and smiled. Then, he disappeared into the bamboo forest. Comrade, haha, what a great comrade. Red Jade Tiger muttered to himself and then laughed loudly. In the entire martial god battalion, only Lin Ling had the guts to do so. However, if Lin Ling wasn't special, how could he be qualified to take the martial seal? What a proud guy. Go, the martial god battalion will send you off. Red Jade Tiger sat down again and played 2 roles. He played chess with himself. The bamboo forest swayed quietly and a terrifying murderous intent filled the air once again. Roar, an illusionary image of a jade tiger that seemed to be made of glass also appeared in the sky above the bamboo forest. At this moment, Lin Ling had already left. Although he had only met the marshal once, he had a good impression of him. As for why he wasn't scared, it was because he was Li Xiaoyao. That night, the martial god battalion was extremely lively. It was as if they had won a battle. However, to be able to make the martial god battalion lose face and leave, this was indeed a great victory. After Lin Ling exchanged pleasantries with everyone, he was ready to leave. He had beaten 81 drums and could take 8 people with him. Among them were Xianyuan Ge Lin Xianshen, Falling Flower Flowing Water Sword, Gangyang Jiang, Tang Yue, Qi Tong, and Di Bai Mo. As for Sword Immortal Tsang Tian and the others, they stayed in the martial god battalion. After all, they weren't qualified to go to the 3 academies. After Lin Ling and the others left, the martial god battalion suddenly let out a deafening sound of cannons. 3,000 martial god cannons were fired at the same time. Under the night sky, it was exceptionally shocking. From afar, the cannons flew across the sky like bright fireworks. The martial god battalion is sending us off. On top of a mountain range, Gong Yangjiang's group excitedly stopped because this was an endless honor. In the history of the martial god battalion, who had the qualifications to send them to battle, Lin Ling also looked at the fireworks under the night sky. His heart was moved. His life in the military was over, however, this place left him with good memories. It was very beautiful, very iron-blooded, and very manly. Then, Lin Ling pouted and turned to leave. Hearing this, everyone was speechless. Of course, they also knew that Lin Ling was just talking. In fact, Lin Ling's heart must be rippling. What a stubborn brat. Xianyuan Ge cursed like a little witch. However, her eyes were a little moist. In the short time she had spent in the martial god battalion, she had sensed an indescribable emotion. It was protection. The martial god battalion was protecting them as they grew up, allowing them to spread their wings and soar. Let's go. Life is full of regrets. In the distance, the handsome blue-robed young man spoke and asked everyone to follow him. Lin Ling's goal was the resplendent academy. That was because Yu Yu and the others were waiting for him there. There was also the 5-year battle with Yi Xiaoshou. It was time to fulfill his promise. Most importantly, he could learn more about the heavenly court by entering the 3 academies. Everyone hurried along. Along the way, there was endless laughter. However, when they passed through a dense forest, misfortune befell them. In the dense forest, a large number of armored people appeared. They seemed to have been lying in ambush for a long time. They were the soldiers of the martial god battalion. Haha, you're finally here. Lin Ling, do you regret it? The person leading them was Qian Taichi. At this moment, his face was a little twisted as he appeared in front of Lin Ling and the others. He had led an army to the martial god battalion and boasted that he would definitely show off the martial god battalion's might. Who knew that he would lose face several times in a row? Now, the martial god battalion no longer regarded him as the #1 genius. All of this was caused by Lin Ling. Therefore, how could he let Lin Ling go? Qian Taichi, you dare to attack us? This is forcing our two armies to fight. Seeing that the entire forest was surrounded, Falling Flowers Flowing Water knew that it was troublesome. Therefore, he immediately spoke. He wanted to use this to make Qian Taichi wary. However, Lin Ling shook his head. Qian Taichi had shed all pretense of cordiality. He would not let this matter rest. Sure enough, Qian Taichi squinted his eyes and smiled faintly. You must be joking. Do you think that you can force our two armies to fight? What a joke. Brothers, don't you agree? At the end of his sentence, he laughed wildly. Haha, are these people idiots? Who would know if you killed them without anyone noticing? Sir Lin Ling, aren't you very arrogant? Now, we want you to kneel down. There are two beauties here. Sir, you must reward us when you're tired of them. The surrounding soldiers all sneered. Of course, of course. Qian Taichi's face was extremely cold. He was like a demonic beast under the night sky, choosing its prey to devour. Sir, what should we do? At this moment, the chess boy hurriedly looked at Lin Ling. After all, there were too many of them. However, Lin Ling didn't seem to be moved. On his handsome face, his eyes were filled with a cold light. Qian Taichi is at the third stage of the World King realm. Moreover, there are 3 senior commanders over there. They are all at the first stage of the World King realm. With so many people, our chances of escaping are only 60%. Falling Flowers Flowing Water immediately said. Sir, can I use money to solve this? Gong Yangjiang even wanted to use money to move the other party. Haha. However, the surrounding soldiers sneered even louder. At this moment, these soldiers didn't seem like soldiers at all. Instead, they seemed like bandits who killed people like flies. If we kill you, your money will be ours. A tall and sturdy soldier sinisterly laughed. Hearing this, Gong Yangjiang was fuming with anger. I know you want to fight to the death. But let me tell you, stop dreaming. Come out, senior apprentice brother Mai. At this time, Qian Taichi sneered. He knew that he wasn't Lin Ling's match. After all, he had proven himself not too long ago. But, he was already prepared. It's these pieces of trash? Behind the army, a young man walked out. He was playing with a flame in his hand. It was a green flame that was like a firefly. It was extremely dazzling. As soon as this flame appeared, the world seemed to be illuminated. Pressure, an extremely terrifying pressure. His talent was at least a 7th grade mystic body. Sir Mai, it's these pieces of trash. Looking at the young man, everyone immediately let out sounds of worship. 5th stage of the World King realm? Lin Ling also stared at that person. He didn't expect Qian Taichi to find such a powerhouse. It seemed that he was well prepared. Your eyesight is not bad. Now, do you want to die or do you want me to kill you? Of course, the woman doesn't have to die. Mai Yan first battle 5th level of World King realm. Moreover, his talent isn't weak. Sir, it seems that we are in trouble. Sigh. Falling Flower Flowing Water Sword and the others looked even more solemn, not to mention the army around them. That young man alone could kill them. After all, their talent was only between the 3rd level of Xian body. You are indeed in trouble because I am the last generation candidate from Resplendent Academy. My name is Mai Yan. The young man said expressionlessly. What? Sigh. These words made Falling Flower Flowing Water Sword and the others feel even more uneasy. They were obviously no match for the disciples of the 3 great academies. Their last glimmer of hope was shattered at this moment. Qian Taichi, kill them and I will take 100,000 divine crystals. Sigh. Mai Yan ignored Falling Flower Flowing Water Sword and the other's surprise because he was used to it. He had come here for the money. Hearing this, Qian Taichi nodded and sneered. Well, I will kill the strongest first. You come and fight with me. If you are still alive after 3 moves, I will let you go. Mai Yan didn't want to talk nonsense. He pointed at Lin Ling and said. He could see that Lin Ling was the strongest in this group. At this moment, Shan Yuan-ge and the others were worried. They wished they could block in front of Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling also took a step forward. Sure, but our battle will have to go somewhere else. Do you dare? Sigh. Provocation? It's a little stupid, but it will work. Sigh. My Yan didn't refuse and nodded. Lin Ling, he is a 5th level of World King. Sigh. Xianxia was even more worried and pulled Lin Ling's hand. Don't worry. Wait for me here. Sigh. Lin Ling smiled and then strode forward. Before I come back, kill them. After all, I am too lazy to kill trash like them. My Yan followed Lin Ling and left behind a sentence. In fact, he was willing to leave with Lin Ling because he was lazy. He left Falling Flower Flowing Water Sword and the others to Qian Taichi and the others. Lin Ling, be careful. We will hold on. Xianxuan's eyes were still filled with worry. But, if Lin Ling wanted to fight a 5th level World King powerhouse, she didn't want Lin Ling to worry about them. You won't have to wait long. I'll be back with his head. Lin Ling smiled as he looked at Xianxuan, then disappeared into the forest. Haha, you're about to die, yet you still dare to speak such arrogant words. I look forward to seeing Sir Mai bring back Lin Ling's head. Hearing his words, the surrounding army laughed maniacally without a doubt, even Qian Taiji shook his head in disdain. This was because he knew that Lin Ling was only at the 2nd level of the World King realm and Mai Yan was at the 5th level of the World King realm. Most importantly, he came from Resplendent Academy. Compared to him, Lin Ling was nothing more than a grain of rice. Swoosh, at this time, in the pitch-black night, 2 figures were flying forwards, one in front and one behind. Behind them, Mai Yan stood atop green flames, lazily following. His steps were like the brightest stars in the night sky. You still haven't found your burial ground? Yes. His words were filled with confidence. Of course, he had the ability to back up his confidence. After all, he came from Resplendent Academy. In the younger generation of Blue Province, besides those from the other 2 great academies, he didn't fear anyone else. As for the 2nd level of the World King realm Lin Ling, what a joke. Even if Lin Ling was at the 6th level of the World King realm, he still wouldn't fear him. Those from Resplendent Academy were the representatives of those who could jump realms to fight. In front of them, Lin Ling didn't say a word. His eyes finally fell on a volcano in the distance. Then, he shot towards the volcano, landing at its base and quietly waiting for his opponent to arrive, a 5th level World King. This was the strongest martial artist Lin Ling had fought so far. Bang, almost at the same time, Mai Yan followed closely behind. The green flames on his body illuminated the bottom of the cave. After landing on the ground, he nodded in satisfaction and said, not a bad burial ground. You have a good eye. Whether it's my burial ground or yours, we still don't know. On the other side, Lin Ling indifferently stood there. His expression was as calm as an ancient well, without a single change. What shameless boasting. You didn't tell me you wanted me to come here just to spout nonsense like this, did you? In truth, I have no idea where your confidence comes from. Mai Yan couldn't help but sneer. He had seen arrogant people before, but he had never seen someone as arrogant as this. However, he quickly restrained his laughter. This was because the handsome youth in front of him was cold and indifferent. His aura was like a sword, like a flame, like an immovable king. This icy aura caused Mai Yan's heart to beat faster. This fellow was actually quite a good seedling. Let me give you a word of advice. You had best use your full strength. If you don't die within 3 moves, then you can leave here alive. Lin Ling carried the tyrannical song sword on his back and said indifferently. He knew that his opponent was difficult to deal with. After all, being able to enter the Resplendent Academy was proof of his strength, therefore, Lin Ling couldn't rely on conventional means to fight. He had to use his trump card. I should be the one saying this, but there's one thing that both of us agree on. Don't waste time. At this time, green flames flew out like locusts. The combination of cold and hot caused Mai Yan's face to turn green and extremely cold. Moon-bearing immortal bug flame. All the flames fell into his palm. He took a step forward and clenched his fists, slamming them towards Lin Ling. Rumble, the entire volcano suddenly shook. The moon-bearing immortal bug flame came from the moon-bearing world. It was a strange flame that was born in the universe. When it was born, it incinerated more than 10 worlds nearby. Only a powerful world could bear this flame. Ma Yan cultivated bitterly in the Resplendent Academy for many years and finally bought this flame by chance. From then on, he soared into the sky. A 7th grade flame isn't something that you can understand. The sound of insects could be heard. The green flames quickly appeared in front of Lin Ling like a demonic ghost flame. At this moment, Lin Ling's long hair was blown up by the wind. His handsome face was still cold, but wisps of colorful flames were rising in his second dantian. This was the reason why he invited him to this battle. He didn't want to expose his trump card to everyone. Space-time flame. A mysterious flame appeared in his palm. It was as if he had walked out of the flame. A powerful aura also spread out. Suddenly, the moon-bearing immortal bug flame was blown up. It was actually blown away. This sudden change caused Ma Yan's eyes to flicker. However, he had already made his move. Obviously, he couldn't let it go. Bang! Ma Yan's palm arrived and collided with Lin Ling's palm. Rumble! The two flames collided violently, forming a huge flame barrier that occupied the bottom of the volcano. Pop! 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 Almost at the same time, a terrifying flame shockwave surged up. The entrance of the volcano was flooded. Rocks were constantly falling, but they were burned to ashes before they could fall into the cave. The collision of the two flames was terrifying. Whoosh! However, in the next moment, a figure flew out from the flames. It was Ma Yan. You're also a fire-type martial artist? Exclamations resounded in the cave. Ma Yan was very surprised. He was the one who was at a disadvantage in their first confrontation? You're not the only one who knows how to play with fire. Translator, Trans and editor, Trans and the space-time steel sealed everything. Impossible. I have a 7th grade Xian body. Why am I the one at a disadvantage? Could it be that you have an 8th grade Xian body? Ma Yan slammed into the rock wall at the bottom of the cave. His exclamation grew louder. It seemed that he had underestimated the young man. What made him angry was that he was from the Resplendent Academy, but he only had a 7th grade Xian body. His opponent was from the countryside, but he had a flame that was not weaker than his. It was too unfair. Not 8th grade, but 9th grade. Lin Ling said indifferently. Colorful flames appeared in his palm, making him look like he was holding a taboo. He shot it at Ma Yan. He took the initiative to attack. Bastard! Ma Yan shouted angrily. He did not expect that killing an ant would be so troublesome. Fortunately, he still had an advantage, which was his cultivation level. In addition, he had a 2nd grade Xian body martial art. Dazzling mystic silk dagger. He opened his mouth and shot out a large amount of green flames. The flames turned into something that looked like a worm or a dagger. They quickly pierced through the bottom of the cave. The void was also pierced through. It was terrifying. Kid, you're still too inexperienced. At the same time, Ma Yan said coldly. He did not believe that the young man was so powerful. Is that so? However, Lin Ling's body suddenly erupted with a fiery pillar of light. It was colorful and caused the surrounding void to distort. The flame daggers that pierced through the void could not get close to Lin Ling. This was because Lin Ling had burned the void, causing spatial distortions. For example, if an arrow was shot in a straight line, it would seem like it was going to hit the target. However, due to spatial distortions, the target would appear to be close, but in fact, it would be very far away. This was the power of the spacetime flame. Bang! Then, Lin Ling walked through the countless green flames at a steady pace. It was as if he had entered the rhythm of the universe. Who are you? Ma Yan's heart roared. What kind of freak is this? He quickly retracted the flames around him and condensed them into a giant dagger. He then shot it at Lin Ling. Since martial arts were useless, then he would use his cultivation level to suppress him. He would definitely be able to defeat that mysterious young man. It was just that his imagination was too perfect. Didn't you say you were going to kill me? Now you're asking me who I am? Don't you think it's ironic? The speed of the green flame dagger was as fast as lightning, but Lin Ling's attack was also very fast. He gathered time and space and then slapped out with his right hand, bang bang bang. The dagger was immediately blocked by the colorful flames, and the two were equally matched. This kid's talent is definitely at the 9th level. Ma Yan felt more and more pressure. Lin Ling's cultivation level was so much lower than his, but his flames were ineffective against him. This meant that Lin Ling's talent far surpassed his. If a second-stage world king was like this, then what about a fifth-stage world king? Obviously, he would definitely lose at that time. He finally understood why this young man was so confident. It turned out that he was hiding such a terrifying technique. You can't kill me, so we can only tie. How about we stop here? Ma Yan knew it wasn't good to fight for a long time. Even so, this was a great humiliation to him, but in truth, if he left this time, he would definitely ask an even stronger senior apprentice brother to kill Lin Ling. This was because if a genius like Lin Ling didn't die, he wouldn't be able to eat or sleep in peace. I refuse. However, Lin Ling coldly shook his head. Haha, you can't kill me at all. If we continue to drag this out, it will only be disadvantageous to you because your world essence isn't as thick as mine. Ma Yan narrowed his eyes as he stared at Lin Ling. Lin Ling actually wanted to kill him? What a joke. In truth, if he knew that Lin Ling had 2 dantians, he wouldn't be able to laugh. Of course, Lin Ling didn't want to fight a long battle because he didn't have the time. You are very lucky. After I obtained that thing, you were the first one to see it. After Lin Ling began to retract the spacetime, Ma Yan was stunned. That young man gave up? This made him nod in satisfaction. This is the right choice. After all, I am from Resplendent Academy and have defeated countless geniuses in the myriad worlds. I am also somewhat famous in the academy. Although your talent is not bad, you are still a little weak if you want to defeat me, your senior apprentice brother. Did I say I won't kill you? However, just as he finished speaking, Lin Ling indifferently retorted, causing Ma Yan's pupils to narrow. That young man still wanted to kill him? This caused him to shout angrily, do you know what you are saying? He didn't believe that Lin Ling had the strength to kill him at all. He didn't believe it at all. Lin Ling shook his head. He didn't want to waste time talking nonsense because Ma Yan would know. An indescribable aura spread out from his body. The bottom of the volcano cave was silent, so silent that it was terrifying. It was as if the aura of the ancient era had occupied the entire cave. Shocked, Ma Yan was shocked. He didn't understand why he was shocked, but now, he really wanted to escape. What did you do? He didn't expect that with his high cultivation level, he would be afraid of that young man. That young man was simply a combination of the god of slaughter and the god of flames. All of a sudden, he saw Lin Ling's right eye. That eye contained a fatal demonic power. He saw time, space, and finally, an ancient stone tablet. That mysterious stone tablet was motionless, but it was the ruler of the universe, emitting a silent aura. Run. Ma Yan didn't dare to say anything. He shot toward the hole in the sky. His heart was pounding violently because he was completely afraid. He was more afraid than when he met the second-generation disciples of Resplendent Academy. Too slow. However, Lin Ling's right eye was still looking at Ma Yan, and it was locked onto him. His eyes became multicolored, and it was extremely demonic. This was the first time he used the spacetime divine steel. Rumble. At the mouth of the volcano cave, the void suddenly exploded, forming countless cracks. A huge stone tablet suddenly appeared, and as if it had passed through space, it sealed the entrance and smashed down. Ma Yan had nowhere to run. No, Your Excellency, spare me, please spare me, I'm from Resplendent Academy, you can't kill me. Ma Yan's eyes narrowed when he sensed the terrifying aura. In his eyes, there was only a huge black stone tablet in front of him. The stone tablet was engraved with mysterious runes that sealed all of his vitality. At this moment, he was filled with regret. He shouldn't have agreed to Qian Taiji's request to kill Lin Ling because only death awaited him. Qian Taiji, you've set me up. Ma Yan roared in his heart. He hated Qian Taiji to death. Unfortunately, he had wronged Qian Taiji because Qian Taiji didn't know that Lin Ling was hiding such a terrifying trump card. There's always someone better than you. You're from Resplendent Academy, but that doesn't mean that people from other places can't defeat you. Below the cave, Lin Ling looked up at the sky and said indifferently. My brother is a second-generation disciple of Resplendent Academy. If you kill me, you won't be able to live. Don't make a mistake. Ma Yan was getting more and more panicked. He was looking for any chance to survive. Unfortunately, it was useless. Mistake? You're not qualified. The game was over. Bang, the ancient volcano instantly collapsed. Dust and dirt flew into the air, spreading millions of miles away. A fifth-level World King powerhouse couldn't block the space and time divine steel. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Then, multicolored flames appeared, burning down the entire volcano and causing lava to shoot into the skies, and from the endless flames, a slender figure walked out. As if he were born from the flames behind him turned into a vortex that rapidly vanished into his body. He was Lin Ling. With Lin Ling's current strength, it was difficult for him to control the space and time divine steel. Even so, he could barely use it once. As for its power, it was as if the heavens were falling apart. The world essence in my two dantians was instantly consumed. Lin Ling's helpless voice echoed out from the pitch-black night. However, after killing Mai Yan, he had also absorbed his opponent's flames, causing his space and time flames to rise once more. I already said that this is where you will be buried. Soon, Lin Ling disappeared into the night. And at this time, in the ancient forest, the battle was extremely fierce. Shouts of killing shot into the skies. Haha, there was a violent explosion just now. I can see the fierce flames now. It looks like Lin Ling has been burned alive. Atop a broken ancient tree, Qian Taiji was sitting there. He drank wine, his voice filled with excitement. Lin Ling should be regretting his actions right now. Indeed, if he dared to disgrace Qian Taiji, then the only fate left for him was death. Sir died? Falling flower, flowing water, and the others paled. But they also believed Qian Taiji's words. This was because the explosions in the distance were intense and there were flames soaring into the skies. If they weren't wrong, then Mai Yan was a fire attribute martial artist. Thus, Lin Ling should have been killed. Unfortunately, Lin Ling had died before he could even begin. My man won't die. Only Shan Yuanga still believed in her own opinion. Of course, this was a blind trust. Of course. But, her trust seemed to have paid off. In the pitch-black forest, a chuckle sounded out. Although the sound was light, it was as if it came from the 9 nether hells. Suddenly, all the fighting stopped. From the dense forest, a slender figure slowly walked out. His face was pale and his long hair was tied behind his head. His entire being exuded the aura of a dragon and tiger. If this wasn't Lin Ling, who else could it be? You're not dead. The flagon in Qian Taiji's hand fell to the ground. He almost fell from the tree. How was this possible? Lord Lin Ling. Falling flowers, flowing water soared, and the others were overjoyed. Lord Lin Ling was indeed powerful. The surrounding soldiers also stopped killing, as if they had seen a ghost, but soon, Qian Taichi roared, Lord Mai, are you there? Where are you? In his opinion, Lin Ling must have escaped back here, so as long as he called Lord Mai over, Lin Ling would definitely die. No need to call him. He's already dead. However, Lin Ling said expressionlessly. With a wave of his right hand, a head was thrown out by Lin Ling. It landed on the ground and rolled. Although the head was burned until it was a little blurry, one could still make out Mai Yan's facial features. At this moment, the forest became even more silent. Plop, Qian Taiji fell from the tree with a look of disbelief. You killed Lord Mai? He's a 5th-level world king and he's from the Resplendent Academy. So what? The game is over. Everyone here will die. Lin Ling strode forward. His figure became clearer in the darkness. A thick murderous aura emanated from his body. Plop, his words made Qian Taiji and the others' hearts tremble. They were afraid. They couldn't understand how Lord Mai had failed. One had to know that Lord Mai was the last generation's candidate disciple of the Resplendent Academy. To them, such a person was an invincible existence. But now, his invincibility had been broken. If they hadn't seen Lin Ling arrive with their own eyes, they would have thought that they were dreaming. At this moment, Qian Taiji looked at Lin Ling as if he was looking at a demon king from hell. He finally knew the gap between him and Lin Ling. He had come for revenge today, but he had come to seek death. Spare me, Lord Lin Ling, spare me. It's a misunderstanding between us. It's a misunderstanding. He knelt down and kept kowtowing. In fact, if he fought with Lin Ling now, even if Lin Ling could kill him, it would take a lot of time. This was because Lin Ling had exhausted all of his world essence by the time and space divine steel. However, he was like a bird startled by the twang of a bough. He was completely frightened. Plop, the other soldiers also knelt down and kept kowtowing. A shocking scene appeared in the forest. Everyone knelt down and begged for mercy. It was a shocking scene. "My lord, you're so powerful." Falling flowers, flowing water, and the others exclaimed. If it wasn't for Lin Ling, they probably wouldn't be able to escape death today. Lin Ling continued to walk forward and arrived in front of Qian Taiji. He looked down at Qian Taiji and said, "The #1 genius of the God of War Battalion, Qian Taiji. If you were a little tougher, I might have thought more highly of you. However, you only know how to beg like a dog. You've disappointed me. I can't compare to you, Lord Lin Ling, spare me." Qian Taiji felt extremely humiliated. However, his life was more important. "Raise your head and look at me." Lin Ling shook his head. He had experienced so many ups and downs since he started learning martial arts. Naturally, he wouldn't make such a low-level mistake. If he didn't remove the roots, there would be endless trouble in the future. "Raise my head?" At this moment, Qian Taiji's heart trembled. He slowly raised his head. He wanted to see if Lin Ling would let him go. "Raise your head to kill." However, Lin Ling coldly spat out a sentence. His sword slashed across Qian Taiji's neck. Qian Taiji finally understood the meaning of raising his head. He stared at Lin Ling and wanted to say something. Unfortunately, nothing was left and he fell on his back. Plop, after he fell, the hearts of the surrounding soldiers trembled. "Lord Lin Ling, spare us. We're all under Lord Qian Taiji's orders. We're innocent." The soldiers begged for mercy. They regretted it so much. "Kill them all." However, Lin Ling said mercilessly. No matter who ordered these soldiers, they did want to kill him. Since they took this path, they must pay the corresponding price. "No." The soldiers cried out in horror. At this moment, they hated Qian Taiji because the latter had harmed them. "Go to hell. When you wanted to kill us, I didn't see you begging for mercy." Falling Blossom, Flowing Water, and the others coldly said and attacked. As for Lin Ling, he walked towards Shan Yuange. He held on to Shan Yuange's hand and strode away, leaving the forest. After Falling Blossom, Flowing Water, and the others left, blood flowed through the forest like a river. All of the soldiers had been annihilated. "Let's go. I hope we don't meet any more fellows who seek death." Lin Ling smiled as he looked at his surroundings. Then, he strode away. Lord Lin Ling can actually kill a 5th-level World King powerhouse, and one that came from Resplendent Academy. If so, then Lord Lin Ling's strength is enough to enter Resplendent Academy. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Greater Qingzhou. After coming out of the forest, the group headed towards the direction of Qingzhou. Traveling under the night sky was quite a different experience. As they got closer and closer to Qingzhou, Lin Ling's eyes flickered. Li Xiaoyao had been to Qingzhou in the past. He wondered how it was now. However, there were many hidden dragons and crouching tigers in Qingzhou. Even though Lin Ling had obtained Li Xiaoyao's inheritance, he still planned to start from scratch. After all, rice had to be eaten bite by bite. Gradually, specks of light began to appear in front of him. Upon closer inspection, it was the light emitted by countless buildings, the huge city of Qingzhou. So big. It was Shan Yuange's first time here, so he couldn't help but exclaim. Tang Yue, Gong Yanjiang, and the others had obviously been here before, but even so, there was still shock on their faces. The city was so big that one couldn't see the end of it. It was like a huge mountain that stretched endlessly. All the buildings were built along the mountain, and the great Azure Divine Dynasty was at the top of the mountain. Most importantly, the majestic mountain was really huge. There were colorful clouds flowing in the sky. There was Dragon Qi, Emperor Qi, Thunder Qi, and so on. It was like the universe was in chaos. Because there were too many experts, they gathered together and formed a powerful aura. It could be said that this city was the core of Azure Prefecture. This was also the place that every powerhouse from the myriad worlds yearned for the most. Lin Ling, how big is this city? Shan Yuange surveyed the entire city, but he still couldn't see the end of it. For example, the Xianpeng, Xian Yuan, Xian Huang, the Ghost Realm, the Devil Realm, and the God Realm can't even compare to 1/10 of this place. Lin Ling said with a smile. His soul power and 10,000 mammoth devil eyes couldn't see through the great Azure Prefecture. Upon hearing this, Xianyuan sucked in a breath of cold air. A giant city was already bigger than their hometown. How terrifying. There are as many experts here as there are hairs on a cow. The weak can't survive here. Lin Ling spoke again. His heart was filled with excitement because the stronger the world, the more he liked it. Only in this way could he become even stronger. Let's go. After that, Lin Ling led the group forward. Even though the Great Qingzhou seemed close, it would take a very long time to fly there. Gradually, as everyone landed on the ground, they felt that the ancient city in the distance was even more magnificent. Bronze walls that were nearly 1,000 miles high carried with them a sacred and dignified aura that blocked out weak martial artists. And above the city walls, gates opened and powerful martial artists had the qualifications to enter. Through the city gates, one could see that there were magnificent mountains, ancient lakes, and even oceans. It's really the work of the gods. Xianyuan couldn't help but sigh. She also noticed that the wind blowing out of the city gate was very comfortable, and the spiritual energy was extremely rich. It seemed to be the ancient spiritual energy of the chaos of the universe. This is one of the 9 origins of universal chaos, Lin Ling said indifferently. He already knew that the land of the 9 prefectures had countless secrets. If he could obtain these secrets, he would be able to dominate the entire universe. According to legend, this land gave birth to countless miracles. Some people were burned to death by the sunlight, but they lived on with the help of the sunlight, forming a powerful talent. There were also people who died sitting on the ground and turned into stone statues. After thousands of years, they broke out of the stone statues and were born again. All kinds of mythical events would appear here. In fact, this place was also related to Tao. The so-called Tao was actually the martial Tao and the heavenly Tao. Those who obtained Tao were the same age as universal chaos. This was also the realm that all martial artists pursued their entire lives. Unfortunately, Tao was too elusive. Even Li Xiaoyao had only just touched the threshold. Shaking his head, Lin Ling collected his thoughts. He didn't know what Tao was, however, when his strength reached a certain level, the truth would be revealed. Enter the city. Lin Ling took a big step forward and walked toward the ancient city. The city gate had a mysterious light screen that prevented weak martial artists from entering, but Lin Ling and the rest were obviously not weak, so they could enter easily. After entering the city, all kinds of noises were heard. The streets were filled with martial artists. It was already night time, but there was still a sea of people. This showed how attractive Qingzhou was. That's the demon tribe. Xianyuan's beautiful eyes twinkled. Miss Xianyuan, please lower your voice. This place belongs to the First Ring City. People from all walks of life can easily attract trouble. Lin Xianshen, who was beside her, reminded her. He had been to many places and naturally knew the rules of the city. Lord Lin, that person is already looking over. At this moment, Xianyuan frowned. Lin Xianshen nodded and took a step forward. He stood in front of Xianyuan like a guard. In the distance, the 2-meter-tall bull-headed man thought for a while and ignored them. Seeing this, Lin Xianshen let out a sigh of relief. He then looked at Lin Ling and smiled. He was no longer a citizen of Taiding Prefecture, so he treated Lin Ling as an adult. Qingzhou is very big. Every region has different rules. For example, this First Ring City is the outermost region of Qingzhou, so the rules are more chaotic. Lin Xianshen explained. There are so many strong martial artists in Qingzhou. Does no one care? Xianyuan was puzzled. Hee, Sister you have to know that this place is very big. Those strong martial artists can't control everything. Tang Yue said. Xianyuan nodded in understanding. Indeed, this place was very big. Those strong martial artists couldn't control everything. She might as well let him do as he pleased. She only needed to prohibit martial arts in certain areas. The people here are not from the human tribe. After all, the martial artists here come from thousands of worlds, so there are all kinds of races. Lin Ling said at this time. He didn't care about the Minotaur from before. If this Minotaur wanted to die, then he would help him. Luckily, this Minotaur was smart. As the group walked down the street, they saw many different races. There were ghost races, and even half-beast races. Moreover, most of them were at the World King realm. Their auras were terrifying. How strong? If there are so many powerhouses in First Ring City, then what about Second Ring City? Falling Flowers Flowing Water clenched his fists, wishing he could become stronger. With our current strength, we don't have the qualifications to enter Second Ring City. So, don't even think about it. Moreover, although there are many World King powerhouses here, not all of them are fierce. Lin Ling comforted him. There were indeed many powerhouses here, but Lin Ling also had many cards in his hands. He was confident that he could kill a 5th-stage World King. This meant that he didn't fear at least half of the people here. Of course, Lin Ling didn't want to stir up any trouble since this was his first time here. And as they walked forwards, road signs began to appear in front of them. They pointed to 3 academies: Heavenly Saint Academy, Radiant Academy, and Blue Soaring Academy, and beneath the giant road sign, 3 old men were sitting there like statues. Beneath them were 3 lotuses, and above their heads was the demon subduing tree. These 2 were extremely precious treasures. Lin Ling never imagined that they would be used for cultivation. To Radiant Academy. Lin Ling looked around and then walked towards one of the road signs. Sir, do you have an invitation card? Beneath one of the 3 lotuses, an old man opened his eyes. His pupils were like lightning, as if they could see through a person's soul. Lin Ling nodded. The jade card of the Martial God Battalion appeared in his hand. Geniuses are as common as clouds. Lin Ling, 700 years of cultivation, Martial God Camp Deputy General. You come from the Northern Lands, 2nd level World King realm. Not bad, you can obtain a spot. The old man stared at Lin Ling, a bit surprised. To them, cultivating for 700 years was a very short period of time. They could be considered part of the younger generation. But, to cultivate for 700 years and reach the 2nd level of the World King realm, this strength was quite good. It has been a long time since a genius has been born in the Northern Lands. For you to represent the Northern Lands is quite amazing. I look forward to you becoming a candidate for the last generation of Radiant Academy. The old man faintly smiled, causing Lin Ling to nod. Thank you, senior. He discovered that this old man was very strong, having reached the true divinity realm. Moreover, his body exuded the aura of 10,000 worlds. It was clear that he had been to 10,000 worlds, including his hometown. However, this old man's status was too high and he was too lazy to care about anything that happened in his hometown. As for Lin Ling, when he was in the Rainforest Holy Land, his strength was limited, so he hadn't been able to sense this old man's arrival. Traveling through 10,000 worlds, this was a strength that left one envious. After all, 10,000 worlds were so large. To travel through every world wasn't something that just anyone could do, but this also proved that this old man was very old. You all can also enter. Then, the old man said. The others also had a jade card from the Martial God Camp. They clearly had the qualifications to enter. Everyone walked down the path. Behind them, the juniors also walked towards the old man. Moreover, they all looked at Lin Ling with envy. My lord, we are also going to Radiant Academy. Someone respectfully said. The 3 great academies were extremely sacred places of the Great Blue Prefecture. They were the places that all martial artists yearned for the most. Thus, no one didn't want to enter. After all, only by entering the 3 great academies could one enter places like Second Ring City. This was an endless glory. Do you have an invitation? The old man lightly said, his face kind. My lord, we don't have an invitation, but we are also at the World King realm. We should be able to enter. Someone said with a flattering smile. Sorry, you cannot enter without an invitation. The old man smiled and refused. Why? They aren't stronger than us, but if they can enter, why can't we? That's right, I fear those brats won't be able to block a single move from me. Radiant Academy is too unfair. The others echoed. They didn't have any background so they couldn't enter, but they were obviously unwilling. They have served in the Martial Gods Battalion and made contributions to Qing Province. That's why they are qualified. Young man, let me give you a piece of advice. If you want to obtain something, you have to pay the price. Don't look at others' glory without seeing their contributions. The old man was still smiling. His words made a lot of sense. Lin Ling, Falling Flowers Flowing Water Sword, and the others had served in the Martial God Battalion. These contributions could not be erased, they had paid a price. Bullshit, the Martial God world speaks based on strength. Their strength is not as good as ours, they are trash, so they are not qualified. Senior, why don't you let them come out and fight with us? The winner will be qualified. Some people were even more unwilling to accept this and erupted with a powerful aura. Why don't we force our way in and capture those people? The others also shouted angrily. The old man was still smiling as he shook his head and said, alas, you see, their cultivation levels aren't high, but that doesn't mean they aren't strong. As for you, Chi, mysterious green lotuses suddenly appeared under the feet of those people. Then, they merged together, and a terrifying aura spread out. Bang, the most arrogant person was directly turned into powder and became a lotus seed. The others were the same. Mercy, mercy, we won't go in. The remaining people hurriedly knelt down and begged for mercy. They thought that the old man was easy to bully, but who knew that they would be killed the moment the old man attacked? Idiots. Behind them, more and more people arrived one after another. At this moment, they sneered disdainfully. Regardless of the strength of those people, if they were recognized, they would definitely be invited. Since they dared to snatch their spots, the Resplendent Academy would definitely take action. Moreover, this was the Resplendent Academy. If they were arrogant here, they would not pay for it even if they had 9 lives. At this moment, on the main road, Lin Ling and the others also noticed what was happening behind them. They shook their heads and smiled. If one could enter the Resplendent Academy with strength, they would not have joined the Martial God Battalion. On the path of martial arts, most of the time, one had to take one step at a time. It was possible to soar to the heavens once, but rarely twice. Are we that weak? Lin Ling smiled and looked at the several people beside him. Hearing this, Falling Flowers and Flowing Water shook their heads. Lord Lin Ling had killed a disciple of the Resplendent Academy, so how could he be weak? At the very least, they could be sure that Lin Ling was no weaker than an ordinary disciple of the Resplendent Academy, and at the end of the main road, there seemed to be an ancient city. The people that appeared here were all very young and their strength was not weak. TSK, that is Shen Tianfei of the Origin World. He also has the qualifications. Suddenly, Di Balo looked at a person in front of him. This person was thin and had long purple hair. He seemed unruly, then, Di Balo saw the confusion in everyone's eyes. He explained, before I went to the Martial God Battalion, I came into contact with that fellow. He was very strong. Later, I heard that he joined the Demon Sealing faction. I don't know how he managed to obtain a spot, but he also came to participate in the assessment. 3rd level World King realm, that's a higher boundary than all of us. The chess boy frowned. Besides Lin Ling, everyone else was at the 1st level of the World King realm. Moreover, this was the result of painstakingly cultivating in the Martial God Battalion. Before this, they were only at the Martial Emperor realm. A high boundary doesn't mean you are strong. For instance, talent, martial arts, and weapons can make up for the difference in boundary. Lin Ling comforted them, making them feel less nervous. In truth, the juniors that appeared all around were extremely strong. 3rd level World Kings weren't rare, and there were even 4th level World Kings. This place could be called a place where geniuses were as common as clouds. If the Resplendent Academy was like this, then what about the other 2 great academies? This proved that Azure Province was indeed a place with crouching tigers and hidden dragons. It's Yu Linglong. Heavens, she has reached the 5th level of the World King realm. At this time, Falling Flowers and Flowing Water shouted out loud. Following his gaze, everyone saw a woman in a golden uniform walking in front of him. She was like a goddess of war, every move she made tugging at the hearts of the entire street. There were even many youths that revealed looks of adoration. Unfortunately, the distance between them and this woman was too great. She was a proud daughter of heaven with both strength and beauty. Thus, they could only look up to her. That is the Moonlight Swordsman, Gong Yangjiang said. Then, he looked at Falling Flowers and Flowing Water. You should know him. I know him. His master is the same as my master, one of the 10 great sword immortals of Azure Province. Falling flowers and flowing water nodded, but his eyes were filled with fighting spirit. Your strength is inferior to his. Lin Ling also stared ahead. He saw a youth in a white robe with 2 swords hanging from his waist. His robe was embroidered with maple leaves and his face was pale, as if he had just recovered from a serious illness. He gave off a delicate beauty, and this sort of beauty was fatal to some women. All around the street, some young women also cried out in alarm. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. Blue Enchantress. Falling Blossom. Flowing Water looked a little lonely. Although he was also a disciple of the top 10 sword celestials of Qingzhou, he was obviously not as good as them. The path of martial arts is long. We don't know who will be the winner. Don't lose your confidence. Lin Ling said lightly. Falling Blossom. Flowing Water smiled and nodded heavily. At the same time, the white-robed swordsman also looked at Falling Blossom. Flowing Water with disdain. Obviously, he recognized Falling Blossom. Flowing Water. Then, he walked forward slowly. On the other side, Yu Linglong also looked over. Of course, it was just a glance. In her heart, Lin Ling and his group were not worthy of her attention. In this assessment, she needed to be careful of the other geniuses. Let's go. Lin Ling did not say much and led the group forward. On the street, apparently, no one paid attention to them. Even if they did, it was because of Xian Yuange and Tang Yue. Those guys are lucky to have such beautiful companions. Should we go and snatch them? The assessment is about to start. Don't mess around. When you become a candidate of the last generation, you can do whatever you want. But that girl looks familiar. She seems to be the little princess of Square Commandery. Are you kidding? Would a little princess be someone's follower? You must be seeing things. Around the street, some people sat cross-legged and adjusted their states. Some people were bored and whispered in each other's ears. Lin Ling and his group entered a random inn and prepared to rest. It was not yet dawn, but the inn was already full of people. After Lin Ling and his group entered, many people's eyes lit up. A few people at a table could not help but laugh. Tang Yue, over here. A girl in a blue dress waved at Tang Yue. Tang Yue, the little princess of Square Commandery? Many people's faces changed. Square Commandery was one of the 4 commanderies in Qingzhou. It was an ally of the Great Qing dynasty and was extremely famous. Sister Enchantress. Tang Yue's beautiful eyes also lit up as she stared at a woman at the table. That woman was wearing a blue cheongsam. She sat with her legs crossed, revealing her fair, jade-like legs that reached all the way to the bottom. She was extremely attractive. Of course, after a glance, the crowd did not dare to look anymore. Because they had heard of that girl who looked like an enchantress. It was said that she was the Blue Enchantress. According to the rumor, she was Enchantress. Flying Dragon Organization. And Flying Dragon Organization. Flying Dragon. Had Flying Dragon organizations. Sir Lin Ling, I saw a friend. I'll head over first. Tang Yue. Tang Yue. Tang Tang. Lin Tang Yue. Was Tang Yue. Tang Yue's Chen Yu. Cloud Blossom Translation Che Translations Translation. Who is that guy? You actually have to go through his request? As Tang Yue walked over, the Blue Enchantress cried out in alarm. Her lips were blue and she looked very charming. My immediate superior. If I didn't listen to his orders, then the Martial God Battalion would not have given me an invitation and given me a spot. Tang Yue shrugged her shoulders. In any case, he is a very cocky man. So that's how it is. With your status, how could you listen to his orders? But that's fine. Once you enter Radiant Academy, you don't need to care about him. This sort of man who relies on his status to be arrogant is simply despicable. The Blue Enchantress disdainfully said. In truth, he isn't that bad. Tang Yue whispered. Of course, the Blue Enchantress didn't take her words to heart. In her mind, this youth was only at the 2nd level of the World King realm. He wasn't worth mentioning at all. In fact, as she saw Lin Ling's stern face and his demeanor as if he were an adult, she felt very unhappy. If it weren't for the fact that she didn't want to make things difficult for Tang Yue, she really would have taught this man a lesson. After all, Tang Yue was a little princess. When had she ever been someone's subordinate? It seems that your life in the military has changed you a lot. You aren't as unruly as before. The Blue Enchantress said. How could that be? I wasn't unruly before either. Tang Yue sniffled as she replied. She began to reminisce with the others around her. As the others talked, they also looked at Lin Ling with disdain. They thought that Lin Ling was only using his status to make Tang Yue listen to him. At this time, Lin Ling and the others found a table and sat down. They called out for food and wine as they waited for the academy's examination to begin. As falling flowers, flowing water, and the others were chatting, Lin Ling's soul force quietly gushed out, probing his surroundings. As he had guessed, there were many powerhouses hidden in the surroundings. These powerhouses could easily kill him. As for the younger generation that came to take the examination, he didn't fear them at all. Eh? Isn't this Ram River? At this time, a sharp voice suddenly sounded out. At some unknown time, several figures had entered the inn. There were tall and sturdy minotaurs and even crocodiles. They were led by a blonde youth as they slowly walked forwards. Look at that youth's robes. They have the Yuan character embroidered on them. They are from Great Origin Mansion. The surrounding people's faces changed slightly. Great Origin Mansion was also a place that couldn't be underestimated. Like the Martial God Barracks, it belonged to the Great Azure Divine Dynasty. Ram River? Could it be that guy? Then, many people looked at Lin Ling. As Ram River was the son of Qing State's Fuxing Manor, many people had heard of his name. Ram River's background was obviously not small, but his strength was very weak. This was a well-known fact. It's you, Yuan Yin. At this time, Ram River raised his head. He recognized the other party, he even had some grudges with the other party. Therefore, when he saw the other party, he knew that things were going to be troublesome. Haha, it's really you. You are the guy who can't beat others, so you throw money at them. The blonde youth laughed mockingly. Someone beside him even imitated Ram River's tone and said, I'm not as strong as others. Can money solve the problem? If money can solve the problem, then it's not a problem. Haha. The others laughed even louder, and even the people in the inn started to jeer. Tang Yue, it's a good thing that you came to sit with us. Otherwise, you would have been humiliated. The Blue Enchantress shook her head and laughed. She looked like she was watching a good show. However, Tang Yue frowned and was a little worried. What do you want? The surrounding people laughed at Ram River, which made Ram River angry. What do I want? I want to tell you that in the martial god territory, strength is everything. Money is not the most important thing. Now, get out of here. I want your table. Yuanian said coldly. He had a grudge against Ram River, but he didn't dare to kill him. Humiliating him would be no problem. Do you think I will leave just because you asked me to? There are so many inns here. You can find other inns. Ram River said, frowning. What if I don't want to? Yuanian narrowed his eyes and replied in an overbearing manner, bang. At this time, the sound of a table being slammed was heard. Dbymo stood up and said coldly, Your Excellency, don't go too far. It's none of your business. Bull Demon Refining World. Yuanian, don't be too arrogant. There are many people here that you can't afford to offend. At this time, Falling Flower Flowing Water Sword spoke up. So it's you, Falling Flower Flowing Water Sword, disciple of Qing Province's top 10 sword immortals, but so what? Could it be that your master will come and uphold justice? Moreover, in terms of background, you aren't enough to make me fear you. Yuanian coldly said. What if I'm included? At this time, the chess boy also stood up. Old Chi's disciple. Many people recognized the chess boy. They didn't expect that there would be so many disciples of ancient powerhouses sitting at that table. At this time, even Yuanian was surprised. Let people off if you can. The assessment is near. We don't want to cause trouble. You can leave now. Seeing Yuanian remain silent, Falling Flower Flowing Water Sword thought he was afraid. As these words fell, many people realized that Yuanian was about to leave the inn. Too much nonsense. Your master is strong, but that doesn't mean you are strong. Take my fist and don't retreat. Let's leave. However, at this time, Yuanian sneered. He stepped forward and shot towards Falling Flower Flowing Water Sword, Grand Cardinal Divine Fist. Walala, a strong wind seemed to blow through the inn. All the wine glasses and other objects were clinking, a fist radiating with light attacked the Falling Flower's water sword. This fist seemed to come from 10,000 worlds. In fact, this fist was enough to completely destroy the inn, but Yuanian's control over his strength was very strong. He didn't let the excess strength affect the inn. From this, one could see that Yuanian wasn't weak. However, no one thought that Yuanian would suddenly attack. Falling Flower Flowing Water Sword was the same. He instantly realized that his opponent was at the second stage of the World King realm. Grand Cardinal True Chi, he has a 4th grade profound body. Some of the genius powerhouses in the inn whispered. At this time, Falling Flower Flowing Water Sword didn't have time to draw his sword. His sword was strong. Without a sword, he naturally wasn't his opponent. Pong, he punched out, resisting the Grand Cardinal Divine Fist. Ha, you overestimate yourself. Yuanian sneered. He wanted to break Falling Flower Flowing Water Sword's right arm so that he couldn't use his sword. Ka ka ka, the two fists collided violently. Righteousness exploded, causing Blossoming Flowing Water Sword's face to turn pale. However, at this moment, a palm appeared behind him, giving him a powerful recoil. The pressure instantly decreased. It was Lord Lin Ling. Blossoming Flowing Water Sword was overjoyed. Get lost. Almost at the same time, Lin Ling's cold voice sounded. The aura of a demon god filled the air and rushed out through the arm of the Falling Flower's water sword. Bang! The powerful force sent Yuanian flying and smashed into the wall. You've already taken a step back. Scram. After that, Lin Ling's indifferent voice also quietly floated out. The inn instantly fell silent. Many people stared at Lin Ling, their faces solemn. They didn't expect Gong Yanjiang to have such an expert. After all, Yuanian had attacked in an instant, while the latter had defended in a hurry. However, he was still able to force the other party back. His strength was quite impressive. Pa. At this moment, Yuanian slid down from the wall. His right arm was broken and dripping with blood. He stared at Lin Ling, waiting to devour him. He didn't expect that he would be injured with one punch. After all, his righteousness genuine chi had been cultivated by the righteous heavenly incense for 500 years. It was as strong as Yang and invincible. Who are you? He said in a cold voice. Lin Ling of the Martial God Battalion, their leader. Lin Ling sat back down and said lightly. What? This person is the superior of Blossoming Flowing Water Sword? How is that possible? Yes, they are about the same age. I didn't expect Blossoming Flowing Water Sword to be so obedient. It seems to be true because DBMO and the others didn't say anything against it. Many young geniuses exclaimed. Because young people were full of vigor, it was very difficult to convince people of the same age. But now, this young man had done it, and he had subdued several people at once. It was hard for people not to be surprised. Xiao Manshan. Yuanian stared at Lin Ling and suddenly shouted. Bang! In front of him, a bull-headed giant walked out. His body exuded a rich demonic aura. His voice was low and deep. One more punch. Whoever retreats will get the hell out of here. Bang! As his words fell, he stepped forward again. With each step, his aura climbed higher and higher. If he were placed in the myriad worlds, he would be able to shake a world. His cultivation was at the 3rd stage of the World King realm. Bull Demon World Refining. At this moment, Blue Enchantress frowned. This was an extremely powerful body cultivation method. It could use the world essence in one's body to refine one's body. It was extremely powerful. It was said that when one reached the 9th stage, they could transform into a world bull demon. It was as big as a world. That person had obviously only reached the 2nd stage, but he wasn't someone that an ordinary person could resist. Little Princess Tang Yue, your superior is in trouble. Do you need my help? Just say the word and I will help him defeat the bull-headed giant. Then, you can show off in front of him. Blue Enchantress said with a smile. She wanted to help Tang Yue. However, Tang Yue shook her head. Let's wait and see. It will be too late. Blue Enchantress was surprised. She discovered that Tang Yue didn't seem to care, and there were two reasons for this. First, Tang Yue wanted that youth to lose face. Secondly, Tang Yue was very confident in that young man. Of course, the first reason was more important. After all, that youth was only at the second stage of the World King realm. There was no doubt that he would be defeated. Bull Demon refining primal chaos. At this time, the bull-headed giant had already attacked. His fist came smashing out, forming the energy of primal chaos. Of course, this was only an illusion. Everything was still world essence. After all, with his strength, he couldn't possess the energy of primal chaos. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The entire restaurant began to shake, as if a giant was grabbing the restaurant and shaking it. What a terrifying fist. Many people cried out in alarm. The air was swept up in chaos. The fist rushed towards Lin Ling. As for Lin Ling, he stood up, ignoring the turbulence in the air. His divinity and demon body began to stir. After experiencing the blood of the fish monster, the blood of the silver moon supreme beast, the martial god fruit, and the tempering of the flames of time, just how terrifying was his mortal body. His fist also struck out, a dragon-shaped energy flow tumbling around it. In the next moment, the two fists collided, a terrifying white light appeared. It was formed by the suppression of the air, causing many people to be unable to see what was happening within the white light. Little Princess Tang Yue, if you don't make a move then it will be too late. Yes. Blue Enchantress immediately cried out. However, Tang Yue waved her hand. Blue Enchantress wanted to say something, but in the next moment, there was a thunderous sound. In the white light, a figure was sent flying backwards, knocking over many tables and chairs before finally flying out of the restaurant. After that terrifying strength disappeared, the crowd finally reacted. That bull-headed giant lost. Yes. It was unknown who said this sentence, but it made the even more silent. He's a birdman. Those who caused trouble earlier, get out. Along with his actions, a cold voice sounded at the same time. Right now, Lin Ling's god-devil body had reached 5,000 universe power. In fact, it was a 5th grade Xian body. In terms of physical strength, he really didn't fear anyone. Of course, in terms of Jia Yuan, he also didn't fear anyone. Let's scram. Not far away, Yuan Yan looked deeply at Lin Ling, his eyes full of fear. But today's matter will not be forgotten. Scram, not leave. Lin Ling had heard this kind of threat many times. He didn't mind it and took a sip of wine. You. Hearing this, Yuan Yan's pupils constricted. So many young geniuses were watching, and he was going to roll out? If that was the case, the De Yuan mansion would be completely disgraced by him. Do you want me to help you? However, Lin Ling's next sentence directly told them to get out, because by the time Lin Ling came to help, they might have to leave lying down. Seeing this, many people in the inn couldn't help but laugh. This guy's strength is so strong. He's definitely above average among the younger generation in this batch of assessment. At this moment, Blue Enchantress's little blue mouth turned into an O. She didn't expect that young man to be so strong. She had underestimated him. Actually, I also want to see him lose face, but I know that it's impossible with those people from before. Tang Yue sighed regretfully. Why do I feel that you don't want him to be embarrassed? Tang Yue, tell me honestly, do you like him? Blue Enchantress laughed strangely and said, however, he's still worthy of praise. Unfortunately, his cultivation is too weak. Moreover, the advantage of his physical strength won't allow him to pass smoothly in this test. You're the one who likes him. I hate his arrogant look. Tang Yue immediately retorted, but she muttered inwardly, his strength isn't his physical body. In truth, even she didn't know where Lin Ling's limits were. In any case, he didn't seem like a second-level world king, and the inn also gradually quieted down. The crowd finally knew why falling flowers flowing water and the others had submitted to Lin Ling. All geniuses, please gather at the plaza. At this moment, a loud and clear voice came from the sky. The long night was finally over, and the resplendent academy's examination was about to begin. It's about to start. Everyone's spirits were shaken as they walked out of the inn one after another. Lin Ling and the others were the same. Looking at the street, they saw that it was already filled with people. They were all from the younger generation. The men were handsome and otherworldly, and the women were captivating. Every single one of them puffed out their chests and walked forward with high fighting spirit. For the sake of martial arts, they would unleash their full potential. Of course, there was no lack of young masters who were working hard to attract the attention of the beauties around them. There were indeed a lot of women in this assessment. They were dressed in all kinds of clothes. There were cute types, mature types, charming types, and so on. It was no wonder that they were so impulsive. Even Lin Ling couldn't help but be secretly surprised. He didn't expect there to be so many beauties. At this moment, a whistling sound came from the sky. In the distance, a young man in a purple robe stepped onto a white paper crane. He was extremely dazzling. Where did he come from? That paper crane is made of paper, but it can carry people and fly. Xianxia exclaimed beside him. It's just a kind of puppet. It can fly after engraving a boundary. But that guy is really in the limelight. Lin Ling curled his lips. Everyone was lining up in an orderly manner, but that young man was flying across the sky. If it wasn't for the limelight, then what was it for? That young man is called White Bird. He's a member of the Heavenly Court. At this moment, a voice came from behind. Tang Yue walked over with Blue Enchantress and the others. Blue Enchantress spoke faintly. White Bird of the Heavenly Court. Falling Flowers Flowing Water Sword and the others had obviously heard of this name, and their expressions became serious. This guy is said to be a bird that turned into a human. Dbimo said. A bird that turned into a human was similar to a carp that leaped over the dragon's gate. As long as it appeared in the chaos of the universe, it could soar into the sky. If a carp could turn into a dragon, then White Bird could also turn into a human. The geniuses of the martial god realm are really colorful. Xianxia felt that it was an eye-opener. He knew that the young man's strength wasn't simple. To put it bluntly, he's a birdman. However, Lin Ling immediately mocked. Because of the Heavenly Court, no matter who that person was, as long as he was a member of the Heavenly Court, then he was Lin Ling's enemy. He appeared so handsome, but you said that he's a birdman. You're jealous of him. Blue Enchantress said disdainfully. She stared at Xianxia and said, what a cute girl. Come, let's get to know each other. Xianxia was a little flattered by her friendly attitude. Lin Ling stared at Blue Enchantress. He found that this woman was tall and her strength was unfathomable. However, this woman was brought by Tang Yue, so he didn't pay much attention to her. Dbimo and the others also secretly stared at her, attracted by her slender legs. Jealous? He's not qualified enough to make me jealous. Just wait, there's a price to pay for being in the limelight. Lin Ling looked at the sky again. His words made Blue Enchantress shake her head. She thought that Lin Ling was definitely jealous. In fact, the young man flying in the sky was indeed very attractive. He was like a dazzling star. On the ground, many girls' eyes were shining. Get down. However, very quickly, a thunderbolt descended from the sky and blasted the paper crane. It burned the paper crane and the White Bird fell to the ground in a sorry state. Everyone has to follow the rules of the Resplendent Academy's examination. At the same time, an old man shouted angrily. Obviously, the White Bird had violated the rules in order to be in the limelight. Hee, sometimes the opposite of being in the limelight is losing face. Lin Ling immediately shrugged his shoulders, making the chess boy and the others laugh. From the perspective of men, they were also very unhappy with the elegant White Bird. You're really vicious. Blue Enchantress curled her lips. She also felt that the White Bird should be in a sorry state at this moment, and the fact was indeed so. On the ground, a large number of boos sounded, making Lin Ling think of a very popular sentence in his previous life. Acting tough will be struck by lightning. After that, everyone lined up in order, recorded their names and identities, and quietly waited for the examination. Large words began to appear in the sky. This examination was divided into two types. First, the examination of combat strength. Second, the examination of talent. Those who passed the two types of examinations would become the last generation's candidate disciple of the Resplendent Academy. Although there were only two types of examinations, they were definitely very difficult. This made many of the younger generation nervous. Those who want to take the examination, come out. Following the old man's voice, a large number of disciples walked out, quietly waiting for the examination of combat strength. Translator, trans and editor, trans and translator, trans and editor, trans, and the whole place was filled with hatred. That's Luo Lu from Only My Commandery. He's at the 4th level of World King Realm. Great God Qian from Grand Court Commandery is here too. Of course, Tang Yue from Square Commandery is here too. That's the genius from Xingyan Boundary. He has been in Martial God Realm for 990 years. If he doesn't take part in the assessment after 1,000 years, he will lose his chance. Many people were talking about it. Their blood was boiling because it was an honor to be with those famous geniuses. Moreover, they also wanted to see the gap between them. Martial God Battalion, you've got guts. After the assessment, I'll teach you a lesson. Suddenly, a cold voice rang out. Everyone looked over and saw that it was Yuan Ian from De Yuan Mansion. Suddenly, many people were puzzled. Who was the person from De Yuan Mansion talking to? This guy. Beside Lin Ling, Dmo and the others' faces turned ugly because Yuan Ian was talking to Lin Ling. This trash obviously wanted to settle accounts. There were so many geniuses here, so Yuan Ian was not afraid that Lin Ling would attack him. Who is this guy? How dare he provoke Yuan Ian? Many people looked at Lin Ling. As for Yuan Ian, he smiled gloomily. His sudden shout made Lin Ling the focus of attention. Lin Ling would be under a lot of pressure. After all, there were too many people here who were stronger than Lin Ling. Unfortunately, he was disappointed. Lin Ling didn't even look at him. His face was full of disdain. Yu Linglong and the other top geniuses were surprised by his expression. Of course, their eyes were full of disdain. They thought that Lin Ling was pretending to be calm. Lin Ling from Martial God Battalion, you'll be disgraced. You'll be eliminated. Yuan Ian roared again. Lin Ling's attitude was too calm, which made him very unhappy. Martial God Battalion. Suddenly, a doubtful voice rang out in the square. On the way to Qingzhou, did you guys see my brother, Ma Yan? A young man in a black and white robe walked out from the high platform in front of the square. He had his hands behind his back and looked down indifferently. Speak. His furious roar caused the entire plaza to tremble. Senior brother Mai Zi. Someone with sharp eyes Ma Yan Ziyun immediately. This man was the last disciple of Radiant Academy. Who would have thought that he knew Lin Ling? For a moment, everyone paid attention to Lin Ling. They never thought that this unknown young man would cause such a huge commotion. This is bad. Dmo and World Ma Yan. Ma Yan had been killed by Lord Lin. Mai Zi. Ma Yan was Ma Yan. Ma Yan had my. Was my Mu Lucas was Ma Yan my continent my runes Louis Mai. Although they did not know how Mai Zi got the news, it was better for him to deny it. He's dead. Even Yu Linglong doesn't dare to provoke the last disciple of Radiant Academy. He's not even as strong as Yu Linglong. He's dead for sure. Yuan Ian did not expect things to turn out this way. Lin Ling had become a thorn in everyone's side. Senior brother Mai Zi is asking you a question. Speak. A moment later, many of the disciples who were about to be assessed glared at Lin Ling. For them, senior brother Mai Zi was the last disciple of Radiant Academy. They needed to flatter him. If they could curry favor with him, they might get a favor. In my opinion, even if he didn't kill them, he still has something to do with it. I think we should arrest him and interrogate him. Yuan Ian said. He wanted to see the world in chaos. That bastard. Humph. Xian Yuange could not help but curse. Everything was caused by that despicable person. The situation had become very troublesome. They did not know how Lin Ling would deal with it. However, trouble seemed to be coming in waves. Lin Ling from Martial God Battalion, long time no see. Step forward. Another young man slowly walked out from the high platform in front of him. He only had one arm, and at this moment, he stroked his severed arm with a ferocious expression as he coldly looked at Lin Ling, senior brother Yi Xiaoshou. Yes. The crowd exclaimed again. This was another last disciple. Moreover, his background was not small. It was said that he was a member of the heavenly court. Senior brother Yi Xiaoshou, you know him? Yes. Among the crowd, Whitebird also smiled. As a member of the heavenly court, he naturally knew Yi Xiaoshou. Senior brother Yi Xiaoshou, you mean to protect him? Yes. Even Mai Zi frowned and looked at Yi Xiaoshou. If the latter wanted to protect Lin Ling, then he would not be able to question Lin Ling domineeringly. However, no one knew that Lin Ling and Yi Xiaoshou had a 5-year agreement. Moreover, Yi Xiaoshou's severed arm was cut off by Lin Ling. Therefore, Yi Xiaoshou was not here to protect Lin Ling at all. I know him, how can I not know him? He belongs to me. No one can snatch him from me. Because I want to kill him with my own hands. Yi Xiaoshou paused for a moment before he finally spat out a cold sentence. As he spoke, his killing intent was extremely dense. The entire square was instantly like boiling water. Never had they imagined that Yi Xiaoshou did not want to protect Lin Ling but wanted to kill Lin Ling instead. Lin Ling from Martial God Battalion, how audacious of you. You trash actually dared to offend Lord Yi Xiaoshou. Kneel down. Whitebird immediately shouted angrily at Lin Ling. The others were the same. All of them stared furiously at Lin Ling as if they wanted to seek justice for Yi Xiaoshou. To them, Lin Ling was just a passerby. His life and death had nothing to do with them. Of course, if Lin Ling's death could make Yi Xiaoshou owe them a favor, then that would be very good. Humans were selfish. In the face of benefits, who would pay attention to a passerby? A series of furious roars could be heard in the square. These guys. Falling flowers, flowing water, and the others all turned pale. They had to be wary of Mai Zi alone. Now there was also Yi Xiaoshou. It's over, even Blue Enchantress sucked in a breath of cold air. She did not expect Lin Ling to offend so many people. She could not help but sigh, Tang Yue, what kind of guy do you know? Now, everyone wants to see a good show. Her words were filled with helplessness. If it was someone else, she might help Lin Ling out of respect for Tang Yue. However, the ones who stepped in were the last generation disciples. Last generation disciples were not on the same level as them. After all, even if they passed the assessment, they were only last generation candidates. And those who could become last generation disciples were undoubtedly existences that were revered. Thank you. However, at this moment, Lin Ling softly spat out a sentence that seemed to be directed at Blue Enchantress. Her beautiful eyes narrowed and then she shook her head, what are you thanking me for? I didn't help much. At least you want to help. It's enough that you have this thought. Lin Ling said with a faint smile. He looked very calm, which made Blue Enchantress suspect that Lin Ling was scared silly. She said, many people here want to see a good show for you. You're actually not flustered at all? Thank them for not thinking highly of me because they are also encouraging me. For them, I will also become stronger. Lin Ling turned his head to look at Blue Enchantress and revealed a brilliant smile. Before the first wave had subsided, another wave rose. Could it be that if the entire world became his enemy, he would be even happier? If he provoked even more enemies, then all of this would only cause him to become even stronger. This was a madman. Moreover, he was a martial arts maniac. Although Lin Ling's voice wasn't loud, many people clearly heard him. What shameless boasting! Where did this trash come from? He's actually so arrogant. Could it be that all of us are hostile towards him and he wants to use us as motivation to become stronger? Without a doubt, many geniuses angrily shouted out. They had never seen such an arrogant person before. What an interesting fellow. Even Yu Linglong and the others from the first camp smiled. Of course, they thought that Lin Ling was only trying to play to the gallery. After all, arrogance required capital, and this youth was only at the second level of the World King realm. He clearly didn't have that. Yi Xiaoshou, does your arm still hurt? The 5-year battle has already begun. Do you want to fight now? Or do you want to fight after the assessment? Lin Ling didn't care about the gazes around him. Instead, he looked at Yi Xiaoshou on the high platform. Bang! As these words fell, the entire square was thrown into an uproar. No one thought that senior apprentice brother Yi Xiaoshou's arm would be cut off by this youth. Moreover, this youth had actually agreed to fight with Yi Xiaoshou. He was seeking death, he was simply seeking death. Without a doubt, after Lin Ling's words, even more voices of reprimand sounded out. In their opinion, even if senior apprentice brother Yi Xiaoshu were to give up an arm, this youth still wouldn't be his match. However, Lin Ling's words caused Yi Xiaoshu's complexion to turn icy cold. Losing an arm was his greatest shame. Although it hadn't been 5 years yet, these past years had felt like years to him. He had bitterly and diligently cultivated in order to wash away the greatest shame of his life. For a time, he coldly glared at Lin Ling. He didn't speak, but Lin Ling angrily shouted out. "Speak, coward! Coward? With just you." The noise in the surroundings became even louder. The crowd didn't think that the young man would dare to ignore them and directly shout at the last generation disciple. "Hee, what a coward. My arm was broken by your martial god cannon, but that doesn't mean you're strong enough to break my arm. However, I'll remember you calling me a coward. After the test is over, I'll show everyone who's the real coward." Yi Xiaoshu finally revealed a sinister smile. Even Mai Zi, who was standing beside him, couldn't help but shudder. He felt as if Lin Ling had touched the devil's reverse scale. Of course, even though Lin Ling was going to die, he wanted to know the whereabouts of his younger brother, Mai Yan, before he died. He had the ability to resonate with his younger brother. When his younger brother died, he immediately sensed it and vaguely heard that it was the martial gods battalion. "You're Lin Ling, right? Let me ask you, where did my little brother go? Who killed him?" Thinking of this, Mai Zi looked at Lin Ling and said in an extremely domineering manner. "Senior brother Mai Zi, we haven't seen Mai Yan. We don't know who you're talking about." Falling Blossom Flowing Water immediately spoke. Chess Boy and the others also spoke. "The world is so big. Don't you think you're being too domineering by questioning us just because your little brother is missing?" At this moment, they naturally insisted that they hadn't seen Mai Yan. Otherwise, there would be endless trouble. "I want you to speak. Otherwise, die." Unfortunately, Mai Zi didn't care about other reasons. He just wanted to know the result. Domineering, domineering. This was the powerful last generation disciple. Of course, the others also felt that he had a reason to be domineering. "You." Falling Blossom Flowing Water and the others had unsightly expressions. The other party was too overbearing. "I know where your little brother is." However, just as they were about to find another excuse, Lin Ling spoke. "Speak." Mai Zi frowned. "He's dead. I killed him." Lin Ling smiled coldly. His smile was evil. He didn't hide anything and directly admitted it. Bang! At this moment, the entire square fell silent. It was so silent that one could hear a pin drop. Mai Zi was stunned. Veins appeared on his forehead. His little brother was dead. He was killed by that young man? "You're not joking?" he roared angrily. His voice was mixed with shocking anger. "Do you think I'm joking?" Lin Ling was still smiling, but his voice became incomparably cold. This was an even more straightforward admission. "This guy." Falling Blossom Flowing Water and the others smiled bitterly. Previously, they were thinking of ways to avoid it. Who knew that Lin Ling would directly admit it and even counterattack in an overbearing manner? They couldn't figure out this kind of behavior that didn't play by the rules. As for Blue Enchantress, she smiled bitterly. This young man had offended all the geniuses and offended Yi Xiaoshu. That wasn't enough. He even offended Mai Zi. This enmity was irreconcilable. In fact, she didn't know that Lin Ling dared to admit it. This wasn't arrogance. With his current strength, he really didn't fear Mai Zi and Yi Xiaoshu. Since he didn't fear them, why should he be so humble? Why did you kill him?" "He's my only brother." Mai Zi finally reacted and let out a painful cry. His voice was distorted. "Because he wanted to kill me." Lin Ling raised his head to look at the man and said fearlessly. "Then why didn't you let him kill you?" Mai Zi's eyes were filled with malevolence. Hearing this, Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. His voice became cold. "I have no enmity with him. He wanted to kill me because of the divine crystals. Now you're asking me why I didn't let him kill me? Let me tell you, once the test is over, I'll kill you too." His voice was filled with murderous intent. It was as if he wanted to kill the entire world. Mai Yan came to kill Lin Ling, so Lin Ling would definitely counterattack. If Maizi asked clearly and judged whether Lin Ling was right or wrong, Lin Ling might even apologize, but Maizi asked him why he didn't want to die. In this case, there was no need to keep this last-generation disciple alive. After all, Mai Yan's life was a life, but was Lin Ling's life not a life? Crazy! After Lin Ling's voice, the square was in an uproar. Before the first wave had subsided, another wave had risen. No one thought that Lin Ling would be so frivolous, but they could see that Lin Ling was going to die. Master Lin Ling, you're so bold. Dbimo and the others smiled bitterly. Master Lin Ling had provoked 2 last-generation disciples at the same time, and this had caused more dissatisfaction among the geniuses in the square. What will come, it can't be avoided. Yes. Lin Ling shook his head, because even if he endured the humiliation, the other party would not let him go. Time's up, the test begins. Yes. At this time an old man's voice floated in the air, and everyone began to look up at the sky. Yi Xiaoxiu and the others naturally did not dare to disturb the test, and could only wait quietly by the side. No matter what the result of the test was, they would not let Lin Ling go today. Little Princess Tang Yue, is this lord of yours really arrogant or is he just bragging? Combat Strength Assessment. Tang Yue shook her head and smiled. In truth, I can't see through him either. Then he must be bragging a lot. Blue Enchantress thought that Lin Ling would definitely sneak away after the assessment. After all, bragging could be used to scare people, but it couldn't be used to defeat an opponent. Lin Ling did not know what everyone was thinking. At this moment, his gaze was focused on the ground. The ground began to sink, revealing 10 huge platforms. A terrifying aura spread out from the platforms. On the platform, there was a cage made of steel. It was covered with cloth and looked extremely mysterious. Whoosh, a gust of wind suddenly blew by, and the cloth outside the cage was blown away, revealing a tall giant inside the cage. This giant's skin was as tough as steel, and he was over 100 meters tall. He stood there quietly, as if he was a demon king of the universe. Many people shuddered when they saw the giant because they felt extremely pressured by the giant. Lin Ling smiled disdainfully at the crowd's reaction. These people were mostly people who bullied the weak and feared the strong. When they saw that others were weaker than them, they all pretended to be fierce. But when they saw something mysterious and powerful, they were all like stray dogs. Shameful. Lin Ling said sarcastically. What did you say? Some people seemed to have heard it and glared at Lin Ling. Yuan was among them. Take the seat yourself. Lin Ling didn't even bother to say anything. He appeared calm and collected. Even Blue Enchantress felt that compared to the others, Lin Ling was indeed very calm. However, she also stared at the platform and wondered, what the hell is this? In fact, Xianxia and Tang Yue were also very curious. We met not long ago. Have you forgotten? Lin Ling said with a smile that wasn't a smile. Xianxuan's beautiful eyes lit up. Could it be the martial god giant? That's right, this was the martial god giant. He had seen it not long ago in the martial god barracks. Of course, the martial god barracks was even bigger. So it's a puppet. That makes me less nervous. Blue Enchantress had obviously heard of the martial god giant. After the others learned about it, they all let out a sigh of relief. Only Lin Ling sneered. He whispered to Xianxuan, although this is a miniature version, don't underestimate it. Alright. Xianxuan would definitely listen to Lin Ling. Everyone looked at Lin Ling with disdain, thinking that Lin Ling was too cowardly. Meanwhile, the mysterious old man's voice resounded from the sky. One of the tests of combat strength is to fight the martial god giants. You're not allowed to utilize any weapons or treasures throughout the entire process. At first, the crowd didn't feel anything, but the second half of the sentence made many people turn pale, forbidding the use of treasures and weapons. This was equivalent to choking off half of their strength. After all, some of them had extraordinary backgrounds and were born in a noble family. The weapons in their hands were extremely sharp, but what if they couldn't use weapons? How could they not be shocked? A bunch of good-for-nothings. Is the path of martial arts all about external weapons? At this time, Yuan said contemptuously. He looked at the sky and saluted. Senior, I'll be the first to take the test. Oh? A surprised voice came from the sky. The voice seemed to want to say something, but Yuanian had already jumped down from one of the platforms before the mysterious old man could answer. The first person to take the test was undoubtedly the most eye-catching, therefore, cheers came from all around, which made Yuanian smile excitedly. He was very satisfied with his choice. Idiot. Only Linling shook his head. He knew that Yuanian was going to suffer a lot. At the same time, the pupils of the martial god giant under the platform lit up, as if he had woken up from ancient history. A mysterious smoke also filled the air. Bang, he moved as fast as lightning, his fist was like a world, that fist instantly appeared in front of Yuanian. That fist could destroy a world. Oh no. Yuanian's face changed drastically. He never thought that the giant would be so terrifying. He anxiously retreated and burned his realm essence. Only then did he barely avoid the fist. However, the wind from the fist also seriously injured him. I give up. I give up. Yuanian shouted anxiously. Suddenly, a light barrier fell from the sky and enveloped Yuanian, protecting him. You're eliminated. At the same time, the mysterious old man's voice also floated out. Hearing that, Yuanian's face instantly turned pale. He had worked hard for 100 years just for this moment. However, all his hard work was in vain because he was eliminated in an instant. The irony was that he was so proud before, mocking others as good-for-nothings. However, he was the good-for-nothing now. Then, the light brought Yuanian up. Linling looked at him mockingly and said softly, "You're just a good-for-nothing." Such words were undoubtedly rubbing salt on the wound. Yuanian was so angry that he gritted his teeth, but he did not dare to do anything. Previously, it was Yuanian who pushed Linling into the limelight. Now, Linling would definitely return the favor. Haha. Soon, a lot of mocking laughter came from the surroundings. However, they also began to look at the sky. Don't underestimate the martial god giants. Although they are puppets, their combat power has reached the true immortal realm. Underestimating them is courting death. Moreover, the goal of the test is not to defeat them, but to fight with them for half an hour. That's how you pass. The mysterious old man said. Hearing that, Yuanian was stunned. He felt something sweet in his throat and spat out a mouthful of blood. This was because he thought that the test was to defeat the martial god giants. Who knew that he only needed to fight with them for half an hour? He was too anxious. Bang, after spitting out another mouthful of blood, Yuanian fell down and fainted. A cultivator must be as calm as a mountain. I didn't even finish explaining the rules before you jumped off the platform. It's obvious how impatient you are. No wonder you were eliminated. In the sky, the mysterious old man said disdainfully, "Let me say one last thing. These martial god giants have participated in the Great War of the Myriad Worlds, and they have destroyed a world with a single punch. Therefore, only by knowing your enemy and yourself can you win every battle." Just like a little friend from before, he could tell that they were martial god giants at first glance. This shows that he is bold and cautious. The little friend he was talking about seemed to be Linling. Many people were jealous because Linling was praised by a mysterious old man. He was too lucky. As for the high platform in the distance, Xianxia and the others had ugly expressions. They never thought that among the tens of thousands of geniuses, Linling would be the first to be praised by a senior from the resplendent academy. I was just lucky. At this moment, Linling raised his head and looked at the sky. This is not a fluke. Only when you know more can you be familiar with things. Little friend, you are neither arrogant nor impatient. Very good, very good. I think you will pass. Terrifying martial god giants immediately, more and more eyes looked towards Linling, mixed with envy. Even Yu Linglong, Blue Enchantress, and the others were the same. As for the Moonlight Swordsman and the other geniuses in the first row, besides envy, there was also jealousy and anger in their eyes. Alright, I've said what needs to be said. 10 platforms, begin the combat strength assessment. The cages on the platforms opened and the death god giants walked out, their cold eyes looking towards the platforms. Immediately, many people shivered. Those eyes were emotionless, cold, and filled with a steely killing intent. Then, the participating disciples leapt off the platforms. Since they were here, they might as well give it a try. However, as they landed on the platforms, they realized that the aura of the platforms was even more terrifying. 3 people's legs were already shaking. This was an extremely shameful situation. There was even one person whose pants were wet. The smell of urine wafted out, causing many people above to laugh out loud. The assessment hadn't even begun yet and these people had already lost the strength to fight. They were destined to fail. Of course, their reactions were normal to ordinary people. After all, facing a true divinity realm powerhouse, no one could remain calm, and this was indeed the case. One of them had been killed by a single fist of the martial god giant, turning into a bloody pulp. It was an extremely cruel and brutal scene. The main reason was that facing the martial god giant's fist, he had been scared witless. If he didn't move then he would have undoubtedly died. Another person shouted out that he forfeited and was finally saved, but one of them managed to escape from the platform. Your reaction speed is quite fast. Unfortunately, you left the platform, so you were eliminated. The mysterious old man lightly said. In truth, the remaining 7 people weren't much better off. They cried out again and again, constantly dodging the attacks of the martial god giant. Their cultivations were at the 2nd level of the World King realm and their movement martial arts weren't too strong. They were soon overtaken by the martial god giant. As for a head-on collision, there was no need to mention that. This was simply impossible. They began to be eliminated one by one. Not bad, you managed to last for 10 moves. Unfortunately, there's still a bit of time left before an incense stick of time. You're eliminated. Just a bit more. You were too pleased with yourself before and ended up failing. Remember, on the road of martial arts, don't think you've won until the final moment. In the end, out of the 10 people, only 1 passed. From this, one could see how difficult the test was. Those who failed could only go back and cultivate bitterly. Then, they would have to wait for another 100 years before they could try again. Sir Lin Ling, how can we possibly pass? Especially since I'm not proficient in movement techniques. If we go down, we'll definitely die. On the platform, Go Boy looked at Lin Ling helplessly. Falling Flowers Flowing Water Sword also shook his head. Even if I'm good at agility martial arts, the martial god giant's speed is so fast that I can't beat him. I estimate that I can only hold on for half an hour at most. They had all lost their confidence. Hearing this, Lin Ling's gaze swept across the crowd and finally landed on Xianxia Ge. Ge, you might be able to pass. What? Everyone cried out in alarm. The blue enchantress thought that Lin Ling was bragging again. She could tell that Xianxia Ge didn't have much combat experience. As for his talent, she couldn't tell. However, the probability of him passing the test was probably lower than Falling Flowers Flowing Water Sword and the others. You're fooling us. In the end, the blue enchantress frowned. In fact, the others also thought so, but they didn't dare to say it. Xianxia Ge, go to platform 7. Anyway, there's no one going there now. Lin Ling shook his head and didn't explain. Instead, he looked at Xianxia Ge and said. Xianxia Ge frowned slightly, but revealed a beautiful smile. Okay. Although she didn't think that she could hold on for half an hour, she believed in Lin Ling's words. Then, she jumped down to platform 7. Many people exclaimed. They didn't expect that little demoness to be so bold. The blue enchantress and the others opened their mouths wide. They wanted to say something, but they couldn't say anything. They could only say that Lin Ling had killed Xianxia Ge. Haha, some people are really vicious. They even harm their own people. Maybe he wants others to test the waters for him. At this time, a sarcastic voice sounded out. The one who spoke was a youth wearing a white robe with maple leaves embroidered on it. Lin Ling had seen this person before. He seemed to be called the Moonlight Swordsman. And he seemed to be one of the top geniuses in this examination. Of course, he had the strength of a 5th-stage world king. This strength was enough to be proud of. However, Lin Ling was puzzled. He didn't have any interactions with this person, so why did he speak with such sarcasm? Suddenly, he saw someone beside the Moonlight Swordsman. It was Yuan Yan. That disgraceful fellow had woken up again. Moreover, on the other side of the Moonlight Swordsman, there were a few people who were familiar with him. Lin Ling had heard of 2 of them before. One was Luo Lu from the Only Commandery, and the other was Master Qian, the #1 swordsman in the Tating Commandery. These two commanderies always had a grudge against Lin Ling, so they must be fanning the flames. Despicable. After the Moonlight Swordsman spoke, another person spoke out. It was White Bird. These top geniuses were supposed to be the most dazzling, but now, the most dazzling one was Lin Ling. They definitely didn't like him. Those fellows from the Martial God Battalion are all despicable. They like to stab others in the back. This Lin Ling is even more so. Now that Yuan Yan had a powerhouse by his side, he felt a lot more confident. When he saw Lin Ling looking at him gloomily, he immediately smiled and said, "You're angry because I exposed your plot, right? Haha, Gong Yang Jiang, if you follow him, sooner or later you'll be killed by him." His words could be said to be sowing discord, however, Lin Ling quickly revealed a disdainful smile and said, "You said that I'm harming her. Well then, let's have a bet. If she passes safely, then you, Yuan Yan, will fight with me. After the assessment? A battle of life and death. Do you dare?" Lin Ling's voice was loud and clear as he challenged Yuan Yan again. In this way, he had already challenged 3 people. No one had expected Lin Ling to be so arrogant. He had simply ignored all the other geniuses. For a moment, many people were even more displeased with Lin Ling. Of course, the self-righteous people didn't realize that they had disliked Lin Ling from the beginning. Therefore, there was no need for Lin Ling to show them any respect. "Do you dare?" Lin Ling shouted angrily again. Yuan Yan's face was pale. He had fought with Lin Ling before. How could he be a match for Lin Ling? At this moment, he was undoubtedly furious, but he couldn't vent his anger. One could imagine how he felt. "If you don't dare, then I'll only use one hand. Do you dare?" However, Lin Ling was aggressive. He wanted to humiliate Yuan Yan even more. "Only use one hand. This guy is courting death." Hearing this, many geniuses said disdainfully. They thought that Lin Ling was simply overestimating himself. Just when they thought that Yuan Yan would agree, however, Yuan Yan's body trembled as if he was hesitating about something. In the end, he remained silent. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. You don't deserve it. Lin Ling was used to Yuan Yan's reaction. In the vast universe, there were many people like Yuan Yan. They were the type of people who sowed discord. When it came to a real battle, they were more cowardly than anyone else. Strength was the best way to deal with such people. The surrounding people were also looking at Yuan Yan. Based on their understanding of him, this genius from the Great Yuan Mansion was not weak. Although he was not as strong as the first and second geniuses, he was still ranked in the middle among the crowd. However, Yuan Yan did not dare to fight even when the other party was giving him a handicap of one arm. This was too disappointing. Coward. Many people looked at Yuan Yan, and their expressions changed. In the world of martial arts, being afraid of a battle was undoubtedly the most shameful thing. The surrounding gazes made Yuan Yan tremble, and his eyes became gloomier. "I actually don't have much enmity with you. If you and I both take a step back, then we'll mind our own business. However, you're being aggressive. Let me tell you, you want to play with me? You're not worthy." Bang! At this moment, Lin Ling's eyes were cold, and he spat out a sentence coldly. The moment he beat the Ask the Heavens war drum, he knew that if he wanted to wash away the shame of the past, he had to move forward bravely. Eliminate. Everyone was eliminated, therefore, Lin Ling had to be more determined. "You don't deserve it." Bang! The whole square was filled with Lin Ling's voice, which was as tyrannical as endless thunder. "I don't deserve it." Bang! Yuan Yan muttered to himself. He raised his sinister eyes and stared at Lin Ling. However, he lowered his head in the end. He did not know why, but he still did not dare to fight with Lin Ling. Is it fun to bully a coward? If I play with you, do I deserve it? Bang! Suddenly, a cold voice sounded. It was White Bird. He did not expect Lin Ling to be so arrogant. How dare he be so arrogant in front of him? Haha! Bang! Lin Ling laughed loudly. In fact, he wasn't surprised that these people were targeting him. After all, compared to Yi Xiaoxiao and the other 2 last-generation disciples, anyone would side with Yi Xiaoxiao. However, in Lin Ling's opinion, if he was afraid of these geniuses, then how could he seek revenge against Tian Liuli? Moreover, in front of Li Xiaoyao, no one had the right to call themselves a genius. You're not worthy either. Lin Ling sneered and spat out another sentence. Every word struck at the heart. I'm not worthy either. Whitebird froze. He coldly glared at Lin Ling. He was a genius at the 5th level of the World King realm and also one of the top geniuses. He thought that even if Lin Ling didn't fear him, Lin Ling would still consider him a formidable opponent. However, this was all his wishful thinking. Lin Ling said that he was not worthy. Are you saying that only senior brother Xianxia and the others are worthy? Another voice sounded. It was the Moonlight Swordsman. He seemed to be unhappy too. You are only on the same level as Yuan Ian. Lin Ling nodded, directly admitting to this. This fellow. The entire square was stirred up once more. Everyone narrowed their eyes. If even the Moonlight Swordsman and the others weren't worthy of being Lin Ling's opponent, then there was no need to mention anyone else. This meant that Lin Ling was telling everyone that he was the number one person in this examination. This sort of arrogance was enough to stand above 10,000 worlds. What an arrogant youth. At this time, in the skies, the mysterious old man was hidden in the clouds, his face filled with surprise. This was because the geniuses of 10,000 worlds and the geniuses of Martial God World had gathered in this examination. If an ordinary genius were to encounter such a scene, how could they dare to be arrogant? Only a genius with absolute confidence in themselves would dare. Thus, he didn't know if Lin Ling was being arrogant or if he had absolute confidence in himself. However, he could see that Lin Ling's temperament was filled with arrogance. Ancestor Dragon Granny, is this the genius you recommended? He is indeed different from ordinary people. Then, the old man looked to the side and said. There was an old woman standing on top of a huge golden carp. She nodded slightly. She was Ancestor Dragon Granny. This little fellow actually dares to challenge the last generation disciples. I'm looking forward to it. Ancestor Dragon Granny smiled faintly. All these years, she had been paying attention to Lin Ling, so when Lin Ling came to the Resplendent Academy, she personally came. In fact, the mysterious old man was also looking forward to it. After all, the Resplendent Academy was a place to recruit geniuses. As long as you had the strength, the Resplendent Academy would also focus on nurturing you. They would even give up some last-generation disciples for some geniuses, although the rules were somewhat cruel. In this world, the strong preyed on the weak. There was no fairness. Compared to their thoughts, the entire square was filled with countless complaints. Bastard. Yes. If senior brother Xianxia hadn't threatened to kill him, I would have definitely taken action. Yes. Let him be arrogant, he might not even pass the examination. Yes. Many people shouted angrily, their anger soaring to the sky. Your mouth is very powerful, but let's talk after you pass the examination. The white bird's eyes had a strange light, like the eyes of a divine eagle, but he still swallowed his anger, because he guessed that Lin Ling knew he was going to die, so he was provoking him, making him violate the Resplendent Academy's rules and attack. He definitely wouldn't fall for this kind of provocation. Wait until you are eliminated. At that time, you will discover that your current declaration is actually equivalent to slapping your own face. The Moonlight Swordsman had almost attacked, but at this moment, he also put his sword back into the scabbard. You say my mouth is powerful, but aren't you all the same? If you have the ability, then fight now. If you don't dare, then shut up. Lin Ling mocked, retracted his gaze, and looked below the platform. That fearless appearance undoubtedly made everyone's faces turn sinister again. However, right now, they could only wait. Look, that's the Three Realms Ghost Emperor. Hey! At this moment, someone pointed at one of the platforms and let out a cry of surprise. The Three Realms Ghost Emperor, his name was very resounding. In fact, he was a very young youth. This person had a small reputation in the Western Kingdom. He was the master of 3 realms, meaning that he controlled 3 realms. Bang bang bang, however, facing the martial god giant, the 3 realms Ghost Emperor also failed. He was stomped into meat paste by the martial god giant. He died extremely miserably. Even the 3 realms Ghost Emperor was defeated. This combat strength test is so difficult. Many people's faces were ashen. Suddenly, someone laughed sinisterly. That little beauty is going to die. She is very close to Lin Ling. Once this was said, many people rejoiced in other people's misfortune. Because on platform number 7, Xianxia was in the middle of the test. Her situation is getting more and more dangerous. At this moment, the blue enchantress couldn't bear to watch any longer, and she spoke from Linling's side. Because Xianxia had been forced into a corner by the martial god giant, and a single punch was all it would take to destroy her. If it was any other time, the blue enchantress would definitely curse Linling. However, Linling's strong resistance against the geniuses made her somewhat afraid of Linling. This is the martial god giant. Yes. Linling ignored the blue enchantress. He stood at the edge of the platform and looked down indifferently. Whoosh, on the platform below, Xianxia was in a sorry state. As she breathed, her full breast swayed. However, she saw the youth above. The youth's face was very calm, and his eyes were filled with confidence. Xianxia had passed. Giant martial god? What is Linling trying to say? Xianxuan's eyes flickered. Suddenly, her expression changed slightly, and then she revealed a beautiful smile. Linling had told her that the giant martial god was a puppet, so she understood what Linling meant. Roar. Almost at the same time, a huge fist blasted over, mixed with the aura of the sun, moon, and stars. Haha, to be able to see a beauty die, this is not bad. Even the ghost emperor of the 3 realms died, how can she be an exception? Many perverted people licked their lips as they spoke. As for Tang Yue and the others, they cried out in alarm and became even more worried. Only Linling was still confident. But at this moment, Xianxia made her move. A strand of colorful flames appeared. She raised it and smashed it at the giant martial god. This method was somewhat immature, causing many people to laugh at it, because it could not hurt the giant martial god at all, and the truth was indeed so. The mysterious flame did not hit the giant martial god at all. Instead, it floated to the ground and emitted crackling sounds. Trash's woman is also trash. Seeing this, the white bird could not help but mock. However, something strange happened. The giant martial god actually retracted his fist and pounced on the mysterious flame, extinguishing it with a punch. However, just as the flame was extinguished, another flame rose up. This time, it was on the other side, and it swayed as if it was declaring war on the giant martial god. Roar. The giant martial god was provoked. He let out a furious roar and chased after the flame. He extinguished the flame with a punch, but at this moment, more flames appeared around him, causing the platform to become gorgeous. Boom. Boom. The giant martial god immediately attacked the flames crazily, as if he wanted to destroy all the flames. What happened? This giant martial god seems to have gone crazy. Seeing this scene, many people opened their mouths wide. It was too strange. Xianxuan was almost defeated, but at the critical moment, the giant martial god seemed to have gone crazy, allowing her to escape. This was earth-shattering. Damn it. Yuanian spat out a sentence. He was very unhappy. This was because he was the first to be eliminated. However, Linling's woman was still alive. This kind of treatment made him seethe with anger. Roar. At this time, the martial god giant let out another roar. An ancient aura spread out and actually extinguished all the flames on the platform. At this moment, many people finally let out a sigh of relief. That beautiful girl deserved to die. The combat strength assessment is over. Xianxuan has passed. However, at this moment, a majestic voice suddenly rang out, causing everyone to be stunned. Then, veins popped out on their foreheads. He passed. That beautiful girl was about to die in the next moment. Who would have thought that she would survive this ordeal? This was too inconceivable. Moreover, they could all see that the beautiful young girl didn't have much combat experience. She was ranked at the bottom among all the geniuses. Yeah. At this moment, Xianxuan let out a cheerful sound. Although the sound was pleasant to the ears, it was undoubtedly ironic when it fell into the ears of the crowd. Then, a ray of light immediately brought Xianxuan away from the platform. Amazing. Xianxuan, how did you do it? Falling flowers, flowing water, and sword all laughed. They were happy for Xianxuan. Xianxuan looked at Linling gratefully and said with a smile, ask him. At this moment, everyone looked at Linling, especially the chess boy and the others. Their eyes were full of enthusiasm. Was Master Lin Ling really that amazing? As for the people around them, they were all like ducks who had been grabbed by the neck. Their faces were as ugly as eggplants because they still couldn't understand how the beautiful young girl passed. Could it be that the martial god giant saw a beautiful girl and held back? This seemed to be impossible. Lin Ling, what did you do? Yuan Yan's face was gloomy and he couldn't help but shout angrily. That was because he had failed. However, Lin Ling's woman had succeeded. He couldn't stand such a stark contrast. Didn't you say that she was trash? Now that she has passed, don't you think that you're worse than trash? Lin Ling said without looking at Yuan Yan. In fact, his words were directed at all the people who had mocked Xianxia. They were worse than trash. The anger in the square suddenly became more vigorous. Lin Ling's words had scolded everyone. Damn it. Others are taking the test, and you're gloating. Did you come here to see others fall? If you're in such a mood, why don't you pay more attention to the test? At this time, the mysterious old man reprimanded, causing many people to hold their breaths and finally become silent. Lin Ling looked at Yuan Yan disdainfully, then whispered to falling flowers, flowing water, and sword. Their eyes gradually lit up. Senior, I want to take the test. They started to get restless and came out to take the test one by one. At this moment, those who didn't have a certain level of confidence didn't dare to take the test on the 10 platforms. Their appearance undoubtedly attracted countless eyes, because these people who were about to take the test were Lin Ling's friends. They must die. Regardless of whether it was jealousy or jealousy, many people said coldly. What a joke, this test only allowed 1 out of 10 people to pass. Sometimes, all 10 people would be defeated. However, Lin Ling's friends wanted to pass all of them. That was a dream, therefore, all the geniuses were waiting for a good show, including the Moonlight Swordsman. What a strange guy. His friend's cultivation isn't high at all. Unless they have great talent, they won't be able to pass at all. But why did he let his friends take the test? Yu Linglong, who had been silent, also spoke. At first, she disdained to look at Lin Ling, but now she couldn't help but look at him in the eye. Of course, even Blue Vixen was the same. Most importantly, Tang Yue had also taken the test. She wanted to stop her, but Tang Yue seemed to be very confident. Now, she could only wait and see. On the platform, Luo Hua Lu Shui and the others landed and looked at the martial god giants solemnly. Roar. The martial god giants attacked, and their aura shook the heavens and earth. It was certain that if these martial god giants were placed in the sacred rainforest, they could destroy it with one punch, and countless people would be buried with them. Go to hell. Quietly staring at the platform, someone couldn't help but roar. However, something strange happened. Luo Hua Lu Shui and the others didn't use their unique skills. Instead, they were all dancing and even the chess boy was making faces. As for Tang Yue, she was jumping up and down. Seeing this, the square was silent. What were those guys doing? Kill them. More people roared, but the martial god giants weren't controlled by them. Instead, they stood there quietly, and their cold eyes flickered as if they were thinking about something. Time passed bit by bit just like that. Finally, a martial god giant moved and rushed forward. However, Dmo, who was below the platform, threw a gong and drum. It hit the ground and made a clanging sound, which made everyone even more puzzled. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. All of them passed the test bang. However, soon, everyone saw what the gongs and drums were for. Dmo, who had given up on the platform, chased after the gongs and drums and smashed them with a punch. Clang. However, as soon as the gongs and drums were smashed, other people recognized them, causing the platform to ring continuously. For a time, those martial god giants chased after the sound. Time passed faster and faster. While everyone was dumbfounded, a voice suddenly rang out. 30 minutes have passed, they have passed the test. Boom, the voice was like a stone that stirred up 1,000 ripples. That was because all of Lin Ling's friends had passed the test. At this time, all the geniuses in the square were so angry that smoke came out of their heads. That was because those who had passed the test were not at a high level. How could they have passed the test? Senior, they cheated. Someone shouted. It was Yuan Yan. In fact, he was the most unwilling. Why do you say that? A voice came from the sky. Those martial god giants did not attack them at all. They must have done something. Senior, please eliminate them. Yuanian raised his head and said. His words were also what everyone was thinking. Hehe, treasures and weapons are not allowed in this test, but do you think gongs and drums are weapons? The voice from the sky was sarcastic as it floated down. That's not it. Yuanian did not understand what those gongs and drums were for, but he was sure that they were not treasures. I know that you are unwilling, but I have said before the test that you should know your enemy and yourself. That is the only way to pass the combat strength test. You should think about who your opponents are, and then think about how they passed the test. The old man's voice carried a hint of reprimand. Of course, he also looked at Lin Ling with admiration. Then, he smiled and said, Ancestor Dragon Granny, this kid that you recommended is very careful and has sharp eyes. Hehe, I did not expect him to use this method. The Ancestor Dragon Granny said with a smile. To be praised by the old man meant that her vision was extremely good. Lin Ling was indeed a good seedling. At this moment, everyone in the square was still puzzled. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, Puppets, puppets, is this the reason? Puppets aren't humans, nor are they divine beasts. Sometimes, they can't tell the difference between an enemy and an inanimate object, so they can be treated as toys. This is also the reason why Tang Yue and the others threw gongs and drums, made funny faces, and jumped up and down. It's because they are playing with the puppets. Someone else spoke up. They seemed to have understood something. In the end, the puppet was still controlled by the person. If no one was controlling it, the puppet would not be able to differentiate between friend and foe. Therefore, it was very easy to deceive them. The geniuses in the previous tests were all fighting, the geniuses, and had fought young geniuses. At this time, the whole square was dead. Everyone looked at Lin Ling in shock. They did not expect Lin Ling to come up with such a plan. His eyesight was too sharp, because through Lin Ling's calm analysis, he was more familiar with the martial god giant than any of the geniuses. Tang Yue and the others looked at Lin Ling with admiration because Lin Ling had reminded them of this. It was no wonder that Xianyuan was the first to pass the test. Because Xianyuan was like a little she-devil, and she was the best at playing tricks on others. So, she was the first to understand the meaning of the test. So that's how it is. Envious. I'm so jealous. They all passed. Unfair. That's too unfair. If we knew this information, we could pass too. Then, many people said unwillingly. Their voices were mixed with disdain. Lin Ling looked at the crowd and said with even more disdain, Do you think there are ifs on the path of martial arts? As soon as he said this, no one in the square could refute him. There were no ifs on the path of martial arts. They saw that Lin Ling did it simply, but without Lin Ling, how could they do it? Moreover, if there were ifs, then there wouldn't be so many people dying in this merciless world. For instance, take Lin Ling. If he knew that Tian Liuli would harm him, why would he have helped her that day? Thus, there were no ifs on the path of martial arts. No one could refute Lin Ling's words, but they were even angrier. After all, they were all geniuses of their respective worlds and were proud and arrogant. When had they ever been trampled on by others? And most importantly, the one who had trampled on their dignity was only a second-level world king. Humph, no matter what, it's enough that we can pass. At this time, someone coldly snorted and leapt off the platform. Seeing this, Lin Ling sneered. He lightly said, The first person to eat the crab can obtain a good harvest, but the second person might not. After many people leapt off the platform, they discovered that Lin Ling's trick didn't work. This was because although the puppet's intelligence wasn't high, it wasn't dead. It could be tricked once or twice, but it wouldn't be tricked a third time. Roar. In fact, because they had been tricked before, those martial god giants were enraged. Their auras became even more terrifying. Those that participated in the test were immediately annihilated. In the skies, the mysterious old man sneered. These fellows were forever impatient. They deserved it. As for the geniuses in the square, they were all stunned. Then, they flew into a rage out of humiliation. They discovered that throughout the entire test process, they had been completely controlled by Lin Ling. What a bunch of trash. But at this time an indifferent voice floated out. The Moonlight Swordsman had attacked. Relying on unorthodox methods, you won't be able to go far. Some people shouldn't be arrogant and complacent just because they are a little clever. He had 2 swords hanging from his waist. He walked out and walked towards the platform. Hearing this, Lin Ling revealed a stunned expression. Was he arrogant and complacent? He had only helped Tang Yue and the others pass. He hadn't even spoken much during the entire process. However, he was too lazy to explain anything. Moonlight Swordsman, let them see how fierce you are. Seeing the Moonlight Swordsman about to take the test, many geniuses immediately shouted out. They hoped that the Moonlight Swordsman could smoothly pass the combat strength test. The Moonlight Swordsman didn't say much. He leapt off the platform, roar. At this time, the martial god giant was in a berserk state. But, the Moonlight Swordsman didn't evade. Instead, he used a sword to resist. Maple leaves fluttered out in a gorgeous manner. The platform turned into a world of maple leaves. It was beautiful. Clang, as the sword slashed out, a terrifying world essence roared. The Moonlight Swordsman was at the 5th level of the World King realm. In addition to his sword Daoan talent, he was locked in a fierce battle with the martial god giant. Fierce, he is indeed worthy of being ranked as the #1 genius. Everyone cheered again and again. It was as if they were elated. Before, many of them hadn't been able to pass. Only Lin Ling's side had passed. Thus, they had been suppressing their anger. But now, the Moonlight Swordsman had helped them vent their anger. Moreover, he hadn't relied on any unorthodox methods but true strength. Pass. A madman who had lost all reason. Thank you for letting me win. The Moonlight Swordsman elegantly put away his sword and then leapt off the platform. Although he was a bit out of breath and his face was a bit pale, this didn't prevent the entire square from being filled with sounds of worship. The main reason was that up until now, the Moonlight Swordsman was the only one that had been able to meet the martial god giant head-on. Lin Ling, did you see that? Without your crooked methods, someone from our side still managed to pass. Yuanian proudly said to Lin Ling as he felt his entire body relax. Lin Ling faintly smiled. He shook his head and said, "You didn't pass, so why are you so happy for others? Moreover, did I say that others couldn't pass?" As these words fell, Yuanian was left speechless, unable to refute. Yes, he was thinking of suppressing Lin Ling's arrogance, but he didn't think that he himself wouldn't pass either. Then, why was he so happy? The crowd also fell silent. They thought that Lin Ling would fly into a rage out of humiliation, but Lin Ling's response was too calm, as if he already knew that someone would pass. This made them feel as if they had used all of their strength but had only hit cotton, and with the Moonlight Swordsman's dazzling attack, everyone else's confidence seemed to rise. One after another, they went to take the test. Of course, there were still many that failed and few that passed. Gradually, the first row of powerful geniuses stepped forward. These geniuses were also at the 5th level of the World King realm. Placed in the myriad worlds, they were equal to divine existences. Of course, facing mortals, they were like gods. But facing those that were on par with them, they were still humans. They would have emotions, unwillingness, and anger. This was the limit of one's vision. Yu Linglong was the second to meet the martial god giant and also proudly pass. Next was White Bird. Even Blue Enchantress went to take the test. Although she didn't meet force with force, she still barely passed. Like this, geniuses and mediocre geniuses were separated. Of course, this was normal. When the geniuses of the myriad worlds met the native geniuses of martial god world, they didn't have the qualifications to shine. The geniuses of martial god world were naturally much better than them. They could be called proud sons of heaven. When will we also have such strength? When that time comes, we will be able to bring glory to our ancestors and return home. The geniuses in the first row all passed the combat strength assessment. I'm so jealous. That's nothing. They were the only ones who could resist the martial god giant, and the geniuses in the second row relied on dodging and stalling for time to pass. As for the others who just barely passed, there's no need to even mention them. Part of it was luck. Luck is also a part of one's strength. In any case, as long as one can pass, we will be envious. Voices rang out from the square, making those who passed even more dazzling. Lin something, didn't you say that we're not worthy? Do you still dare to say it now? At this moment, an arrogant voice interrupted the shouts. It was White Bird. He had his hands behind his back and was looking at Lin Ling like a king, and the person he was talking about was naturally Lin Ling. Ironically, he didn't even bother to know Lin Ling's name. This showed how arrogant he was. That's right. Didn't he proudly say that he wasn't worthy? Now, it seems like he doesn't even dare to participate in the test. The martial god giant has become much more cunning. His tricks are no longer useful. How pitiful. He helped his friend pass, but now he's in danger. Many people looked at Lin Ling with strange smiles. In their opinion, Lin Ling was only at the second level of the World King realm. If he wanted to pass with this level of strength, that was nothing but a fool's dream. The focus of the square fell onto Lin Ling once more. Lin Ling shook his head. He really couldn't understand why these people had so much free time to pay attention to him. It was just as that mysterious old man had said. Rather than wasting time watching others fall into dire straits, it was better to spend more time bitterly cultivating. Only then would others look at you with eyes of worship. Perhaps this was also the reason why they were so weak. As for these voices, Lin Ling was too lazy to bother with them. He looked up into the skies and said, "Senior, I want to go to Platform 7 for the test." Platform 7, are you sure? The old man in the skies was a bit surprised. After all, there were some loopholes in the combat strength test. For instance, the more people there were, the more damaged the martial god giant would be, making it easier to pass. But, the martial god giant on Platform 7 was in its peak condition. Going there to take the test was extremely unwise. I'm sure. Lin Ling nodded, his voice thick with confidence. The old man was silent. This was because he could see that Lin Ling was only at the second level of the World King realm. He didn't know where this confidence came from, but he still nodded. Wah, going to Platform 7? Is this fellow looking to die? Without any suspense, cries of alarm rang out from the square. In their opinion, Lin Ling was definitely looking to die. He would definitely be in a difficult situation. Tang Yue, he seems to have lost his reason. Aren't you going to persuade him? Blue Enchantress's lips moved. She pulled on Tang Yue's sleeve, but Tang Yue shook her head. If he wants to die, then I'll just watch him lose face. In truth, although her words were fierce, she was actually bitterly smiling in her heart. This was because she knew that it was impossible for her to persuade Lin Ling. As for the Moonlight Swordsman and the others, they crossed their arms across their chests, watching from afar. This fellow seems to have lost his reason. Even I don't dare to meet the martial god giant on Platform 7 head-on. Those martial god giants are formed from cosmic meteorite copper. They can resist the powerful strength of world essence. Moreover, these giants have countless enchantments carved into them. Unless one is a true divinity realm powerhouse, if one wishes to defeat these martial god giants, they will have to rely on a world enchantment master. I'm actually worried that if that boy dies on the platform, then senior apprentice brother Xianxia will be enraged. They casually spoke, as if they could already see Lin Ling's fate. At this time, Lin Ling arrived at the platform. He looked over and saw a giant standing in the distance. His eyes were cold and emotionless. Standing there, he was like an ancient martial artist that split the heavens and earth apart. An ancient aura spread out from the platform. However, Lin Ling's expression was calm, like an ancient well without any ripples. It was as if the one in front of him was not a giant, but a doll, a docile kitten. This boldness left many people secretly surprised. He moved. At this time, someone shouted. The martial god giant took a step forward and attacked like a whirlwind. His fist seemed to carry the sun, moon, and stars. His steps seemed to tread on the universe, his aura rising steadily. Walala, that fist was unstoppable. The martial god giant was famous for his powerful defense, but even so, his fist was not something that a World King realm powerhouse could block. Just as everyone thought that Lin Ling would escape in a sorry state, Lin Ling also moved. He took a heavy step forward, as immovable as a mountain. His palm shook and the aura of divinity and demon spread out, turning into a palm that fiercely resisted that fist. From afar, one was a giant fist and the other was a thin and weak palm. The two were not on the same level at all. Bang! The terrifying attacks collided, causing the platform to shake. Lin Ling's complexion changed. His palm turned into a fist and he ruthlessly punched out. Everyone felt as if his arm was a dragon, crazily sweeping out. This fellow. Shit. At this time everyone was looking at Platform 7. Their faces were filled with surprise. This was because they never thought that Lin Ling would choose to meet the martial god giant head-on. This fellow was simply a madman. Violent destruction of the war god, he is courting death. Yes. The Moonlight Swordsman narrowed his eyes. But, this was indeed the case. Because in the next moment, a figure was sent flying backwards, smashing into the stone walls and causing rocks to fall down like rain. Lin Ling had been sent flying backwards, he had collided with the giant war god. This result was already foreseen by everyone. Awesome! Awesome! However, from the rubble, a loud roar sounded out. Then, a figure shot out like a cannonball. Pung! A surging fist came crashing down. This fist contained the strength of 5,000 universes. This was the limit of Lin Ling's divinity and demon body. He was well aware that the giant war god's defensive capabilities were extremely strong and didn't fear world essence attacks. Thus, physical attacks were undoubtedly more effective. Rumble, rumble, rumble. They collided once more. Dust exploded from the platform like a tornado. But, Lin Ling was still sent flying backwards. Moreover, he was likely severely wounded. This caused the corners of many people's mouths to curve into sneers. However, what they didn't know was that even though the giant war god's defensive capabilities were strong, how could Lin Ling's be weak? Die! Die! The people above clenched their fists, shouting out loud in their hearts. But in the next moment, another figure shot out from the dust. It was Lin Ling. Bang! Seeing this, many people's hearts thundered. They had never seen such a freakish madman before. Could it be that he wanted to defeat the giant war god? This was simply something that could only be discussed in the middle of the night. The Moonlight Swordsman and the others had ugly complexions. Although they were the only ones that dared to clash with the giant war god, everyone could see that not only was Lin Ling doing so, but he was also suppressing the giant war god, who in the World King realm would dare to do such a thing. At this time, Lin Ling's entire body was relaxed. This was the first time he had met an opponent with a strength of 5,000. He almost couldn't help but roar out loud. Of course, in these repeated collisions, he had also been heavily wounded, but his fighting spirit boiled over even more. This was also because he discovered that his first dantian was beginning to quietly revolve. He was getting closer and closer to the third stage of the World King realm. Again. Roar. Roars came from the platform as if two indomitable giants were confronting each other. Their fists and palms broke through the sky, rocks continued to fall, and dust continued to spread. The entire platform was almost covered by dust. The old man and ancestor dragon Granny in the sky were also shocked. However, they also discovered that Lin Ling's advantage was his physical body. In fact, with this advantage, Lin Ling could definitely pass the assessment. What a strange fellow, entering the Tao with his fleshly body! The old man exclaimed in admiration. Boom! Boom! The time it took for an incense stick to burn seemed very short, but at this moment, it felt as long as a century. After a long time, the sound finally stopped. However, the square was completely silent. Countless people stared at the dusty platform. They were somewhat nervous and wanted to know the final result. He must be dead. Yuan Ian muttered to himself. He didn't realize that his palms were already full of sweat. If you keep talking nonsense, don't blame us for killing you. Tang Yue and the others immediately counterattacked, seething with killing intent. But, their eyes were filled with worry. They couldn't understand why Lord Lin Ling would crazily clash with the martial god giant. However, the platform was covered in dust. When they looked down, they couldn't see anything. Someone came out. Someone. Finally, someone cried out in alarm. From the dust, a black shadow shot out. Moreover, it came closer and closer until it finally appeared in front of everyone's eyes. It was Lin Ling. At this time, his clothes were in tatters and his body was covered in blood. But, he stood there like a pine tree, like an invincible god of war. Chi. Many people sucked in a breath of cold air. This fellow hadn't died? Lin Ling, congratulations on passing and becoming the person with the best score in the combat strength assessment. The old man's voice floated out from the sky, a trace of shock in his voice. What? He has the best score in the combat strength assessment? Based on what? We also clashed with the martial god giant. Moreover, we weren't as distressed as him. Whitebird immediately said, unwilling to accept this. But in fact, everyone could see that Lin Ling was suppressing the martial god giant, while they were defending and clashing head-on. The two concepts were different. May I ask, how many moves have you exchanged with the martial god giant? At this time, the old man asked. I have 30 moves. I have 50 moves. Yes. Whitebird and the others immediately spoke. They puffed out their chests and looked extremely proud. He has exchanged 500 moves, and 300 of them were launched by him. The voice in the sky sounded again, but it was like a bomb, causing the square to wriggle. The expressions of Whitebird and the others changed drastically. That madman, after all, the assessment was considered to have passed by enduring the time. Generally speaking, after they exchanged a move, they would have to rest for a few breaths of time. In the end, they would only exchange 20 to 30 moves. However, Lin Ling had exchanged 500 moves, and the time he had spent was only the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. It was terrifying just thinking about it. This meant that Lin Ling had not rested at all and had fought head-on to the end. This is a battle between men. Yes. Hearing these words, some young girls looked at Lin Ling in amazement. At this time, Lin Ling's image was infinitely magnified in their hearts. Even so, what use is that? After exchanging 500 moves, he was beaten to the point of vomiting blood? As for us, we were completely unscathed. It's clear who is more distressed. The Moonlight Swordsman said, still unwilling to accept this. To lose to a second-level World King Jr., he would never do that. That's right, being distressed is losing face. Whitebird echoed. But just as they finished speaking, the old man in the sky lightly said, is that so? Then, please look towards the platform. At this time, the dust on platform 7 had already dispersed. As everyone looked over, they were immediately shocked to the extreme. They saw that there was no longer a martial god giant on the platform, only a pile of scrap iron. Moreover, it was dazzling to the eye and there were even clear fist marks on the copper and iron. Lin Ling, he had actually defeated the martial god giant. In that instant, everyone looked as if they had seen a ghost. This was simply unprecedented. This was because Lin Ling had actually defeated a true Divinity Realm martial god giant. This freak, it was as if a pebble had been thrown into a calm ancient lake. Endless ripples spread out, the Moonlight Swordsman's pupils widened. Before, Lin Ling had said that they weren't worthy, and now it seemed that they really weren't worthy. Impossible, you are only at the second level of the World King realm. After a moment of silence, Whitebird couldn't accept this reality. He glared at Lin Ling and said, speak, how did you defeat the martial god giant? His attitude was aggressive, as if he wanted Lin Ling to speak. Hearing this, Lin Ling's eyebrows furrowed together. But soon he sneered, I punched him 500 times, that's all. I punched him 500 times, that's all. The entire square echoed with Lin Ling's heroic voice, that's all, that's all. As for the others, let alone 100 punches, they might not even be able to punch once. Moreover, even if they were lucky enough to punch out 100 times, could they be as crazy as Lin Ling and punch out 500 times in a row? Talent assessment. In the beginning, many people disdained Lin Ling because they felt that Lin Ling was too ordinary. Since his strength was ordinary, he should keep a low profile. But now, they realized that this unknown youth was indeed extraordinary. Although this did not mean that Lin Ling was stronger than all the geniuses, at least he was not mediocre. This guy is actually a world spiritist. As for the mysterious old man in the sky, he said in astonishment. Only he saw how Lin Ling destroyed the martial god giant. Otherwise, how could he destroy the martial god giant? On the side, Ancestor Longpa smiled faintly. They could naturally see that Lin Ling could not destroy the martial god giant with his strength. However, Lin Ling was a world spiritist. His 500 punches seemed useless, but in reality, every single one of them had landed on some spirit formation. In the end, he had destroyed the spirit formation with brute force. That was how he had destroyed the martial god giant. It could be said that if Lin Ling was not a world spiritist, he would definitely not have been able to do that. From the looks of it, he is at least a green-robed world spiritist. The Resplendent Academy cannot miss such a genius. After that, the old man said excitedly. As for Yi Xiaoshou and Mai Zi, who were watching from afar, their expressions were somewhat gloomy. They had never imagined that Lin Ling would be able to blossom with such brilliance among tens of thousands of geniuses. Not only had Lin Ling passed the battle power assessment, he had even become number one. This was disadvantageous to them because if Lin Ling was too dazzling, he would be valued by the seniors of the academy. There is still one more assessment. If he fails, he will definitely be eliminated. Xianxia said indifferently. I wonder what level his talent is. My Z's eyes were also cold. The plaza was still filled with discussions and was extremely lively. The topic of discussion was undoubtedly about Lin Ling. No one had expected that Lin Ling would suppress all the geniuses in the manner of an overlord. This guy broke through the martial god realm with brute force. The blue enchantress looked at Lin Ling in horror. She thought that the lord above Tang Yue's head was only SOSO, but now she realized that she had once again underestimated Lin Ling. It was no wonder that the mischievous Tang Yue would submit to Lin Ling. Awesome. My lord, watching your fist shatter the martial god giant made my blood boil. Falling Flowers Flowing Water Sword said with incomparable admiration. That won't be easy. I just want to see what this martial god giant is made of. Lin Ling changed into a clean robe and shook his head with a smile. The main reason why Lin Ling had destroyed the martial god giant was because he wanted to see how strong the barrier of the martial god giant was. It would also be helpful to him. Pervert. Is that why you tore that thing apart? The chessboy and the others trembled and shook their heads helplessly. If Lin Ling was interested in the resplendent academy one day, wouldn't he tear down this ancient academy as well? Their lord was really a freak with a unique way of doing things. While they were talking, on the other side, the Moonlight Swordsman and the others had gloomy expressions. They, the first row of geniuses, were now being trampled under Lin Ling's feet. However, there's still one more test. At this moment, they only had one last chance because they didn't want to be trampled on by Lin Ling. In fact, they didn't know that with Lin Ling's current strength, he had no interest in bullying them because Lin Ling disdained it. Everything was caused by their self-righteousness. Disciples who have passed the previous test, prepare for the final talent test. After resting for a moment, a dignified voice came from the sky. Moreover, a middle-aged man wearing a standard robe appeared out of thin air. He had 2 strands of beard on his face and looked wise and mighty. A pair of sword-like eyebrows were currently looking indifferently at the square. For the sake of fairness, the 2 tests were presided over by different people. Let me remind you, don't think that passing the combat strength test means that you've completely passed. Regardless of the result of the combat strength test, if you fail the talent test, you'll return to the round. Someone shouldn't get carried away. His voice was low, but he seemed to be talking about Lin Ling, because in the combat strength test, Lin Ling was the most dazzling. Hee, it's Senior Zhang. Xianxia immediately started laughing from the distant spectator stands. Senior Zhang had a strange temper, and he was the hardest to please. Xianxia had suffered quite a bit of trouble when he'd just entered the academy, but Senior Zhang didn't make things difficult for him anymore after he gave Xianxia a huge amount of divine crystals. Lin Ling had been so dazzling before. Based on Senior Zhang's eccentric personality, he would definitely make fun of Lin Ling unless Lin Ling gave away divine crystals to curry favor with him. In fact, many young geniuses had secretly given away divine crystals for this test. Of course, the young geniuses who gave away divine crystals were all local geniuses of the martial god realm. They had their own connections. If the geniuses of other realms wanted to give gifts, they wouldn't be able to find anyone. Moreover, if the gifts were too cheap, Senior Zhang wouldn't be interested in them. At this moment, Lin Ling's expression didn't change. He looked indifferently at the sky. He also knew that the middle-aged man seemed to be talking about him. When the middle-aged man saw that Lin Ling was neither arrogant nor humble, he frowned slightly and secretly cursed, "What an untactful brat." Because after he spoke, Lin Ling should have immediately flattered him and secretly told him that he, Lin Ling, had already understood the meaning behind his words. After the test, the treasures would be delivered to his door. However, Lin Ling's reaction was very calm. Therefore, he knew that the young man wouldn't give him any treasures. Senior is right. We will definitely listen to Senior's instructions. Compared to Lin Ling's lack of tact, the Moonlight Swordsman and the others understood and flattered each other. The middle-aged man secretly nodded. The test this time is the 3 Lotus. If you want to pass, you must cultivate on the 3 lotus for the time it takes 3 incense sticks to burn. The middle-aged man's voice floated out, the square was silent, and then there was an uproar. It was actually the 3 lotus. This was a test of talent. Lin Ling, what is the 3 lotus? Xianxia said nervously. Lin Ling smiled and explained, before we came, didn't we see an old man cultivating on a lotus? That was the 3 lotus. This lotus was born in the chaos of the universe. It was the same as the martial god tree. The difference was that it could continuously provide spiritual energy in the universe, increasing the speed of one's cultivation. However, there was a prerequisite, and that was that one's talent must be high enough. Otherwise, it would be easy to go berserk. Hearing this, Xianxia nodded in understanding. You mean, if one's talent isn't high enough, they won't be able to last 3 incense sticks and will be eliminated? Yes. However, if one's talent is high enough, they can use this lotus to break through to the next realm. Lin Ling revealed an interested expression. Because, he could use this opportunity to break through to the next realm. Only this little ambition? Everyone who comes to Resplendent Academy has great ambitions. Some people come to take the test to break through to the next realm. This martial path won't go far. As if he heard Lin Ling's words, the middle-aged man sneered and narrowed his eyes at Lin Ling. Senior Zhang, maybe some people's talent is very ordinary. If he is going to be eliminated, then he must be taking advantage of the academy and borrowing treasures to cultivate. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations fight for first place. Embarrassing. He thought that Lin Ling was going to be eliminated, but he took the opportunity to break through to the next level. Lin Ling, on the other hand, was going to be eliminated. I think his talent is at most a 5th grade Xian body. A 5th grade Xian body can barely pass. However, if his state of mind isn't good, he might not be able to last 3 hours. Let's see how arrogant he can be in this round. Whitebird and the others also let out a cold laugh, as if they were elated. Lin Ling didn't refute. After all, words were useless. Only strength could prove everything. As for talent, he had too many. His godly demon body was 5th grade, the space-time flame was 9th grade, and as for the 1,000-elephant demonic eyes, he was too embarrassed to use it because it would be too much of a blow to the geniuses around him. Since it's the final assessment, why don't we have a bet to see who will be first in the talent assessment? Then, let's start a bet. At this moment, Yuan suddenly smiled and looked at the middle-aged man in the sky. The middle-aged man nodded secretly. A bet would definitely bring in divine crystals. Naturally, he wouldn't stop it. Up to you. However, for the sake of fairness, I'll be the banker. The middle-aged man said faintly. After pondering for a while, he announced the bet. Moonlight Swordsman 1, Whitebird 1, Yu Linglong 1, Guru Qian 1, 2, Lua 1 Sierra Leonean Leone, 2, Blue Enchantress 1. Everyone could see that the geniuses in the first row were 1 because they had the highest chance of winning and the lowest odds. Of course, there were risks. For example, Moonlight Swordsman, Whitebird, Yu Linglong, etc. Who would be first would depend on luck. As for the geniuses in the second row, their odds were higher. Next were the other geniuses who had passed. Among them, Lin Ling's odds were 130. It could be seen that Senior Zhang didn't think highly of him. Of course, under such circumstances, no one would bet that Lin Ling would be first. As for Senior Zhang, he would definitely win unless a dark horse appeared. Of course, such a thing was extremely unlikely. Therefore, he smiled with satisfaction. No expert would complain about having too many divine crystals. After all, it was related to one's strength, and even he was no exception. After that, the square became more and more lively. Regardless of whether they were going to be assessed or eliminated, they all placed their bets. To those young geniuses who'd been eliminated, even though they'd been eliminated, their trip wouldn't have been in vain if they'd won some divine crystals. Right at this moment, a tender voice suddenly resounded. I'll buy Lin Ling for 200,000 divine crystals. This voice was like a stone that stirred up 1,000 ripples because there was actually someone betting on Lin Ling. Instantly, everyone looked over and realized that it was Xianxia. In fact, it was all the divine crystals that Lin Ling had obtained from the martial god barracks. Wow, this beautiful girl is crazy. Many people cried out in surprise. 200,000 divine crystals wasn't a small amount. This was practically gifting money to Senior Zhang. I'll also buy Lin Ling for 200,000 deity crystals. This time, it was Tang Yue. As the little princess of Square Commandery, she was not short of money. The crowd was in an even greater uproar. The middle-aged man secretly smiled. In the blink of an eye, he'd received 400,000 divine crystals. Not bad at all. Playing with money, haha, I'm not afraid of anyone. I'll bet on Lin Ling for first place, 1 million divine crystals. However, before the first wave had subsided, another wave arose. Gong Yangjiang, who'd been silent all this time, suddenly opened his mouth. He wasn't strong and had only come to join in the fun. However, at this moment, he finally shone with dazzling brilliance. 1 million? There was no one who wasn't shocked, no one who wasn't moved. Even the middle-aged man couldn't help but laugh. He said indifferently, "Do you have so many divine crystals?" "I'm Gong Yangjiang, the son of a branch of Fu Xing House in Qingzhou. You tell me whether I have it or not. If you don't believe me, you can take my name to Fu Xing House and ask. I think it's worth at least 10 million divine crystals." Gong Yangjiang raised his chin and said proudly. In terms of strength, he was inferior to others, but in terms of wealth, he wasn't afraid of anyone. Hearing this, many people instantly became envious. If they had the money, their strength would have been greatly improved. Unfortunately, Gong Yangjiang was a good-for-nothing. He had a mountain of treasures but didn't know how to use it. "Okay, then you can place your bet." Senior Zhang was overjoyed and nodded lightly. "We'll also bet on Lin Ling." Falling flowers, flowing water, and the others spoke one after another. Although they didn't have much money, they would still support their lord. What a bunch of idiots. Betting on themselves is more like betting on Lin Ling. They have a lot of money. Let them be. They'll cry later. Many geniuses sneered. They could already see Lin Ling being eliminated and going bankrupt. Of course, senior brother Xianxia was also waiting for Lin Ling. Therefore, it was extremely good for Lin Ling to hand over the divine crystals before his death. Among everyone, only Lin Ling's friends were betting on Lin Ling. However, the bet couldn't be underestimated. It had reached more than 1 million divine crystals. As for Ancestor Dragon Granny and the others in the sky, they were somewhat unhappy. Zhang Wen was very snobbish. As long as he presided over the assessment, it would definitely be related to the divine crystals. However, this didn't violate the rules of the assessment, so they couldn't do anything about it. Ancestor Dragon Granny, that little guy called Lin Ling, what grade is his talent? I took a look before. It seems to be a 5th grade Xian body. His talent is in the body refining Dao. A 5th grade Xian body. I'm afraid it'll be difficult for him to get first place. The two of them looked at each other and couldn't help but sigh. Lin Ling had many mysterious aspects, but his talent was obviously his weakness. Okay, everyone get ready. At this moment, Senior Zhang saw that the situation was about right. He gently waved his right hand, and suddenly, a large number of lotuses floated out. These lotuses were antiques and extremely precious. They belonged to the Resplendent Academy. Thousands of lotus flowers floated to the ground, turning the square into a world of thousands of lotus flowers. Beautiful clouds and mist quietly drifted out. These 3 lotus flowers were connected to the primal chaos of the universe, and they could continuously absorb the primal chaos of the universe. Seeing the treasure, many people became excited. They couldn't wait to cultivate on the 3 lotus. After all, this kind of opportunity was extremely rare. Lin something, you said that we weren't worthy before. After that, your performance in the combat strength assessment was indeed not bad. But now, do you still dare to say that we're not worthy? When walking towards the 3 lotus, Whitebird looked indifferently at Lin Ling. We should be the ones saying that he's not worthy. At the side, the Moonlight Swordsman smiled disdainfully. Then, he looked at Whitebird and said, "You'd better not be distracted by external things. Be careful, I'll beat you. Then let's see who's more powerful." Whitebird immediately retracted her gaze and retorted without showing any weakness. Obviously, the two of them had already disregarded Lin Ling. Although they didn't know Lin Ling's specific talent, they could guess that Lin Ling had a 5th grade Xian body. Most people only had one type of talent. Those who had two types of talent were the top 10 geniuses in the Azure province. At the very least, they wouldn't appear in this square. Translator, Transin Editor, Transin Talent Assessment. Tang Yue, why did you bet on him? Blue Enchantress asked Tang Yue as she stared at the 1,000 lotuses in front of her. Although she thought that Lin Ling was very powerful, talent was not a miracle. It was fixed and could not be changed in a short period of time. Therefore, she thought that Tang Yue was too stupid. Previously, when she saw Tang Yue betting, she almost became impulsive, but in the end, her reason prevailed over her impulse. I can't let my lord lose face. If I lose money, then I lose money. Anyway, I can't lose my momentum. Tang Yue shrugged her shoulders and said. Her words seemed lazy, but in fact, she was standing on Lin Ling's side. Lin Ling did not hear the two whispering. His eyes suddenly flashed as if he thought of something. He quickly asked Falling Flowers and Flowing Water Sword to come over and whispered to them. That's fine too. Listening to Lin Ling's whisper, Falling Flowers, Flowing Water Sword and the others suddenly cried out in alarm. This was because Lin Ling had taught them a set of martial arts. Although this martial art would not allow them to become first place, it would not be difficult for them to last for 3 incense sticks of time. Go. Go. Lin Ling did not explain much and waved his hand with a smile. He only needed to ensure that Xian Yuange passed the assessment. Then, Lin Ling's eyes began to burn. The 3 Lotus assessment this time was very rare. His main goal was to break through the realm. As for first place, with those bets, he was determined to get it. After the assessment, disciples sat on the 3 Lotus, the square was even more like a fairyland. Colorful ribbons waved, making the assessment disciples look more elegant. As for the eliminated disciples, they looked at the scene with envy. If they passed the combat strength assessment, it would mean that they could also appear on the dazzling martial stage. Boom! At this moment, a deafening roar sounded, the square changed, everyone saw that they were in the world of the universe. Their surroundings were pitch black, and there were only specks of light in the distance, and this was the chaos of the universe. Some geniuses were even able to see their hometown. Is this the power of the 3 Lotus? The exclamations gradually increased. Then, they saw thousands of lotus flowers floating in the starry sky. It was incomparably dazzling. Streaks of dragon-shaped chi revolved around the lotus flower. They were of various colors and were extremely colorful. The 3 Tao Lotus was able to match a martial artist's talent and provide a corresponding amount of spiritual energy. However, the spiritual energy came from the primal chaos of the universe, so it was enormous. Those without talent would find it difficult to support it. Puff, someone coughed out blood and opened his eyes. His eyes were filled with unwillingness, that was because he couldn't withstand the powerful chi. He was going to be eliminated. Ah, I must persevere. The young genius roared, but reality had defeated him. With a boom, the 3 Tao Lotuses erupted with a terrifying shockwave that blasted the young genius out of the lotus. Eliminated, the first genius youth to be eliminated was born. Many people sighed when they saw this. That genius young man passed the combat strength test, but he lost in the talent test. 3rd grade Xian body, no wonder. In a distant place, the mysterious old man indifferently said. As if there was a beginning, more and more geniuses were eliminated. In the blink of an eye, 100 people had been eliminated. A few devastatingly beautiful girls directly cried out after being eliminated. Pear blossoms with tears, it was truly moving, however, no one laughed at them. Because to be able to sit on the 3 Tao Lotus, they were prouder than many others. Whoosh, at this moment, Lin Ling was on a lotus flower in the distance. The lotus flower was sacred and had mysterious ribbons curling around him. It caused his slender eyelashes to flutter slightly, however, his chiseled face was still as calm as an ancient well. An endless stream of spiritual energy flowed into Lin Ling's body. This spiritual energy was the most ancient spiritual energy in the universe. It was extremely pure. At this moment, Lin Ling heard the sound of all things. He heard the breathing of the world, Tao, the primal chaos of the universe. This was a martial comprehension that was even more profound than the laws of heaven and earth. In the past, Li Xiaoyao also pursued this comprehension. Unfortunately, he didn't have the opportunity to cultivate the 3 Tao Lotus. It was a huge regret. At this time, Lin Ling's Omega Sword Tao also quietly rose. And within his dantian, the world spirit began to rumble. as if a new world was being born, rumble rumble rumble. Moreover, it didn't last for long. The third great world essence power was born, third stage of the world king realm. Lin Ling was overjoyed. But, he also felt that everything was happening naturally. This was because he wasn't too far away from breaking through to begin with. He suppressed the aura of his breakthrough and continued to cultivate, making it so that those in the distance didn't notice him. This was because this was an opportunity that couldn't be missed. What he needed to do next was increase his Omega Flame Dao. Omega, this was a boundary of martial arts that could give birth to the power of chaos. He already had the Omega Sword Dao and it was at the microscopic boundary. But, the Omega Flame Dao hadn't been born yet, and with this boundary, a martial artist's martial arts would be slightly stronger than an ordinary person's. It would increase their strength by at least 30%, rumble rumble rumble. At this time, Lin Ling's second Dantian began to rumble. This was a fire attribute world spirit Dantian, but, the Omega Flame Dao was born at this time. No one saw that the 3 Dao lotus beneath him had quietly changed. The spiritual energy that flowed out was multicolored. His second Dantian was also crazily rising, however, no one noticed any of this. Everyone's eyes were focused on the others. This was because the time limit of 3 incense sticks was approaching. That can't be, right? Those friends of Lin Ling's haven't been eliminated. Yuan Yan's gaze was fixed on the 1,000 Dao lotuses. At this time, he cursed out in jealousy. He constantly shouted in his heart, fail, fail, fail. Because he had failed, he didn't want others to pass as well. This sort of jealousy could be called twisted and abnormal. However, in reality, Tang Yue and the others who were sitting cross-legged on the 3 Dao lotus were still as motionless as a mountain. Their talent was also quietly revealed. Falling Flower Water Sword was a 5th grade profound body, Tang Yue was a 6th grade profound body, the others were also in the 5th grade range. With a profound body of this level, as long as they were careful, they could still pass. In addition, with Lin Ling's previous cultivation method, their chances of passing were even higher. Look at that beautiful girl over there. Suddenly, someone let out a cry of horror. This was because someone saw that Xianyuange's talent was displayed. It was a 7th grade profound body, and it looked like her potential was not weak. TSK, I don't know what kind of talent this is, but I'm sure that she's definitely a good seedling. Fire talent? Is it the wind and cloud phoenix flame? Or is it the ancient orchid cloud-breaking flame? At the same time, the ancestor dragon granny and the mysterious old man laughed in surprise. No matter what, they were sure that the girl's talent was definitely not weak. It seems like we've underestimated her. Many geniuses also exclaimed, and their eyes were filled with admiration. From their perspective, mediocre people were not worthy of attention. For example, Lin Ling's talent was not strong, but his arrogance was high. That would only make the crowd attack him. However, if he displayed great talent, then he would be admired and worshipped. Now, Xianyuange had clearly convinced them. Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor, Nioibo Studio. The first row of geniuses was tit for tat. Haha, what a disgrace. Not long ago, he ranked first in the combat strength assessment. Now, he has ended up like this. How sad. Even his girlfriend is more powerful than him. I wonder if he has any sense of shame. He is not worthy of that little beauty. Based on my experience, it won't be long before his little beauty falls into the hands of someone else. Then, he will be even more miserable. Many people laughed at his misfortune. In reality, such things had happened many times. Couples who were originally in love with each other would have a meteoric rise because of one party's strength. As long as the woman was snobbish, she would abandon her original lover and pursue a more arrogant man. Although this was shameful, it was also human nature. Therefore, Lin Ling would definitely end up like that. Of course, the crowd soon ignored the handsome young man. It was as if the young man had fallen from the altar. In fact, they did not know that Xianyuange's talent was improved by Lin Ling. 3 incense sticks. Time is up. All the geniuses who are still in the 3 Dao lotus have passed. After a while, Senior Zhang said indifferently. Without a doubt, there were sounds of envy from all around. Those who passed the talent assessment could not help but laugh. Lin Ling also passed. Moreover, none of his friends were eliminated. Seeing this, Yuan Yan was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. His eyes were red with envy. Yeah, he passed. I can't hold on anymore. The spiritual chi from the 3 Tao Lotus is getting stronger and stronger. Enough is enough. Those geniuses who passed the test left the 3 Tao Lotus one by one. Those who stayed were those with excellent perseverance and wanted to compete for the first place. At this moment, many people's emotions were stirred. Who would take the first place? Look, Lin Ling is still persevering. I didn't expect that he would not leave even after passing the test. He is really shameless. Shameless. Suddenly, someone looked at Lin Ling who was in the corner and said, his perseverance is not bad. Unfortunately, it is useless. Many people thought that Lin Ling was still persevering because of his perseverance. This was because Lin Ling did not display any powerful talent from the beginning to the end. It seemed like he only had a 5th grade Xian body. This is also very good. Perseverance is an essential factor for a martial artist. In the distance, the ancestor dragon Granny chuckled. Lin Ling, this brat, had everything a genius needed, but his talent was a little weak. However, the path of martial arts was so long, who could guarantee that Lin Ling would not be reborn in the future? He ranked first in the battle strength assessment, but his performance in the talent assessment was very ordinary. His mentality will definitely be affected. After he leaves the 3 Tao Lotus, let's comfort him. The mysterious old man said. Even if he fails, he doesn't need to be comforted, because he isn't the kind of person who easily gives up. Ancestor Dragon Granny shook her head. Obviously, both of them thought that the next stage had nothing to do with Lin Ling. They were afraid that Lin Ling would suffer a blow, so they said that. Alas, I failed. At this time, another person left the 3 Tao Lotus. They were the geniuses in the second row. Blue Enchantress was also among them. Her face was filled with helplessness. This was because the spiritual energy from the 3 Tao Lotus was getting stronger and stronger. Wave after wave, it was like a shocking wave, making it difficult for her to persist. This Lin Ling is still persisting. Blue Enchantress came to Tang Yui's side and looked around. After discovering that one person was missing, she could not help but exclaim in surprise. Lord's perseverance is naturally not comparable to ordinary people. Falling Flowers Flowing Water Sword and the others said solemnly. This was because they were also surprised by Lin Ling's perseverance. It's a pity that his talent is a little weak. Otherwise, everything would be perfect. Blue Enchantress's beautiful eyes flickered. In her eyes, the cold blue-robed young man sat cross-legged on the ancient lotus, like an ancient well without any ripples. This made her quietly moved, because, to be able to persist until now, there was no need to say more about his perseverance. Therefore, she felt that the blue-robed young man was as indifferent as the clouds. He looked ordinary, but if you looked carefully, you would find an indescribable charm. What's the use of perseverance? However, at this moment, an untimely voice sounded. It was Yuan Yin. He knew very well that perseverance could only allow Lin Ling to persist for a while. In the end, he would fade away. The reason why Lin Ling persisted was that he did not want to be trampled on by others. After all, not everyone could withstand such a great rise and fall from being the number one not long ago to his current decline. After he leaves the 3 Tao Lotus, I will ask him properly why we are not compatible. Moreover, the great rise and fall would not only affect the martial artist's mentality, but the mockery and ridicule of outsiders would also be a blow to the martial artist. It was human nature to watch a good show, therefore, many people had already begun to prepare to ridicule Lin Ling. Look over there. At this moment, someone exclaimed in shock, causing everyone's eyes to lock onto the most dazzling 3 Tao Lotus. On one of the 3 Tao Lotus, a young lady with an alluring aura sat cross-legged. Her black hair danced in the wind, like a fairy from the 9 heavens descending to the mortal world. Above her head, an ancient and vast universe world appeared. She was the genius in the first row, Yu Linglong. TSK, she actually stimulated the universe. Her talent is very magnificent. Senior Zhang could not help but exclaim in admiration because he knew that it was the Zhongyu Lingyu body, which had reached the terrifying 7th grade. Moreover, this talent could still be improved, but like other Xian body talents, the improvement was very slow and required luck. 7th grade talent, the strongest talent at present. Many people exclaimed in admiration. Based on this, one could tell the difference between a genius and a mediocre person. Wait, the white bird world has appeared. It's so beautiful. However, this was not the only thing that made people envious. On the other side of the three-dao lotus, countless white birds as smooth as jade flew up and circled around the three-dao lotus, sprinkling down countless diamond stars. It was very beautiful, as if it was the purest thing in the universe. Looking at the owner of the three-dao lotus, it was the heavenly quartz white bird, turning a bird into a human. The current him displayed a terrifying talent, 3,000 blackbird body. 8th grade Xian body, boom, it was like a silent thunderclap, causing the hearts of many geniuses to rumble. At this moment, they had no choice but to accept it. Looks like this junior brother of mine is going to blossom in the resplendent academy. In a distant place, Yi Xiaoxiao nodded in admiration. 8th grade Xian body, and it had not reached its limit yet. If it reached its limit, even a true immortal realm expert would be killed. This first place, I want it. While the crowd was still in shock, the white bird opened its eyes and said indifferently, that's right. Confidence, incomparable confidence. Even at this moment, everyone thought that he would definitely take the first place. 8th grade Xian body? Yu Linglong's origin was extraordinary, and her body was precious. At this moment, she seemed to have suffered a blow. The clash between two top-notch geniuses. In the previous combat strength assessment, she wasn't number one and lost to an unknown youth. Now, she seemed to be suppressed in the talent assessment. Master said that talent is only one of the factors. Perseverance is also very important. I still have hope. Yu Linglong clenched her teeth. Unfortunately, her perseverance was indeed good, but compared to Lin Ling, who started from scratch and had seen countless storms, her perseverance was like child's play. Therefore, she was defeated not long later. She spat out a mouthful of blood and helplessly left the three-dao lotus. One of the geniuses in the first row was eliminated. It seemed like White Bird was going to be number one. White Bird, White Bird. Seeing this, voices of admiration immediately sounded out from the surroundings, especially from some young girls. Their eyes were filled with fervor as they stared at the White Bird. White Bird was too handsome. At this moment, the stage belonged to White Bird. This caused some geniuses to be ignored, and Lin Ling was one of them. Of course, at this moment, instead of looking at Lin Ling, why not look at the other genius in the first row? Because only he had the qualifications to compete with White Bird. That person was the Moonlight Swordsman. Seeing off the guests on the first night of the Xianxia River, maple leaves and flowers rustle in autumn. Almost as soon as everyone's gazes shifted, a desolate sound drifted out from the world around them. Maple leaves sprinkled down in the world around them, forming a desolate scene like the falling leaves signifying autumn. I walk the world alone, like maple leaves. Maple leaves are the great Tao of the world. Thousands of maple leaves swirled and formed a dragon dance, causing the three-dao lotus in the distance to bloom with dazzling light. The Moonlight Swordsman's talent was the immortal maple depressing physique. It was an extremely ancient talent. It was said that this talent gathered all the depressing aura in the world. The stronger the depressing aura, the stronger the power. There was once a magnificent feat of destroying the world. When the depressing aura was depressing and depressing, one sword could break the world. Another 8th grade talent. Senior Zhang exclaimed. The Moonlight Swordsman's master was one of the top 10 sword immortals of Qingzhou. Indeed, like master, like disciple, at this moment, everyone's attention was undoubtedly attracted by the two ancient lotuses. Both of them are the most dazzling geniuses of the younger generation. Who is number one? Why is it that their age is similar to ours, but their talent and strength are so much stronger than ours? I think the Moonlight Swordsman is number one. Intense voices and boiling blood flowed in each genius body. Because they were the most dazzling geniuses in the world. Moonlight Swordsman. At the same time, White Bird looked at the Moonlight Swordsman calmly. His eyes were filled with battle intent. White Bird of the Heavenly Court, I have long heard of your great name. Among the younger generation in the 1,000 years of cultivation, you are one of the most important opponents for me. Come, let's fight. The Moonlight Swordsman raised his eyes and looked at White Bird. Their gazes were like intense sparks that clashed madly in the chaos of the universe. The clenching, saw swordsman SA matched S. This was because this was their martial dais. In fact, at this moment, in the eyes of the Moonlight Swordsman, only each other was their opponent. They wanted to eliminate each other and walk into a wider world. 2. As. Both of them were persevering. They wanted to see who could last longer. The spiritual energy from the 3 Tao lotuses was even more majestic. It was hard for the two to hold on, but they weren't willing to be the first to give up. Not only were they resisting the spiritual energy from the 3 Tao lotuses, but they were also using their talent auras to clash. It formed a terrifying shockwave that shocked countless people, but at this moment, a soft voice sounded. "Look, there's another figure in the 3 Tao lotuses." The moment this was said, the entire world went silent. Countless people's eyes trembled. On the ancient lotuses, other than the 2 most dazzling geniuses, there was another person sitting cross-legged. He was wearing a blue robe with his long hair tied behind his head. His handsome face was filled with determination. He was Lin Ling. He hasn't failed yet? Everyone's heart was like thunder. Lin Ling's talent wasn't as good as White Bird and his background was unknown. However, he had persevered until now. This guy. Even Ancestor Dragon Granny and the others in the distance had just noticed Lin Ling previously. Their gazes had been attracted by White Bird and the others. As for Blue Enchantress and the others, they were all shocked. How embarrassing. This is a talent assessment, not perseverance. Don't disturb their competition. Senior Zhang shouted angrily. He seemed to be upholding justice, but in fact, he was very unhappy with Lin Ling. If Lin Ling became first, he would lose big. Most importantly, White Bird was a member of the Heavenly Court and had a powerful background. The Moonlight Swordsman was the disciple of one of the top 10 sword immortals in the Qing province and also had a noble status. But what was Lin Ling's background? He was only a member of the martial gods camp. From a certain perspective, he couldn't compare to White Bird and the others, because the martial gods camp was only a military camp of the Great Azure Divine Dynasty. If there was really a need for help, White Bird and the others would obviously be more helpful. Lin Ling was obviously unable to help, therefore, Senior Zhang couldn't wait for Lin Ling to disappear from his sight. If you know what's good for you, scram immediately. Although he didn't dare to disturb Lin Ling's assessment, his words were very rude. Too much. Falling flowers, flowing water, and the others narrowed their eyes. It was a critical moment now. A sudden breeze could affect the results of the entire assessment, so words could naturally affect others. What a disgrace. Get lost. What's perseverance? This is a talent assessment. This Lin Ling is really a disgrace. But after a moment of silence, many geniuses also reprimanded. They wanted to see White Bird and the others compete, not Lin Ling's perseverance and support. Moreover, in their hearts, Lin Ling's background wasn't as noble as White Bird and the others. What's more, Lin Ling's silence was probably because he wanted to take advantage of the situation. His intentions were vicious. Unfortunately, the surrounding voices didn't affect Lin Ling at all. The main thing was that his ultimate flame Dao had reached a critical moment. What a tenacious cockroach. But do you want to take advantage of us? You're not worthy. At the same time, White Bird also looked at Lin Ling with disdain. He actually used the aura of his talent to suppress Lin Ling. Haha, this is first place in the combat strength assessment? I didn't expect you to be so down and out. Don't tell me you did something that angered the heavens and caused you to fall from the stage. That Moonlight Swordsman also said indifferently with a mocking look in his eyes. You want to take advantage of us? You're not worthy. Following his words, thousands of maple leaves fluttered and started to affect Lin Ling. It could be said that if it was anyone else here, they would definitely vomit blood and suffer from qi deviation, because both of their auras were affecting Lin Ling. And with Senior Zhang's words, it could be said to be a triple attack. Translator, Trans and Editor, Trans and Lin Ling unsheathed his sword, pop. Pop, pop. 3,000 white birds and a sky full of maple leaves swept towards Lin Ling. At this moment, Lin Ling's body was affected by the aura and began to sway slightly. His expression was still calm, but there was a trace of blood flowing down from the corner of his mouth. He naturally sensed that White Bird and the others had attacked. However, he had reached a critical moment in comprehending the ultimate flame Dao, so he had to endure. In fact, he had been enduring since the beginning of the assessment. However, was it possible for ghost genius Li Xiaoyao to endure such humiliation? to put it bluntly, they were not worthy. However, no one knew what Lin Ling was thinking at this moment. Everyone wanted Lin Ling to give up. How tenacious. Don't you have any sense of shame? Of the two of them, one is from the heavenly court, and the other's master is the master of Qingzhou. They are fighting, but a cockroach like you wants to disturb them. Don't you think it's embarrassing? You should give up. Senior Zhang sneered and said indifferently. His words were very sinister. If one's mentality was unstable, they would definitely be affected and even feel inferior. Damn it. Seeing this, Falling Flowers and Flowing Water Sword shouted angrily. Was this assessment fair? Could it be that they were afraid that Lin Ling would take first place, so they joined forces to suppress Lin Ling? Zhang Wen. However, at this moment, an ancient voice sounded. The voice was mixed with anger, causing Zhang Wen's expression to change slightly. He did not speak again, because he knew that the person who spoke was Ancestor Longpa and the others. Obviously, he had overstepped his authority. However, although he did not speak to affect Lin Ling, White Bird and the others would not let Lin Ling off. Waves of aura once again engulfed Lin Ling. The crowd saw that Lin Ling's body was like a fallen leaf in a storm, swaying with the wind. At this moment, some girls secretly sympathized with Lin Ling. He did not have good talent, but he had perseverance. He had persevered until now with his perseverance. However, others bullied him because he did not have talent and were targeting him. Unfortunately, even though they sympathized with him, there was nothing they could do. Because this world was a place where the strong preyed on the weak. Rumble, the terrifying aura was unstoppable. In addition to the spiritual energy of the 3 Tao lotuses, it made people suspect that if Lin Ling didn't give up, he would be crushed to pieces, and yet, Lin Ling, who was in the middle of the tempest, finally smiled. Although his eyes were closed, the corners of his mouth curled up into a cold smile. This was because he had finally comprehended the ultimate flame Tao, and it was at the same level as the ultimate sword Tao. The arcane realm, boom, his eyes opened, and in that instant, the entire universe shook. Wave after wave of powerful aura began to spread out. The people around were still thinking that Lin Ling was about to be eliminated, but when they saw this scene, they immediately felt like ducks being held by their necks. It was because Lin Ling stood up on top of the 3 lotuses. His blue robes fluttered in the wind. His hands were behind his back, and his long hair fluttered in the wind. It was as if he was standing in the universe, looking down on the world. More importantly, the crowd realized that Lin Ling had broken through. He had reached the 3rd level of the World King realm, and it was because of the aura of his breakthrough that he was able to block White Bird's aura. To use the 3 Tao lotuses to break through, this was the first person to do so since the beginning of the talent assessment. This caused the entire universe to fall silent. My lord. Falling Flower Flowing Water looked at this man, his eyes filled with excitement. They were well aware that Lord Lin Ling didn't want to provoke anyone. But because of Yi Xiaoshou and the others, Lord Lin Ling had become a thorn in everyone's side since the beginning of the talent assessment. Many people thought that Lord Lin Ling was too arrogant, and in addition to his outstanding background and talent, Lord Lin Ling had no advantage at all. Thus, everyone was dissatisfied with Lord Lin Ling. They wanted to see Lord Lin Ling put on a good show. However, facing all of this, Lord Lin Ling never gave up. In fact, the more people looked down on him, the more they mocked him. This actually encouraged Lord Lin Ling to become stronger, and now, Lord Lin Ling still stood there, his back straight. He didn't admit defeat, nor did he compromise. He is so strong. Even Blue Enchantress was moved. Lin Ling. Xianyuange's eyes were wet with tears. This was because she knew that the geniuses around her had great backgrounds. Each one of them was a master of a world. They were all pressuring Lin Ling, but Lin Ling was still able to persist. This wasn't easy at all. I don't understand why you all oppose me at every turn. A terrifying aura emanated from Lin Ling's body. His indifferent eyes swept around and he coldly spat out these words. Wherever his eyes passed, those geniuses that mocked Lin Ling shut their mouths. They didn't know why they didn't dare to mock him, but Lin Ling's left eye was too demonic. What is your background? What is our background? What is your talent? What is our talent? Don't you know your own limits? However, the others didn't dare to speak, but White Bird and the rest did. White Bird of the Heavenly Court shouted angrily. In fact, he had long found Lin Ling an eyesore. Especially after Lin Ling obtained first place in the combat strength assessment, his anger towards Lin Ling had reached its peak. My background is from the martial gods camp. I can't compare to you guys, but you think you can bully and mock me just because of that? Could it be that only people with great backgrounds like you can obtain glory in this assessment, and no one else is allowed? Lin Ling looked at White Bird and said indifferently. It seems like you still don't understand what it means. Then let me tell you. Your talent and background are inferior to us. When we bully you, you can only swallow your anger and not refute us arrogantly like before. A person who doesn't know his own limits won't be able to go far. The Moonlight Swordsman also said indifferently. Hearing that, many people shook their heads, thinking that Lin Ling was spouting nonsense. They even thought that Lin Ling was very foolish to ask such an idiotic question. If Lin Ling had powerful talent and outstanding background, who would dare to bully Lin Ling? However, Lin Ling didn't have that at all. Then Lin Ling should be humble and not make an enemy of the world and rather die than submit. Haha. However, Lin Ling's hearty laughter was soon heard from the void. To be honest, I understand your words. If you don't have strength, then you're a lowly dog. If you don't have a backer, then you're a lowly slave. However, what I don't understand is why you can bully me, mock me, and target me. Even that idiot presiding over the assessment is the same. Don't tell me that the other people's talents are better than mine? And I'm trash? Lin Ling's indifferent voice drifted out, causing the chaos in the universe to become even quieter. Zhang Wen's expression was extremely cold because Lin Ling was calling him an idiot. He wanted to shout angrily, but Lin Ling's voice drifted out again. However, I gradually understood that in fact, you guys are just jealous. I became the focus of attention when I just came for the assessment and surpassed everyone. Therefore, you guys are jealous of me. I ranked first in the combat strength assessment, so you guys are even more jealous of me. Don't you think so? The king descends. Who will be the king? The entire primal chaos was dead silent. Those geniuses wanted to reprimand Lin Ling, but they couldn't refute, because they were indeed jealous of Lin Ling. Even White Bird and the rest had ugly expressions. Lin Ling's words hit their hearts and hit the wound deep in their hearts. But soon, the Moonlight Swordsman mocked, a 5th grade mystic body. Do you think you are qualified to make us jealous? Shut up. However, Lin Ling shouted angrily, which made the Moonlight Swordsman's pupils dilate. A 5th grade mystic body trash wanted him to shut up and even shouted at him in front of so many people? You people are really pitiful. Because of jealousy, you think others are weaker than you, so you bully others. But in reality, you are just deceiving yourselves. How laughable. Lin Ling started to look at everyone. His aura became more and more intense, like an unsheathed sword. All along, he had been enduring silently. But when he couldn't take it anymore, he would unsheath his sword. Trash, open your eyes and take a look. Lin Ling spat out another sentence. The anger that he had been suppressing since the start of the assessment had erupted at this moment, causing him to be dripping with blood. Like a swift sword, revenge, but after his words, the primal chaos of the entire universe exploded. Trash? Everyone was trash. It seemed like even Senior Zhang was scolded. At this moment, monstrous anger burned in the universe. Everyone's eyes were red and almost went crazy. White Bird and the Moonlight Swordsman's eyes turned cold and wanted to scold Lin Ling. But at this moment, a terrifying aura spread out. Flames soared into the sky and the 3 lotuses started to change quietly. They actually turned into colorful ancient lotuses. Lin Ling's talent also started to increase crazily. It was like a silent slap that knocked all the dissatisfied voices into their stomachs. The second Dantian's fire attribute talent shocked the world. 1st grade mystic body, 2nd grade mystic body, 3rd grade mystic body, 5th grade, 6th grade, it gradually reached 8th grade. In that instant, Lin Ling caught up to White Bird and the others in a domineering manner, causing them to open their mouths wide. Their expressions had already turned into confusion, surprise, and finally fear. An 8th grade Xian body, the first generation of geniuses. Everyone was moved. If such a talent was considered trash and could be mocked, trampled, and humiliated by others, then what about a 5th level profound body and a 6th level profound body? At this moment, no one could refute. They realized how ridiculous it was to mock a genius who possessed an 8th rank profound body. to many people, they weren't even qualified to look down on Lin Ling. Ants, you're speechless, aren't you? I can tell you that in this trial, I took first place in the battle prowess trial, and then again in the talent trial. There's no need for any explanation. Under everyone's gaze, Lin Ling spread out his arms. Since he had chosen to do it, then he would continue to be arrogant, make everyone shut up. Boom. The 9th grade Xian body was a ghastly sight to behold. The colorful flames were like a sea of fire that burned the universe. On top of the 3 Dao lotus, the youth was extraordinarily handsome. With the attitude of an overlord, he commanded the wind and clouds. There was no need for any explanation when a king descended. In fact, there was indeed no need for any explanation. A 9th grade Xian body, in the 10,000 realms, was an existence that was the king of 100 realms. Among the tens of thousands of geniuses here, who could compare to Lin Ling's talent? Who else but him? A 9th grade Xian body, and it seems to be the same as Xianyuanger's. How could this guy have a 9th grade Xian body? In a distant place, Ancestor Dragon Granny and the old man were shocked. All of this had exceeded their understanding, because even if it was a dual talent, under the stimulation of the 3 Dao lotus, all of their talents would be revealed. However, Lin Ling had not revealed it before. How could they know that not only did Lin Ling have dual talents, but he also had dual dantians? It was equivalent to hiding another person in his body. If he didn't activate his fire talent, how could others detect it? Moreover, Lin Ling didn't have dual talents. He also had the all-encompassing demonic eyes and the space-time divine steel. These were even more terrifying talents. However, once this talent was exposed, there would be endless trouble. Lin Ling wasn't that stupid. At this moment, in the chaos of the universe, everyone was silent for a long time. They looked at the colorful sea of fire. Other than shock, there was only shock on their faces. Was this still Lin Ling, who had overestimated himself in their eyes? It was as if they were the ones overestimating themselves. The geniuses in the first row all shook their heads, as if they were unwilling to believe the reality in front of them, especially Whitebird and the Moonlight Swordsman. They were even more so. Previously, they were the most dazzling existences fighting for the final stage. However, in the blink of an eye, their light was stolen by someone else. It seemed like they couldn't even keep the stage. How could they accept such a reality? Previously, you said that I had no sense of shame and didn't know my place. Now, I want to ask, who is the one with no sense of shame? At this moment, Lin Ling looked at Whitebird and the rest. Whitebird and the rest opened their mouths, but they couldn't say a word. Just as they thought, Lin Ling's talent wasn't as good as theirs, which meant that he was as cheap as a dog. However, now that Lin Ling's talent was above their heads, who was the dog? Just a little talent and you're already so arrogant. I'm afraid your future will only be so. Lin Ling put his hands behind his back and said sarcastically. You. The Moonlight Swordsman's eyes were red as he stared at Lin Ling. I've said it before. You guys aren't worthy to play with me. Now, scram. Unfortunately, Lin Ling wasn't afraid of him. He shouted domineeringly. In fact, that was indeed the case. Throughout the entire process, Lin Ling didn't treat them as opponents. They were the ones who were being cheap and repeatedly offended Lin Ling. They were just asking for humiliation. Rumble. Following Lin Ling's voice, the monstrous flames surged. Previously, Whitebird and the other Moonlight Swordsmen used their aura to suppress Lin Ling. But now, Lin Ling showed them what was called aura. PFFF, Whitebird and the rest were sitting cross-legged on the ancient lotus. They were originally going to resist the impact of the spirit chi from the 3 Dao lotuses. At this moment, they were struck by Lin Ling's time fire. They spat out a mouthful of blood and their faces turned pale. So powerful. Previously, the two of them couldn't suppress Lin Ling even when they joined forces. But now, Lin Ling alone is suppressing them. Seeing this, many people exclaimed. At this moment, they also realized the difference between Lin Ling and Whitebird and the rest. Whitebird and the rest were indeed not worthy to be Lin Ling's opponent. Lin Ling, you want to eliminate us? The Moonlight Swordsman gritted his teeth and let out an angry roar. Stray dog, shut up. Lin Ling looked over coldly and an even more terrifying aura swept out. A 9th grade mystic body could suppress everything. Pu. The Moonlight Swordsman and the other Moonlight Swordsman spat out blood again. In the end, they stared at Lin Ling with resentment and left the 3 Tao lotuses in a sorry state. If they didn't leave, they would definitely suffer from qi deviation and be seriously injured. They weren't as strong as Lin Ling's physical body. In terms of defense, they were much weaker. 5 years promise, I'm the king. Was there anyone who wasn't convinced? At this moment, countless geniuses were breathing heavily and their eyes were filled with admiration. At the start, Lin Ling was arrogant, but his talent wasn't proven, so they were disdainful. But now, the facts had proven everything. They had no choice but to be convinced. Sometimes, humans were complicated creatures. Once they felt that their opponent had surpassed them by too much, they wouldn't be jealous anymore. They would only look up. We lost. Whitebird and the Moonlight Swordsman were dispirited and seemed to have lost their minds. They were on the verge of exploding in anger. Because they had all been eliminated, they looked up at Lin Ling and were unwilling. But what could they do? The stage didn't belong to them anymore. You're not convinced, right? The test is over. Let's fight. I'll let you know where you're not worthy. Lin Ling naturally knew that they were unwilling. He spoke indifferently. Okay. I'll wait for you. Whitebird and the others roared and completely lost their minds. Although Lin Ling's talent was higher than theirs, their realms were higher. Lin Ling was definitely not their opponent. Lin Ling looked at them mockingly and then ignored them. He looked up at the sky. Senior, who's first? The entire universe was filled with his voice. Who's first? That arrogant voice entered everyone's ears and made them excited. Who's first? How could they not know? Sir. Falling flowers, flowing water, and the others shouted excitedly. Sir Lin Ling, even if he was against the entire world, he would never admit defeat. Now, he had finally taken first place. Moreover, this was first place in 2 major tests. Lin Ling. Xianxia's beautiful eyes were wet. She was proud of Lin Ling. She didn't expect that a young man from the north would make the geniuses of the myriad of worlds submit to him. This guy is so powerful. The blue enchantress stared at Lin Ling. She remembered the first time she saw Lin Ling at the inn. At that time, she was disdainful and thought that Lin Ling could make Tang Yue listen to him because of his identity, but now, she realized that she was wrong, ridiculously wrong. Suddenly, she looked at Tang Yue beside her and smiled bitterly. Little princess, you've kept me in the dark. Tang Yue shook her head. To be honest, I didn't know he was so powerful either. Her words were calm, but her eyes constantly flickered. Clearly, she was happy for Lin Ling in the depths of her heart. She was proud because this was the lord above her. At this moment, countless eyes were looking at Zhang Wen, waiting for his final decision, but in reality, this senior Zhang was bursting with anger because he had opened a bet, and Lin Ling's odds were 1/20. Moreover, more than 1,000,000 divine crystals had been placed on Lin Ling. So, he would have to pay 20 million divine crystals. Even though he was a senior of the Resplendent Academy, he couldn't take out so many divine crystals at once. Even if he did, how could he bear to part with them? What did you do? Zhang Wen's eyes were cold as he suddenly shouted angrily. Now, even if he was beaten to death, he wouldn't admit Lin Ling. However, just as his voice fell, a voice that seemed to come from the distant starry sky arrived. He's number 1. The ancestral dragon Granny spoke. Zhang Wen, this matter is obvious to all. Don't tell me you dare to violate the Academy's rules. The mysterious old man said coldly. Previously, Zhang Wen's words had affected Lin Ling, and they were already unhappy. Now, Zhang Wen still dared to be arrogant? All of you. Zhang Wen stared at the distant sky. His face turned pale, and he became dispirited and angry. He never expected that because of an unknown young man, he would lose all face today. Moreover, he would probably have to spit out all the treasures he had stolen over the years. Lin Ling, number 1 in the talent assessment. In the end, he gritted his teeth and spat out a sentence. He had no choice but to admit it. Hearing that sentence, Lin Ling finally smiled, and it was an extremely bright smile. In his previous life, he had swept through the clouds and defeated countless geniuses in the martial god realm. How could he fail miserably today? Lord Lin Ling, congratulations! Falling flowers, flowing water, and the others immediately said excitedly. As for the other geniuses, they looked at Lin Ling with only one sentence in their hearts. What a proud young man. Without a doubt, today's stage belonged to Lin Ling. Whoosh, at the same time, the entire universe disappeared like a receding tide. Everyone found that they were still in the square. This change made them feel like they were in a dream. However, the blue-robed young man in the square let them know that this was not a dream. Congratulations to everyone for becoming a disciple of the Resplendent Academy. Almost at the same time, the mysterious old man finally appeared. He was wearing a Taoist robe with 8 trigrams. He had a kind face, white hair, and a youthful complexion. He gave off a very good feeling, at least compared to the snobbish senior Zhang. He gave off a better impression. Lin Ling, congratulations on becoming the first in 2 tests. The mysterious old man looked at Lin Ling and smiled. Thank you, senior. The other party was very polite, so Lin Ling naturally did not dare to be negligent. He bowed slightly. Lin Ling was neither haughty nor humble, neither arrogant nor rash. Without a doubt, the mysterious elder nodded again. Others who had obtained first place in 2 major examinations would be incomparably arrogant. However, Lin Ling had quickly returned to his normal self and was not affected by external factors. His martial arts heart was very steady. Beside the mysterious old man, Zhang Wen's eyes were filled with resentment. At this time, Gong Yangjiang said with a smile, Senior Zhang, don't tell me you don't want to give up the bet. These words were like pouring salt on the wound, causing Zhang Wen's heart to tremble. I can tell you that for other matters, Qing Province's Fuxing Manor will not step in for me. However, when it comes to money, then no one will give you face. You can try not to. Gong Yangjiang opened his mouth again. He, who was usually carefree, had become cold and indifferent. Sure enough, when it came to money, this guy became a little more imposing. Of course, he had used the Qing State Fortune Manor's money to place the bet before, so it was the Qing State Fortune Manor that was collecting the debt now. Qing State Fortune Manor. Zhang Wen's eyes flashed. He knew that he couldn't go back on his word because he now owed money to the Fortune Manor, and no one could go back on their word when they owed money to that place. Lin Ling, it's all because of you. With that thought, Zhang Wen's gaze became even more resentful. However, Lin Ling did not even look at him. His gaze fell on the front stage at the side of the square. Yi Xiaoshou, genius member of the Heavenly Court, the 5-year agreement is here. His voice drifted out, causing the square to fall silent. Lin Ling challenged him to a battle. This guy really dares to fight? Many geniuses' eyes trembled fiercely. At first, when Lin Ling said he wanted to fight, they thought it was just a joke, but who knew that Lin Ling really wanted to fight? Although Lin Ling's test results were not bad, that was only a test, and it did not represent one's strength. In the void battlefield, 1 person lived and 1 person died. Do you think you are a match for Senior Brother Yi? Whitebird didn't expect Lin Ling to really dare to fight. He snorted. Stray dog, shut up. I know you want to fight me, but let me tell you, after I fight Yi Xiaoshou, I welcome you to fight me. Now, you are not worthy. Lin Ling looked at Whitebird indifferently and shouted angrily. The other party was a member of the Heavenly Court, so he didn't need to give face. You are not worthy again. This kind of arrogance had appeared a few times today, but now, they didn't feel that Lin Ling was arrogant because in the previous assessment, Lin Ling had already proven many things. Whitebird's face became even gloomier, but he endured it. He really didn't have the right to speak now. However, the Moonlight Swordsman seemed to be unwilling. He wanted to speak, but Lin Ling was faster than him. You shut up too, because you are also not worthy. You. The Moonlight Swordsman's gentle features were distorted from anger at this moment. He was also not worthy. Could it be that only the last generation disciples were worthy? Fine, I will watch you die. The two didn't speak anymore and obediently shut up. Lin Ling's gaze also started to look at the high platform. He saw Yi Xiaoshou caressing his broken arm with an extremely cold expression. He said indifferently, "You really surprised me. You actually became number 1 in 2 assessments and even have a 9th grade mystic body. Compared to the first time we met, you have grown a lot. Lin Ling, oh Lin Ling, you are really my greatest enemy in life. However, let me give you a word of advice. Don't be arrogant and complacent. Sometimes, if you are too confident, you will die prematurely. Hearing this, Lin Ling smiled faintly and said indifferently, "Thank you for the reminder, but I think that the person who can make me die prematurely isn't you." His battle intent began to boil at that instant. He, Lin Ling, had accepted the challenge of the 5-year agreement. In the past, when Lin Ling went to collect debts from the market of Weima Commandery, this matter had nothing to do with Yi Xiaoxiu. However, Yi Xiaoxiu's sister interrupted him and even humiliated Yu. Yi Xiaoxiu wanted to kill Lin Ling, so Lin Ling naturally resisted with all his might. The two of them, who originally had no grudges against each other, suddenly became mortal enemies. To put it bluntly, it was because Yi Xiaoxiu saw that Lin Ling was weak and wanted to decide Lin Ling's life and death. I don't play around with childish battles. If you want to fight, then fight to the death. If you dare to come, then I'll open the void battleground. Yi Xiaoxiu stretched out his other arm, his clothes fluttering in the wind as his aura surged. All right. Lin Ling nodded and strode towards the spectator stands. At this moment, Ancestor Dragon Granny and the others looked at each other. Then, they formed complicated hand seals and sealed the spectator stands in the distance. Void battleground, this was also Radiant Academy's life or death arena. If there was a conflict between martial artists that couldn't be resolved, then it would be decided by life or death. Upon stepping onto the life or death arena, only one person could live and one person could die. Yi Xiaoxiu, kill him. Zhang Wen glared at the void battleground, his eyes icy cold. Of course, White Bird and the others were also like this. They wanted to see Lin Ling die in front of them, and this was the first time in the history of Radiant Academy that someone who had just become a last-generation disciple had challenged a last-generation disciple. This could be called unprecedented. As if they were affected by Lin Ling's unyielding fighting spirit, countless people felt their blood boil over. However, there were also many people who thought that Lin Ling was seeking death. After all, although Lin Ling had a 9th grade profound body, he was only at the 3rd level of the World King realm. Moreover, he had just broken through. His boundary was unstable and his martial arts background wasn't strong. As for Yi Xiaoxiu, although he was only at the 5th level of the World King realm, his background was extremely deep and his martial arts were formidable. Although his talent wasn't as high as Lin Ling's, defeating Lin Ling wasn't difficult at all. Some people even knew that as long as Yi Xiaoxiu's boundary rose by another 10%, he would have the qualifications to compete for the 3rd-generation disciple position. Even White Bird and the others didn't have the confidence to last 3 moves against him. In this battle, the strong and the weak were clear. There was no suspense at all. In the void battleground, 2 figures appeared, standing far away. I, Yi Xiaoxiu, have studied martial arts for 1,500 years. 500 years ago, I became famous throughout the martial god world. 1,000 years ago, I entered Radiant Academy and defeated countless geniuses. But, the only one who can break my arm is you. Yi Xiaoxiu's voice was fierce, as if he were saying that for an ant like Lin Ling to be able to break his arm, this was simply a miracle. Senior apprentice brother Yi Xiaoxiu has been in Radiant Academy for 500 years. Many people cried out in alarm. They didn't think that Yi Xiaoxiu would be so fierce. Lin Ling looked at Yi Xiaoxiu with a sneer on his face. Yi Xiaoxiu's words were, in fact, just to elevate himself. However, compared to Li Xiaoyao, Yi Xiaoxiu couldn't even be considered mediocre. You don't know how I've spent these past 5 years. You also don't know that I've been waiting for this moment for a long time. Now, I'll let you experience what hell is. Yi Xiaoxiu's eyes turned red as his terrifying innate talent erupted. Xiaoyu's king physique was a mysterious innate talent. It turned the void into night and rain continued to fall. Under this rain, the opponent's strength would be suppressed by 30% while Yi Xiaoxiu could increase his strength by 30%. This innate talent was truly heaven-defying. Yi Xiaoxiu used his innate talent so quickly. I'm afraid he's going to use his true strength and directly crush Lin Ling. It wasn't hard for people to guess Yi Xiaoxiu's intentions. The latter not only wanted to wash away his shame, he also wanted to prove his strength in front of everyone. He wanted to let everyone know that the last generation disciples were not people they could offend. I know your innate talent is a 9th grade Xian physique. Come, I'll let you have one move. Yi Xiaoxiu sneered as he stretched out one hand. He had the demeanor of an expert because if he wanted to win, he had to win beautifully. Seeing this, Lin Ling's expression didn't change. He stretched out his left hand and multicolored flames engulfed his body, turning him into a flame god. He moved. Lin Ling pounced towards Yi Xiaoshu. It was as if he was holding a taboo flame, surging in the rain. The rain under the night sky did indeed affect Lin Ling. It slowed down his speed and weakened his attack power by a lot. However, Lin Ling's strength wasn't suppressed by 30%. It was at most 10%. The reason for this was because Lin Ling's defense was too strong. If Whitebird and the others were here, they would have been affected by 50%. Space-time flame. Lin Ling quickly appeared in front of Yi Xiaoshu and heavily slapped out a wisp of flame. You've disappointed me. I've waited for you for 5 years and this is all you've got. Yi Xiaoshu stretched out one hand and endless black light condensed, forming a huge circular world in front of him. An ancient and majestic aura also erupted. Bang! The space-time flame collided with the black world and let out an explosive sound. Whoosh! The surrounding rain seemed to be blown away. The entire void battlefield was shaken. Yi Xiaoshu's eyes flashed. A 9th grade Xian physique was indeed powerful. It actually gave him a feeling of heavenly might. Unfortunately, Lin Ling's cultivation was too low and couldn't unleash the power of a 9th grade Xian physique. As a martial artist, you have powerful innate talent but only know how to use it to suppress others. Your martial arts foundation is too weak. After blocking Lin Ling's space-time flame, Yi Xiaoshu's single arm pulled the void and a black spear appeared, causing the void to tremble. Yi! Yi! A low roar accompanied the thrust of the spear. The hyperfocus boundary middle 2nd grade Night King spear art. Alarmed. This was because this spear art was extremely famous throughout the myriad worlds. It was said that when cultivated to the peak, one could completely absorb the chaos of the universe. There was no need to doubt its might. Moreover, this was a middle 2nd grade origin world martial art. This was not something that just anyone could successfully cultivate. Lin Ling is about to be defeated. Then, many people shook their heads. Lin Ling had erupted with his full strength from the start. He had used his profound body because he wanted to end this battle as quickly as possible. Unfortunately, the effects of his strongest attack were very weak, and all of this was because of the disparity in boundary. However, Lin Ling's complexion didn't change. The spear struck out. His body twisted, dodging the spear. This was because the flames of time were burning space, allowing his body to leap through space. Currently, although his ultimate flame Dao had reached the hyperfocus boundary, he hadn't yet cultivated the accompanying fire attribute martial arts. Thus, he could only use the flames of time and space as a movement martial art. Moreover, he had only wanted to familiarize himself with the might of the flames of time. Thus, he had only used the world spirit of his second Dantian. That Dantian was only at the 2nd stage of the World King realm, but Yi Xiaoshu didn't know any of this. He thought that Lin Ling was only at this level. Dodge? You came to our 5-year agreement. Could it be that you only know how to dodge? Roar. Yi Xiaoshu's spear struck out. He roared, as if all the pent-up pressure he had endured for the past 5 years had been released. He was slowly washing away his shame. Whoosh. Whoosh! Lin Ling constantly retreated, as if he were avoiding a storm. Weren't you very arrogant before? But now, you can't even withstand a single strike. Have you wasted 5 years of your cultivation on a dog? You dare to fight me? You simply don't know how to write the word death. Roar. Come, Lin Ling. Let's have a life or death battle. You think that with your formidable talent you can crush me? Let me tell you, you are far too inexperienced. Roar. The entire void battlefield was swept up by the spear, stirring up a storm. Ha! Roar. Seeing this scene, many people shook their heads. Lin Ling was still too arrogant, daring to challenge the last generation disciple. That was simply an impossible thing. They could already foresee that Lin Ling was dead for sure. Moreover, Lin Ling should be regretting it now. Hee, we're not worthy? Is he worthy? Whitebird and the Moonlight Swordsman looked at each other and shook their heads mockingly. As for Xianyuan and the others, they were extremely worried because the void battleground was becoming more and more chaotic. The darkness of the night was like the waves of the sea, constantly engulfing everything. Although Lin Ling was using the space-time flame to constantly burn and change space, it was only a matter of time before he was defeated. Lin Ling, don't you have anything to say? Yi Xiaoshuo's aura was growing stronger and stronger. Lin Ling continued to retreat, but he finally opened his mouth and said, "It's been 5 years. Looks like you haven't become as strong as I thought." Although he was in a dangerous situation, Lin Ling's pride was still astonishing. At this time, Lin Ling actually said that Yi Xiaoshuo was only SOSO? Haha, I've waited for so long for such nonsense? Lin Ling, I'm very disappointed in you. Perhaps I shouldn't have waited for you for 5 years. Now, I'm going to break one of your arms. Endless Night Spear. In the void battleground, spear shadows appeared all over the sky. If they attacked 10,000 worlds, they could easily destroy a world. It was terrifying. Primal Chaos Force. Ancestor Dragon Granny's expression changed drastically. World Essence was the source of a martial artist's power, and Primal Chaos Force came from martial arts. It was a power even greater than World Essence. However, this kind of power could only be controlled by a top martial god. A World King Realm powerhouse could only use martial arts to barely use a wisp of Primal Chaos Force and add it to their own World Essence, and a martial art with Primal Chaos Force was undoubtedly terrifying. This spear has reached the middle of the 2nd grade of World Essence martial arts, the peak of it. The mysterious old man also said with a solemn expression. At this moment, the void battleground was enveloped by the spear. If the geniuses in the plaza were to be there, they would only have one outcome, and that was death. Moreover, no matter how many people there were, they would all die. A middle of the 2nd grade of martial arts, at some point in time, could crush everything. This was also the difference between White Bird and Yi Xiaoshuo. It was also the difference between those who entered Radiant Academy and those who didn't. For these past 5 years, I have been cultivating this spear. In front of my powerful World Essence martial arts, any talent is useless. The entire void was filled with Yi Xiaoshuo's voice. The void battleground was sealed off. Lin Ling had nowhere to retreat. Before, Lin Ling had relied on his strange movement technique to dodge Yi Xiaoshuo's spear. But now, he could no longer dodge, defeat. There was no suspense. At this moment, Lin Ling was surrounded by 10,000 spears. From his eyes, the entire void battleground's night sky was distorted, as if the universe's primal chaos was being distorted. Seeing this, Lin Ling also stood still. His face was still as calm as an ancient well, but when people saw his actions, they all thought that Lin Ling had already given up. Of course, this was normal. Facing a martial art that contained the power of primal chaos, what else could Lin Ling do? He could only blame himself for being too arrogant. If he didn't challenge Yi Xiaoshuo with his talent, it wouldn't take long for him to surpass Yi Xiaoshuo. You're admitting defeat just like that? Trash. Yi Xiaoshuo's lips curled into an excited smile. 5 years, it had been a full 5 years, he had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Now was the time for him to wash away the shame of his life. Not only was he excited, but he also felt that his martial arts comprehension had increased. After all, the knot in his heart was about to be untied. However, was that really the case? Lin Ling stood still, waiting for the night sky to arrive. His right hand finally reached for the ancient sword behind him. In fact, he had several ways to defeat Yi Xiaoshuo. Dodging domain, he could easily dodge the sky full of black spears. Space-time divine steel, he could easily smash Yi Xiaoshuo to death. However, Lin Ling didn't use any of these because he wanted to use his sword. In truth, his talent in the path of the sword was inferior to that of the space-time flame. But, in terms of control, he was more familiar with the profound sword record. After all, he had only just comprehended the ultimate flame Dao of the space-time flame. Lin Ling, is he drawing his sword? What's the use? This is nothing more than a deathbed struggle. Many people saw Lin Ling's actions and couldn't help but admire Lin Ling's fearless state of mind. But, that was it. At this time, Yi Xiaoshuo was still brandishing his spear, attacking Lin Ling. But soon, a horrifying killing intent locked onto his body. This killing intent came without warning, but it caused his heart to palpitate, a very intense aura. This was a sword. Who was it? Suddenly, he looked towards Lin Ling. It was only then that he discovered that Lin Ling had already drawn his sword. Moreover, the sword's aura climbed higher and higher. Yi Xiaoshuo suspected that Lin Ling had already reached the 5th level of the World King realm, but, Wasn't Lin Ling at the third level of the World King realm? In that moment, Yi Xiaoxiao's heart trembled. In particular, as he saw Lin Ling's calm eyes, he began to panic. At the same time, the sword became increasingly bright, as if it came from the world of swords. The first stroke of the profound character appeared. Soon after, a second stroke appeared. Of course, compared to the raging night sky, these two strokes seemed ordinary. But, Yi Xiaoxiao could sense that this was the ultimate sword Dao. Ye Xiaoxiao, defeated. As for the so-called minute subtlety, that was the subtlety of understanding the myriad swords of the universe. To be familiar with the moves of the swords had already reached the terrifying boundary of minute subtlety. And, this sort of mysterious boundary was the martial arts comprehension that every martial artist pursued for their entire life. For Radiant Academy, this was something that only appeared in the third generation of the Academy. Bang! At the same time, sword phantoms appeared in the skies, turning into great swords that swept through the dark night. At this moment, as if the raging dark night met the heavens and earth, it immediately melted away like tofu. The myriad spears simply couldn't block the myriad swords. How is this possible? At this time, everyone in the square felt their hearts violently tremble, as if they were witnessing the most unbelievable thing in their lives. Just what was so mysterious about that sword strike? What they didn't know was that Lin Ling had already used the boundary spirits of his two dantians and reached the 5th level of the World King realm. Moreover, he had displayed an ultimate sword Dao that was even higher than Ye Xiaoxiao's. Retreat. At this time, Ye Xiaoxiao's complexion changed. He frantically retreated, but it was clearly too late. This was because Lin Ling's sword had already locked onto him. Immediately, 10,000 swords shot out, as if he were the emperor of swords. Rumble, 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 thunderous rumbles continued to sound out. A tyrannical and fierce sword potential came crashing down, breaking through all the spears of the dark night. In the next moment, Ye Xiaoxiao discovered that a person was standing in front of him, a sword hanging from his neck. This person's blue robes fluttered in the wind. His eyes were calm, so calm that it made one's heart race. It was Lin Ling. In these last 5 years, your strength has only increased by this much? Lin Ling softly said, causing Ye Xiaoxiao to shiver. He stood there in a daze, not daring to move. Shua, but in the next moment, sword light flashed. Ye Xiaoxiao's other arm was cut off, blood gushing out. Ah! A pained cry erupted from Ye Xiaoxiao's mouth. How ruthless, how decisive! Everyone in the square cried out in alarm. They never imagined this would be the result. As for Yi Xiaoxiao, both of his arms were broken. His complexion became dispirited. In these past 5 years, he had bitterly cultivated the ultimate spear Dao of the boundary origin martial arts. He thought that he could wash away the humiliation he had suffered in the past. When he saw Lin Ling again, he wanted to make sure that Lin Ling would be amazed by his strength. However, 5 years later, the former ant grew even more crazily. Not only was his talent greater than his, even his world origin martial arts were more powerful than his. He even wanted to ask how Lin Ling cultivated. Looks like you have nothing else to say. Then, you've lost. Lin Ling looked at Yi Xiaoxiao indifferently. The 5-year agreement was over. Whoosh, sword light flashed, domineering and magnificent. Lin Ling then turned and left. This was a battle of life and death. Only one could live and one could die. The one who walked out of the void battleground would be the king. Therefore, Lin Ling didn't show any mercy. As for Yi Xiaoxiao, he stood in the void battleground, staring at Lin Ling. A sword mark appeared on his neck and in the end, he fell on his back. In the past, Lin Ling was like an ant to him. If it weren't for the appearance of the martial god Canon and ancestor Longpa, Lin Ling would have died long ago. However, 5 years later, he was no longer Lin Ling's opponent. It could only be said that Lin Ling's growth speed was monstrous. The last generation disciple, Yi Xiaoxiao, was defeated. The square became even more silent, even the expressions of many people in the distance changed. These people were the last generation disciples. They had heard the news and came to watch the battle. They wanted to see which junior was so arrogant that he dared to challenge a last generation disciple. But now, they saw it. This was an extremely mystical swordsman. In these past 5 years, Yi Xiaoxiao has worked hard to cultivate. He has already surpassed many last-generation disciples. I thought he would shine brightly, but who knew that this last-generation disciple candidate was even more talented than him? the last generation disciple solemnly said. A last generation disciple challenging a last generation disciple. This was an unprecedented last generation disciple. Now, the last generation disciple was defeated. This was unprecedented and there would be no one like this in the future. It's your turn, do you dare to fight? Yes. At this moment, Lin Ling appeared on the stage. He raised his sword and pointed at a person. That person was none other than Mai Zi. However, at this moment, Mai Zi was silent and his face was somewhat pale. As a last generation disciple, you don't dare to fight? Lin Ling asked again as if he didn't know what Mai Zi was afraid of. Mai Zi's body trembled after hearing this because he was not as strong as Xianxia, so he didn't dare to fight. Do you dare or not? Yes. However, Lin Ling was pressuring him, just like how Mai Zi pressured Lin Ling in the beginning. Pa. Mai Zi took a step back and his face became even paler. Senior brother Mai Zi, I don't dare. Yes. The crowd let out a dignified voice. They found it hard to accept what was happening in front of them. If they remembered correctly, Mai Zi was very domineering in the beginning and insisted on asking Lin Ling about his brother's whereabouts. Now, Lin Ling was also domineering and forced Mai Zi to fight, but Mai Zi could only endure the humiliation. However, no one felt that Lin Ling was domineering because Mai Zi was the one who bullied others first. Not to mention, Lin Ling had the capital to be domineering. I admit defeat. Feeling Lin Ling's terrifying aura, Mai Zi took a step back and lowered his head. At this moment, he had no choice but to admit defeat. Lin Ling looked deeply at Mai Zi and then put away his sword. Although he knew that Mai Zi must have a lot of resentment towards him, Lin Ling couldn't break the rules at Resplendent Academy. Trash. After leaving behind this sentence, Lin Ling walked towards the square. Trash. Mai Zi's body suddenly trembled. A last generation disciple dared to call him trash? This was the first time in his life that he encountered such a thing. His eyes were filled with resentment, but he endured it. It's your turn. Lin Ling continued to walk forward and looked at White Bird and the Moonlight Swordsman. Their faces were already pale, and they had the same expression as Mai Zi. There were many mysteries in their hearts. For example, how did that sword defeat Yi Xiaoxiao? They couldn't understand. Previously, they had been bullying Lin Ling, and Lin Ling directly retaliated and even said that they weren't worthy. Now, they felt that they were indeed not worthy. I admit defeat. Admit defeat. The two of them didn't hesitate and directly spoke. They couldn't help but laugh bitterly in their hearts. No wonder Lin Ling didn't put them in his eyes from the beginning. It was because Lin Ling really didn't care about them. However, they overestimated themselves and repeatedly provoked him. This was very ironic. Lin Ling shook his head and seemed to be a little disappointed. Then, he began to walk towards the mysterious old man. At this time, the mysterious old man's face was full of surprise. The result of this battle had surpassed their imaginations. It could only be said that Lin Ling had secrets that they didn't know about. After all, Lin Ling was only at the 3rd stage of the World King realm. But, that sword strike of his had erupted with 5th stage World King realm essence. There must be some secret behind this. Of course, they guessed that Lin Ling had practiced some ancient cultivation method and had temporarily risen his boundary. Of course, there were always pros and cons. This sort of cultivation method had its own side effects and it couldn't be used for a long period of time. Lin Ling, you've won. After a moment, the mysterious old man lightly said. Lin Ling smiled and replied, I was just lucky. As these words came out, many people in the square wryly smiled again and again. To be able to defeat a last generation disciple, this wasn't a fluke. Then, Lin Ling began to chat with the mysterious old man. As for the geniuses in the square, they all had looks of worship in their eyes. Today, Lin Ling had gone through so many twists and turns. Through his formidable strength, he had already convinced everyone. Reward, a city square. Amazing, Tang Yue. This lord of yours is really full of surprises. The blue enchantress looked at Lin Ling with envy, while Tang Yue shook her head helplessly. Actually, I'm also very surprised. As for falling flowers, flowing water, and the others, they were all excited. The Resplendent Academy's examination was finally over. Lin Ling looked into the distance. He seemed to see the marshal of the Martial God Battalion. the mysterious middle-aged man who had been watching him all this time. At this moment, he revealed a gratified smile. Sensing this, Lin Ling also smiled. He didn't lose face for the martial god battalion, however, although he had become the most dazzling genius of the 10,000 worlds, he wasn't complacent. This was because Tian Liuli was stronger and more dazzling than him. Tian Liuli was probably the famous empress of the 9 provinces. Currently, Lin Ling still had some distance to go before he could reach Tian Liuli's level. Next, those who passed the examination became the last generation's candidate disciple. Lin Ling became the last generation's candidate disciple, but he had to complete a mission. This was also the first case of the Resplendent Academy in so many years. No one knew that many of the ancient martial gods of the Resplendent Academy had been secretly paying attention to Lin Ling. Lin Ling, congratulations! Ancestor Long Granny also arrived and looked at Lin Ling with a smile. Lin Ling didn't dare to slight the senior who had transformed from a carp into a dragon. He hurriedly bowed and asked about the whereabouts of Yu and the others. They're doing very well. They've become the 3rd generation of the Resplendent Academy. They're currently doing missions outside. It won't be long before you see them. Ancestor Long Granny said with a smile, which made Lin Ling relax. In addition, the Academy will reward you with a city square outside the Resplendent Academy. Ancestor Long Granny said again. When these words fell, many people revealed envious expressions. To be able to own a market in Qingzhou was undoubtedly like sitting on a mountain of gold. After all, the closer a cultivator was to the later stages of their cultivation, the more resources they would need. With a market, they would be able to provide an endless supply of cultivation resources. Thank you, Senior Long Granny. Lin Ling bowed once more, his heart also filled with joy. The market is something that not even the 3rd generation of Radiant Academy is qualified to own. You're making an exception for Radiant Academy. As for what you want to sell in the market, it's up to you. Let's go, follow me. The Ancestor Dragon Granny waved her hand in an extremely benevolent manner. She brought Lin Ling along as she walked. Xian Yuange and the others also followed behind. As the crowd in the square watched Lin Ling leave, the envy in their eyes became even more intense. This was because he had just become a candidate for the last generation's disciple, yet he was able to make the seniors of the academy come in person. This was not something that just anyone could be qualified to do. Lin Ling. Zhang Wen glared at Lin Ling with hatred. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. Of course, Maizi was the same. Although his strength couldn't compare to Lin Ling, there were countless geniuses in the Resplendent Academy, and there were quite a few people who could kill Lin Ling. The other disciples who had passed the assessment also dispersed one after another. Someone had brought them to their residence. Although they were candidates for the last generation's disciple, they still weren't considered as disciples of the last generation. Therefore, they still weren't qualified to enter the Resplendent Academy. They could only stay in the city square while waiting for the news. Only after going through the challenges could they finally become disciples of the last generation. The status of a disciple of the last generation was very important. It wasn't easy to obtain that status. It was also because of this that everyone was so surprised when Lin Ling defeated Yi Xiaoshou. Of course, after becoming a candidate for the last generation's disciple, everyone would be able to obtain a divine pill from the Resplendent Academy. Its name was Divine Cleansing Pill. This pill could condense boundary essence and quickly increase one's strength by 1 realm. It was extremely precious. Lin Ling followed Ancestor Dragon Granny to the street outside the academy. Then, he was given a market. At the same time, Gong Yangjiang also took out 10 million divine crystals. These were all won by everyone from the previous bet. Hee, with this money, we can also buy some treasures and sell them. Lin Ling, how about leaving this market to me? Everyone will invest 10 million divine crystals in it. Then, we will collect the profits every month. How about that? Gong Yangjiang looked at Lin Ling expectantly. Lin Ling couldn't help but shake his head. This guy wasn't good at martial arts, but when it came to things related to money, he was full of spirit and interest. Okay. What are we going to sell in this market? Elixirs, weapons. After talking for a while, Lin Ling gave a name to the market. It was called Rainforest Market. This was the name he came up with because he missed his hometown. Everyone naturally agreed. Then, Gong Yangjiang took the 10 million divine crystals and went out to buy things. Lin Ling also told them what they needed to buy, because next, he would have to personally forge. Ancestor Dragon Granny also gave him some pointers. She also had a title. She was the guest boundary master of the Rainforest Market. Regarding this, Lin Ling was secretly grateful. Ancestor Dragon Granny was very famous in the Azure province. With her in charge, the business of the market would definitely be better. After that, everyone started to get busy. Lin Ling handed over all the treasures he didn't need to the Xianxia, such as the set of armor that the Martial God Battalion had rewarded him. Because the current Lin Ling's defense was very strong, he didn't need any armor at all. After dealing with the matters of the market, Lin Ling chatted with Ancestor Dragon Granny. After learning that Yu still needed some time to come back, he could only wait. Although you are now a disciple of the last generation, there is a task that you must complete. After completing it, you can also enter the Resplendent Academy. The Resplendent Academy is divided into many schools, such as the Sword System, the Training System, the Fire System, the Lightning System, and so on. Cultivators can choose the corresponding school. Ancestor Dragon Granny explained, from the characteristics of your current cultivation, it should be the Sword System, the Training System, and the Fire System. Hearing this, Lin Ling was very interested. Although he had a lot of experience in martial arts, the Resplendent Academy had a longer history than Li Xiaoyao. Naturally, it had its own uniqueness. Being able to enter the academy to cultivate would definitely be more beneficial than harmful. Now, you should stabilize your cultivation and wait for the academy to give you the task. After chatting for a while, Ancestor Dragon Granny said goodbye and left. As soon as Ancestor Dragon Granny left, Xianxia entered the room. The two looked at each other and couldn't help but laugh. They came from the North Territory and went through hardships. Now, they finally became candidates of the last generation of the Resplendent Academy. It had to be said that all of this gave people a feeling of happiness after suffering. Do you miss home? Lin Ling held Xianxuan's hand and sat down. He thought of his grandfather, Lin Yi, and the others. Yes. Yes. Xianxuan immediately nodded. After the academy gives out the task, let's go home. At that time, Yu and Yuer should be back. Yes. Lin Ling's face revealed a look of longing, then he smiled and said. Xianxuan nodded heavily. She also missed her father, the great demon king of the east. The two chatted for a long time. Lin Ling began to guide Xianxuan in cultivation. Then, he also entered a state of cultivation. Trouble Divine Cleansing Pill. Then, a pill appeared in Lin Ling's hand. This was the divine pill rewarded by the academy. He had also swallowed this pill in the past. The first time he had swallowed it, the effects had been good, but the second time the effects had been halved, and the third time could be said to have no effect at all. This pill is very poorly refined. Then, Lin Ling disdainfully shook his head. In his eyes, this pill was crudely refined. Then, a space-time flame appeared in his palm. He flipped his hands and a massive number of enchantments appeared. He used space-time to refine the divine cleansing pill. As he was refining, he suddenly thought that this was a pretty good way to make money, because Xianxuan also had the fire of time and space. As long as she was taught the method to refine the spirit cleansing pill, then she could also use it to do business in the market. After all, there were quite a few people who had become candidates for the last generation of disciples. Everyone naturally wanted the effects of their pills to be better. Thinking of this, Lin Ling immediately called over Xianxuan after he finished refining the divine cleansing pill. He personally taught her the method of refining the pill. Although Xianxuan had never refined a pill before, she only needed to spend a bit more effort to refine the pill. And this was something that Xianxuan could accomplish. After Xianxuan was 100% successful, Lin Ling became a shopkeeper again and entered a state of bitter cultivation. He was well aware that the Azure province was not like the martial god world. This was because tens of thousands of powerhouses wanted to gather here. Thus, the rules here were even more chaotic and the law of the jungle was even more obvious. After the divine cleansing pill entered his mouth, Lin Ling's second Dantian's world spirit began to surge. The power of the world essence crazily rose. This was truly worthy of being called a rare divine cleansing pill. Its effects were even better than the 3 Tao Lotus. of course, the divine cleansing pill was a one-time use pill. The 3-Tao lotus could be used infinitely, thus the 3-Tao lotus was even more precious. Rumble rumble rumble. The second Dantian naturally reached the third stage of the World King realm. This meant that Lin Ling could fight with a 6th-level World King powerhouse. Next, Lin Ling channeled the remaining power of the pill into his godly demon body, causing his physical strength to increase slightly, reaching 5,500 universes of power. After all, his primal chaos divine formula required him to cultivate essence, energy, and spirit. Therefore, the strength of his fleshly body could not be a burden. Up until now, his soul force was the highest, followed by his fire elemental talent. His god-devil body was the weakest. If his fiend god body and fire element talent were to increase by another level, he would be able to step into the third stage of the primal chaos divine formula and give birth to 3 Dantians. Unfortunately, I still haven't found a suitable martial art for the ultimate flame Dao. Lin Ling sighed again. In his previous life, Li Xiaoyao was of the lightning attribute. Therefore, Li Xiaoyao didn't know much about the fire attribute martial arts. Even if he knew those fire attribute martial arts, they wouldn't enter Lin Ling's eyes. Thus, Lin Ling planned to enter Resplendent Academy and search for fire attribute martial arts. As for the profound sword record, he could still improve it. His main goal was to improve his ultimate sword Dao so that he could step into a new boundary earlier, the true enlightenment of the Dao. Like this, the days of bitter cultivation quietly passed. Rumble rumble rumble. On this day, a thunderous rumble sounded out from the city square, causing Lin Ling's complexion to change. He withdrew from his state of cultivation, and at this time a massive number of people had gathered in the city square. Voices of reprimanding constantly sounded out. This is the god cleansing pill that you refined for me? This city square of yours is simply a scam. A black-robed youth angrily shouted. This person was strong. He was at the 5th level of the World King realm and his talent wasn't weak either. He had an 8th-grade mystic body. And behind him, a massive number of people echoed his words. This rainforest city square is a scam. To refine a god cleansing pill for 100,000 divine crystals, this is far too greedy. Most importantly, a newly refined god cleansing pill has no effect at all. I think everyone should tear down this store. That's right. 4. Everyone sake, such a store should have closed long ago. Voices floated out, causing Gong Yangjiang and the others' complexions to become extremely ugly. In these past days, the city square's business had been steadily rising, but today it had welcomed this black-robed youth. As for Xianyuan, her expression was icy cold. You are all speaking nonsense. Since you say that my newly refined pill has no effect, then take out the god cleansing pill and let everyone see whether or not it has any effect. During this time, Xianyuan had refined the god cleansing pill many times, thus she was confident that there was no problem with that pill. These people were definitely here to look for trouble. I've already taken the pill. Haha, I know that you want to cheat me of my pill and then secretly tamper with it. What a despicable heart. The black-robed youth sneered. This person was a last-generation disciple of Radiant Academy. His name was Lu Yan and he had acne all over his face. He didn't seem like a good person at all. I'm despicable? You're the despicable one. You swallowed the pill and now you can falsely accuse us without any evidence. If you think you've been cheated, then take out the pill to prove it. Xianyuan was a little demoness. She was extremely intelligent and naturally guessed the other party's thoughts. The other party was deliberately hiding the pill so that there would be no evidence. Hearing this, some of the people who came to buy things nodded their heads. That's right. If the black-robed youth thought that this city square was cheating him, then he could take out the pill as proof. Otherwise, how would others believe him? Good. You cheated me of my money and still have a sharp tongue. The black-robed youth heard the voices around him and his face became angry. He raised his hand and immediately slapped towards Xianyuan. You dare. Gong Yangjiang's expression changed greatly. He never thought that the other party would be so arrogant and dare to hit people in the city square. As for Xianyuan, her beautiful eyes narrowed. You can't talk, so you want to fight. However, that slap was quickly caught by a hand. It was Lin Ling. Who are you? Is it your turn to meddle in my business? The black-robed youth was slightly shocked when his hand was caught. However, he immediately said coldly and straightened his chest to tell Lin Ling that he was the last generation's disciple. Most of the people on this street were last generation's candidate disciples. After all, these last generation's candidate disciples weren't just this year. There would be some every year, which was why there were so many of them. Therefore, the last generation's disciples' status was obviously higher to them. If you have any dissatisfaction, you can sit down and talk slowly. What kind of ability is this to hit people? Lin Ling's expression was extremely cold. He looked directly at the black-robed youth, causing the black-robed youth to feel a little guilty. However, he still sneered and said, "Your city square is cheating people and selling fake pills. I don't like it, so I'm here to uphold justice. Everyone, come and see. This Yulin City Square is simply a cruel and unscrupulous shop. They sold fake pills and now they don't allow me to seek justice. How can they be so overbearing?" The black-robed youth shouted towards the outside of the shop with a sneer on his face. His actions were ruining the business. Unless there was a great enmity between them, why would he do this? Lin Ling was sure that this was the first time he saw this youth. He couldn't understand why the other party was causing trouble here. Unless someone secretly ordered him to do so. "Shut up." Thinking of this, Lin Ling coldly shouted. "I won't shut up." "So what? Don't tell me you dare to kill me?" 36 World Kings. After he spoke, he darkly smiled. He wanted to see how Lin Ling would deal with this troublesome situation. Unfortunately, this youth had already challenged Lin Ling's bottom line. To Lin Ling, Xianyuan was his reverse scale. This was because even he didn't dare to strike Xianyuan. Before this, he had patiently spoken to this youth. First, he wanted to see who the mastermind was. Second, he wanted to give this youth a chance. But now, there was no need for that. "I can't count as killing you to silence you, but in my territory, you don't have the qualifications to speak so much." Lin Ling's voice was icy cold. He drew his blood-stained sword and slashed it across the black-robed youth's neck, fast. This was an incomparably fast sword strike. With Lin Ling's current strength, he didn't place a 5th-level world king in his eyes at all. The only exception was if the other party's talent was extremely high. "Everyone, come and take a look." The black-robed youth was still speaking, but his neck was already leaking blood. Blood gushed out from his neck. This caused him to look down at his chest, his complexion becoming increasingly panicked. This was because his chest had already been dyed red with blood. He pointed at Lin Ling, wanting to say something in panic. Unfortunately, nothing was left of him as he fell backwards. As for his eyes, there was only regret. In truth, he had been invited here by someone. He thought that Lin Ling was a newcomer and that if he were to encounter difficulties, he could only helplessly flatter him. But, who knew that Lin Ling would be so decisive? If he had known this earlier, he would never have accepted such a difficult task. Murder. This Rainforest City Market is murdering someone. This is too overbearing. Within the city square, everyone was stunned. Soon, cries of alarm sounded out. This voice seemed to come from far away, making it impossible to tell who it was. Immediately, a massive number of voices sounded out from the city square. However, these dissatisfied voices immediately vanished as soon as a flame appeared. A space-time flame appeared in Lin Ling's left hand. Then, he gently raised it, burning the black-robed youth to ashes. "As long as you're here to do business in my Yulin market, I welcome you with open arms. However, if you're here to cause trouble, then don't blame me for what happens next." At the same time, Lin Ling's cold voice drifted out. Then, he strode out of the market square. As for the people in the city square, they all had gloomy expressions. They didn't think that the owner of the city square would be so crazy. Of course, there were some intelligent people who had their own thoughts. This was because the black-robed youth had really come here to seek justice. If he had come here, then he should have spoken slowly and tried to obtain as much as possible in return as possible. However, he didn't. After Lin Ling came out, he was still so rampant, as if he hadn't come here for money. In addition, there were many markets around, so it was not difficult for them to guess that this might be a trick played by their competitors, and this was also a very normal thing. Every time a market was opened, it would inevitably encounter a lot of suppression. Lin Ling is still the best. Gong Yangjiang and Xian Yuanga also followed him out. At this moment, the street was filled with warriors. They were all looking at Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling turned a blind eye to them and looked indifferently at the crowd. The reason why he had come out was to see who was targeting him. In fact, he had previously guessed. For example, Senior Zhongwen from the Resplendent Academy, Mai Zi, White Bird and the rest. These people all had grudges with Lin Ling. Another example was the people from only my commandery and Grand Court commandery. In addition to the competitors around the city square, there were many people who wanted to make things difficult for Lin Ling. You killed my people? Sure enough, in the restaurant across the street, a young man slowly walked out with a wine cup in his hand. Lin Ling had never seen this person before. However, Lin Ling had an impression of the few people beside him. One of them was a guy called Luo Lu and the other was a guy called Great God Qian. These two people were the second batch of geniuses in this assessment. However, they weren't as good as White Bird at that time, so they didn't leave much of an impression. Most importantly, one of them was from only me commandery and the other was from Tating commandery. It seemed that they were the ones who were making things difficult for the Rainforest City Square. Tang Yue, what's going on? At this time, Blue Enchantress also walked over with a few people. She stared at the drinking youth and her expression changed. 36 World King. 36 World King. Hearing this, there were cries of surprise from all around the street. Most of the people here were last-generation disciple candidates. There were also some loose cultivators and there weren't many last-generation disciples. As for this youth called 36 World King, he was a third-generation disciple of the Resplendent Academy. A third-generation disciple was in existence even more terrifying than the last-generation disciples, and there was no need to doubt his strength. He had already reached the 7th stage of the World King realm. Others are just seeking justice and you're dissatisfied so you kill them. You're really a person who kills people like they're scything flax. At this time, another voice sounded from the other side. This person had a strange appearance. His face was covered with wrinkles as if he had aged prematurely. He carried a bamboo basket on his back and wore old clothes. There was a strong smell of blood on his body, and there was only one person beside him. It was Mai Zi. At this moment, he had a sneer on his face. Obviously, he was also one of the people who were making things difficult for Lin Ling. He had even come to avenge his younger brother. Demon Guardian Master. Blue Enchantress also recognized this person and her pretty face became even more dignified. This was because this was also a third-generation disciple. Most importantly, he was a member of the Flying Dragon Organization. The Flying Dragon Organization was an assassin alliance that spread throughout the 9 prefectures. Just the name alone was enough to make people tremble in fear. Tang Yue, Falling Flower Flowing Water Sword, DBMO, Chess Boy, this has nothing to do with you. Mai Zi shouted angrily. These people's backgrounds weren't weak and he didn't want to provoke them. It seems that they're here for revenge. Of course, it could also be a competition for the market. After all, only my commandery and Grand Court commandery both had markets here, but it was undeniable that the blue-robed youth seemed to be in trouble. Do you want to do it, or should I? The entire street was silent. Only the Demon Guardian Master spoke. He spoke to the 36 Realm Kings. He killed my people. Let me do it. The 36 Realm Kings nodded. They drank their wine and walked out indifferently. Okay, the head is mine. I want to report back. The Demon Guardian Master stopped and closed his eyes. It seemed that he didn't care about what was going to happen next. And he obviously came for Lin Ling's head because the Flying Dragon Organization had issued a kill order for Lin Ling. The 36 Realm Kings didn't say much. They smiled faintly and said, "You shouldn't have killed him. If you kill him, you'll die." There were rules around the Resplendent Academy. Martial artists couldn't kill. However, there were many martial artists here, and there were even rogue cultivators. Therefore, the Academy couldn't do anything about it. They could only helplessly accept the cruel reality. Only in the market would the Academy come out to punish them. Since Lin Ling had killed the black-robed youth, others wouldn't have to worry about killing him unless Lin Ling hid in the market. How dare you? Sensing the killing intent of the other party, Tang Yue and the others shouted angrily. Why wouldn't I dare to kill my people? Moreover, he doesn't deserve to make me afraid. The 36 realm kings continued to walk forward. Against the third-generation little princess of Square Commandery, this matter has nothing to do with you. Scram. Don't think that just because Square Commandery is here, I won't dare to touch you. The 36 World King sneered. His powerful aura surged outwards, causing Tang Yue's face to pale and she no longer spoke. Your name is Lin Ling, right? I'm sorry, but I've already set my sights on you. You have no way out. The 36 World King looked at Lin Ling and sneered. His words were savage and he looked down on the common people. However, no one thought that he was overbearing because this person was the World King of the 36 worlds. He had long since become accustomed to being a tyrant. Lin Ling already knew what had happened. He turned around and walked towards the city square. Scared? You think I won't dare to touch you if you hide in the city square? Let me tell you, you can hide for a while but you can't hide forever. If you have the ability, then don't ever leave the city square. The 36 World King disdainfully said. However, Lin Ling still walked forward. This caused the 36 World King to angrily shout, "Don't tell me you want to leave without leaving anything behind." He clearly thought that Lin Ling was afraid of him. In fact, the people around the street also thought so. It's just a sword. Why are you so nervous? However, Lin Ling finally spoke. His words caused the 36 World King's pupils to narrow. Did Lin Ling really dare to fight with him? The people around the street were also stunned. But soon, they saw Lin Ling walk out with the greatsword on his back. This caused their hearts to tremble. Lin Ling didn't hide in the city square? You are indeed arrogant, but your strength is weak. In my eyes, your ability is nothing. The 36 World King's voice was gloomy. He didn't say anything else and directly attacked. A halberd appeared in his hand. As he waved it, the street roared and strong winds howled. One could even faintly see the world of the 36 worlds appear in the sky. As the halberd appeared, many of the last generation candidates' combat strength became unstable. Rumble, 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 a tyrannical world essence strength rushed forwards, causing Lin Ling's pupils to shrink. This was a 7th level World King and that halberd strike was extremely demonic, carrying with it a wild and demonic aura. It had likely reached the level of a high 2nd grade world essence martial skill. The martial arts of these 36 World Kings had already surpassed the limits of what Lin Ling could withstand. Suspended Sword Ridge. Without any hesitation, Lin Ling erupted with all his strength. The sword in his hand fiercely slashed out, forming 2 strokes of the word Xian. The long sword slashed through the air with a whistling sound. What's the point? However, the 36 World Kings disdainfully smiled. Their halberds shook and a deafening rumble of thunder erupted as they resisted Lin Ling's sword world essence. In his opinion, a single halberd strike was enough to obliterate Lin Ling. Everyone else also thought this. Lin Ling was at the 3rd stage of the World King realm, but the 36 World Kings were at the 7th stage of the World King realm. The difference between the two was far too great. Rumble. However, reality wasn't as bad as they imagined. Swords shot out like 10,000 swords returning to their origin, carrying with them wisps of chaos energy. They actually caused the halberd to tremble. What? The 36 World Kings were startled. Lin Ling was clearly at the 3rd stage of the World King realm, but the feeling he gave off was that of a 6th stage World King. But to him, Lin Ling was only SOSO. Explode. The 36 World Kings angrily roared, their wild aura surging like rivers and seas. All around the halberd, 10,000 worlds of thunder appeared out of thin air, cleanly swallowing up all the swords that shot out. I'll kill you with one move. Green thunder appeared all around the 36 World Kings, causing clouds and winds to roil in the skies. He had erupted with his own Xian body. Green Summer monster thunder. According to the legends, this monster thunder was born from a divine object and had reached an 8th grade Xian body. After these thunderbolts appeared, they were like creeping vines that swam about, terrifying to the extreme. Then, his halberd became even more terrifying. Lin Ling. Seeing this, Xianyuan Ge and the others immediately shouted out. As for Mai Zi and the others, they all sneered. It wouldn't be difficult for the 36 World Kings to kill Lin Ling. Moreover, a single move should be enough. But, Was this really the case? At this time, the monster thunder that filled the skies came crashing down. Lin Ling's complexion also became dignified. His body was wrapped in thunder and blood quietly flowed out. But, he knew that the most terrifying thing was that halberd. Flame of time and space, flute heartsword form. All of his strength gathered together. Multicolored flames appeared like demonic flames, moreover, these flames accompanied the massive sword. At this moment, it ruthlessly slashed down. This overbearing aura caused many people's complexions to change. No one thought that Lin Ling would erupt with such strength. This was because he was facing a third-generation world king. That is Lin Ling, the newly risen last-generation world king. He is truly fierce. The difference is so great, but he can still contend with the 36 world kings. What a pity, the difference in boundary cannot be made up for. Many last-generation world king disciples cried out in alarm. Boundless sky, surging sword, scorching heat, clouds, Lin Ling's all-out sword ruthlessly collided with the halberd, forming a scene of fire and thunder. So fierce. The 36 world king's complexion changed. He didn't think that Lin Ling would become stronger the more they fought. Moreover, he discovered that Lin Ling's talent was a grade higher than his. But, he was a dignified third-generation world king, and yet he couldn't kill Lin Ling in 2 moves. To him, this was a great disgrace. Splitting the heavens and splitting the earth, shaking the vault of the heavens, shattering the universe with a vicious storm, cutting down all evil with 1,000 halberds. He angrily shouted. His aura was like vines and his strength was like thunder. He became even more demonic. This terrifying aura caused the dark clouds in the sky to turn a strange green color. And at this time, Lin Ling's pupils were tightly focused. A trace of blood flowed out from the corners of his mouth. But, his left eye had become even more demonic. Amidst the myriad vines, he seemed to see a glimmer of hope. Dragon painting finishing touch. The sword in his hand trembled. Draconic energy roared as it carried Lin Ling through the void, fast. This sword strike was incomparably fast. Why is this brat so difficult to deal with? The 36 world king sensed Lin Ling's actions and his complexion changed once more. With a loud roar, massive plants appeared beneath his feet and shot into the skies. These plants were formed from demonic thunder. They were terrifying, but his movements were still a fraction too slow. A sword passed through his eyes and a wisp of hair fell to the ground. And on the other side, Lin Ling lightly sighed. A 7th-level world king with rich combat experience was truly a formidable opponent. He was sure that if this were a 6th-level world king, his sword strike would have already obliterated this opponent. But, at the critical moment, this opponent had erupted with his talent and formed a demonic barrier around his body, altering his sword strike so that he had only managed to cut off a wisp of hair. From this point, it could be seen that with Lin Ling's current strength, fighting a 7th-level world king was a very unrealistic problem. Crackle crackle crackle. Moreover, although Lin Ling had cut off a wisp of hair from the 36 world king, he was also entangled in endless demonic thunder, causing him to be injured once more. But, with his godly demon body, these injuries weren't fatal. In this fierce battle, there seemed to be a brief respite. All around the streets, everyone's jaws dropped. So many moves had been exchanged but Lin Ling hadn't died yet. This was simply a miracle. After all, the two of them weren't on the same level. The 36 world king was 100 times stronger than Xianxia and the others. Moreover, he was a king-level existence. This brat is a bit mysterious. The mission arrived. You have injured me. You. At this time, the 36 world king stood atop a giant vine, looking down at Lin Ling, his eyes filled with a gloomy light. 3rd generation, killing me, the last generation, should be a simple matter. Lin Ling didn't answer, but instead asked a question of his own. Without a doubt, his words were filled with sarcasm. The 36 world king's complexion changed and his anger became even more wild. He lifted his left hand high up and pointed towards the heavens. This move can erase you. Thunder drawing art. Rumble rumble rumble, clouds and rain tumbled in the skies, forming a giant vortex. The scene was extremely shocking. It was like thunder was being summoned from the distant infinite worlds, restless and ready to strike. Thunder drawing art, a 3rd-grade world origin martial art. It could draw down thunder from the universe and strike down all living beings. Lin Ling also realized how terrifying this move was. He never imagined that although this person had no enmity with him, this person would actually try to kill him because of someone else's request. There is no way you can defend against this move. You will only be blown to pieces by me. The 36 World King sneered. His finger pointed towards Lin Ling, causing the earth to shake, as if it had been summoned by something. Green demonic thunder came crashing down from the skies. This thunder was like a giant vine, filled with a wild and monstrous aura, shocking to the eye. Hurry and retreat. Everyone's complexions changed as they quickly drew backwards. How terrifying! The anger of a third generation was like the wrath of the heavens. For Lin Ling to be able to fight until now was already an amazing feat, but no one believed that Lin Ling would still be alive. A tremendous pressure fell down from the skies, like a palm smashing down, causing Lin Ling's feet to sink. He could feel that this giant thunder didn't have the might of the ultimate thunder Dao, but because the rank of this martial art was very high, it was enough to kill him with just its strength alone. Of course, from the previous collision, Lin Ling also knew that if he reached the 4th stage of the World King realm, killing the 36 World Kings would be easy. All he lacked was a bit of time. Moreover, he had been hiding a powerful trump card all this time. Shockingly, it was the true flame of time and space, the divine steel of time and space. However, Lin Ling didn't want to reveal his trump card. After all, there were too many people watching. That might not be the case. Lin Ling coldly spat out. When the demonic lightning in the sky came crashing down, his body instantly disappeared. Evasion domain, rumble. The entire street was filled with green fey thunder. The martial artists who were close by were directly ravaged to death. Humph, that's all you've got. Under the tyrannical rumbling, the 36 World Kings let out disdainful voices, causing many people to shake their heads. That monstrous Lin Ling had most likely died. What a pity. Finishing touch. However, at this moment, a sword light shot over. It was like a crescent moon, decisive in its killing intent. Impossible. The complexions of the 36 World Kings changed. Lin Ling hadn't died. He immediately formed complex seals with his hands, causing the Fey Thunder Vine beneath his feet to shoot up into the skies, firmly protecting him. Of course, his reaction was quick. Even so, a sword still pierced through his arm. Blood gushed out, causing his complexion to become even more fierce, and above a building on the street, Lin Ling's figure appeared. His blue robes fluttered in the wind, his ancient sword pointed to the ground. Seeing this, the entire street fell into a deathly silence. Beneath that massive Fey thunder, Lin Ling was actually still alive. How was this possible? My apologies. I must have disappointed you. At the same time, Lin Ling's indifferent voice floated out. It was like a silent slap that fell onto the 36 World Kings' faces. The 36 World Kings, the third generation of Radiant Academy, had a boundary and martial arts that were stronger than Lin Ling's. He was confident that he could kill Lin Ling in a single move. However, the result was that after they had exchanged several moves, Lin Ling hadn't died. Instead, the 36 World Kings had been injured. This was simply a great miracle. To the 36 World Kings, this was the greatest shame of their lives. Lin Ling, hurry and come to Radiant Academy. But at this time, the voice of an old man echoed through the skies. It was Ancestor Dragon Granny. The 36 World Kings froze in place, blue veins bulging out of his forehead. Since a senior from Radiant Academy had summoned Lin Ling, it was impossible for him to attack again. Otherwise, if he angered that senior, he would have to bear the consequences. Then, as he looked at his bloody arms, his complexion became even more ferocious. Lin Ling's eyes flashed. He knew that the academy had assigned a mission to him. He immediately informed Xianxia and the others and then rushed towards Radiant Academy without stopping. The next time I see you, I will kill you. At the same time, Lin Ling's voice filled with thick killing intent also floated out. To him, there was no enmity between him and the 36 World Kings. But, the 36 World Kings had toyed with him as if he were an ant. If they wanted to kill him, they would kill him. You stray dog. In the distance, the 36 World Kings roared. Lin Ling was truly a lucky bastard. Otherwise, he would have killed Lin Ling. In truth, He didn't know that if he wasn't in the middle of the street, Lin Ling would have already used the space-time divine steel to kill him, so, he was the one who was lucky. A loser who only knows how to run. Mai Zi and the others had ugly complexions as they coldly mocked. Today, they had dispatched 2 third generations, but Lin Ling was still alive. This was not something they wanted to see. They were very unhappy in their hearts. 36 World Kings, you have disappointed me. In the distance, the prematurely aged demon guardian coldly said. He was just lucky. The anger in the 36 World King's heart grew even stronger. He could feel the mocking gazes from all around him. You don't need to attack. Let me do it. Demon Guardian left behind these words and left with his bamboo basket. I'm so angry. Seeing this, the 36 World King's complexion became even more ferocious. He was the World King of the 36 worlds. He could kill whoever he wanted. When had he ever failed? Today was the first time. He is this year's last generation disciple? How fierce. A 9th grade talent. If his cultivation realm increases, then perhaps even the 36 World Kings won't be his match. How did he avoid that demonic thunder before? The crowd began to discuss spiritedly. Many people's faces were filled with horror. Die. As if he had heard these voices, the 36 World Kings pointed out a finger. Tyrannical thunder blasted several last-generation disciple candidates to death. No one on the street dared to speak anymore. Then, these powerhouses also left. Of course, the 36 World Kings also left behind a tyrannical sentence. Rainforest Market, whoever dares to go there again will be killed by me. The street was different from the Resplendent Academy. If they didn't like someone, they would kill them. This was because they were third-generation disciples, and many people on the street were candidates. Perhaps they would be eliminated tomorrow, so what was there to fear? How tyrannical. That's right. He killed just because he said a word. Too arrogant. I hope that rising star Lin Ling can kill him. What a pity. Lin Ling isn't the 36 World Kings match. Before, the 36 World Kings must have underestimated him. The surrounding people also began to disperse. As for Xianxia and the others, their complexions were dignified. They hoped that Lin Ling would be able to overcome this calamity. At this time, Lin Ling was carrying an icy cold killing intent as he flew towards the Resplendent Academy. After he arrived at the martial god world, Tian Liuli and the others had been his greatest enemies, and they were also the ones he wanted to kill the most. But now, there was one more person, and that was the 36 World Kings. Before this, if he hadn't been so calm, he would have already activated the space and time divine tablet. Once I reach the 4th level of the World King realm, I will kill you like a dog. Reaching the rising sun boundary, arriving at the plaza where the assessment was held not long ago, Ancestor Dragon Granny had been waiting there for a long time. When she saw Lin Ling, she couldn't help but smile. However, Lin Ling could see that Ancestor Dragon Granny's eyes were filled with worry. Obviously, she knew what had happened before. The waters of the martial god world are very deep. I could help you before, but I can't help you forever. Especially the Flying Dragon organization, the assassins there are impossible to guard against. Ancestor Dragon Granny said. I know. Lin Ling nodded. Ancestor Dragon Granny would definitely help him on major matters, but it was not good for her to interfere in a clash between geniuses. After all, this was the Resplendent Academy, a place where geniuses constantly clashed. If others helped, it would only attract more disdain. Fortunately, you didn't lose to him. Ancestor Dragon Granny relaxed when she saw that Lin Ling was fine. If there weren't so many people, I would have killed him long ago. Lin Ling shook his head. His words caused Ancestor Dragon Granny's heart to tremble. Lin Ling could defeat 3 generations of geniuses? Was this a joke? However, based on her understanding of Lin Ling, this young man was not someone who spoke arrogant words. If he said it, he would naturally do it. This meant that Lin Ling had a powerful trump card that she did not know about. The mission this time is to help a prince of the Rising Sun boundary ascend to the throne. The Rising Sun boundary is a very ancient boundary. Although the cultivators there are not strong, because of their history, the Qing province attaches great importance to them. The person you are looking for is called Sun Yaoyang. Just help him become a king. After that, Ancestor Dragon Granny handed a jade slip to Lin Ling. There was a detailed explanation of the mission inside. After the mission is completed, you will become a disciple of the last generation and the academy will reward you with a 3-Dao lotus. Hearing this, Lin Ling was delighted. The 3-Dao lotus was very rare and came from the chaos of the universe. Even Li Xiaoyao had not found such a treasure in the past. Go, have a safe journey. Under Ancestor Dragon Granny's laughter, Lin Ling stepped on the journey. In the vast starry sky, in the chaos of the universe, Lin Ling's figure appeared. He stared at the endless starry sky, and a sense of heroism rose in his heart. Roaming the primal chaos was something that every martial artist yearned for the most. I wonder how things are at home. Then, Lin Ling looked to the north. That was the north border, and the sacred land of the rainforest was there. Unfortunately, he had a mission at hand and did not have the time to go back and take a look. Moreover, he urgently needed to increase his strength. This was especially true for the fire element, which was of utmost importance. He planned to fight the 36 world kings once this trip was over and kill them all. The sky is high for the birds to fly, and the sea is wide for the fish to swim. He didn't place the matter of the 36 world kings in his heart. Lin Ling took out a jug of wine. With the ancient sword on his back, he happily repaid his debts of gratitude and enmity. Hot wine was in his throat. The Rising Sun world was an extremely ancient world in the Southern Territory. This world was clearly more powerful than Lin Ling's world. However, this world had a demonic creature that stirred up a storm of blood, causing this world to become extremely chaotic. Moreover, many powerful martial artists had also died, and according to the mission records, the demonic creature that had appeared was the Flaming Lip World King. This World King wasn't too strong, but he was difficult to deal with and difficult to track down. He had hindered the birth of a new emperor of the Rising Sun world. Lin Ling's goal was to help the second prince ascend the throne and become the new emperor and world king. However, there were many people participating in this mission. There were also people from Heavenly Saint Academy and Blue Dominance Academy. After Lin Ling arrived at the Rising Sun world, he discovered that the skies here were even higher and the sun was even larger. The spiritual energy and gravity here also surpassed that of his homeland. The martial artists here are even stronger. They have all reached the World King realm. Lin Ling thought to himself. Luckily, the strongest martial artists here did not surpass the scope of Lin Ling's strength, so this mission wasn't too difficult. Most importantly, Lin Ling was interested in the Flaming Lip World King. This was because the flaming lip bead that the World King possessed could allow Lin Ling's spacetime to rise to the level of an awakened divine body. Then, Lin Ling casually entered a city, bought a horse, drank some wine, and set off. At the same time, he also began to comprehend the final layer of the Profound Sword record, the Profound Word Sword. This sword was divided into 5 moves. When the final sword was slashed out, it formed a giant profound word that could cut down all. The primal chaos force contained within the sword was even stronger, reaching the lower 3rd grade. If he could successfully cultivate this sword, Lin Ling would be able to defeat the 36 world kings with ease. At this time, in the Rising Sun Great Empire, tens of thousands of troops had gathered, their momentum shaking the world. A prince prayed to the heavens, burned incense, and took a bath. Then, the army was ready to set off. Today, the second prince wanted to confer the title of Emperor of a world. Thus, the entire world was in an uproar. However, the imperial mausoleum was far from here. The second prince wanted to bring the ancestral jade seal to the imperial mausoleum to offer a sacrifice to the heavens and announce this to the world. This was the rule of their world. The problem was that the road ahead was bound to be filled with dangers. There would be monsters stirring up trouble and hindering them. Thus, they asked the martial god world's martial gods to help. Are those the martial god geniuses? At this time, in the royal square, the army stood quietly. The civil and military officials were whispering to each other. They stared at the dozen or so youths in the square, their faces filled with fear. Thank you to the martial god geniuses of the 3 great academies for assistance. We only need the help of 5 martial god geniuses for this trip to the imperial mausoleum. Sometimes, too many people isn't good. So, may I ask which 5 martial god geniuses are willing to follow us? The second prince wore a dragon robe and spoke politely to the youths. Even though he was the world king of this world, the son of heaven, he didn't dare to neglect these youths. This was because these youths were the martial god geniuses from the 3 great academies of the Green Province. 5? That's very few. But, this is normal. It's useless to have some trash follow us. A tall and sturdy youth said. This person's aura was extraordinary and he was also a world king. However, he had received a mission from the Heavenly Saint Academy and had volunteered to come. It's hard to say who's trash. A young girl said with disdain. She held a whip in her hand. Around the whip, 4 stars flowed. Songling Academy's Jade Gem Fairy, don't be too confident. The tall and sturdy youth immediately retorted. What did you say? In front of my junior apprentice sister, take back your arrogance, otherwise I don't mind teaching you a lesson. A green-robed youth immediately said. His strength was at the 5th level of the World King realm and he was also one of the last candidates of the Songling Academy. Then come at me. However, the other party didn't back down. Seeing this, the second prince ruefully smiled. He couldn't afford to offend these people. After all, not only were they stronger than him, but their status was also higher than his. They were all world kings. Everyone, how about this? Let's draw a circle. You all will exchange a single move and a loser will be eliminated. How about it? The second prince cautiously said. That's too simple. I can sweep away all of them by myself. Someone disdainfully smiled. The circle isn't too big, only 10 meters wide. All of you will enter it, and the most important thing is that the circle cannot be damaged. This elimination should be a bit difficult. The second prince smiled. Hearing this, everyone's eyes flashed. This was indeed difficult. Saving time come. Then, these geniuses nodded. They stared at each other, their eyes filled with a thick fighting spirit. They all wanted to eliminate each other. Then, over a dozen geniuses walked into the circle. Hold on, I'll also join this elimination round. But at this time a smiling voice echoed out from the distance, causing everyone to look over. They saw a youth galloping towards them. His blue robes fluttered in the wind, giving off a feeling as if he were roaming the world. This person was Lin Ling. What a handsome young man! The army cried out in their hearts. In their eyes, this youth was like a god that had descended to earth, but those young martial gods from their academies were unhappy. This was because they had been preparing to begin, but this youth had suddenly arrived and even asked to join. Didn't this mean that they were all waiting for this youth to join, and most importantly, this youth was only at the 3rd level of the World King realm? What qualifications did he have? What a disgrace. You must have come here to enjoy the feeling of superiority. Someone mocked. Maybe he came here to covet the food of the royal family. After all, he has been eliminated. But, the second prince will still invite him to a meal. Such a person, I will be the first to eliminate him. These geniuses indifferently said, all of them proud and arrogant. Of course, they were all masters of a world in the past, so they naturally had the qualifications to be proud. Brat, are you from Resplendent Academy? I've never seen you before. Someone lifted their chin and looked at Lin Ling. Because Lin Ling was this year's last generation disciple candidate, they naturally hadn't seen him before. Indeed. Lin Ling leapt down from his horse, slowly walking forwards. Rookie. Hearing this, the other geniuses also confirmed that Lin Ling was a newcomer. Then roll over here. This young master is in a good mood today. Because of the second prince, I will spare your arm. Someone stretched out a giant arm, slowly clenching it into a fist as he lightly said. When his fist moved, the entire rising sun boundary seemed to be in turmoil. Xianxia, don't mess around. If you destroy the drawn circle, you will be eliminated. Another person immediately said with a smile. Ha, my world essence is too great. If you want me to restrain my strength now, isn't that just like embroidery? But, eliminating all of you is still simple. The young man who clenched his fist smiled confidently. For a moment, the auras of the young martial gods from the 3 great academies clashed, causing the second prince to smile bitterly. Beside him, a beautiful young woman walked over and frowned as she looked at the martial gods. Brother, these experts are so arrogant. They are very strong. We are like ants in front of them. Of course they are arrogant. If it wasn't for the long history of our rising sun boundary and the three great academies giving us face, I'm afraid these martial god geniuses wouldn't even look at us. The second prince shook his head and said, Royal brother is right. However, there are 28 martial god realm geniuses here. I wonder who will remain in the end. The beautiful young woman asked curiously. The second prince's gaze swept over them, and he said solemnly, the higher the cultivation level, the higher the success rate. After saying this, he looked at Lin Ling, who had already walked into the circle. He shook his head and said that young man should be a candidate for these 2 years. His strength is a bit weak. Isn't he going to be humiliated? The beautiful young woman frowned. On the road of martial arts, being humiliated is unavoidable. Perhaps only after experiencing this will he be able to work harder. After all, I have heard that the three great academies have many missions, but most of the martial god geniuses that enter their academies fail to complete them. This is the reason their background is lacking. Alright, let them begin. After the second prince explained, he smiled at the crowd and said, Begin. At almost the same time, the 10-meter-wide circle erupted with an aura. One person's aura was too strong. He rushed into the circle and was directly eliminated, leaving him depressed to the extreme. Being strong wasn't enough. As for the others, their methods of controlling their world essence were even more formidable. They all attacked, and in several breaths of time, those below the 5th stage of the World King realm were forced out of the circle. All of them had dark expressions, so angry that they had nothing to say. In just a moment, there were only 10 people left in the circle. 5 more people would be eliminated. Eh? You, a 3rd stage World King, haven't been eliminated yet? Someone suddenly cried out in alarm. Before this, someone had erupted with a powerful martial skill that covered the entire circle. The weaker ones had all been sent flying away, but this blue-robed youth still hadn't moved. As for this blue-robed youth, his cultivation wasn't high and he should have just become a final generation disciple candidate. Shouldn't such a person be the weakest? Even the second prince and the others stared at this blue-robed youth, some surprise on their faces. This blue-robed youth was Lin Ling. At this time, his combat strength was like a pine tree, like an immovable king. His mortal body was formidable, reaching a freakish level. If his opponent didn't dare to erupt with their full strength, they simply wouldn't be able to shake him. Of course, even if his opponent erupted with their full strength, Lin Ling could also erupt with his full strength and kill them all the same. Royal brother, that handsome and otherworldly youth is fiercer than we imagined. The beautiful young woman couldn't help but say. The second prince smiled and shook his head. Before this, because his cultivation was low, no one paid attention to him. But now that he is one of the remaining 10, there will be people who will attack him. And indeed, in the circle, there were people who attacked Lin Ling. Brat, I'm sorry, but you have been eliminated. Earthquake. A young man in a golden brocade robe said without even looking at Lin Ling. A strange thing happened. The 10-meter-wide circle started to roll, uproot, and even hang upside down. Everyone was suspended in the air, and they felt the ground shaking, making their feet unstable. What a terrifying power of realm essence. His talent is related to the earth. The surrounding army was shocked. Pa, pa. Pa, pa. 3 people couldn't react in time and fell from the sky, eliminated. Now, there were only 8 people left. Many people subconsciously looked at Lin Ling, and they were shocked to find that Lin Ling was upside down, but his feet seemed to have taken root, and he didn't move at all. Most importantly, he actually took out wine and drank it. Looking at the others, they all had serious expressions. Some were in a horse stance, some were sitting cross-legged, resisting the mysterious power of realm essence. Brother, look at him. At this moment, the beautiful young woman opened her mouth in shock. How could the youth with the lowest cultivation be so mysterious? The second prince beside him smiled bitterly. He couldn't explain it. Brat, take 3 of my punches, I will break your waist. A genius shouted angrily, and his fist smashed toward Lin Ling. Bang! 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 Realm essence suppressed in the fist landed heavily on Lin Ling's body, causing the circle to shake. Smoke filled the air, but Lin Ling was still safe and sound. The other party only used realm essence to kill him, and didn't use any martial arts. Lin Ling's godly demon body didn't fear such power at all. Get lost. Lin Ling looked up at the same time, and his leg swept out like a whip. He came here for only one purpose, and that was to get a spot. If others didn't provoke him, he couldn't be bothered. If others wanted to eliminate him, he would do it. Towards the imperial tomb, bang, the strength of over 5,000 worlds erupted. The youth that was kicked was sent flying backwards like a cannonball, shooting into the heavens before vanishing from the universe. This kick was terrifying. To kick someone into the universe, just what sort of strength was needed? And what was most terrifying was that even though Lin Ling had erupted with such strength, there wasn't even a speck of dust beneath his feet. Isn't this fellow at the third stage of the World King realm? How could he possibly block Sir Lu's kick? That kick contained the strength of 5 great world essences. The remaining people all looked at Lin Ling. They finally realized that Lin Ling was the most terrifying opponent. Eliminate him. Everyone subconsciously looked at Lin Ling, their eyes burning with unwillingness and anger. This was because Lin Ling was clearly a newcomer to Radiant Academy. But his strength was far greater than these geniuses that had cultivated for several hundred years. To them, this was a disgrace. Huh. Seeing this, Lin Ling shook his head. He wanted to test just how strong his defenses were, so he continued to drink. This was because even though his opponents attacked, they didn't dare to use any martial arts. They only used the strength of their world essences. He should be able to block this strength. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The 6 people attacked at the same time. Their world essences were extremely terrifying. As their world essences fell onto Lin Ling's body, there was a sound like muffled thunder. Moreover, their strength was too great, causing the circle to break apart. One by one, they fell down from the skies, their faces filled with regret. But when they looked up, they discovered that Lin Ling was still standing there like a pine tree. Moreover, he was slowly floating down. He was fine. That fellow was actually fine with the world essences of 6 people? Could it be that he had cultivated some powerful defensive martial arts? You have all been eliminated. Lin Ling looked at them and smiled. Those geniuses all dropped their jaws. But, someone sneered, if the circle is destroyed, aren't you also eliminated? My apologies, but the soil beneath my feet is still the soil of the circle. However, Lin Ling smiled once more. Everyone discovered that from start to finish, Lin Ling's feet hadn't moved at all. He was still standing where he was at the start. Even though the circle was broken, the soil seemed to be sucked in by his feet, drifting down with him. This fellow. Everyone's hearts fiercely shook. Sometimes, a martial artist's destructive strength. This didn't mean that they were strong. What was truly fierce was a martial artist that had perfect control of their strength. For instance, a sword slashing falling leaves of falling leaves. That was a true martial arts skill. Moreover, they were so strong that they could shatter the circle in a single breath. Therefore, it was even more difficult to control their strength. This was the key to this elimination. Lin Ling's control of his strength had clearly surpassed all of them. The second prince hurriedly bowed. He knew that he had underestimated this blue-robed youth. The beautiful girl next to him was full of admiration. She hoped she could be as strong as the blue-robed young man. That's great. I'll go alone. These people are redundant anyway. Lin Ling nodded. He was in a hurry to complete the mission, so he didn't want any martial gods to waste everyone's time. The martial gods smiled wryly when they heard this. They wanted to refute, but they couldn't. After all, they were indeed eliminated. The second prince smiled wryly too. He bowed respectfully and said, let's stick to the previous conditions and leave 5 of you behind. What do you think? It doesn't matter how many of them there are. They won't be able to withstand a single blow from an expert. Lin Ling shrugged indifferently. It wasn't that he looked down on them, but he felt they were still too weak to participate in the mission. However, when the martial god realm geniuses heard the truth, their faces reddened with anger. Won't be able to withstand a single blow. Isn't this young man too arrogant? They didn't know that Lin Ling's overall strength was enough to fight 3 generations at once. Moreover, Lin Ling was now the last generation. Therefore, he didn't think he was arrogant at all. Most importantly, the strongest of these people was only at the level of the falling flowers flowing water sword. They were indeed very weak. How about this? You will choose the remaining 4. The second prince shook his head helplessly and looked at Lin Ling again. Lin Ling smiled. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, he would follow the second prince's request. He glanced at the martial gods. They were furious at first, but now they were looking at Lin Ling with anticipation. Of course, Lin Ling didn't have time to waste. He randomly chose 4 people, called the second prince, and set off immediately. The 4 martial gods who were chosen were extremely lucky because they could complete the mission. Once they completed it, they would be the last generation of the academy. The army set off toward the imperial tombs in a mighty manner. Lin Ling and the second prince were in the same carriage. Lin Ling sat cross-legged and cultivated. He didn't want to waste too much time. The second prince looked at Lin Ling with a wry smile. He wanted to say something, but he was extremely respectful of Lin Ling. As for the beautiful girl, she was even more so. Although she sat upright and looked like an obedient child, her big eyes stared at Lin Ling curiously from time to time. Is there something wrong with my face? After an unknown period of time, Lin Ling finally opened his eyes and stared at the beautiful girl. No, no. The beautiful girl was shocked and kept waving her little hands. Senior, please forgive her. My royal sister is very curious about martial arts. It's a pity that her talent is limited, so she hasn't been able to step into a new realm. The second prince was afraid that his sister would offend Lin Ling and quickly tried to smooth things over. Lin Ling looked at them and felt as if he was looking at an old friend of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. At that time, he also helped the second prince of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom seize the throne. Hence, the scene in front of him reminded him of his childhood. Actually, you don't have to be so serious. I didn't speak before because I wanted to seize the time to cultivate. It doesn't mean that I'm a difficult person to get along with. Lin Ling revealed a friendly smile, which made the second prince and the others less serious. What's your name? Then, Lin Ling looked at the beautiful girl and asked. Sun Yener. The beautiful girl didn't dare to raise her head to look at Lin Ling. She clasped her hands together and said nervously. Haha. Lin Ling couldn't help but laugh. This lass was rather shy and didn't have the willfulness of a princess. He nodded and said, after the mission is over, I'll help you improve your talent and guide you on a set of martial arts. Really? The beautiful girl was ecstatic. This time, she dared to stare at Lin Ling. She then asked with anticipation, how powerful will I be? More powerful than those people outside. This is an unchanging fact. Lin Ling said. At this moment, outside the carriage, the remaining 4 martial god prodigies were riding on their horses and protecting the carriage. When they heard Lin Ling's words, they all gritted their teeth. That blue-robed youth looked younger than them, but he acted like an old man, which made them very unhappy. The realm-devouring beast, the army immediately came to a stop after hearing Lin Ling's voice, as if they were facing a formidable foe. In front of them was a huge, pitch-black forest. It was extremely quiet, so quiet that it caused them to hold their breaths. The darkness was terrifying. However, the silence lasted for quite some time, causing the 4 martial god realm geniuses to frown. They were quite nervous before, but they now realized that it was quite normal. Hee, this guy is just trying to trick us. One of the martial god realm geniuses said disdainfully. Even though Lin Ling was quite strong, he was still a rising star. The thought of them having to listen to Lin Ling's words was quite unpleasant. I think he's just bluffing. Let's move forward. Another person calmly said. It was a great opportunity for them to let the second prince know that Lin Ling was only SOSO. Let's wait a little longer. Even though this Lin Ling is only a candidate for the last batch of disciples this year, his words still make sense. A woman was rather cautious. You're just a coward. Did you just lose to him because he's strong? We were only testing his control of the realm force. I admit that he's strong in that aspect, but he's no match against us in terms of realm force. The martial god realm genius who spoke at the beginning strode forward. However, as soon as he moved, whoosh, countless birds flew out from the woods ahead as if they were startled. The martial god realm genius halted in his tracks. Meanwhile, Lin Ling's calm voice could be heard from the carriage. Aren't you very strong? Go ahead, I guarantee that you won't live for more than the period it took an incense to burn. What? What? The martial god realm genius's eyes glittered. This Lin Ling was underestimating his strength. After all, he was the ruler of a realm. He could easily destroy a realm with his full strength. Let's see how I won't live for more than the period it took an incense to burn. Following this, the martial god realm genius continued to move forward. Rumble, at that instant, a rare phenomenon took place. The enormous woods ahead began to sink, and the ground began to sink too. A huge mouth appeared and began to devour the ground. At that instant, everyone was startled as their figures began to tremble. Such a huge mouth, that mouth seemed to want to devour this world. Moreover, the terrifying aura it emitted was extremely shocking. Go on, let's see if you can survive the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. Meanwhile, Lin Ling's calm voice echoed, causing the martial god realm genius called Chu Tian to fall to the ground with a thud. His face was very pale. If it wasn't for Lin Ling's reminder, he would have been dead. Thank you, Chu Tian immediately said. The other martial god geniuses didn't dare to underestimate Lin Ling. One of the girls asked, "What is this?" They all sensed that the huge mouth could easily swallow them. World-swallowing beast. At this moment, the carriage came to a stop. Lin Ling stood in front of the carriage and said indifferently, "Realm-swallowing beast? What is that?" "Strange, with our strength, we can easily destroy a world, but that terrifying mouth gives us a terrifying feeling." Among the four, an older and more composed youth looked at Lin Ling and said, "Born in the chaos of the universe, it is a strange object of heaven and earth that can swallow a world. This is an immature body, so it hasn't reached a terrifying level yet," Lin Ling said indifferently. Then, he waved his hand and said, "Let the army take a detour." World swallowing. This time, the four martial god geniuses' expressions changed drastically. Moreover, they finally remembered this ancient object. According to legend, this terrifying object was condensed by the chi of the universe. Once it appeared, it would wipe out all living beings. It had appeared once in the ancient era. At that time, it had swallowed more than 3,000 worlds, causing the martial god world to be mighty. This incident was also recorded in the history books. Unfortunately, this world-swallowing beast was too rare, so not many people knew about it. They couldn't help but look at Lin Ling. Lin Ling was younger than them, but he knew about these ancient secrets. "Sir, you must be this year's assessment disciple of the Resplendent Academy, right?" the woman asked with a smile. Her smile was quite beautiful. Lin Ling didn't understand why she asked this. He nodded and said, "Yes, I passed the assessment not long ago." Their hearts jerked when they heard this. Now that they thought about it, Lin Ling was their junior brother, but this junior brother was too miraculous. "However, although I passed the assessment, I am not considered a candidate of the last generation." "I am already a candidate of the last generation," Lin Ling said. He didn't hide anything. After all, Qing province was very big. After these martial god geniuses met this time, it would be difficult to meet them again. "That's fine. Aren't you only a candidate of the last generation after passing the assessment?" The four people were even more surprised. After all, they were still candidates of the last generation. In order to remove the word candidate, they had worked hard for 100 years. "Idiot, is junior brother Lin Ling an exception?" the beautiful woman suddenly said. The other three people were stunned and nodded. When they looked at Lin Ling again, they were even more in awe. The last generation of the Resplendent Academy was someone they could only look up to. "Junior brother Lin Ling, no, senior brother Lin Ling, how did you detect the world-swallowing beast before?" the more calm young man asked. Lin Ling's soul power was huge. In addition to his 10,000 elephant demonic eyes and his knowledge, he could naturally detect the changes in the earth. However, he would definitely not tell this secret. He smiled and said, "The world-swallowing beast roams around the universe, but when it suddenly appears on the earth, there will be fluctuations in the void. Just pay attention to the fluctuations in the void." "Amazing," the four people said at the same time. They certainly understood this principle, but wanting to do so was difficult. They had to be alert to the slightest movement in the earth. After all, even if they could sense the changes in the earth, it would be too late. They would have been swallowed up. They needed to be aware of the fluctuations in the void. "Alright, let's prepare to set off." However, with the appearance of the world-swallowing beast, there are also the reaper aphids. These are the world-swallowing beast's companion beasts. We must be careful when facing them. Lin Ling looked into the distance and lightly said. At the same time, ancient black elephants began to crawl out from the sinking earth. These ancient elephants were as large as small mountains, but if one looked carefully, they weren't ancient elephants at all. Rather, they were masses of black sludge. These were the reaper aphids. There were over a dozen of these black aphids. After they crawled out, they began to eat people. The army immediately retreated. The second prince and the others were pale with fright. They could only look at Lin Ling's group of 5. It looks like they are only at the first level of the World King realm. Luckily, they aren't too difficult. Let me do it. World King's 7 directional fingers. The calm young man faintly smiled. He pointed out a finger. Blue light bloomed and the void exploded. A finger shot forward at high speed. Senior apprentice brother Liu, what a fierce World King's 7 directional fingers. The others couldn't help but praise. The latter was at the 5th level of the World King realm, but within this boundary, he was still an extremely formidable existence. However, this martial art that could break through a world actually fell upon the black aphids. It only caused them to pause for a moment. What? Senior apprentice brother Liu felt disbelief. Were these aphids even more formidable than a world? Imperial Tomb, Scorpio constellation. At this time, the earth was constantly sinking. That giant mouth seemed to swallow everything. If they didn't deal with these black aphids soon, the army would be in danger. Attack! The others erupted with their ultimate skills, as if the ruler of a world had arrived. Pop pop pop, waves of energy rolled out from the earth, as if the heavens and earth were falling apart. Beneath this all-out attack, the black aphids died one by one, turning into a puddle of mud. Are these really aphids? They are simply giant beasts. Luckily, we have these martial god geniuses. The army behind them exclaimed in surprise. The 4 martial god geniuses couldn't help but laugh. They were finally in the limelight for once. They're too slow. However, just as they were laughing, Lin Ling poured cold water on them. This caused the 4 martial god geniuses to be unwilling. The youth called Chu Tian frowned. These death god aphids have extremely strong defenses. We've already used a low 2nd grade martial skill, otherwise we wouldn't have been able to break through them. His words were mixed with unwillingness. He thought that Lin Ling's words were too simple. Lin Ling shook his head, not explaining. He shot forwards like a swallow. In the air, he drew his ancient sword and slashed down at the last death god aphid. A single sword cannot cut down these aphids. Seeing this, the martial god geniuses shook their heads. However, a miracle occurred. Lin Ling's world essence didn't use any martial arts, it was only an ordinary 3rd stage World King realm world essence. However, under this sword strike, the aphid trembled and was split in half. With this, the 4 martial god geniuses' pupils shrank. The army sucked in a breath of cold air. Lin Ling drew back his sword and floated in the air. These aphids have a surface like mud, but they also have flaws. If I can find a still and motionless piece of mud, then I can kill them in a single strike without using any martial skills. How is this possible? The delicate woman cried out in alarm. This was because the mud on the surface of the aphids was constantly flowing. It was impossible to find a motionless one. Thus, she couldn't help but be surprised. She even thought that although Lin Ling looked young and delicate on the surface, there was a 10,000-year-old monster hidden in his heart. Otherwise, how could he be so abnormal? Let's go. Lin Ling didn't say anything more. He turned around and left. The 4 martial god geniuses looked at Lin Ling's back with even more reverence. The army took a detour and headed in another direction. Inside the carriage, the second prince and the beautiful girl looked at Lin Ling in awe. They never thought that Lin Ling, who was the youngest, would surpass the other martial gods in every aspect. Big brother, why are you so powerful? Are all martial artists so respected? The beautiful girl noticed that Lin Ling was easy to talk to, so she wasn't so restrained. Looking at the young girl, Lin Ling thought of his son, Lin Yi. He also thought of the fire spirit princess. He smiled and said, learning martial arts may seem glorious, but in fact, it is accompanied by many dangers. If one is not careful, it is very common for one's soul to dissipate. So sometimes, it is better to be immortal. Since Big Brother is so strong, he must have experienced many disasters. The beautiful girl asked. Lin Ling nodded. Indeed. He had experienced many life and death situations in his life. There was no end to it. Others saw that he was strong and yearned for his life of being respected, but who knew that he had worked hard behind the scenes? Little Yan, it is fate that we met. I will teach you a set of cultivation techniques. Moreover, I have a martial god fruit that can change your talent. With that cultivation technique, you should be able to reach the strength of a realm lord in the future. Then, Lin Ling looked at the beautiful girl and said. The beautiful girl was stunned and extremely excited. Why aren't you thanking Senior Lin Ling? The second prince beside her knew that his sister's luck had come. She had met a benefactor. Disciple greets master. The beautiful girl reacted and hurriedly knelt down. Lin Ling shook his head helplessly. He was just giving her some pointers. He couldn't say that he was a master. He immediately helped the girl up. The beautiful girl looked at Lin Ling with even more admiration. She had truly met a benefactor. As for the four martial god geniuses outside the carriage, their eyes flashed. After knowing each other, they felt that Lin Ling was unfathomably deep. He was clearly at the third stage of the World King realm, but the feeling he gave off wasn't so. If we ask him for some pointers, do you think he will agree? That would be too shameful. After all, he is younger than us. If you don't ask, I will. Who says I won't ask? I just happen to have some doubts about my current martial arts. I hope he can give me some pointers. Imperial Tomb, Scorpio constellation, this was the goal of the army. A day later, the army arrived at the Imperial Tomb. The dragon energy here was extremely rich. Ancient buildings covered the entire mountain range. It was quiet, giving off an extremely mysterious feeling. We've arrived. The second prince waved his hand and the army stopped. Then, a guard held up the imperial jade seal and carefully knelt down. In front of them was a giant altar. Imperial incense wafted through the air, as if the sound of an emperor was drifting through the air. The entire army, tens of millions of people, all knelt down in unison. Now was the time for the second prince to offer a sacrifice to the heavens and announce it to the world. At this moment, the second prince was wearing a neat dragon robe. He took the imperial jade seal and walked towards the altar. Throughout the entire process, his face was extremely solemn. Lin Ling and the rest stood calmly. Naturally, they would not kneel. However, just as the second prince was about to offer his sacrifice, Lin Ling's eyes flickered. Then, a cold smile appeared on his face. Smoke drifted out of the cave in front of him. A large number of soldiers in black armor appeared. Their bodies were filled with dense demonic energy. Sun Yaoyang, how have you been? A cold yell could be heard. A middle-aged man in a long black robe appeared in the distance. He held a huge saber that was taller than a person and walked over step by step. Bang! 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 Following his footsteps, the ground shook. Great General Tuashui? The second prince's expression changed drastically. He obviously knew that middle-aged man. Hand over the imperial jade seal. The emperor of this world can only be the crown prince. The middle-aged man in the black robe sneered. His body was filled with smoke, and he looked even more demonic. Big brother, those are the crown prince's men. At this moment, the beautiful girl on the other side said to Lin Ling. Lin Ling nodded. This was not the first time he had seen something like this. When the throne changed, there would definitely be other crown princes competing for it. It was no wonder that he had not seen other crown princes since he came here. Hand over the imperial jade seal. The sinister middle-aged man shouted again. He looked at the beautiful girl with a sinister gaze. Princess, this time, you have finally fallen into my hands. His gaze caused the beautiful girl to tremble. She subconsciously hid behind Lin Ling. The sinister middle-aged man only glanced at Lin Ling and the rest. Then, he ignored them and raised the huge saber in his hand. Kill! The surrounding black-armored soldiers charged forward like a demonic army. The demonic energy formed a huge demonic scorpion. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws. It was extremely terrifying. Kill! The second prince's army also charged forward. Battle tumor water general unable to withstand a single blow. Sun Yaoyang, you don't have the qualifications to call yourself king. The black-armored middle-aged man advanced once more, his expression icy cold. As for the second prince, he looked at the middle-aged man and then at his own army. His complexion became even more dignified. This was because his army was beginning to retreat in defeat. He had long heard that the crown prince had turned into a monster. Now that he saw it, it was true. If you follow the crown prince, do you want to become neither a human nor a monster? The second prince angrily shouted. Die. You speak too much nonsense. The black-armored middle-aged man disdained to speak further. He grasped his saber and threw himself at the second prince. Along the way, his monster energy soared into the heavens and a giant black scorpion appeared behind him. This scorpion's tail burned with a demonic green flame. It raised it high, wanting to kill the second prince. In your dreams. At this time, Chu Tian and the others attacked. The strength of a fifth-level world king completely erupted. Unable to withstand a single blow. However, the black-armored middle-aged man stopped. Then, he stomped on the ground, causing it to crack open. Bang, a terrifying shockwave erupted. Green monster flames splashed out in all directions. Puff, Chu Tian and the others immediately spat out a mouthful of blood and were sent flying backwards. The delicate young woman cried out in alarm, 6th stage world king realm? Moreover, his talent is at least 9th grade. Another person shouted out. Then, they all crashed to the ground. It was clear that they were not the black-armored middle-aged man's match. After all, this black-armored middle-aged man's boundary was higher than theirs and his talent was greater. How could they be his match? I already knew that someone from Martial God World would come to help. Unfortunately, this person is too useless. Second prince, you can die now. The black-armored middle-aged man coldly shouted and threw himself at the second prince once more. As for Chu Tian and the others, their complexions changed. They wanted to crawl up, but they discovered that the monster flames on their bodies continued to burn them, making it impossible for them to stand. These monster flames were a bit strange. Royal brother. The beautiful young woman cried out in worry. However, she didn't discover that Lin Ling had already disappeared. A sword appeared in the sky, and in the next moment he arrived in front of the second prince. Clang, a sword stabbed out, dragon painting finishing touch. At the same time, the black-armored middle-aged man's saber slashed out. Monster flames roared around it, but it was evenly matched with Lin Ling's sword. Seeing this, the second prince's expression changed drastically. He didn't die, the black-armored man's complexion changed. Before this, he had already seen this blue-robed youth, but he could sense that this blue-robed youth was only at the 3rd level of the World King realm and was weaker than the other 4, thus he hadn't placed him in his eyes. However, he now realized that this young man was the strongest among them. Who are you? The black-armored middle-aged man said coldly. At this moment, Lin Ling gripped his sword and said calmly, the last generation of Resplendent Academy, Lin Ling. Last generation disciple. The black-armored man's pupils constricted, and an imperceptible trace of fear flickered in his eyes. But soon, when he saw that Lin Ling was alone, his expression became calm. You want to save them all by yourself? It's enough. Lin Ling smiled faintly. His calm demeanor raised the morale of the second prince's army. Currently, Lin Ling was the most mysterious martial god genius on their side. If Lin Ling couldn't block this enemy, then they would all be annihilated. Haha, boy, you haven't been weaned off milk yet, have you? If the Resplendent Academy had sent out other martial god geniuses then I, Great General Tua Shui, might have feared them a little. But you are by yourself, just who do you think you are? I can see that your cultivation is only at the 3rd level of the World King realm. The black-armored middle-aged man laughed heartily. Hearing this, the 4 martial god geniuses' complexions darkened. The black-armored man wasn't wrong. Although Lin Ling was stronger than them, his opponent was at the 6th level of the World King realm. Moreover, his monster flames were extremely strange. Lin Ling didn't seem to have any hope of winning. At this moment, the hope that had just risen in everyone's hearts dimmed once more. Haha, do you see that? They don't have any confidence in you. But, you are also quite pitiful. It's rare for you to go out adventuring, but you ended up encountering a powerhouse like me. The 6th level of the World King realm, that is a goal you will never surpass. Haha. The black armored man laughed. His world essence surged and his saber ruthlessly slashed down at Lin Ling. Monster flames followed his saber, like a poisonous scorpion stinger. This sort of fire was not only hot but also poisonous. If one was struck by it, they would lose the ability to fight, just like the 4 martial god geniuses from before. Demonic flame saber. Haha. Like a monster flame burning the plains, the entire imperial tomb was filled with monster flames. The 2 armies stopped fighting. The second prince's army was all worried. The black-armored monster army sneered, extremely confident. Beneath all eyes, Lin Ling's complexion remained calm. His handsome face revealed a taunting smile. Is the 6th level of the World King realm so arrogant? It's not like you haven't fought before. Fire, come out. Haha. His voice was icy cold. He stretched out his left palm and multicolored flames leapt about. As he waved his hand, it was like he had ignited the most ancient flame of the universe. Bang, the multicolored flames erupted, crazily burning. As the strange monster flames approached, they were all extinguished, leaving behind only the multicolored flames. Within the flames, Lin Ling walked out, step by step, like a dazzling god of flames. At this moment, everyone's breathing stopped. Their eyes widened in disbelief. His talent seems to be a 9th grade profound body. Sigh. The 4 martial god geniuses' pupils fiercely trembled. They didn't think that besides being mysterious, Lin Ling's talent was also so terrifying. However, Lin Ling was the last generation disciple that Resplendent Academy had made an exception to recruit. He must have his own unique points. At this moment, all of them came to their senses. Pa pa pa, the dazzling flames continued to burn. The temperature around the imperial tomb rose by a great deal. Everyone was silent. But a moment later, a faint laughter sounded out. You have some strength. You were actually able to block my talent. With this strength, you can be considered a martial god genius. Unfortunately, you met me. No matter how much of a genius you are still a dead man. After all, although our talents are the same, my boundary is higher than yours. Could it be that you want to jump 3 levels to fight? On the other side, the black-armored middle-aged man appeared, staring at Lin Ling and said indifferently. Lin Ling walked out from the dazzling flames and pulled out the ancient sword on his back. His eyes were filled with mockery. Sorry, I was planning to do that. Sorry. He didn't say anything. The ancient sword in his hand exploded with flames. The flames continued to condense, forming a crescent moon slash that slashed forward. This slash seemed to be able to sever 10 realms. At this moment, he had secretly merged the boundary spirits in his 2 dantian, reaching the 6th level of boundary origin realm. Moreover, he had suppressed time and space within. In this way, his boundary was no weaker than his opponent's. His talent was no weaker than his opponent's. What was there to fear? Bang, space and time seemed to have been severed. The black-armored middle-aged man's expression changed. What a powerful boundary energy. Bang. The broadsword in his hand slashed forward. Entering the imperial Tumpalipala, countless demonic flames appeared, condensing into giant poisonous scorpions that rushed towards Lin Ling's sword. Unfortunately, the black-armored man had underestimated Lin Ling's boundary. He thought that Lin Ling was only at the 3rd stage of the World King realm, but what he didn't know was that Lin Ling's boundary was no weaker than his own. In fact, Lin Ling was even a level higher. Bang, a deafening sound filled the air. The poisonous scorpions were all cut apart and the green flames vanished. As for the crescent moon light, it continued onwards, cutting straight towards the black-armored man. What? Exclamation point. The black-armored man's complexion changed. Where was his high and lofty demeanor from before? He grasped the saber in his hand and condensed all of his world essence into a slash. Only then was he barely able to cut apart the crescent moonlight. His blood tumbled and his face paled. Lin Ling stepped forwards, his expression indifferent. Aren't you a high and lofty 6th stage world king? Why are you in such a distressed state? I thought that His Majesty the Crown Prince's men were some sort of powerhouse, but now it seems that they are nothing more than mediocre. Lin Ming's words were thick with ridicule, causing the black-armored man to feel humiliated. his eyes filled with anger. The surroundings became even more silent, in particular, the four martial god geniuses. At this moment, they felt as if they had seen some sort of miracle. After all, Lin Ling had jumped 3 levels to fight, even in their academy. This was an extremely rare sight. "I'll kill you!" Exclamation point. The black-armored man shouted out loud. His aura erupted from his body, wild and tyrannical. His waist bent and many tumors grew out from his back. These tumors flowed with a fishy smell. As the water fell to the ground, it turned into demonic flames. This was his innate mystic body talent, the flame scorpion's celestial body. It was said that this talent came from an extremely distant world and was left behind by a demon scorpion martial artist who had transformed into a human. This demon scorpion had once slaughtered 100 worlds in a single move. Seeing this, many people were shocked. They were all startled. This great General Tuanshui was too fierce. Beneath the black-armored man's aura, the earth constantly shook. He was even more terrifying than the ruler of a world. "Are you afraid now? I didn't use my true strength so you could be arrogant for a moment. But now that I have used the flame scorpion celestial body, you can die proud." The black-armored middle-aged man's voice was extremely low and deep, shaking many people's eardrums to the point of pain, making them even more fearful. "You talk a bit too much nonsense. I just want to say, were you the only one who didn't use your true strength earlier?" Lin Ling's expression was still calm. He could see that the other party had already demonized. A powerful martial artist had changed his innate talent, giving him a demonic aura. Therefore, the tyrannical song in his hand trembled, and the sword emitted an ear-piercing sound, becoming even more dazzling. After that, Lin Ling ceaselessly swung his sword as if he was holding a brush and painting, and wisps of a mysterious aura effused out from him. This was the last level of the Black Sword record. Black Sword, this was the sword of the Sword Emperor. What a terrifying power. Even on our side, we can feel the pressure. Our weapons are trembling. This martial god genius was actually hiding a trump card when facing the luminous water great general. Everyone in the second prince's army cried out in surprise. They just realized that the young man had said that he alone was enough to protect the second prince, and that was indeed the case. Trying to be mysterious, let me tear you apart. The middle-aged man in black armor stared at the sword in Lin Ling's hand, and a feeling of unease rose in his heart. He knew that he could not let this young man use his sword again, or the situation would become very troublesome. Whoosh, he pounced over at lightning speed, leaving behind a fishy demonic fire wherever he passed. In the next moment, he appeared in front of Lin Ling and slammed his palm heavily. If he hit, Lin Ling would probably be smashed to pieces. Pa. The entire rising sun boundary was in turmoil at this moment. However, Lin Ling seemed to have not heard it, and continued to swing his sword. When the middle-aged man's huge palm was right in front of him, his pupils constricted. Thousands of sword moves had finally merged into a single sword. The aura of the ultimate sword Dao swept out in a mighty manner. Black sword, rumble, the huge black sword slashed out, and the battle aura, killing intent, and sword aura were extremely terrifying. A burly giant appeared behind Lin Ling. It was the Sword Emperor. In fact, this was the first time that Lin Ling had used this sword move. A third-grade origin world martial art. The middle-aged man in black armor finally realized just how terrifying this sword move was. He never imagined that this third-stage world king youth would not only have a fierce origin world martial art and talent, but even his martial arts were so fierce. "No! Roar!" The middle-aged man roared. His palm was cut off by the black sword and his body was cut into pieces, falling to the ground like rocks. Moreover, the giant black sword didn't stop. It was like the sword of a death god, passing through the black-armored army and causing countless monsters to die. Finally, the sword pierced through the ancient walls of the imperial tomb, leaving behind a clear black character. Then, it gradually disappeared into the distant skies. All around, there was a deathly silence. After a moment, gasps of surprise sounded out. The morale of the second prince's army was greatly boosted. The remaining black-armored soldiers were panic-stricken. They never imagined that an ordinary-looking youth would be able to ruin their scheme. Retreat! It wasn't known who shouted this, but the monster army retreated. They ran towards the walls of the imperial tomb, disappearing into them. Seeing this, the second prince and the others finally let out a sigh of relief. Thank you, thank you. The second prince was extremely grateful, bowing towards Lin Ling. Lin Ling put away his sword. He smiled and waved his hand. This is my mission to begin with. Your Majesty, second prince, you should hurry up and offer your sacrifice to the heavens. Okay. With Lin Ling by his side, the imperial jade seal offering sacrifice to the heavens went much smoother. After the sacrifice to the heavens ended, Lin Ling could clearly feel that there was a mysterious aura around the second prince, protecting him. This was a universal dragon aura. Lin Ling had seen it not too long ago when he was a carp leaping over the dragon gate. It seemed that this second prince's ancestors were related to dragons. Senior apprentice brother Lin Ling, fierce. Chu Tian and the others also walked over, all of them praising him. I was just lucky. Lin Ling casually smiled. He had fought with the third-generation disciples, the 36 world kings, and the latter were at the 7th stage of the world king realm. There was no need to mention this great general to Ashui. Our mission has finally been completed. Then, Chu Tian and the others revealed relaxed expressions. Although the mission was mainly completed by Lin Ling, they could still return and report on their mission. It was even possible for them to become last-generation disciples. Good, then we'll take our leave. Lin Ling didn't want to stay any longer, because his mission was different. That was to kill Blazing Lip World King. Then, he bid farewell to the second prince and looked towards the walls of the imperial tomb. Then, he walked over. There was a crack in the wall, and Lin Ling followed it. As for the second prince and the beautiful young girl, they looked at Lin Ling, their eyes filled with excitement. Lin Ling was their benefactor. The monster energy in the imperial tomb is very thick. Perhaps Blazing Lip World King is inside. Are we going to kill him? If we can kill him, the Academy's rewards will be even better. With just us? There's no need to even think about it. The previous great general almost killed us, much less Blazing Lip World King. Let's go back. Evil Flame God 6 transformations. After all, Lin Ling was someone who could jump 3 levels to fight. At this time, Lin Ling followed the crack. This was an ancient cave with statues placed all around. They seemed to be statues of evil gods. They should have been built by the second prince's ancestors. As he continued forwards, Lin Ling saw many giant imperial tombs. These were probably the tombs of the Sun family's past emperors. Not bothering with them, Lin Ling looked for another passage and continued forwards. When he entered the next hall, he saw many coffins placed within. These coffins seemed to sense life. At this time, all of their lids were pushed open. Then, one after another, tall figures climbed out of the coffins. These were tomb guardians. In their previous life, they had been formidable martial artists. After their deaths, they had been refined with a secret technique, leaving behind their formidable strength. This was a type of zombie that was even more formidable than a golden zombie. Unfortunately, Lin Ling didn't even glance at them. He continued forwards and punched out, the strength of his divinity and demon body erupting. Get out of my way. A fist that could topple mountains and overturn seas swept out, overturning a massive number of zombies, and Lin Ling was in this group of zombies, leisurely walking forwards. If the second prince and the others were here, they would definitely be shocked. This was because these were the ancestral guards of their Sun family. Each one of them was in existence comparable to a world king. This Sun family's background isn't small at all. No. Wonder Resplendent Academy wants to help them. Lin Ling said as he looked at the paintings on the walls. These paintings recorded the deeds of the Sun family from one generation to the next. A long, long time ago, a powerhouse had been born from the Sun family. This powerhouse was an extremely famous existence in Martial God World. Later, he perished. The Great Azure Divine Dynasty remembered his hard work, and thus decided to protect the Sun family for generations. There are many martial arts recorded here. They should have been left behind by the Sun family's ancestor. Unfortunately, they are useless to me. Lin Ling looked around and then shook his head. But soon, his eyes brightened. On the left side of the wall, there was a statue. This statue had 3 heads and 6 arms. It had sharp fangs and angry eyes, giving off a ferocious feeling. Each of its 6 arms was holding an ancient book. Most importantly, this book was burning with flames. With just a glance, Lin Ling knew that this book was extraordinary. He quickly waved his left hand and the book floated over. There were several large words written on the book: Evil Flame God 6 Transformations. This was a boundary origin martial art. Its grade was unknown, but it was definitely not weaker than the third grade. Its cultivation method was extremely strange. It was burning its world essence. Burn world origin, world origin, 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 world origin, origin, world origin, origin, world 9 transformations, trans world origin. Those who ignited their realm essence did not have to die. The after effect was that they would not be able to use their realm essence for a short period of time. World origin transformations, trans 6 transformations, trans 6 transformations, transformations 5 transformations, trans world. It had 6 transformations: evil flame transformation, heaven shocking transformation, wind and cloud transformation, heaven and earth transformation, and heaven and earth transformation. With every breakthrough in realm, the amount of energy required to burn the world essence would increase by twofold. Of course, the time required would also decrease by twofold. Its advantage was that after using it, the martial artist would only be exhausted and would not die. This cultivation method suits me very well. Lin Ling couldn't help but be overjoyed. He just happened to be lacking a fire attribute realm source martial art. Who knew that when he dozed off, the heavens would send him a pillow? It seemed that his luck wasn't that bad after all. This trip is worth it just based on this martial art. Lin Ling hurriedly opened the book, and the 10,000 mammoths' demonic eyes appeared. With a retentive memory, he easily learned how to cultivate it. Then, he placed the book back on the statue and sat down cross-legged. This martial art seemed powerful, but the conditions to cultivate it were very high. The first condition was to awaken the divine body. Awaken divine physique was a talent of a higher level than Xian physique. My time and space divine steel is a 9th level Xian body. Although I can't cultivate the evil flame god's 6th transformation successfully, the first transformation shouldn't be too difficult. Lin Ling smiled. The 10,000 mammoths' demonic eyes appeared and he continued to comprehend. Time quietly passed like this. After an unknown period of time, Lin Ling stood up, a smile on his face. He had successfully cultivated the first transformation, the evil god transformation. If he burned the realm essence in his 2 dantians, he could easily battle a 7th stage world king and even kill him. With this martial art in my hands, the power it can display surpasses that of others. The 36 world kings are very unlucky. The current me is no weaker than you. Lin Ling stood up and continued forwards. Because he had 2 dantians, when he burnt his realm essence, his power would be much greater than others, and this was the advantage of the Chaos Divine formula. Following the cave, Lin Ling continued upwards. What surprised him was that he had arrived at the highest peak of the Imperial Mausoleum. The aura here was even greater and the dragon aura was vast and mighty. Moreover, there was a massive black palace at the summit. There was a massive amount of black armored monster soldiers all around, and from time to time, powerful martial artists would land on the summit. Why did Flaming Lip World King invite us here? These martial artists didn't seem to be from the Rising Sun world, but they were all either monsters or demons. Their auras caused one's heart to palpitate. This Flaming Lip World King isn't from this world, but he seems to have seized His Majesty the Crown Prince's mortal body and is using it to stir up trouble. Lin Ling walked out of the cave, faintly looking at the Black Palace. Then, he shook his head and waved his right hand. A black cloak covered his body and he slowly walked towards the Black Palace. I heard that Flaming Lip World King wants to refine the Flaming Lip Bead and asked us to come help him. Flaming Lip World King's vision isn't bad. He's actually bitterly cultivating in this world. This world has a long history, but the martial artists here aren't too strong. He must have found many treasures here. However, this world is protected by the Great Azure Divine Dynasty. It's best if we be careful. The Great Azure Divine Dynasty is nothing. No matter how many people come, I will kill them all. As they walked forward, the surrounding martial artists all spoke with indifference. They were clearly rogue cultivators from the myriad worlds. Lin Ling followed the crowd. Under the cloak, his lips curled into a sneer. He had come here to find Flaming Lip World King, so he had disguised himself and entered. Sir, don't you think so? The nearby martial artists who cultivated the demonic path and the demonic path couldn't sense Lin Ling at all. An extremely fierce-looking martial artist laughed at Lin Ling. You're right. The Great Azure Divine Dynasty is nothing. Lin Ling's voice was cold as he lightly replied. Haha, great minds think alike. The martial artist still didn't know that Lin Ling had come here to kill Flaming Lip World King. I heard that great General Tua Shui was killed right below the Imperial Tomb. If Flaming Lip World King hadn't reached a critical moment in his cultivation, he would have already attacked. Great General Tua Shui was also killed? His strength is extremely great. It's the martial god geniuses of the three great academies. As they continued forward, they saw many armored warriors in front of them coldly speaking. How bold! As long as Flaming Lip World King says a single word, I will immediately take action for him. Don't worry, you will have a chance because Flaming Lip World King will use the Flaming Lip Bead to find the murderer's whereabouts. Good, I want to be the first to kill the murderer. The crowd soon arrived at the main hall. In front of the main hall, a tall man was sitting there. This person's entire body was covered in darkness and it was impossible to see his appearance. However, strange flames burned on the surface of his body, as if he were a flame god. I'm the murderer. Since everyone is here, that's good. But before I refine the Flaming Lip Bead, I need to find those murderers, especially the one who killed my Tua Shui great general. I want to swallow him alive. The man let out a fiendish voice. He stretched out his hands and a mysterious bead appeared. A barrier floated out as if it was searching for something. TSK, the Flaming Lip World King is right. Once we find the murderer, we will swallow him alive. These martial god geniuses of the Azure Province's three great academies are too arrogant. They think they can do whatever they want just because they have a bit of strength. They don't know that we have tempered ourselves in the myriad worlds and defeated countless powerhouses. When did it become the turn of those fledgling juniors to be so arrogant? The other martial artists snickered. With a single glance, one could tell that they were demon kings of the myriad worlds, Fey emperors. Then, they quietly waited for the results. Because the Tua Shui Great General was created by the Flaming Lip World King, he possessed the Flaming Lip World King's demonic flames. Thus, the Flaming Lip Bead could find out who killed the Tua Shui Great General, but in the next moment, the man let out a cry of surprise. Then the murderer is here? The hall immediately fell silent. Everyone's eyes widened as they looked at each other in disbelief, because they were looking for the murderer, and the murderer was here. What a joke. Flaming Lip World King, your Flaming Lip Bead shouldn't have made a mistake, right? A Fey Emperor laughed. Hearing this, the Flaming Lip World King fell silent. In truth, he was also puzzled about this point. But, the Flaming Lip Bead shouldn't have made a mistake. The Flaming Lip Bead didn't make a mistake. As everyone was puzzled, an indifferent voice floated out, the hall became even more silent. Who is it? A martial artist with surging demonic energy roared. His gaze turned to a corner where a cloaked man was sitting. He was holding wine and drinking it in a drunken manner. He knew that it was the cloaked man who had spoken. In front of the Flaming Lip World King, when did it become your turn to speak? The martial artist's body exploded, turning into a demon that attacked the cloaked man. Woo woo, it was like a large demonic cloud was dancing in the air. Impudent. The other martial artists coldly said. However, as soon as that cultivator approached the cloaked figure, an arm stretched out from within the cloak and suddenly grabbed the huge ball of devil cloud. Moreover, a short moment later, the devil cloud revealed its true form, and its true form was firmly held by the neck as well. A nest of snakes and rats. Looks like you're not a good person either. The cloaked man muttered to himself as he exerted a little force with his arm. With a bang, the devil's neck was crushed. However, the devil immediately turned into a wisp of soul and fled with a cry of alarm. However, could he escape? Just as the soul was about to move, the arm reached out once more. After grabbing hold of the soul, the arm tightened its grip, a ferocious voice rang out, and that soul was also scared out of its wits. Seeing this, the entire hall exclaimed in surprise. This was because that martial artist had been at the third level of the World King realm and had possessed the undying demonic monster body. He had been chased down by countless powerhouses but had managed to come out unscathed. Who would have thought that he would die here today? Who was the cloaked man? I am the murderer you speak of. At the same time, the cloaked man slowly took off the brim of his hat, revealing a clean and handsome face. "It's you. How bold of you. I haven't even looked for you and you've already delivered yourself to my doorstep." Flaming Lip World King was stunned. A tyrannical aura exuded from his body. Monster flames roared, causing a giant vortex to appear in the skies. Everyone was startled by Night Heavenly Demon's strength. As for the cloaked man, he was Lin Ling. At this time, his complexion was calm. He lightly said, "I came here to take your life." Arrogant, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. This youth had killed Great General Tua Shui, and not only hadn't he run away, but he had delivered himself to their doorstep. Did he want to use his own strength to kill Flaming Lip World King? This youth thought too highly of himself. Third level of the World King realm. "I don't know how you killed Great General Tua Shui, but since you have come here, you cannot leave alive." Flaming Lip World King's voice was icy cold. He sat there motionless, but he was like a great monster king emperor. His strength was at the 7th level of the World King realm, so he naturally didn't fear Lin Ling. "You cultivated the method of seizing the body of His Majesty the Crown Prince and even managed to steal away His Majesty the Crown Prince's body and stir up havoc in Rising Sun World. I thought you were some great figure, but it turns out you were just a little monster. However, you are still just a little monster." Lin Ling remained indifferent. He pulled out his ancient sword. On the blade, multicolored flames began to burn. It was extremely dazzling, causing everyone to subconsciously close their eyes. This light was too bright. Moreover, it turned into a dazzling profound character. It was a startling sight. Whoosh, a slash cut towards Flaming Lip World King. This was a dazzling slash of fire. On the surface, besides being dazzling, it didn't seem too strong. "Is this your confidence?" Flaming Lip World King lightly said. He was surprised that Lin Ling had seen through his true body, but he didn't place this sword in his eyes. This youth was young and his cultivation was only at the 3rd level of the World King realm. What was there to fear? Flaming Lip. Roar. Flaming Lip World King's entire body began to roar with flames, turning him into a half-scorpion half-human monster. His 2 arms also turned into giant scorpion pincers. This was Flaming Lip World King's innate mystic body. Flaming Lip Demon Scorpion King. This was an extremely ancient mystic body. It could allow 1,000,000 martial artists to transform into a monster. Great General Tuanshui had been transformed by him. Whoosh, however, the sword slash still cut towards Flaming Lip World King. The giant profound character was a startling sight. Many people sneered. This sword light was nothing more than the light of a firefly. It would soon be incinerated to nothing by Flaming Lip World King. However, a sudden change occurred. The sword seemed ordinary, but it was actually unstoppable. It carried with it the aura of an ancient sword sovereign. As it slashed into Flaming Lip World King's body, it actually extinguished the demonic flames on his body. Looking carefully, one could see that on his chest, a giant profound character had appeared, as if it had been carved into his body. "What sword is that?" Flaming Lip World King's panic-stricken voice rang out. This was too terrifying. In his opinion, if this youth could kill Great General Tuanshui, then he must be strong enough to jump realms to fight. But, to fight someone at the 4th rank, this was simply impossible. But reality told him that anything was possible. How could he know that Lin Ling's sword had suppressed the world essence of 2 Dantians? In addition, the wisp of chaos energy from his Omega Sword Dao and the tyrannical power of the flames of time and space was also present. To be able to threaten a 7th stage World King wasn't difficult at all. Puff, Flaming Lip World King spat out a mouthful of blood. "I already said that you are only SOSO. Stop." Lin Ling stepped forwards. He put away the Tyrant Song sword and multicolored flames began to rise from his body. He also has a fire attribute talent, and his talent level isn't low. "Stop. Who is this fellow? He can be called a monstrous genius. Stop." Everyone in the hall couldn't laugh anymore. Their faces were filled with fear. Before, they had wanted to take revenge for Great General Tuanshui, but now, that was nothing more than wishful thinking. "Mysterious killer, do you think you've won? I was only careless before, but now I will make you wish you were dead." Flaming Lip Bead. Die. Now that things had come to this, either you die or I live. Thus, the fiery lip world king had also erupted with all his trump cards. The fiery lip bead that was floating not too far away was sucked towards him. Then, his body exploded, turning into a terrifying cloud of demonic flames. Within the cloud of flames, an eyeball stared at the earth like a fey emperor. This eyeball was the fiery lip bead. It was clear that by borrowing this treasure, his demonic flames had crazily risen. In the 7th stage of the World King realm, no ordinary martial artist was his match. A heaven-shaking demonic energy gushed out. Everyone in the hall was filled with dread. They all fled from the palace. Flaming Lip World King was enraged. He feared that the entire Rising Sun world would suffer a calamity. Who doesn't know how to boast? Up until now, I've met many, but unfortunately, they all lost to me. Die, Lin Ling sneered. The flames on his body burned even brighter. Space was burned away, filling the skies with flames. Moreover, time seemed to freeze, because even time was being burned away. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Gradually, the flames on Lin Ling's body began to become wild and tyrannical, making him seem like a monster. Demonic Flame God 6 transformations. First transformation, demonic flame change. By burning his world essence, he had forcefully increased the strength of his world essence. This meant that Lin Ling's current boundary was the 7th stage of the World King realm. This was a terrifying increase. This was also Lin Ling's strongest attack besides the space and time divine tablet. Crackle crackle. The palace had already turned into a sea of fire. On one side was a strange green sea of fire and on the other side was a multicolored sea of fire. It was like two flame gods were colliding. Flaming Lip World King, your demonic flames are quite good. According to the legends, this was a battle between the most ancient flame god and the water god. The wisp of flame left behind by the flame god can be considered a relatively ancient flame. Unfortunately, you have encountered me, the universe's first flame, the flame of space and time. Die, Lin Ling's hair became multicolored. His voice became even more demonic. Flaming lip bead, invincible in all directions, exterminate in all directions, kill in all directions. On the other side, Blazing Lip World King also roared. His demonic flames grew larger with the wind, suppressing Lin Ling. He didn't believe that a mere 3rd-level World King Jr. could win against someone like him who possessed the flaming lip bead. Rumble. The two great flames occupied the entire world and collided violently at this moment. Time seemed to have stopped at this moment. Boom. However, it did not last long. In the next moment, a huge wave surged out and turned into a colorful mushroom cloud. The entire imperial mausoleum was destroyed and burned to ashes. Even the Rising Sun world was shaken violently. How terrifying. Everyone hid far away, their faces full of shock. A battle of that level was not something they could get close to. Is the young man dead? After a long period of silence, someone asked in a low voice. Unfortunately, no one replied to him. Everyone was looking at the fiery sky, quietly waiting for the result. Who died in the clash between the two infernal gods? That young man is dead for sure. Blazing Lip World King once roamed the southern divine land unhindered. Even a 9th-level World King powerhouse chased after him but still failed. How could he lose to a late-stage talent? Not too long after, an old man said with certainty. His words caused many people to nod. The Blazing Lip World King was extremely famous in the southern divine land. Thus, they believed in his strength even more. At this time, the sound of light footsteps echoed out, causing everyone's hearts to skip a beat. As they looked up, their complexions immediately changed. In the broken ruins, all kinds of energy still swept out. Flames soared into the sky and a tall figure walked out. He had a mocking smile on his face and a pair of cold eyes looked at everyone. Wherever he passed, no one dared to look him in the eyes. The young man had walked out. It was clear that the Blazing Lip World King had lost. This huge guess caused everyone's faces to turn pale. The Blazing Lip World King of his generation, an outstanding 7th-level World King, had actually lost to a nameless youth. How was this possible? I give you all an instant stick of time to leave this place, otherwise you will all die. Die. Tilting his head, Lin Ling looked at the people in the distance with interest. Ah. Everyone's jaws dropped open. Fear spread through their hearts. In the next moment, without another word, they all scattered. What a motley crew. Die. Lin Ling curled his lips. He didn't kill them all because his mission was to kill the Blazing Lip World King. As for those evil spirits and monsters, that had nothing to do with him. Moreover, the myriad worlds were so vast and there were many such evil spirits and monsters. He couldn't kill them all. Then, he looked at the skies and slowly left. And above the earth, the mysterious flames of space and time continued to burn the imperial tomb. The temperature of these flames seemed to melt the entire rising sun world. In a distant place, Lin Ling flew into the skies. When he used the evil flame divine transformation for the first time, it was truly formidable. It allowed him to possess the strength of a 7th-level world king, and he had easily killed the Blazing Lip World King. Now, his mission had been completed. As for Lin Ling's current strength, he could easily kill an ordinary 7th-level world king. As for the 3rd-generation world king, Lin Ling guessed that even if he couldn't kill him, he wouldn't fear him. Blazing Lip Bead. Then, a flame bead appeared in Lin Ling's right hand. This bead was like an eye, emitting a rich fire attribute world essence energy. It was said that this was the essence of a fire attribute world. When a fire attribute world was about to be born but failed midway, this world would explode, turning into countless fire attribute energies. The Blazing Lip Bead was one of these energies. My Chaos Divine formula can refine any treasure. This Blazing Lip Bead can also be refined. This bead can increase the level of my time flames. Lin Ling smiled. There were additional harvests on this trip. Very good. If his time flames could increase and reach the level of an awakened divine body, then all he needed to do was increase his divinity demon body. At that time, the Chaos Divine formula would reach the 2nd level. Thinking like this, Lin Ling quickened his pace, hurrying towards Martial God World. But soon, he frowned. His sharp soul force could sense that a mysterious aura had locked onto him. Moreover, there were many of these auras, as if they came from the chaos of the universe. Since you've come, why be so sneaky? Lin Ling stopped, frowning as he looked at the skies. The skies were still quiet. Clouds drifted about, looking extremely ordinary. If you don't want to come out, then I'm leaving. Lin Ling said calmly and was about to take a step forward. What a sharp fellow. At this time, the skies were forcefully torn apart, revealing the chaos of the universe. A figure slowly walked down the road of the martial god. This person wore a black robe and had a mask on his face. He gave off an extremely mysterious feeling. I wanted to give him a pleasant surprise, but I never thought that he would discover me first. What a mistake. Ka ka ka. On the other side, another crack appeared in the skies and another figure walked out. Flying Dragon Organization, I want his bead from before. You want the bead, I want his head. The people that walked out wore the same clothes and wore masks. They stared at Lin Ling as if they were looking at an ant. Most importantly, these people were extremely strong. They were all at the 7th stage of the World King realm. Seeing this, Lin Ling's complexion turned dignified. Who were these people? They seemed to want to harm him. Moreover, there were too many of them. He alone couldn't contend with so many people. You no longer have a chance. Death is your only ending. These people floated in the skies, blocking off all paths of retreat for Lin Ling. One of them coldly said. Lin Ling frowned. As he thought, these people had come to kill him. However, these people were so strong that they could only have been summoned by a great influence. And if it was a great influence, then Lin Ling's greatest enemy was Heavenly Court. But, it was impossible for Heavenly Court to come here to kill him. After all, Heavenly Court didn't know his identity. If they did, then they wouldn't have sent World King level powerhouses. Could it be Grand Court County or Solipsism County? Then, Lin Ling's eyes brightened. These people's black robes had a dragon embroidered on their chest. A dragon with wings, Flying Dragon Organization, the Flying Dragon Organization that was spread throughout the 9 provinces. It seemed that he was wanted by someone. According to what he knew, as long as he was on the wanted list of the Flying Dragon Organization, then there was only one fate for him, death. The Flying Dragon Organization was vast and mysterious. Up until now, Lin Ling had already come into contact with several people. But, he still couldn't guess just how many assassins there were in this organization. Who wants to kill me? Thinking of this, Lin Ling coldly spat out these words. Facing us powerhouses, you are still so calm. You are indeed someone worth killing. A black-robed woman said. She was actually a female assassin. So what if I tell you? One of them took off his mask, revealing a familiar face. This was the last generation of Radiant Academy, My Z. At this time, his complexion was extremely fierce. Lin Ling, how have you been? It's you. Lin Ling came to a sudden realization. No wonder he was being hunted down. So it was My Z. You must be extremely shocked, and I really like to see your shocked expression. Lin Ling, you are now the last generation of the Resplendent Academy. However, I know that even among the last generation of the Resplendent Academy, your strength can be ranked in the top 10. It is a pity that with your talent and strength, you will fall here today. Let me tell you, in fact, after you left the Resplendent Academy, I've been secretly following you. Even these assassins from the Flying Dragon organization were informed by me. Look at how much I miss you, ha ha ha. My Z threw his head back and laughed. He was very excited. His younger brother had been killed by My Yan and Lin Ling. He had always wanted to take revenge, and now he had the chance. Moreover, Lin Ling must hate him to death, and he really liked to see Lin Ling hate him to death, but there was nothing he could do. The other black-robed assassins looked at Lin Ling coldly. Their eyes were filled with mockery. They also thought that Lin Ling must be very dispirited at this time. You really are a busybody. But My Z, have you never thought that before I die, you will die faster than me? However, Lin Ling did not show any signs of anger. He only looked at My Z coldly. Then, without saying anything, he slashed out with his sword. The sword quickly carved out the word Xian in the sky and slashed towards My Z with its sharp edge. My Z did not expect Lin Ling to attack so suddenly. His face changed dramatically. He anxiously shouted, "Demon Guardian Master, help me! Help!" However, the surrounding black-robed assassins only frowned and coldly said, "The Flying Dragon organization is responsible for killing, not saving. Help! You! Help!" My Z's eyes widened. These assassins ignored him. At this moment, he panicked. He did not frantically retreat, but it was too late. Xiao, the huge Xian character pierced through My Z's body, causing the word Xian to appear on his body. Sensing the sword mark on his body, My Z stared at Lin Ling in disbelief. Don't you think it's very ironic? I haven't died yet, but you're already dead. Lin Ling looked at My Z indifferently, his eyes filled with mockery. You came to watch me die, but in the end, you died faster than me. Perhaps, if you didn't inform these assassins, you wouldn't have died. Lin Ling. My Z roared, but his body began to slowly slide down. He was cut into pieces by the sword. His eyes were still wide open, as if he could not believe that he was cut in two by Lin Ling's sword. He also did not think that he would die in front of Lin Ling. If he could turn back time, he would not have brought assassins here, because that moment was also his death. He died with great reluctance. The surrounding assassins still did not move, only coldly looking at Lin Ling. To them, Lin Ling was their target. Lin Ling, your growth rate is really frightening. You just became the last generation, and now your strength is ranked in the top. I'm afraid that it won't be long before you become the third generation. One of the assassins also took off his mask, revealing a familiar face. It was the Guardian Demon Lord. This person was also from the Flying Dragon organization. Back in the market, he almost killed Lin Ling. Later, the mission from the Resplendent Academy came, so he did not dare to do it. This time, he would not let Lin Ling leave alive. Why? Lin Ling looked at him, his eyes even colder. You are wanted by the Grand Court Commandery and only me Commandery. You are on the must-kill list. For the reward, I have come to kill you. The Guardian Demon Lord said as if it was the most ordinary thing. His hand slowly reached for the bamboo basket behind him. You don't hate me, right? Every injustice has its perpetrator, every debt has its debtor. If you want to hate the Grand Court Commandery and only me Commandery. The bamboo basket behind him was like a prison. The moment he slowly extended his hand, the prison seemed to have been opened. A terrifying aura filled the air. It was very ancient, as if it was a demon that caused people to tremble in fear. Even the cold assassins on the side trembled, as if they were extremely afraid. crow. At the same time, a hideous and painful voice was heard, as if the monster was extremely pitiful. However, Lin Ling's pupils constricted. He felt a strong sense of danger. His left eye was frantically moving, trying to see what it was. His memories were also constantly flipping through. Finally, a voice rose in his mind. It was resentment. This was a product of the chaos of the universe, formed by countless grievances. There were many kinds of grievances, such as the grievances produced after the extermination of a clan, or the grievances produced after being tortured to death. This was especially true for newborn children. If they were killed by others, the grievances would be even greater. Thousands of grievances were transmitted through the worlds, and finally, resentment was born in the chaos of the universe. This was a universal monster. Just as Lin Ling finished thinking, the guardian demon lord threw out the black shadow. It was unbelievably fast. Universal malevolence dodge domain. At the critical moment, Lin Ling's soul force erupted, instantly vanishing. That resentment didn't manage to catch Lin Ling. It immediately emitted an even greater resentment. The other powerhouse's pupils shrank. The martial arts that Lin Ling used had actually surpassed their knowledge. They had never seen this sort of martial arts before. There are secrets on his body. If we kill him, then we can obtain them. An old man lightly said, his eyes seeming to see far off into the distance. He knew that Lin Ling was fleeing. This fellow is quite good. He is only at the 3rd stage of the World King realm, but he was able to escape from our hands. He is worthy of praise. Before this, he even killed the flaming-lipped World King. Such a junior is difficult to deal with. We must eliminate him by the roots. He won't be able to escape. I'm not in a hurry to kill him. I want to see what other secrets he's hiding. The others glanced at each other, calmly speaking. It was as if Lin Ling wasn't a person but a mouse that they had forced into a dead end. It was as if they were conducting some sort of experiment, and most importantly, their words were far too calm, like an ancient well without any ripples. It was as if killing Lin Ling was an ordinary matter. He is mine. The demon guardian lord lightly said. He took a step forwards, rushing towards the direction that Lin Ling had fled. This mission was accepted by everyone. It doesn't matter who kills him. Go. Lin Ling is the last generation of your Radiant Academy, so you should be the one to deal with him. The others nodded. The demon guardian lord smiled and said, return within 3 incense sticks of time. As he spoke, he vanished from where he was. As for the other killers, they slowly walked forwards. They clearly weren't in a hurry. After all, although the demon guardian lord was at the 7th stage of the World King realm, he was still a martial god genius of Radiant Academy. His strength was far greater than that of an ordinary 7th stage World King. At this time, Lin Ling's complexion was dignified. There were too many killers and he couldn't win. His only choice was to retreat. Grand Court Commandery, my commandery. Lin Ling's cold voice drifted through the sky. He roughly knew who had issued the bounty. He quickly ran along the rising sun boundary. After a long time, just as Lin Ling was about to rest, a cold voice was heard. You're quite slow. I've been waiting for you for a long time. On a mountain peak far away, the demon guardian master was already seated there, calmly sipping on his wine. Seeing this, Lin Ling's pupils constricted. It should be the resentment from before. He had left a mark on his body, so the guardian demon lord had quickly caught up. Since they had caught up, Lin Ling did not plan to escape. He said indifferently, must we fight to the death? Why is it that every person who is about to die always talks so much nonsense before they die? Demon guarding master ignored Lin Ling's words and continued to drink. His cold demeanor made Lin Ling's heart burn with anger. The last generation can't win against the 3rd generation. The demon guardian master said again. You only rely on that resentment. Your strength isn't very strong. No wonder you can only become the 3rd generation. I'm afraid that's your limit. Lin Ling said sarcastically. As these words fell, the demon guardian master was stunned for a moment, as if he had touched a sore spot. He pointed out, shut up. You think you have the qualifications to talk about me? His expression was extremely gloomy and even angry, as if his throne had been violated. That finger had erupted with the strength of a 7th stage World King. It was even stronger than the flaming lip world king. Moreover, his attack was very fast. Without any warning, Lin Ling did not expect that the demon guardian master would suddenly attack. Moreover, his mood became gloomy. At the critical moment, the tyrant song sword appeared in his hand. The word profound appeared in a dazzling manner, rumble. However, he had anxiously attacked while the demon guardian master had used his full strength. Therefore, that finger did not give Lin Ling any advantage. He was struck by a powerful force and smashed into a distant mountain, causing it to explode. Moreover, a trace of blood seeped out from the corners of Lin Ling's lips. Someone who is about to die should speak properly. At the same time, the demon guardian master stood up and coldly stared at Lin Ling. It was as if he was still complaining about Lin Ling's previous words. It was clear that this was his sore spot. Ho ho, it looks like you really are relying on external objects. Your strength is only SOSO. On the other side, Lin Ling stood up and coldly said. Try saying that again. Trash. The demon guardian master seemed even angrier. A person who was about to die should be kneeling down and begging for mercy when they met him, not stepping on his sore spot. Whether or not I am, you know. Lin Ling shook his head, his complexion becoming calm. This was because he sensed that there was no one else around. There was only the demon guardian master. It seemed that the other party was confident that he would take the initiative to come and kill him. Good, good, good. I can't deny that you are right. But, being able to erase you is enough. After the demon guardian master's anger subsided, he finally smiled. But, there was a trace of madness in his smile. When you killed the flaming lip world king, you were able to erupt with the strength of a 7th level world king. Just what sort of cultivation method did you cultivate? Tell me. Then, as he saw Lin Ling fall silent, he said, you no longer have any other choice. Because you killed the flaming lip world king, you still haven't recovered. You are even less of a match for me. Speak. As he spoke these last words, his tone became incomparably tyrannical. However, Lin Ling only smiled, not speaking. It seems that you have a strong backbone. Very good, very good. But, I have thousands of ways to make you speak. Moreover, what you said before was right. The reason I was able to become a 3rd-generation world king was because I relied on resentment. But, so what if I rely on external objects? The demon guardian master seemed to have run out of patience. He reached out towards the bamboo basket behind him once more, causing Lin Ling to let out a light breath. Then, he finally said, you aren't the only one who relies on other cards. To me, your cards are far too difficult. Ha ha ha, I have Huan Yu's resentment energy and you say my cards are far too difficult? You must be joking. The demon guardian master was stunned for a moment. Then, he couldn't help but laugh. Lin Ling was at the 3rd level world king realm, but he was able to kill a 7th level world king. This was enough to be proud of. But, Lin Ling said he had other cards? This was simply impossible. Moreover, he was mocking his resentment as being far too difficult. What a joke. Then, let me see just how fierce your cards are. The demon guardian master roared. He threw out his hands and Huan Yu's resentment spread out, causing all the nearby plants to wither away. It was terrifying. Crow, at the same time, a sharp and fierce voice echoed out. It was filled with resentment, causing one's scalp to tingle. A shadow rapidly shot towards Lin Ling. As for the demon guardian master, his sneer deepened. He glared at Lin Ling, wanting to see Lin Ling's panicked appearance. After all, when Lin Ling saw his resentment, Lin Ling had indeed panicked, but this time, he was surprised. A powerful hidden card, Space and Time Divine Tablet. What is that? What? With just a glance, Demon Guardian Lord's heart trembled. Could it be that Lin Ling was still hiding another hidden card? This was too horrifying. At the 3rd stage of the World King realm, all sorts of hidden cards could kill a 7th stage World King, and now he still had another hidden card. Could it be that Lin Ling's hidden cards were endless? At the same time, an ancient aura filled the air, as if it came from ancient times. The true flames of time and space also quietly descended. This was the Space and Time Divine Tablet. In the skies, strong winds howled and space seemed to burn. A massive stone tablet floated in the air, as if it could suppress all worlds. Crow, that resentment immediately cried out in panic. It fell to the ground, shivering. Looking carefully, this was a monkey-like monster. If it weren't for the fact that it was shivering in panic, it would have been extremely frightening. Resentment, kill him. Kill. Demon Guardian Lord had a bad feeling. He hurriedly shouted out, but resentment continued to shiver, not daring to move. At this time, Demon Guardian Lord was also a bit afraid. What was ironic was that he was a dignified third-generation disciple of the Radiant Academy, but he actually feared a last-generation disciple. Suddenly, he subconsciously looked up and discovered that a massive stone tablet had appeared in the skies at some unknown time. At this time, it came crashing down with the glorious might of the heavens. This sort of heavenly might was ancient, causing an irresistible thought to rise in his mind. Evil beings of the world, ghosts, demons, monsters, resentment, slaughter, evil, and all sorts of other things, all of them were suppressed beneath this sacred stone tablet. Crow, that resentment fell to the ground, suppressed to the point that it couldn't stand up. What is this? Demon Guardian Lord's heart raced. He looked towards Lin Ling and discovered that this youth was indifferent to the extreme. His long hair danced in the wind, as if he were the king of hell that ruled over his life. Lin Ling had indeed hidden a hidden card. Moreover, facing Lin Ling's hidden card, his resentment was far too weak. How could this be? A third-stage World King Jr. had so many hidden cards, each one stronger than the last. What if Lin Ling reached the 7th stage of the World King realm? Guardian Demon Lord didn't dare to continue imagining. He angrily shouted, Lin Ling, what is this? Space-time Divine Steel. Lin Ling's expression was indifferent as he spat out a sentence. Space-time Divine Steel. Lord Shimo shuddered. This is the space-time divine steel we obtained from the 8 gods' heavenly palace. So, you were the one who obtained it. Not long ago, a large number of powerhouses had headed to the 8 gods' heavenly palace. They had heard that a space-time barrier had appeared there, but he had obtained some information that the true treasure was the space-time divine steel. However, no one was able to obtain the treasure. Even experts like the 3 leaders had failed, and now, Lin Ling had the space-time divine steel. This meant that Lin Ling had obtained the treasure. At that moment, he wanted nothing more than to tell everyone that the space-time divine steel was in Lin Ling's possession. Lin Ling, how about we shake hands and make peace? Lord Shimo suppressed the thoughts in his mind and quickly shouted. He thought that Lin Ling was only the last generation with some ability, but now he knew that Lin Ling already had the qualifications to become the 3rd generation. Shake hands and make peace? Lin Ling couldn't help but be startled. He didn't understand why Lord Shimo would say that. When Lord Shimo saw Lin Ling's expression, he hurriedly said again, shake hands and make peace. From now on, you and I will become friends. I will also think of a way to wash away your wanted list in the Flying Dragon organization. If you continue to fight, if I burn my realm essence, it will be disadvantageous to you. At most, we will perish together, so you have to grasp this opportunity. Hearing this, Lin Ling frowned and mocked, thank you for giving me this opportunity. However, I plan to perish together with you. As soon as he finished speaking, the huge space-time divine steel in the sky smashed down majestically, sealing everything. Space and time both stopped moving. Sensing the terrifying aura, Lord Shimo became even more flustered. Lin Ling, don't go too far. Do you want to force me to burn my realm essence? Why is it that every person who is about to die has so much nonsense before they die? Lin Ling naturally knew that Lord Shimo was struggling before his death. Did he want to perish together with him? Was he worthy? Go to hell. Without wasting any more words, Lin Ling controlled the space-time divine steel and suppressed the earth. Lord Shimo became more and more flustered. His eyes were bloodshot. He kept running, but he couldn't escape the space-time divine steel's seal. He was like a mouse trapped in a cage. At this moment, he was filled with endless regret, because he was about to become the 2nd generation of the Resplendent Academy, but now, that identity was getting farther and farther away from him. Lin Ling, I won't let you off even if I become a ghost. As the space-time divine steel neared his eyes, Lord Shimo let out an unwilling roar. You can say that after I go to hell. Lin Ling shook his head and turned to leave. Boom, a deafening sound reverberated as the entire rising sun world quaked. It even nearly shattered. Lord Shimo and resentment were smashed to smithereens. Although he had the universal chaos resentment aura, It was nothing compared to the spacetime divine steel, which was at the ultimate desolate body grade. Using the spacetime divine steel has drained all my strength. I have to retreat immediately. Lin Ling quickly moved forward. In his right eye, the spacetime divine steel had vanished. Rumble, the earth behind him was still quaking and cracking. Even the sky had a massive vortex. At the same time, on the other side, the assassins were stunned. What powerful strength! What happened? Could there be a hidden expert in this world? Could it be Lord Shimo? It's definitely not him. He doesn't have such strength. The powerful assassins said with a frown as they shot towards the source of the sound. Moments later, they were stunned on the spot by the shocking scene in front of them. What terrifying strength! Could it be the legendary divine body strength? It should be. There is indeed a hidden expert in this world. I hope he doesn't interfere with our mission. Where's Lord Shimo? His aura seems to have vanished. Could he have been killed? Was it the Lin Ling from before? Impossible. Find him. We have to find Lin Ling. The assassins let out cold voices. They still did not know that Lord Shimo had been killed by Lin Ling. Following that, they scattered. They wanted to see him if he was alive, and his corpse if he was dead. As for Lin Ling, he had exhausted his realm essence, so he naturally dodged the attack. Along the way, he placed the flaming lip bead into his mouth before sinking it into the ground. Time passed silently. Deep in the ground, colorful flames were burning, as though they were flames from the core of the earth. However, what was surprising was that these flames did not burn anything. Fire would burn anything it encountered, and at this moment, the flames did not burn anything. This showed how mysterious the flames were. Rumble, boom. Boom. Almost at the same time, the ground exploded. All the flames in the rising sun world swayed in a certain direction, as though they had seen the Inferno ancestor. Even the flames in the extinction world, which was closer to the rising sun world, swayed in the direction of the rising sun world. This miraculous scene made the warriors of the two realms feel as if they were celestial beings. Awakened divine Bodian in the great earth of rising sun world, Lin Ling sat cross-legged. All around him, the flames of time and space lingered. Compared to before, he was even more terrifying. After an unknown period of time, a dazzling light fell down from the universe's chaos, falling onto the earth. It was resplendent to the extreme. A divine aura filled the air. In the distance, the animals all knelt down. They began to murmur as if they were singing a hymn. This was because this light was too divine. It came from the most mysterious universe's chaos, and this was the divine light protecting the body. Every awakened divine body would be protected by divine light. This represented that they had obtained the approval of the universe's chaos and were a descendant of God, and the divine light protecting the body possessed a formidable defense. It was immune to all sorts of powers that came from the universe's chaos. It could be called an invincible existence. Beneath the awakened divine body, all talent could be instantly killed, unless the latter's boundary was extremely high, and the one who awakened the godly body was Lin Ling. This was because by borrowing the power of the flaming lip bead, Lin Ling's fire talent had reached the level of an awakened divine body. Moreover, beneath the divine light of the universe's chaos, Lin Ling's boundary quietly rose. His world spirit grew even larger. A fourth world essence was born, possessing the strength of 4 great worlds. Fourth level world king realm. Then, the divine light gradually dimmed. And on the earth, Lin Ling opened his eyes. At present, his superficial boundary had reached the 4th level of the world king realm. As for his second dantian, it was still at the 3rd level of the world king realm. However, his fire talent had risen, causing his strength to rise by a full 50%. This meant that with so many hidden cards, Lin Ling would have few opponents in the 7th level of the world king realm. After all, Lin Ling's foundation was far too terrifying. Before, if those killers had followed Demon Guardian Master, then I would have already died. Thinking of what happened before, Lin Ling inwardly felt lucky. It could only be said that Demon Guardian Master had been too confident in himself, thinking that he could deal with Lin Ling alone. In the end, he had failed miserably. I have no idea how much time has passed since I started cultivating. After sensing his cultivation once more, Lin Ling floated up from the earth. At this time, all the animals had left. Everything had returned to normal. Run. Why aren't you running? In the ancient mountain range, several figures were strolling forward. In front of them were a few people in armor. At this moment, their faces were in a sorry state and they were extremely panicked. In the end, they stopped, no longer running, because they had been on the run for an entire year, but they were still unable to avoid being hunted down. The Rising Sun world has attracted a large number of experts. I didn't expect your Sun family to have such a great background despite its decline. The first-generation ancestor actually has a sacred body and a demon heart. No wonder the Great Azure Divine Dynasty is protecting you. One of the old men said coldly. His entire body was surging with demon chi. Although the sacred body and demon heart don't belong to us, we will still have other rewards for killing you. Unless you tell us where Lin Ling is. I don't think they know. After all, it's been a year, and Lin Ling has still disappeared without a trace. He's either dead or escaped. Not dead. If he was dead, then those experts wouldn't be looking for Lin Ling anymore. However, the Rising Sun world is sealed, so Lin Ling won't be able to escape. The others also said coldly. They didn't seem to be assassins of the Flying Dragon organization, but they seemed to know about Lin Ling's matter. Clearly, someone had offered a generous reward for the martial artists of the Rising Sun world to help find Lin Ling. Despicable and shameless. Sun Jiao, you are also considered a member of our Sun family, but now you are working with others to kill us. After you die, will you still have the face to see the Sun family's ancestors? You will suffer retribution. Looking at the people opposite them, the men in armor all shouted angrily. Although the second prince has become the master of the Rising Sun world, he is too weak. How can he be qualified to be called a king? You are too stupid and loyal. You don't know that history has changed, and the Sun family has declined. A cold voice sounded at the same time, causing the armored men to angrily look at each other. You are not qualified to be surnamed Sun. You don't need to worry about this. Seniors, cut the weeds and eliminate the roots. Along with the cold voice, killing intent overflowed. Born as a member of the Sun family, dead as a member of the Sun family. The situation was already difficult to escape, so the armored men looked at each other, their faces filled with determination. Let's go all out. If we can catch one of them before we die, it will be worth it. 18 years later, we will be heroes again. They all pounced over, ready to fight to the death. Catch one of them to die? Can you do it? On the other side, an old man smiled disdainfully, and the demonic aura on his body became denser. They can't do it, but I can. A voice suddenly sounded, and the ground split open, and a slender figure slowly floated up. This person was very young, and his face was angular. His eyes were calm, as if he wouldn't be shocked even if the sky collapsed. At this moment, he was coldly looking at the crowd. Who are you? This matter has nothing to do with you, because the one who wants to kill them is a powerful martial artist, not someone we can provoke. The old man's eyes flickered with caution, because he sensed that he couldn't see through this young man. The reason for this was that, first, the other party didn't practice martial arts, so there was no spirit energy emitted from him. Second, the other party's strength exceeded theirs by too much, so they couldn't see clearly. Between these two reasons, the old man definitely appreciated the second one. As for the armored men, they stared at the young man, and their faces couldn't help but become wild with joy. They cried out in surprise, "Senior Lin Ling!" These people were impressively the second prince's men, so they recognized Lin Ling. In their hearts, Lin Ling was a martial god genius, omnipotent. Lin Ling, could this be the Lin Ling that the outside powerhouses are searching for? The old man's expression instantly changed, and his body began to tremble. It's him, he killed the Flaming Lip World King. Beside him, someone seemed to recognize Lin Ling. Lin Ling looked at them with indifference. He sensed that he seemed to have seen one or two of them before, at the Flaming Lip World King's imperial palace. At that time, he had killed the Flaming Lip World King, and the others had been told to scram. But now, they had appeared again. These people hadn't fled. In that case, something must have happened during this period of time when he was cultivating in seclusion. I'll give you a chance. Tell me what happened, then cripple your own cultivation, and you can scram. Lin Ling stepped forward and said indifferently. Cripple our own cultivation? Lin Ling, this request is too ruthless, I refuse. Don't say it, no one is allowed to say it. Let's see who dares to say it. The old man pondered for a moment, then immediately roared. This made the people beside him open their mouths, but in the end they didn't dare to speak. Seeing this, Lin Ling faintly smiled. His left hand appeared, and a colorful flame floated out. With a flick of his finger, it shot towards one of them. You dare! That person's pupil shrank. Lin Ling was attacking him. After all, not long ago, they were dominating the lives of others, but now, Lin Ling seemed to be dominating their lives. This contrast was too great. Unfortunately, he couldn't recognize himself. Last time in the palace, Lin Ling didn't kill them, so they should have been lucky. Then, according to Lin Ling's request, they left the Rising Sun realm. Now, they were seen by Lin Ling again, and he dared to ask Lin Ling if he dared. Sun Yenner's death, puff, colorful flames landed on that person's body and instantly burned him. Space and time seemed to have frozen. The terrifying thing was that the person's face was filled with fear. He kept making sounds, but not a single sound could be heard. The others could only watch as that person died. This was too terrifying for them. In a breath's time, that expert was burned to ashes. The remaining people stared at Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling still did not speak. With a flick of his finger, another wisp of flame shot out. Not speaking, fine, then I'll kill you until you speak. Instantly, another expert died, and he died in an extremely tragic manner. The armored men were extremely excited. As expected of Lin Ling. He had come, and no expert could stop him. Swoosh, another flame shot out, and the third person was burned to death. Gradually, the fourth person, an oppressive atmosphere quietly filled the air. The remaining people were all trembling because the people beside them had died silently. Moreover, they had died right beside them. This was a kind of torture for them. Senior Lin Ling, after you disappeared, the experts from the 10,000 worlds did not leave. They searched everywhere for you and found the places you had been to. The Sun family was one of them. In order to find out your whereabouts, those experts wantonly killed and plundered the Sun family. Now, the entire Rising Sun world is under their control. Moreover, those experts found the sacred body and demon heart left behind by the Sun family, which attracted even more experts. I've already said it. Let me go. What was surprising was that the first person to speak was actually the old man, and the one who didn't let others speak was also him. After he finished speaking, he immediately turned around and left. The others looked at the old man angrily because the old man had finished speaking. Then, even if they told Lin Ling any more information, it would be useless. That old man was so despicable. Experts from the 10,000 worlds? Lin Ling's pupils constricted. If he guessed correctly, it should be the assassins of the Flying Dragon organization. He didn't expect those assassins to be so vicious. They couldn't find him, so they went around killing people. Moreover, they had the entire world look for him. Whoosh, a wisp of flame shot out and landed on the old man's body, causing his pupils to constrict. This was because he had already said all the information, but Lin Ling still wanted to kill him. How could you kill me? The old man let out a sound of disbelief. Unfortunately, Lin Ling didn't even look at him. Plop, the remaining people immediately knelt down and kowtowed. I'm also a member of the Sun family. Senior Lin Ling, you can't kill me. Someone kowtowed the most, his forehead covered in blood. You still have the nerve to say that you're from the Sun family? The armored men immediately shouted angrily. This person's skin was too thick. Their words caused that person's face to turn pale. Right now, Lin Ling was clearly on the second prince's side. This meant that he was on the wrong side. There's no need to explain. If explaining can solve the problem, why do we need the police? Lin Ling's voice carried a thick killing intent. His feet moved, and the earth exploded, shocking the sky, causing those people to be smashed to pieces. Where's Sun Yaoyang? Then, Lin Ling looked at the armored men and asked. Sun Yaoyang was the second prince. Originally, after Lin Ling completed his mission, he wanted to leave immediately and have nothing to do with the second prince. However, the second prince was obviously implicated by him now. Senior Lin Ling, follow me. The armored men immediately said respectfully and led Lin Ling forward. They crossed mountains and seas. After a long time, they arrived at a valley. There were a large number of people in the valley. They were the remaining members of the Sun family. "Who's there?" someone said coldly. "It's Lord Linling. He's here." The armored men were extremely excited. Everyone in the valley was shocked. Among them, a young man strode out. He looked extremely tired. It was the second prince, Sun Yaoyang. "Linling, you're still alive. That's great." After Sun Yaoyang saw Linling, he immediately smiled. Linling's heart warmed. He and the second prince had only met by chance, but the latter actually treated him as a friend. "I'm sorry. This matter has implicated you," Linling hurriedly said. However, the second prince Sun Yaoyang waved his hand. "This matter has nothing to do with you. After all, if you didn't kill the Blazing Lip World King, our Sun family wouldn't have been able to escape this calamity. On the contrary, in order to help our Sun family, you were targeted by those mysterious powerhouses. So, we have implicated you." He was well aware that even if Linling wasn't here, their Sun family still wouldn't have been able to escape destruction. This was the sorrow of the weak. Linling also knew this. However, he still felt a bit guilty in his heart. Then, he swept his eyes around. "Where's Sun Yener?" As these words fell, the valley fell silent. The second prince pondered for a moment and then entered the valley. Then, he carried a young girl out. However, Linling discovered that the young girl was already dead. Bang! Linling's heart was like thunder. That beautiful young girl, she was dead. She was naive, pure, and kind. Why did those people want to kill her? His gaze couldn't help but fall on the young girl's hand. He saw that the young girl was still holding on to a martial god fruit. This was the key to her martial arts path. Unfortunately, she had failed. Cold, a terrifying killing intent emitted from Linling's body. The entire valley seemed to enter a period of cold winter. Everyone's hearts fiercely trembled. This young man made them feel fear. "Linling, this has nothing to do with you. I can only say that little Yan's fate is like this. In the unseen world, everything is predestined." The second prince took a big step forward and arrived in front of Linling. He held Linling's shoulder and said. He was afraid that Linling would feel guilty. "Linling, you once told Yaner that learning martial arts might seem glorious, but in reality, it is accompanied by many dangers. If one is not careful, it is very common for one's soul to dissipate. Therefore, sometimes, it is better to be immortal. Therefore, I have advised her." However, her dream was to learn martial arts. Now, she finally had the chance to step into the martial arts path. Therefore, she died for her dream. She died without regrets. The second prince said again. Powerful strength separated mortals from martial artists. Once one stepped into the world of martial arts, one would be a person of another world. Life and death dangers would accompany it. Mortals, on the other hand, were safer. Of course, they would lose their dignity and could only be bullied by the strong. Although Sun Yener was dead, it was obvious that she had fulfilled her dream because she had also stepped into the martial arts path. The world of martial arts was very cruel. Every day, someone would be eliminated or even die. At this moment, Sun Yener was eliminated. Linling's heart gradually calmed down. He had also thought this through. Perhaps, this was all fated to happen. Some people could only be mortals for life. If they wanted to go against the heavens and step into the martial arts path, the outcome would be death. However, although this was the law of the universe, Linling was still unwilling to accept it. I will avenge her. Linling raised his head. His eyes were filled with the flames of revenge. Killing 10 people in one step, those assassins had killed Sun Yener's dream and eliminated her on the path of martial arts. Then, Linling would eliminate them. Linling, don't be impulsive. The rising sun world is no longer the same as before. The secret of our first-generation ancestor has spread out and attracted even more experts. The second prince hurriedly pulled Linling back. He was moved. Linling was avenging his sister. In fact, Linling didn't need to care about this matter, but Linling stood up for his sister. They met by chance and fought for each other. It was his sister's fortune to have met Linling in this life. You don't need to persuade me. Every injustice has its perpetrator, every debt has its debtor. Those assassins must all die. Linling left these words and quickly disappeared into the Valley, the valley was silent. People still didn't believe that Lin Ling would really take revenge. Lin Ling was a real man. At this moment, Lin Ling appeared in the sky. His 10,000 mammoth demon eyes swept across this world. Then, he shot towards the ground. There were a total of 18 assassins who had come to kill him. He had already remembered this when he was being hunted down, therefore, the first battle was in the former Sun family's palace. Because there, he saw a few assassins. At this moment, there were a large number of warriors in the Sun family's palace. Some were from the outside world, and some were local warriors. Because the Sun family had retreated, they left behind an empty city. Therefore, they were plundering the treasures in the palace. The Sun family isn't strong, but they have a lot of treasures. I heard that the first-generation ancestor of the Sun family was very amazing. He was also extremely famous in the martial god realm. Unfortunately, his descendants have declined. They have treasures, but they can't find the key. That's too easy for us. In the vast palace, a large number of warriors were plundering the treasures. Along the way, they saw some corpses and kicked them away. Apart from the palace, the innocent people in the imperial city were also mercilessly killed when they encountered the warriors. This chick is not bad. I can use her as a cultivation vessel to increase my strength. TSK, there are too many experts gathered here. I'm afraid the great Qing divine dynasty won't be able to handle all of them. Even if they send experts here, by then, we will have already left this world. Hehe, even if we didn't leave, those experts wouldn't come looking for small fries like us. On the streets, many martial artists were gloating. And at this time an icy cold figure appeared in the imperial city. It was Lin Ling. His eyes were fixed on a grand hall not too far away. There was a martial artist searching a corpse. Every time he found something, the martial artist would excitedly smile. Whoosh, a sword appeared in Lin Ling's hand. It was an ice-cold sword. He slashed out, the martial artist's arm was instantly severed and blood spurted out. After he reacted, he roared, "What are you doing?" There were still many people in the grand hall. At this moment, they were also frowning at Lin Ling. They didn't understand why Lin Ling had attacked. "Your Excellency, if you also want to obtain treasures, then you can search for them yourself. Why did you snatch the treasures of others? Don't you think your heart is too black?" An old man in a monk's robe said. He had a kind face, as if he was upholding justice. The divine era Taoist is right. We are all from the myriad worlds. It's better to have some rules when doing things. If you become a villain and incur the wrath of the masses, be careful not to end up dead. Another old man with white hair and a youthful face also said, "We will give you a chance for what happened before. We won't fuss over your mistakes. However, one shouldn't be too greedy." They seemed to think that Lin Ling was here to snatch the treasures. Lin Ling looked at them indifferently. His handsome face became even colder. These people, under the banner of justice, had come to rob this place. Now that he had killed someone, everyone said that he was too greedy and too black-hearted. Were they qualified to say these words? Sun Yener stood aloof from worldly affairs. When did she provoke them? But didn't she also end up dead? Die for me. Lin Ling's voice became even colder. It was like the cold wind under the night rain, causing people to shudder. His sword was even colder. When the sword came out, it took a life. The warrior with the broken arm watched the sword slash towards him. He couldn't block it and his eyes widened. He had no enmity with this young man, but this young man wanted to kill him. Was he a homicidal maniac? Unfortunately, the sword didn't answer him. Instead, his head flew off and blood spurted out. "You're crazy." Seeing this, the crowd shouted. A dead man doesn't need so much nonsense. Lin Ling held the sword and moved forward. His robe fluttered. The ancient sword was merciless, sword light flashed, and a martial artist was chopped in half. "You're courting death. Don't tell me you want to kill all of us." Those warriors stared at Lin Ling angrily. This young man killed without hesitation. He was indeed cold-blooded and merciless. When they were angry, they didn't expect that all the people in the imperial city would be killed by them. In the eyes of the people, weren't they cold-blooded and merciless? Lin Ling didn't say a word. He took a step forward and slashed out again. Puff. Puff, 3 lives were killed by him in a row. paw, his footsteps moved again. With this sword, 10 lives were reaped by him, killing 10 people with one step. His strength was too strong, and no one could block a single strike from him. Blood gradually flowed like a river in the imperial palace. Those angry warriors also began to panic at this moment. Sinful, sinful. Ba. Benefactor, lay down your butcher's knife and become a Buddha. The divine era Taoist put his palms together and looked at Lin Ling in horror. I'll help you become a Buddha. The fire of time and space appeared in Lin Ling's left hand. He sprinkled it out of thin air and burned it. Benefactor, do you have to commit such a great slaughter? The divine era Taoist's heart fiercely shook. Lin Ling even wanted to kill him, but what a pity, why wouldn't he dare? Ancient flames rushed forth, covering the divine era Taoist and burning him to ashes. The hall became even more silent. Originally, these martial artists wanted to gather together and kill Lin Ling. But, they discovered that this was far too difficult. Lin Ling's strength was simply too terrifying. Perhaps without a 6th-level world king, no one was his match. Why? Most importantly, they still didn't understand why Lin Ling wanted to kill them all. They had no grudge with Lin Ling. Why? At this time, Lin Ling was like a death god. He used his flames and sword to tell them, why? Sir, you are truly a death god. But at this time an indifferent voice sounded out. 3 figures appeared in the skies above the imperial palace. They wore black robes and wore masks, their complexions indifferent. They were the 3 killers of the Flying Dragon organization. Seniors, save us! Seeing this, many people fell to their knees, as if they had seen their saviors arrive. What was ironic was that these 3 people were killers. The lives that had died in their hands numbered at over 1 billion, but now they had actually become saviors. The 3 mysterious black-robed people clearly didn't care about the people below. They floated in the skies. One of them lightly said, "Who are you and why are you so ruthless?" They didn't recognize Lin Ling for a moment, but they were surprised by Lin Ling's ruthlessness. On the ground, Lin Ling sneered. These 3 people were the true killers behind the scenes. I am Lin Ling. Without any nonsense, Lin Ling threw himself into the skies. She called me master. Demon Guardian Lord, where is he? One of the assassins asked after a moment of surprise. She was actually a woman. Moreover, her origins were extremely mysterious. No one knew that she was hiding in an ordinary world, living the life of an ordinary person. In the eyes of her neighbors, she was a kind and simple woman. Many people had received help from her, but no one knew that she was a killer. Demon Guardian Lord has gone to hell. In the air, Lin Ling coldly spat out these words. The ancient sword in his hand began to shine with a dazzling light. A bleak killing intent slashed out like a tsunami. The word profound appeared in the skies, revealing its sharpness. It was like a world-shaking sword strike from the sword world. What shameless boasting! The 3 assassins angrily shouted. They could see that Lin Ling's strength had reached the 4th level of the World King realm. But, did he have the qualifications to attack them with such strength? However, reality told them why he didn't have the qualifications. That sword strike seemed slow, but as it reached the end, its speed instantly accelerated. It was like the finishing touch, possessing the speed of a world. The woman wanted to attack and suppress Lin Ling, but it was too late. A sword pierced through her. A dazzling profound character appeared on her body. Her mask fell off, revealing her delicate and pretty face. But at this time, her face was filled with disbelief. She never imagined that she would die here. However, if one stood by the river, how could their shoes not be wet? She had been an assassin her entire life and had killed countless people. But today, she was also killed by someone. You killed her. The other 2 black-robed assassins' pupils shook. This was because they were all at the 7th level of the World King realm. Moreover, if they could become assassins, there were few that could match them in the 7th level of the World King realm. But, Lin Ling had killed her with a single sword strike? How could this Lin Ling be so strong? What sort of crooked method did you use? A figure instantly shot towards Lin Ling. In the air, a black sword appeared out of thin air. It was like the sword of a death god. Moreover, this sword was dripping with blood. It was unknown just how many people this sword had killed. At the same time, the power of his 7th level World King realm essence erupted. Lin Ling had used the profound sword record before, so it was clear that he didn't have time to use another sword move. He could only use his sword to meet force with force. Clang, the two swords collided, releasing intense sparks. Both of them were evenly matched. How can he be so strong? The martial artists below all sucked in a breath of cold air. They thought that Lin Ling was dead for sure, but in the end, they saw that Lin Ling was evenly matched with those mysterious powerhouses. As far as they knew, these mysterious experts were all lords of realms. At the very least, they controlled 5 realms. Every single one of them was an overlord. Your sword is sharp, but your boundary isn't high. I don't believe you can block my 7th stage World King strength. The black-robed assassin held his sword and said coldly. Get out of here. Lin Ling angrily shouted. This was because he wasn't an ordinary 7th-level World King. At this moment, the world essence of the two Danchans fused, forming a terrifying sword. You are not at the 4th stage of the World King realm. The black-robed assassin exclaimed when he sensed the surging energy of the world essence. Crack, a terrifying power attacked him, and the sword in his hand broke inch by inch. Furthermore, Lin Ling's sword had cut him into 2 halves. Plop, as his body fell to the ground, everyone in the imperial city felt their hearts violently skip a beat. In the blink of an eye, 2 powerhouses had died. As for the remaining assassin, his eyes flashed, as if he wanted to see through everything about Lin Ling. This was because when he first chased down Lin Ling had been nothing more than an ant, a mouse that had been forced into a dead end, but now, he discovered that Lin Ling was far more terrifying. Did Demon Guardian Master really die in your hands? The assassin couldn't help but ask. Yes, and the next one will be you. Lin Ling floated in the skies. In his left palm, multicolored flames appeared, ancient and boundless. As these flames appeared, the entire imperial city began to shake. Moreover, around Lin Ling's body, a divine light protected him. This divine light was extremely sacred, as if it came from the primal chaos of the universe. Awaken the divine body. The assassin's voice sharpened. Divine light protecting the body, this was the symbol of an awakened divine body. It could be said that with an awakened divine body, Lin Ling was invincible within the 4th level of the World King realm. Moreover, the power of the world essence that Lin Ling erupted with seemed to surpass the 4th level of the World King realm. This meant that Lin Ling was an invincible existence within the 7th level of the World King realm. Such a difficult character to deal with was actually treated as an ant or a mouse by these assassins. Why aren't you leaving? The assassin knew that it would be difficult to resist. He slowly took off his mask, revealing an old face. King Tang. Someone recognized the assassin. This was a powerhouse with an illustrious reputation in the infinite worlds. No one thought that his true identity would be an assassin. You clearly have the strength to leave here, but Lin Ling came to kill us. You should know that there are countless powerhouses in Rising Sun World right now. You should leave immediately and not seek revenge on us. The old man sighed. He had killed people all year round, and today he would be killed. Thus, he had already mentally prepared himself. In their line of work, being killed was an unchangeable ending. Because you killed a person. The flames in Lin Ling's hands became increasingly tyrannical, causing the martial artists on the ground to tremble with fear. They nearly fell to their knees. Is it someone from Rising Sun World? To you, they are nothing but ants. There is no need for you to challenge so many powerhouses for the sake of an ant. After all, you were able to kill Guardian Demon Master. You are already a 3rd-generation disciple of Radiant Academy. Moreover, amongst your 3rd-generation disciples, there are few who can match you. King Tang stared at Lin Ling. He didn't understand why Lin Ling would do such a thing. In his opinion, Lin Ling was simply a monstrous genius of Radiant Academy. After all, he had come to kill Lin Ling, so he was naturally familiar with everything about Lin Ling. As for Lin Ling, he had just passed the assessment and yet his strength had reached the 3rd generation. Even in Martial God World, this was unprecedented. For such a monstrous genius to take revenge for a mortal, this was simply unimaginable. At this moment, Lin Ling held the taboo flame and looked coldly at King Tang. The flame in his hand was also gently raised. Because she called me master. The flames burned the earth. Everyone, including King Tang, felt a strong pressure. It was as if they had seen the first flame in the chaos of the universe. this flame was sacred and majestic. It was the ancestor of all flames. Boom, the entire city exploded. The flames burned like the wrath of the flame ancestor. In just an incense stick's time, the entire city was turned into nothingness. Everyone had died in battle. Crackling flames soared into the sky. For those who died, there was only one sentence in their minds. Because that person called me master, because of this sentence, Lin Ling had killed all of them. What happened? The earth continued to shake as if the heavens and earth were collapsing. A moment later, a large number of figures appeared in the sky, frowning as they looked at the flames on the ground. It was a terrifying flame that gave them a lot of pressure. You, tell me, what happened? After that, one of them looked at the ground in the distance. He saw a person sitting on a rock, calmly drinking wine, as if he was a lone martial artist. Saint Body Demon Heart. Are you from the Flying Dragon organization? However, the blue-robed youth was calm. He looked up and lightly asked. It's you, Lin Ling? Seeing this, the complexions of the newcomers changed. This was because they were from the Flying Dragon organization and they also recognized Lin Ling, it seemed so. Then, without an 8th stage world king, all of you must die. Lin Ling drank another mouthful of strong wine. He stood up, his robes flapping in the wind. Sun Yener had just stepped onto the road of martial arts, but she had been eliminated by these people. Then, today, he would eliminate all of them. Kill. He lifted his ancient sword, fighting for Sun Yener. This was also because she had called him master, although they had met by chance and it might be difficult for them to meet again in the future. Since she had called him master, Lin Ling had the responsibility to avenge his disciple. A master for a day was a father for life. This was also because Lin Ling's personality was the most protective of his disciples. For his brothers, he would risk his life. For his family, he dared to fight the heavens. Good, Lin Ling, we were looking for you, but you delivered yourself to our doorstep. Mission complete. There were many Flying Dragon organization assassins here and each one of them had a considerable background. There were even 3 generations of Heavenly Saint Academy. Lin Ling was only one person and he was only at the 4th stage of the World King realm. Where did his confidence come from? Even if there were 7th stage World Kings, Lin Ling still didn't have the qualifications to be arrogant in front of them. Divinity and Demon Body. Profound Symbol Sword. Evil Flame Transformation. However, after Lin Ling erupted with all of his cards, they discovered that he was the most terrifying monstrous genius in the history of Radiant Academy. This was also because Lin Ling's strength didn't seem like a 4th stage World King at all. Blood gushed out, thunderous rumbles continued, as if the heavens were falling apart. At this time, Lin Ling was fighting against 10 assassins. Lin Ling's body was covered with more and more wounds. But, he clenched his teeth and didn't retreat. He would not retreat until the heavens and earth darkened. The scene of him meeting the young girl for the first time appeared in his mind. After this mission is over, I will help you increase your talent and guide you in a set of martial arts. Really? The beautiful girl's face was filled with joy. Then, she asked expectantly, then how powerful will I be? Stronger than those guys outside, that's an unchangeable fact. Lin Ling said. The young girl was naive and stubborn towards her dreams. He couldn't let her down. Xiaoyan, it's fate that we met. I'll teach you a cultivation technique. Also, I have a martial god fruit here that can change your talent. With that cultivation technique, you should be able to reach the strength of a sector lord in the future. The young girl's dream had a beginning, but unfortunately, there was no ending. This was the sorrow of the week. Perhaps, others would think that Lin Ling had gone mad. For a person he had only met once, he was willing to fight to the death, but Lin Ling didn't think so, because he wanted to fight. This was Lin Ling, he did whatever he wanted, lawless. If he wanted to fight, if he wanted to kill, then he would fight and kill. In life, one should be able to repay kindness and enmity as they please. Why should one care so much? Die. Blood dyed Lin Ling's close red. His hair wildly danced in the wind, making him look like a demon. Who is that? How fierce. He can actually fight so many 7th stage world kings by himself. Right now, 6 people have already died under his hands. Look at how young he is. He has such strength at such a young age. In the future, His name will surely spread throughout the martial god world. In the distance, many martial artists cried out in alarm. This was the first time they had ever seen such an intense battle. Rumble, rumble, rumble. In front of them, the skies shattered and the earth cracked open. The entire world seemed as if it would disintegrate. After an unknown period of time, the figures fighting in front of them all vanished. All that was left was tumbling chaotic spiritual energy. There was the power of thunder, wind, rain, fire, and so forth, pa. But at this time, from the chaotic spiritual energy, a voice like that of a god of death walked out. He grasped a broken sword and his long hair was dyed red. His blue robes had also turned red. As he walked out, every step was startling. This was because a massive amount of blood flowed out from beneath his feet. It made one wonder if this youth would fall to the ground at any moment. It's him. Lin Ling, the person the Flying Dragon organization has been searching for all this time. Someone cried out in alarm, their hearts pounding. Lin Ling had actually eradicated all of the assassins. How terrifying. If we kill him, then we can obtain a reward from the Flying Dragon organization? I heard that the Flying Dragon organization's rewards have always been rich. Someone licked his lips. But just as his voice fell, he saw the youth's merciless gaze land on him. This caused his heart to shake. Pa pa pa, he quickly slapped his own mouth. I'm just speaking nonsense, please don't take it to heart. As his voice fell, he immediately fell to his knees. As for the crowd, their hearts trembled. With just a glance, that fifth-stage World King powerhouse no longer dared to fight. This Lin Ling had simply become infamous for his slaughter. 18 people. 4 died at the hands of others, 13 were killed by me, and there is still one more. Everyone heard the indifferent youth mutter to himself. He grasped his sword and slowly walked forwards with his severely wounded body. His back was proud and aloof. He was like a sword that would never break, upright and outspoken. Even though he was severely wounded, no one dared to kill him at this moment. This was because his courage and boldness had caused everyone to submit to him. It wasn't until the youth vanished into the distance that everyone dared to discuss amongst themselves. They had already heard that in this vast universe, there were martial arts fanatics. The more difficult something was, the more these martial arts fanatics liked to challenge it, and today, they had finally seen a martial arts fanatic. Most importantly, this martial arts fanatic was very young. Moreover, he was only at the 4th stage of the World King realm. He wants to kill the last expert from the Flying Dragon organization as well? He's crazy. Then, as they recalled Lin Ling's words, their bodies began to shake even more fiercely. Rising Sun World welcomed many powerhouses. Their greatest goal was not Lin Ling, but the treasure left behind by the first-generation ancestor of the Sun family, the Saint Body Demon Heart. It was said that this was a formidable talent. It could allow a martial artist to be reborn and reach the heavens in a single bound. At this time, in an ancient ruin, there was a giant statue. This statue was of a middle-aged man. He grasped a great saber and looked into the distance as if he were looking down on the world. This statue was impressively the first-generation ancestor of the Sun family. It was said that the Saint Heart demon body was within this statue, and all around these ruins, there were figures everywhere. Their strength was extremely formidable. There were many true divinity realm existences among them. This Saint Body Demon Heart can enhance the talent of the awakened divine body. Whoever obtains it will obtain the world. But, there is only one Saint Body Demon Heart. In my opinion, why don't we all compete for it? Yes. That's right, that's what I'm thinking. Yes. Ancient powerhouses stood on the mountain peaks around the ruins, their powerful aura suppressing this world. That's Xianxia. That's a lord of 1,000 realms, one of the top 10 kings of the southern border. Yes. At this moment, the greedy crowd swallowed their anger and swallowed their anger. This was because too many powerhouses had appeared. It wasn't their turn to compete for the treasure. Look, that's Fortune Manor Sunset Glory. He's also here. The crowd's eyes shifted, falling on a tall and sturdy old man. This old man was like a god of war. Every movement he made was filled with a domineering aura. The clash of 3 generations. I didn't expect so many experts to come. It's not easy to fight. Luo Riyao said indifferently. He could only watch the show now, that was. Because the younger generation of experts from various factions had come. If they wanted to obtain the sacred body's demon heart, it would depend on their strength. These old monsters were too embarrassed to fight. Moreover, if they fought, the others would fight too, therefore, the treasure could only belong to the geniuses. Eh? I didn't expect Ling Ying from the heavenly court to come as well. Luo Riyao said while looking at the other side. He had entered the 8 gods' heavenly palace with Luo Riyao before. Not only Lord Ling Ying, but An Yi is also here. Over there. Yes. The green-robed old man smiled and pointed at the other side. As a result, the 3 leaders of the 8 gods' heavenly palace were all gathered here. These leaders were all at the true immortal realm. They were quite famous in the myriad of worlds. The 10 sword immortals of Qingzhou and Elder Qi are here too. Yes. Luo Riyao said again. The crowd was in an uproar. It seemed that the sacred body's demon heart had attracted a lot of people. I also want the sacred body's demon heart. Let's fight. Yes. At this moment, a charming voice was heard. A giant spider appeared on the mountain in the distance. Except for its legs, the spider had a human body. Moreover, its body was very attractive. It was Queen Xianxia. Queen Xianxia, have you cultivated for more than 1,000 years? If so, are you not embarrassed to fight for it? Yes. Soon, an old man sneered. Queen Xianxia cursed inwardly. She had cultivated for more than 1,000 years. Obviously, she was disqualified. Many old monsters had gathered here. Those old monsters were too ashamed to fight for the treasure. That was why they had created this kind of competition. In this way, the old monsters did not need to fight among themselves. Others would benefit from it. Let me. Yes. At this moment, a calm voice was heard. A young man in white clothes walked out from the crowd. He had long purple hair and a strong emperor's qi. It's Heavenly Snow King. Looking at the young man, many people cried out in alarm, because the young man was from the 3rd generation of the Heavenly Saint Academy. His strength was extremely powerful, and he was ranked in the top 10 of the 3rd generation of the Heavenly Saint Academy. It was clear that he had taken a fancy to the Saint Physique's demon heart. With him going to battle, it would be difficult for others to compete. Go. However, some people refused to believe it and sent their own juniors to fight. A black-clothed youth stepped forward. His fighting spirit boiled over as he erupted with the strength of a 7th-level world king. Between his palms and fists, the world rumbled. Weak. However, the white-clothed youth shook his head in disdain. Divine light protected his body. Awaken the divine body. Seeing this, many people's expressions changed drastically. As expected of the top 10 3rd generation of Heavenly Saint Institute. Although you have an awakened godly body, it doesn't mean everything. A true genius can fight against someone of a higher level. The young man gritted his teeth and shouted angrily when he sensed the pressure from his opponent's talent. 3 rocks, heaven and earth. He punched out again and again, and the waterfall-like stone pillars shot out with his fists. However, they were quickly blocked by the white-clothed youth and counterattacked. Puff, the young man spat out a mouthful of blood and was defeated. That is De Renue from Western World's Luofeng Villa. He was defeated so quickly. Everyone was shocked. Even Luo Riyao and the other old monsters nodded secretly. Heavenly Snow Monarch was very strong. He would definitely catch up to them in the future. Next? Heavenly Snow Monarch said indifferently. His white robes were whiter than snow, and he gave off an extremely cold feeling. Let me. Another powerful genius stepped forward. He was also a 3rd generation of the Institute, however, he was quickly defeated. Many old monsters even felt that even if they stepped forward, they might not be able to defeat Heavenly Snow Monarch. Heavenly Snow Monarch could definitely be ranked in the top 20 among the 3rd generation of the 3 great academies. Among the 3rd generation of the 3 great academies, besides those few monstrous geniuses, no one could be his opponent. Is there no one else? Heavenly Snow Monarch said proudly after becoming the focus of the entire ruins. To be able to shine in front of so many ancient powerhouses was extremely rare even for him. However, after he spoke, the ruins remained silent. It seemed that no one from the younger generation dared to step forward. As for those old monsters, their eyes flickered. They were unwilling to accept this result. However, their juniors had failed to live up to their expectations. Who else could they blame? I'll fight with you. Just when everyone thought that the sacred body demon heart had fallen into Heavenly Snow Monarch's hands, a cold voice drifted out. A man in armor slowly walked out under the gazes of countless people. However, no one recognized him. The man gave off a strange feeling. Has anyone cultivated for more than 1,000 years? Heavenly Snow Monarch stared at the ladder. He discovered that the ladder was at the 7th level of the World King realm. However, the other party gave off a great pressure. He was probably an invincible existence in the 7th level of the World King realm. In the martial god realm, there were many geniuses who were invincible. Once they were invincible, this battle would be extremely exciting. I've cultivated for 900 years. Is that enough? The armored man's aura was wild and tyrannical. May I know your name? Heavenly Snow Monarch frowned and asked again. Long Padian. The armored man smiled and took off the armor on his body. What was terrifying was that when the armor fell to the ground, the earth instantly cracked open. Moreover, the armor directly disappeared. It was likely that it had reached the core of the earth. This fellow is actually wearing such heavy armor. The crowd's complexion changed. This youth seemed to be carrying a world on his back. It's you, the #1 disciple of Blue Soaring Academy's Sword Dao Department, Long Padian. But compared to everyone's surprise, Heavenly Snow Monarch didn't even look at the armor on the ground. Instead, he stared at Long Padian. He had clearly heard of this name before. This was one of the top 3 geniuses of Blue Soaring Academy's 3rd generation. You aren't too ignorant. Not only am I the #1 disciple of Blue Soaring Academy's Sword Dao Department, but I am also the president of the Heavens Trade Union. Long Padian lightly said, his aura seeming as if he didn't care about anything at all. As these words fell, many people cried out in alarm. The geniuses of the 3 great academies were more familiar with the name Long Padian. But when it came to the Heavens Trade Union, these wandering cultivators were even more familiar with it. This was a trade union that had suddenly emerged. Its reputation in the East, West, South, and North realms was not weak. Once, there was a ruler of 10 realms who had provoked a woman from the trade union. As a result, the trade union's president had led everyone to overturn the 10 realms. This matter had spread far and wide through the myriad realms. Who knew that the president would be so young and that he was Long Padian? So it's you. Heavenly Snow Monarch had clearly heard of the Heavens Trade Union. His complexion became even more dignified. When geniuses roam the myriad realms, they will definitely make a name for themselves. The Heavens Trade Union is only one of them. I have many other powerful identities, but I'm too lazy to talk about them now. Let's fight. Long Padian arrogantly said. His hands shook and the roar of a dragon resounded. Let me see just how powerful your awakened divine body is. His attack was earth-shattering. At the 7th stage of the World King realm, his cultivation was solid. Moreover, he also had an awakened divine body. Every move of his was accompanied by thunder. Heavenly Snow Break. A snow mist spear appeared in Heavenly Snow Monarch's hand. As he waved it, it seemed to condense the power of snow in the universe. It was extremely powerful. Pung pung pung. Are you the last one? Heavenly Snow King is invincible in the 7th layer of the World King realm. Long Padian is also invincible. The martial god world is indeed much more powerful than the other worlds. The 3rd generation is already so powerful. What about the 2nd generation? Look, their martial arts are all 3rd grade. TSK, a 3rd grade martial art requires one to comprehend for 1,000 years. That's you. The other geniuses don't need to do that. After all, they haven't even practiced martial arts for more than 1,000 years. All around the ruins, all sorts of discussions rose and fell. Some of the older experts shook their heads helplessly. It was as if they could already see that not long later, these monstrous existences would surpass them. Long Padian, you still don't need to use your sword? After exchanging a few more blows, Heavenly Snow King felt his blood and chi churning. The boundary spirit in his dantian became unstable. This Long Padian was indeed quite capable. When you use your sword, use your sword. Who knew that Long Padian would be extremely tyrannical? He didn't use his sword. Instead, he waved his fists and pounced forward again. His aura directly caused the rising sun realm to sway unceasingly. Even the sky was filled with chaotic scenes. Third fist, dragon ancestor fist. There was a dragon roaring. Everywhere it passed, crackling sounds would be heard. The sky was directly split open. The power of the boundary spirit was extremely vast. Moreover, the ultimate martial path had reached the minute subtlety realm. Chaotic energy was erupting. Seeing how terrifying that fist was, Heavenly Snow King also knew that he couldn't avoid it. Of course, with his identity as the third generation, he disdained to avoid it because it was too shameful. Flying snow sky. With a roar, the sky was filled with snow mist. A large number of snowmen charged forward, accompanied by Heavenly Snow King's fist. Pop. Pop, pop. The power of the two great boundary spirits erupted, knocking many people over. As for Heavenly Snow King, he was sent flying backwards. His expression became even more serious because Long Potion's martial arts comprehension was much stronger than his. Long Padian, let me give you a piece of advice. You better use your dragon sword. Otherwise, don't blame me if you die. Heavenly Snow King's hands began to move as if he was going to use some powerful ultimate skill. Heavenly Snow King has been forced into a desperate situation. Everyone could see that Tian Shui Wang was slightly weaker than Long Padian, and this result was very shocking. After all, Tian Shui Wang had suppressed all the heroes before. You want to burn your realm essence? However, you only have this method. Long Padian said indifferently. Tianxia Monarch shook his head and said, this is just a battle for the demon heart. Burning my world essence is the same as burning my potential. I'm not that stupid. However, other than burning my world essence, I have other methods. As soon as he finished speaking, the cold aura on his body became even more terrifying. The aura of primal chaos filled the air. Ka ka ka, his body grew infinitely taller, and he actually turned into an ice giant. This giant towered into the clouds, and his body was filled with chaotic chi. The giant seemed to have come from ancient times. Long Padian, you can't block this move of mine. You're going to lose. A mighty voice erupted at this moment. The giant seemed to be invincible. A blizzard howled between his fists and froze the entire ruins. That's the blizzard from primal chaos. Everyone's expression became even more solemn. This blizzard from primal chaos was obviously more terrifying than the one from the primal chaos. This was because the blizzard was also mixed with chaotic chi. Break for me. However, Long Padian was still domineering. His fists turned pitch black and turned into bone fists. Layers of hard bones appeared on his fists. Bones of the Thunder Dragon. Setting Sun's Glory let out a solemn voice. Those were the bones of the Thunder Dragon from ancient times. Ka ka ka, Long Padian was like a domineering Thunder Dragon. His fists clashed with the giant, and he actually forced the giant to retreat. Moreover, ice and snow kept sputtering out. What a terrifying power of world essence. It's so domineering that it's almost invincible. Tianxia Wang has lost. Look, more than half of the ice on his body has melted. Among the third generation of the three great academies, I'm afraid only 2 or 3 people can suppress Long Padian. Unsurprisingly, a series of astonished cries rang out. Subsequently, King Tianxia also admitted defeat. Impressive. Tianxia Wang left the battlefield with serious injuries. He looked a little dispirited. After all, he was one of the top 10 among the third generation of the Heavenly Saint Academy. He was used to suppressing the other 3 generations. However, he was still weaker than Long Padian. He guessed that Long Padian was definitely one of the top 3 among the third generation of the 3 great academies. I've heard such words too many times. Get lost, loser. However, Sky Snow King's admission of defeat did not make Long Padian humble himself. Long Padian directly replied in a domineering manner, causing Sky Snow King to grit his teeth. However, his skills were inferior to Long Potion's and he could only swallow his anger. I know you're not satisfied and are looking forward to defeating me again. However, let me tell you, those who have been surpassed by me have never had the chance to surpass me. Now, the sacred body demon heart belongs to me. Long Padian did not even look at Xianxia Wang. He took a big step forward and walked toward the stone statue. He seemed to think that he was the number one among the third generation. However, in reality, no one dared to fight. Among the younger generation, who else could do it? I didn't expect that the sacred body demon heart would be obtained by him in the end. Although many people were not satisfied, there was nothing they could do as their skills were inferior to long potions. You are the last assassin of the Flying Dragon organization. However, just as Long Padian walked toward the stone statue, a cold voice came from afar. Many people looked over and their hearts skipped a beat. From afar, a young man was dragging a broken sword and walking over with heavy steps. His body was covered in blood and he seemed to have suffered serious injuries. However, he gave off the feeling that he was a lone wolf. Among the crowd, a few people's faces changed. One of them was Queen Qianji. Her eyes were filled with disbelief. That was because she recognized the person who had come. It was Lin Ling. However, didn't Lin Ling die in the Eight Gods Sky Palace? She had not expected to see Lin Ling here. Luo Riyao and the old man in green were also shocked. I didn't expect that someone would know about my other identity. That's right. I am the second kill elite of the Flying Dragon organization. What do you think? At this moment, Long Padian stopped walking with his hands behind his back and said indifferently. The last person has finally been found. You can't leave here alive today. The arrogant young man was still walking forward. His firm voice shook the entire ruins. He was going to fight Long Padian. At this moment, many people were shocked. Everyone had witnessed Long Potion's strength. He was already the strongest among the third generation. However, there was still someone who dared to challenge him. Moreover, it was a severely injured young man with a broken sword. This young man was crazy. Long Potion's expression changed. He smiled disdainfully and said, "Why are you fighting? Don't you know that you are courting death?" On the ground, the young man was still walking forward. His long hair was dancing in the wind. However, his injured body was extremely straight and unyielding like a sword. Because King Yanluo wants you dead at midnight. You won't live past midnight. Bone sword and broken sword. As Lin Ling's voice floated out, the entire ruin fell silent. Lin Ling had suffered heavy injuries and was only at the 4th level of the World King realm. How could he fight? Many people shook their heads, not optimistic about Lin Ling's chances. After all, even a 7th level World King couldn't defeat Long Padian, let alone Lin Ling. Little friend, although courage is important, your life is even more precious. Don't be impulsive. At this time, someone spoke up. It was the blue-clothed old man. Obviously, he was surprised that Lin Ling hadn't died in the Eight Gods' heavenly palace. But, he didn't want to see Lin Ling die in Long Potion's hands. Thank you, senior, but a friend of mine died in his hands. She has left behind a heart demon in my heart, so I must fight. Lin Ling raised the broken sword in his hand and lightly said. Huh. The blue-clothed old man couldn't help but sigh. If this was a heart demon left behind in Lin Ling's heart of martial arts, then he wouldn't try to persuade him anymore. He could only hope that Lin Ling would be lucky enough to leave this place alive after losing to Long Padian. This idiot. In the distance, Queen Thousand Devices cursed. She had never seen someone as foolish as Lin Ling. She originally wanted to warn Lin Ling, but now, she didn't say anything. You are inferior to me, so how can you fight him? He is ranked in the top 3 of the 3 great academies' 3rd generation. Sky Snow King disdainfully laughed. At this time, there was still someone who dared to fight Long Padian. He thought this was a farce. Moreover, this person didn't know Lin Ling. He should be a nameless person. How could such a person have the qualifications to fight? You? Lin Ling looked at Sky Snow King and then shook his head. He was too lazy to explain anything because Sky Snow King wasn't someone who could enter his eyes. This expression caused Sky Snow King to coldly snort. This ant simply didn't know how strong he was. However, since this ant was going to die, there was no need for him to prove anything. Since you've declared your intention to fight me, I naturally won't refuse. My principle in life is that even if a mortal dares to declare war on me, I will still fight. Lin Ling, come. At this moment, Long Padian walked forward step by step. His powerful aura also spread out because he recognized Lin Ling. Thus, he also wanted to kill Lin Ling to complete his mission. Every step he took was like the descent of a lightning dragon, causing the ruins to tremble. Long Padian is fighting. How many moves do you think he'll need to kill that kid? Within 3 moves. I said 1 move. You were all frightened by that brat's courage, but he is only a 4th-level world king. I see. The people around expressed their own opinions, thinking that this battle was simply a joke and would end soon. Of course, there were also many powerful martial artists who admired Lin Ling's courage. Luori Yao was one of them. He faintly smiled and said, "Little friend, be careful. He is the most invincible in the 7th-level World King realm. He has divine light protecting his body and his martial arts comprehension isn't weak. He is also the 3rd generation of Songling Academy and the #1 person in the sword department." In truth, he was telling Lin Ling about Long Potion's approximate strength. The crowd was secretly surprised. Luori Yao was a true Immortal Realm powerhouse, yet he actually knew this nameless brat and personally warned him. It had to be said that this youth's luck was pretty good. So what if he knows? Can he stop Long Padian? However, no one was optimistic about Lin Ling. Even Long Padian was the same. He was about to speak when Lin Ling's cold voice drifted over. "I advise you to treat me with all your strength because Demon Guardian Master died at my hands. Moreover, of the 18 assassins from the Flying Dragon organization, you are the only one left." As these words fell, the entire ruins fell silent. Although they didn't know who Lin Ling was, they were well aware of Demon Guardian Master. This was a 3rd-generation master at the 7th-level World King realm. At this moment, many people felt that Lin Ling wasn't simple at all. "You killed them? You are only a 4th-level World King." Heavenly Snow King also found this hard to believe. He even thought that Lin Ling was boasting. Unfortunately, Lin Ling didn't care about him at all. This was a kind of disdain. His eyes were still fixed on Long Padian. As for Long Padian, his complexion became dignified. This was because he was well aware of Demon Guardian Master's strength. If this youth could kill Demon Guardian Master, then he couldn't be underestimated. Of course, he was also a bit skeptical of Lin Ling's words. "Even so, you are still not my match. This is because my strength is invincible within the 7th level of the World King realm. Even the 2nd and 1st-ranked 3rd-generation masters don't dare to underestimate me." The phantom of a thunder dragon appeared behind Long Padian. It faced the heavens and roared. "This battle can never be avoided. You don't need to use words to affect my confidence. Instead, it will only serve to accentuate the timidity in your heart." However, Lin Ling was still unafraid. He pointed his broken sword at Long Padian. What a proud youth. Many people were secretly moved. At the start, they didn't even bother to look at Lin Ling, but now, they felt that this mysterious youth's boldness surpassed their imaginations. "I'm timid? You must be joking." Long Padian mockingly smiled. He shook his head and said, "Enough nonsense. Let's fight. I will show you the disparity between us." After he finished speaking, his left hand trembled and a black bone appeared. He tore open his wrist with his right hand and pulled out the bone from his left hand. The bone turned into a bone sword, and the roar of a thunder dragon continued to echo out. A 9th-grade treasure. Seeing this, many people's complexions changed. They didn't think that Long Padian would actually use his sword against this nameless youth. In the distance, Snow King's complexion was ugly. When he fought with Long Padian had disdained to use his sword. But now that he was fighting an unfamiliar youth, Long Padian actually used his sword. Did this mean that he was inferior to this unfamiliar youth? Then, he angrily shouted, "He will lose without a doubt. A 9th-grade treasure can increase one's world essence by at least 90%. It will soon reach a boundary of world essence. This means that Long Potion's strength is at the 8th level of the World King realm." Hearing this, some people sucked in a breath of cold air. This was because a 9th-grade treasure was an extremely precious weapon even in Blue Province. As for that mysterious youth, he was still only at the 4th level of the World King realm. The disparity was too great, many people couldn't help but laugh. Now, what qualifications did this youth have to fight? This is the Thunder Dragon Heaven Shock Sword. By relying on this sword, I have defeated many third-generation disciples of the three great academies, especially the fourth-ranked third-generation disciple. He was defeated by this sword of mine, and now, you still have confidence in yourself. Holding the bone sword, Long Padian lightly looked at Lin Ling. His words were mixed with wild confidence, arrogant and unruly, looking down on everyone. Can you block one of my attacks? His questioning voice floated out from his mouth, causing countless people to feel pain in their ears. This allowed them to know what it meant to be invincible in the 7th level of the World King realm. Little friend, I also have a 9th grade treasure here. I'll lend it to you. Broken sword. Thank you, senior, but the tyrannical singing sword has fought alongside me for many years. It is familiar with my heart and I am also familiar with it. Although my sword is broken, my fighting spirit has not diminished. Lin Ling looked at the tyrannical singing sword. Then, he looked up at the blue-clothed old man with a firm expression, causing the blue-clothed old man's heart to shake. This was the pride of a swordsman, pa. Moreover, as if sensing Lin Ling's heart of martial arts, the broken tyrannical singing sword emitted a humming sound. Before this, when Lin Ling fought 10 7th stage World King powerhouses, the tyrannical singing sword had been unable to withstand the heavy burden and had finally broken, but the broken sword could still fight. The tyrannical singing sword also wanted to take revenge for Sun Yener, thus, the sword roared. The sword also wanted to prove itself. The sword also had its own dignity. What shameless boasting! Then, try out my sword. Long Padian seemed as if he had been insulted. His aura flared as he slashed his sword at Lin Ling. This sword turned into a thunder dragon in the air, sweeping through the skies. He didn't know whether or not Lin Ling had killed Lord Demon Guardian and the others, but Lin Ling had actually used a broken sword to resist him. This was a great humiliation. Rumble, rumble, rumble. That sword erupted with a terrifying power of thunder. It neared the might of an 8th stage World King. He's dead, he can't even block a single sword. The difference in boundary is too great. Realizing how terrifying that sword was, without a doubt, no one favored Lin Ling. Facing that terrifying sword, Lin Ling's complexion was calm. He could see that Long Padian hadn't erupted with his full strength. Perhaps he simply didn't believe that Lin Ling had killed Lord Demon Guardian, and at this time, Lin Ling looked down at the broken sword in his hand, a warm smile on his face. Tyrannical singing sword, they are looking down on you. He muttered to himself, his words causing many people's jaws to drop open. At this time, Lin Ling still didn't plan on doing anything. However, as that waterfall-like black dragon sword swept towards Lin Ling, the sword in Lin Ling's hand finally moved. He danced his sword in the air, forming a dazzling sword strike. Profound Sword Records 5th layer, Hanging Sword Ridge. This was a sword strike that could create a scene of 10,000 swords returning to the origin. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, swords shot out from the broken sword in Lin Ling's hand. Although he looked injured on the surface, his godly devil body was extremely powerful. After such a long time, his injuries had already mostly recovered. As for the depleted energy of the world essence, it was naturally restored to its original state. At the same time, many people discovered that the swords in their hands were humming. It was extremely strange. Whoosh! 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 Omega Sword Dao. This kid's comprehension of the martial Dao is not weak. Luo Riyao cried out in surprise. Last time in the 8 Gods' Heavenly Palace, he had not seen Lin Ling use any martial arts, but today, he realized that he had underestimated him. Whoosh 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 ash 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 ash. Moreover, it's the subtle boundary. The blue-clothed old man solemnly said. He knew that Lin Ling's sword Dao was fierce. What use is that? Watch as I break your sword. Long Potion's savage voice echoed out. You should have died, but what a pity. You were so afraid of death that you ran away, causing the martial artists of Rising Sun World to be dragged into this mess. Do you feel guilty? Although he was arrogant and unruly, he was also cunning and insidious. He wanted to affect Lin Ling's condition. Unfortunately, Lin Ling had seen all sorts of storms. His heart of martial arts was as steady as a mountain. Long Padian, do you think you can affect me? Let me tell you, coming to Rising Sun World today is the greatest mistake of your life. Lin Ling continued to summon 10,000 swords as he coldly shouted out. At this moment, he finally released an aura that was no weaker than long potions. Then let's see who's the real deal. Although you have the ultimate sword Dao, your boundary is too low. I want to see just how long you can block me. Let me give you some advice. If you collide with my 80% world essence, your world essence will be rapidly consumed. Long Padian gloomily smiled. If he attacked Lin Ling, then Lin Ling should be proud of himself. Could it be that Long Padian wanted to defeat him? If so, then Lin Ling would be ranked in the top 3 amongst the 3rd generation of the 3 academies. And as an assassin, Long Padian had naturally investigated Lin Ling. Lin Ling had just passed the academy entrance exam and his background was too weak. He didn't have the qualifications to challenge Long Padian. Clang, the sound of metal striking metal echoed through the skies. The strength was extremely fierce. 10,000 swords danced in the air, resisting the Thunder Dragon's sword. It had to be said that 10,000 swords were extremely fierce. They were like countless locusts dancing in the air. Although they were forced back again and again, it wasn't easy for Long Padian to kill Lin Ling with a single strike. How fierce, he actually blocked Long Potion's sword. This youth should be proud of himself. Many people cried out in praise. In this battle, Lin Ling would surely be defeated. But, he would still be able to spread his name throughout the 3 academies. Of course, they believed that Lin Ling was only SOSO, but, was this really the truth? In truth, the current Lin Ling could erupt with an even greater strength, but he didn't. This was because Long Padian was ranked in the top 3 amongst the 3rd generation and wasn't a weak opponent. Thus, Lin Ling wanted to see just where his limits were through this battle. After all, he had broken through boundaries too quickly and hadn't familiarized himself with the strength of his body yet. An 8th level World King sword and I am only a 4th level World King sword. The reason I was able to resist until now was because of the chaos power of the ultimate sword Dao. But, if this continues then I will surely be defeated. Lin Ling's mind was like a clear mirror. Thus, he planned to break through Long Potion's sword. His all-encompassing demon eyes had already seen the key to breaking through Long Potion's sword. Go! Lin Ling angrily shouted, forming even more swords that shot forwards. It's useless. If this continues then his world essence will be exhausted. Seeing this, many people shook their heads. In a battle of swords, the one with a lower boundary naturally wouldn't have the advantage. Even Long Padian disdainfully smiled. With just this strength, Lin Ling could kill Lord Guardian Demon? It seemed that he had been overthinking things, but at this time 1,000 swords flew past the Thunder Dragon and shot towards him. Insignificant tricks. Long Padian disdainfully shouted. Light fell from the skies. This was divine light protecting his body. The advantages of an awakened divine body were displayed. Clang, as he thought, those swords were all sent flying away. But, 3 swords didn't shoot towards him, but towards the bone sword in his hand. As for the Thunder Dragon Heaven Quake sword, it was a 9th grade treasure. How could those 3 swords shake its majesty? Thus, Long Padian disdained to block them. The truth was indeed so. After the 3 swords collided with the Thunder Dragon Heaven-shaking sword, 2 of them directly shattered, but the final sword was stuck on the Thunder Dragon Heaven-shaking sword's joint, causing the Thunder Dragon Heaven-shaking sword to tremble. What is the meaning of this? Could it be that the youth wants to break the Thunder Dragon Heaven Quake sword? Almost at the same time, many powerful True God Realm experts' expressions changed. Because they saw that one of Lin Ling's 3 swords had hit the Thunder Dragon Heaven Quake sword's bone, and that place seemed to be the boundary. Impossible. Someone said in shock. The 2 of them were so far apart, plus the Thunder Dragon Heaven Quake sword was blocking Lin Ling, but Lin Ling could control his sword for 1,000 miles and accurately hit the Thunder Dragon Heaven Quake sword. His eyesight was too terrifying. Could it be that Lin Ling wanted to rely on a broken sword to defeat a 9th grade treasure sword? Force met force, ka. However, the massive Thunder Dragon in the sky seemed to have lost its source of spiritual energy. It began to dim. That terrifying strength also quietly vanished. What happened? Seeing this, many people who didn't know what was going on cried out in surprise. As for those old fellows who had already seen through everything, their hearts thundered. Lin Ling had really done it. That sword had broken through Long Potion's sword. This was too shocking. You wanted to exhaust my world essence, but you seem to have failed. At the same time, Lin Ling lightly said, taking this chance to restore his spiritual energy. As for Long Padian, his pupils constricted. A 4th stage World King Jr. had actually broken through his 8th stage World King sword. This was a miracle, but also a great humiliation, because Lin Ling seemed to be telling him that his broken sword wasn't necessarily invincible. 7 Styles Thunder Edge. Without speaking further, Long Padian grasped his sword and shot towards Lin Ling. Like a thunder dragon crossing the skies, endless thunder fell down like rain, overbearing and magnificent. He had given up on long-range attacks and wanted to use close-range attacks to kill Lin Ling. He wanted to see just how Lin Ling would fight him. That youth, after today's battle, I fear his name will shake the 3 great academies. But, Long Padian is clearly serious. The shock in the crowd's hearts hadn't yet disappeared when they solemnly said. This was because Long Padian had clearly used a martial art. Moreover, it was an early 3rd grade martial art. His sword Dao came from Blue Dominance Academy and was much fiercer than many martial artists, with an 8th stage World King Cultivation in addition to an early 3rd grade martial art. That youth would not be able to block it. Pa pa pa, endless thunder came crashing down along with the howling winds and torrential rain. It made one suspect that just this thunder alone could cause Lin Ling's soul to scatter. Arrogant. Let me see how arrogant you are. In the howling winds and torrential rain, Long Potion's voice floated out. Crackle crackle, but at this time, divine light shrouded the skies. It was sacred and dignified, as if the Son of God had descended. Divine light protecting the body? Long Padian actually used his innate talent against that young man? Xianxia monarch shouted in fear. However, he soon realized that he was wrong. Long Padian had already formed a thunderous aura. This meant that he had already used his innate skill. In that case, whose divine light shield belonged to? It's him? But soon, someone exclaimed, this was because they discovered that the divine light didn't come from Long Padian, but from Lin Ling. This meant that Lin Ling had also awakened his godly body. You also have an awakened divine body? I finally know why the demon guardian master lost to you. However, you don't have the right to be so arrogant. Long Padian was shocked as well, but his sword became even more ferocious. It was slashing, stabbing, and flicking. Every single strike was as swift as lightning, and it was extremely powerful. Although Lin Ling had an awakened godly body, so did he. Moreover, his cultivation level was higher and his martial arts were more powerful. Therefore, there was nothing to be afraid of. He wanted to slay Lin Ling in front of everyone. It was time for Lin Ling's show to come to an end. Beyond the Great Wall, the sounds of war, the smoke of war rises from all directions, bones are buried in the yellow earth. Long Potion's deafening voice echoed throughout the ruins. The ruins had already turned into a pool of thunder. Sword light filled the air. It was certain that even if a 7th stage World King martial artist were here, they would still perish, and at almost the same time, Lin Ling also moved. His body seemed to leap through space, and time seemed to freeze. This was the might brought about by the flames of time and space. It changed the fluctuations of space and time. Staring at these multicolored flames, the 3 leaders immediately felt a sense of familiarity. Then, they shouted out in unison, that is the flames of time and space. This fellow didn't die in the 8 gods' heavenly palace and even obtained the flames of time and space. Their complexions became dignified. From the start, they didn't have a good opinion of Lin Ling. They thought that Lin Ling was nothing more than a joke. But, who knew that Lin Ling was a dark horse, and a dark one at that? Even so, he will still be defeated. His boundary is too low. Sky Snow King's heart was filled with jealousy. At this time, he sinisterly smiled. He didn't believe that Lin Ling was Long Potion's match. After all, he had personally experienced just how strong Long Padian was. I want to see just how you'll dodge. However, the more Long Padian fought, the more startled he became. How could this Lin Ling be so mysterious? He was actually able to dodge his thunder. Could Lin Ling's speed be even faster than the thunder? In truth, Lin Ling's speed wasn't too fast. It was just that the flames of time and space had changed space and time, causing the thunder to be unable to catch up to Lin Ling. Although they had awakened their divine bodies, Lin Ling's potential was clearly greater, and most importantly, the the space and time divine tablet was in Lin Ling's possession, allowing him to display the limits of the flames of time and space. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, Lin Ling dodged all of the swords. He's about to hit. There were even times when a sword was right in front of Lin Ling's eyes. Everyone thought that Lin Ling was dead for sure, but Lin Ling's feet moved and he dodged the sword like a reflection in water. The entire process was dangerous, but he seemed extremely calm. From the perspective of the crowd, Lin Ling's figure could be said to be pleasing to the eye, as smooth as flowing water. Fierce, a 4th-level world king can fight until now. This youth is going to amaze the world. Who is he? How come I've never heard of his name before? Gradually, many people began to pay more attention to Lin Ling. As for Long Padian, the more he fought, the angrier he became. His tyrannical sword slashed out again and again, but unfortunately, he still couldn't touch Lin Ling. This fellow's boundary isn't high, so why is his comprehension of martial arts so deep? Moreover, he has been dodging my sword all this time. His world essence should have been consumed by now. Long Padian had far too many doubts in his heart. He was sure that compared to Heavenly Snow King, Lin Ling was far more difficult to deal with. Of course, the most difficult thing to deal with was Lin Ling's aura, which was as mysterious as the clouds in the sky. I've finally caught you. And at this time, Long Padian suddenly grasped an opportunity. The sword in his hand stabbed out like a storm. The skies were filled with his sword, accompanied by surging thunder. One could imagine that if Lin Ling were to be pierced, his body would be riddled with holes. He's lost. At some unknown time, the martial artists in the ruins began to clench their fists. The intensity of this battle had already surpassed their imaginations. That's not necessarily true. But at this time, Lin Ling finally struck out with his sword. The 6th level of the Profound Sword record, Profound Word Sword, was rapidly slashed out by him. In the skies, the dazzling Profound character appeared. Profound Sword record, and it's the final level. Its rank has reached the early 3rd grade. This fellow has actually cultivated this martial art to the peak. Some of the old monsters who cultivated the sword were once again surprised. They realized that Lin Ling was becoming more and more unfathomable. As for the Profound Sword record, they had also cultivated it before. However, the further they went, the harder it was to cultivate. Many times, when they cultivated to the 5th level, they would give up and switch to other martial arts sword moves, and now, the mysterious young man in their eyes had succeeded in cultivating it. He gave off a feeling that his entire body was a mystery. What's the use? Your sword can meet mine head-on. You're no match for me. Thunder Dragons remains. Everyone seemed to realize this. Many people couldn't help but sigh. This time, Lin Ling was about to be defeated. They clenched their fists even tighter. They hoped that Lin Ling would be defeated, but they also hoped that Lin Ling would create another miracle. Perhaps the fact that Lin Ling hadn't been defeated yet caused them to increasingly hope for a miracle to occur. After all, if Long Padian were to be defeated by Lin Ling, then that would be fun. However, a miracle had indeed occurred. Everyone thought that Lin Ling wouldn't be able to block Long Potion's sword, but in reality, that sword had been blocked. The dazzling Profound character carried with it a sharp sword light. It had actually completely blocked the storm-like sword of thunder. Your world essence. Long Padian finally cried out in alarm. This was the first time he had cried out in alarm. This was because Lin Ling's sword allowed him to feel a massive amount of world essence. This was absolutely the strength of a 7th-stage World King, but Lin Ling was truly at the 4th level of the World King realm, and at this time, Lin Ling had fused the strength of his 2 dantians together, forming that sharp sword. His eyes were extremely calm. His left eye quietly stared forwards, the myriad mammoth demon eyes watching that sword. Faintly, he seemed to sense something. Dao, this was the Dao. It had to be known that the ultimate sword Dao was divided into several boundaries. The first was the fundamental boundary. This was the foundation of all sword martial arts in the infinite worlds. Even the sword Dao that Lin Ling cultivated in the rainforest Holy Land belonged to the fundamental boundary. The second was the subtle boundary. This was the perfect sword Dao, the gap between perfection and subtle. It was born from the chaos of the universe. Only martial artists that had been to the chaos of the universe could touch upon this gate. The third was the true boundary of Dao. This represented one's skill approaching the Dao, the upper body of chaos. after reaching the true boundary of Tao, the power of chaos brought about by the sword Tao would be even greater, spreading everywhere. "Break for me!" Lin Ling roared out loud. His long hair wildly danced in the wind. The broken sword in his hand emitted popping sounds, finally turning into an invisible strength that poured into the profound character. The word Xian became even more dazzling. Long Potion's pupils constricted as he sensed Lin Ling's terrifying aura. Lin Ling was becoming more and more powerful. He immediately activated an even more powerful sword move to resist Lin Ling's sword. Hot sand gold, mirage, wilderness thunder, desert storm. The sky was filled with sword shadows, and the ruins were shattered. Only the statue was still sitting on the ground, and the surroundings had already turned into ruins. Puff. Puff. The weaker martial artists were directly strangled to death by the air waves. Even a fifth-stage World King powerhouse was no exception. The collision of the two swords was terrifying. Boom. And when the two swords collided, even more turbulent world essence energy erupted, mixed with the crazy primal chaos energy. Boom. Boom. At this moment, the rising sun realm was actually split into two. The sky and the earth were severed by a single sword strike. Many experts who were floating in the void of the universe had a drastic change in expression. They had never imagined that the clash between the two juniors would actually sever a world. One had to know that the rising sun world was an extremely stable world, not a tiny one. Puff. At almost the same time, a blood-red light shot out. Then, a figure was sent flying backwards. During this process, a massive amount of broken bones also shot out. This was Long Padian. Beneath Lin Ling's true realm of Tao sword, he hadn't been able to block it. How terrifying. Looking at Long Padian being sent flying backwards, even Sunset Brilliance and the others paled. The result of this battle had surpassed all of their imaginations. With this, they could determine that Lin Ling's strength was ranked in the top 3 of the 3rd generation. The last time I saw him he wasn't this strong. How much time has passed and yet his strength has risen to such a terrifying degree. I fear that in less than 100 years, his strength will catch up to us. The blue-clothed old man solemnly said. In the chaos of the universe, there were geniuses of all worlds and geniuses of the martial god realm. But, Lin Ling was absolutely a monstrous martial god that stood above all martial god geniuses. How can you be so strong? At this time, Long Padian spat out another mouthful of blood. He glared at Lin Ling. As for Lin Ling, he was also panting for breath. He looked at Long Padian. A 7th-stage world king in addition to an awakened divine body. His life force was truly tremendous. In his opinion, that sword strike from before should have been able to obliterate Long Padian, but his estimation was wrong. This meant that Li Xiaoyao's vision wasn't necessarily accurate. This was because Li Xiaoyao was using the vision of his era to see things. But the current era was no longer the same as before. The geniuses of this era were far more powerful. It's not over yet. Lin Ling lightly said. However, the Tyrant Song sword in his hand had already shattered, leaving only the hilt behind. Seeing this, Long Padian frowned. Your sword is completely gone, so how can you fight? Exclamation point. The martial arts you used before consumed a great deal of your world essence. You wanted to borrow a great deal of strength to kill me, but you miscalculated. Your world essence has also been consumed, so how can you fight? Lin Ling immediately sneered. You really have sharp eyes. Not bad, not bad. Lin Ling, oh Lin Ling, I am very curious about you. How did you rise up so quickly that even I have to take you seriously? Exclamation point. Hearing this, Long Padian took a deep breath and nodded. It was like he was seeing Lin Ling for the first time. As he looked at Lin Ling, his eyes became increasingly dignified. After all, in order for him to possess his current strength, he had already battled countless geniuses. He thought that he was invincible, but today, a dark horse had risen up and caused him to suffer a great loss. What 3rd-generation Heavenly Snow King? Compared to Lin Ling, they were nothing but farts. Next, I'm going to use my strongest move. Either you die, or I die. Exclamation point. Long Padian knew that if he didn't erupt with his trump card, there was no way he could defeat Lin Ling. Bone Dragon. Thunder Body. Exclamation point. Ka ka ka, tens of millions of arcs of thunder were born from the chaos of the universe, appearing out of nowhere. It was like an ancient thunder dragon had arrived. In the universe, a giant thunder dragon appeared, forming an endless rainbow of thunder. Bang, Long Potion's body exploded, turning into countless broken bones. But soon, they reformed, turning into a giant thunder dragon that caused the surrounding area to be filled with thunder. And this thunder dragon's entire body was made of bones, no flesh or blood could be seen. But, in its chest, a beating heart could be seen. Thump. 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 At the same time, a deafening sound echoed out. In the chaos of the universe, waves of energy exploded outwards. In the distance, those ancient 7th-level World King realm martial artists paled, their hearts beating wildly. Puff, someone spat out a mouthful of blood and frantically drew back, avoiding these sounds. Some people directly exploded. The corpse of a thunder dragon, he actually refined these corpses. No wonder he wanted to obtain the Saint Body Demon Heart. Only those true Divinity Realm powerhouses had dignified expressions. This was because this was the sound of a thunder dragon's heartbeat. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to block it, the thunder dragon roared. It swam through the universe, hurtling towards Lin Ling. In an instant, a massive aura came crashing down, causing Lin Ling's complexion to pale. He could feel his heart beating wildly, as if someone had taken a sledgehammer and pounded it. If it weren't for his godly demon body being formidable, he would have vomited blood and been injured. Rumble, rumble, rumble. At the same time, thunder struck. Sequely, this was because Lin Ling had used 2 dantians and was able to fight a 7th-stage world king. Moreover, he had divine light protecting his body, greatly increasing his defenses. What was difficult was the sound of his heartbeat. After the thunder struck, Lin Ling was sent flying backwards. Run. I want to see just how you'll run. However, the massive thunder dragon skeleton surrounded Lin Ling for 1,000 miles, trapping him in the center. It wanted to shake Lin Ling to death. He lost. This time, that youth lost. No one thought that Lin Ling could win. However, for Lin Ling to fight until now, even though he had lost, it was still an honorable defeat. After all, many people realized that once the thunder dragon appeared, even an 8th-stage world king martial artist wasn't its match. You said you wanted to avenge your friend? Haha, you came here to die. After you go to hell, help me teach your friend a lesson. I'm sorry, but I'll kill him. Haha. The entire universe of chaos was filled with Long Potion's arrogant voice. You want to apologize? Then you should personally go to hell and apologize on her behalf. However, after his voice was an angry voice that caused Long Potion's heart to tighten. Lin Ling hadn't died yet. Bang. At the same time, multicolored flames shot into the skies. Evil flames burned the universe. These multicolored flames turned into a giant, like an evil flame god. Following this, a massive power of world essence also erupted. Everyone could feel that this was the strength of an 8th-stage world king. Then, the massive thunder dragon was forcefully broken apart. A flaming figure shot out from the center, breaking free. It floated in the universe of chaos, like an ancient flame god. Is this fellow invincible? What a freak. At this moment, no one wasn't moved. This was because Lin Ling was still hiding cards in his hands. Was he limitless? Moreover, Lin Ling was only at the 4th-stage world king realm, but he had risen 4 great boundaries in succession. Even in martial god world, this was an unprecedented feat. The collision of 2 young kings, there is always a taller mountain. This has nothing to do with the face of us old fellows. Sunset Brilliant Sun bitterly smiled and shook his head. In the past, he was also a disciple of the 3 great academies, but now he discovered that each new generation surpassed the previous. You will still die. Long Potion's crazed voice, shaking the universe of chaos. Lin Ling still had cards in his hands. He was unwilling to accept this. He had to kill Lin Ling. Rumble, rumble. The giant thunder dragon was like a heavenly river, hurtling towards Lin Ling once more. However, the current Lin Ling had borrowed the power of the evil flame transformation to reach the 8th level of the World King realm. He could be called an overlord, the master of 10 great worlds. How could he be defeated so easily? He turned into a shooting star and weaved through the chaos in the universe to avoid the pursuit of the lightning dragon, with the space-time flames protecting his body and the increase in his cultivation level. The threat that the heartbeat posed to him was becoming smaller and smaller. Lin Ling, come and fight. Long Padian became increasingly angry. He couldn't catch up to Lin Ling and he couldn't even affect Lin Ling. A flame god and a thunder dragon swept through the universe of chaos. Wherever they went, the weak died. They were like two meteors, constantly flashing, shocking everyone. Do you only know how to run? Come and fight me. I killed your friend and he died a miserable death. Don't you want revenge? I am one of the 18 assassins. I am right here, come and fight me. Long Potion's voice became increasingly crazed. After fighting for so long, he was becoming impatient. As for Lin Ling, he didn't say a word. He continued to flash like a meteor. He didn't care because he was just a nameless last-generation disciple. But Long Padian was one of the top 3 of the third-generation disciples. If Long Padian couldn't defeat him, how could he not be anxious? After an unknown period of time, Lin Ling finally came to a stop. This was because his evil flame transformation had reached its end. He was beginning to weaken. You used a secret technique to forcefully increase your cultivation. Now, the after effects have appeared. You are getting weaker and weaker. Let's see how you can resist me. Seeing that Lin Ling had stopped, the thunder dragon immediately raised its head and looked down at Lin Ling. Aren't you the same? Compared to my secret technique, your after effects are worse. Lin Ling also raised his head and said indifferently. Long Potion's expression changed drastically. For a moment, he didn't know what to say. In fact, I don't need to say it. You know it yourself. You used the remains of the thunder dragon, but you haven't succeeded in controlling it. The longer you use it, the greater the after effects. You might even die. Lin Ling said again, so, you want to obtain the sacred body demon heart to strengthen your talent and let the remains of the thunder dragon be able to control it for a longer period of time. Nonsense. Long Padian shouted angrily. Hearing their conversation, the crowd was in an uproar. Was Long Padian going to lose? This was simply unbelievable. In fact, you have no way out. Previously, if you forcefully took back the remains of the thunder dragon, you wouldn't have died. But you knew that you would be killed by me. So, you had to continue using the thunder dragon until you killed me. Unfortunately, I wasn't killed by you. So, you wanted to anger me and force me to fight you to the death. Unfortunately, you didn't succeed. Lin Ling's face was pale. The after effects of the evil flame transformation made him extremely weak. However, he knew that compared to his weakness, Long Padian was in a worse state. Nonsense. Long Padian roared again, but his voice was getting softer and softer. Many people also realized that the sound of the heart had disappeared without a trace. The bones of the thunder dragon also began to crack. It was as if the bones were about to be eroded by the wind. In fact, Long Padian also knew about his own situation. Before, if he didn't use the remains of the thunder dragon, he would have been killed by Lin Ling. So, he didn't have any other choice. Ka ka ka. In the void, the huge thunder dragon broke apart inch by inch. Finally, a weak youth was revealed. It was Long Padian. Lin Ling looked at him indifferently. He didn't do anything because he knew that Long Padian was already dead. In fact, this battle was to see who could last the longest, and he, Lin Ling, won. I won't let you go. Long Padian found it extremely difficult to speak. He forcefully used the remains of the thunder dragon. The after effects were so fast that he didn't even notice it. In the end, his body cracked open. His skin floated away like paper and gradually turned into nothingness. Before he died, he stared at Lin Ling as if he had many things to say. Unfortunately, it was too late. I said before, if King Yama wants you dead at midnight, you won't live past midnight. Upon seeing this, Lin Ling smiled and said. The guilt in his heart had finally disappeared. Sun Yener was eliminated by these people. Then, he will eliminate all of them. If Long Padian knew that Lin Ling was here for this, he wouldn't be able to rest in peace. Sun Yener's strength was incomparable to his. But now, because of the death of an ant, he, the most dazzling genius of the third generation, had also died. He had died an unjust death. Unfortunately, he didn't even have a chance to say that he was wronged before he turned into ashes. At this moment, the chaotic universe was silent. An existence in high demand. No one thought that Long Padian would end up like this. and who was Long Padian. He was one of the top 3 genius powerhouses of the 3 Great Academies' 3rd generation. He was also an assassin of the Flying Dragon organization and the president of the World Trade Union. When he stepped forward to compete for the Saint Body Demon Heart, no one was his match and he became the most dazzling heroic elite. However, a strange youth had come and challenged Long Padian. At that time, everyone thought this was nothing more than a joke. This was because if a passerby could counterattack 3 generations, then the 3rd generation wouldn't be worth much at all. However, reality proved that a passerby could counterattack. This result had undoubtedly far surpassed everyone's expectations. Who is he? Heavens, now King paled. He finally understood why Lin Ling had disdained him. This was because he truly couldn't enter Lin Ling's eyes. In truth, many old fellows were curious. Just who was this dark horse youth? Only the 3 great leaders knew a little about Lin Ling. Even so, the shock in their hearts wasn't small. This was because in the 8 gods' heavenly palace, it was rumored that Lin Ling had died. But now he had revived after death and even possessed the flames of time and space. Moreover, he had borrowed a 4th-level World King realm cultivation to kill 3 generations of 7th-level World Kings. The number of miracles that had occurred could be said to be innumerable. Unfortunately, Lin Ling didn't know that he had become famous through this battle. He was so weak that he couldn't even open his eyes. Thus, he only wanted to leave this place. Little friend, it's only a competition for a Saint Body Demon Heart. Why kill someone? Some people were shocked, but there were also some that harbored ill intentions. For a monstrous genius like Lin Ling, if they couldn't use him, then it would be better to kill him. The one who spoke was an old man in brown robes. He had a faint smile on his face, but this smile was a bit fierce. This old man was clearly Long Potion's senior behind the curtain. He naturally stepped forward at this time. Then what do you want? Lin Ling calmly asked as he turned his head. To kill someone in a spar, aren't you a bit too arrogant? So, stay behind. The old man still smiled, but his smile was even more ferocious. Murder? Old ghost, you must be joking. He, Long Padian, is an assassin of the Flying Dragon organization, and he already wants to kill me. So, please understand, he wants to kill me, and I don't want to kill him first. Lin Ling laughed, and his smile was also somewhat crazy. I don't care. Stay here. How could the old man not know that Long Padian was in the wrong, but how could he let Lin Ling go? With a wave of his long robe, power gushed out, as if there was a world within his sleeves. At this moment, the chaos in the universe seemed to have been sucked into his sleeves. However, as soon as this suction force was born, the power of the myriad worlds attacked and directly cut off the suction force. Eh? Who is it? The old man frowned. Did someone stop him? He looked ahead coldly. Step out if you don't want to die. His strength was at the true god realm, so he wanted to see who was so daring. Old man Shenpa, you are already so old. Don't you feel ashamed to attack a junior? In the chaos in the universe, a sarcastic voice rang out, causing the old man's face to become even more ferocious. Sneaking around, you don't seem to be a good person. Since you don't want to come out, I will personally find you. At that time, you will know what it means to live a life worse than death. Live a life worse than death? I want to see how it feels. However, as soon as his voice fell, a figure walked out. The setting sun was tens of thousands of feet high, and the dark chaos in the universe was also illuminated. Fuxing Manor's people, sunset glory. The old man's pupils trembled, and his face became a little ugly. Although he and Sunset Glory were both at the true god realm, he was obviously not the latter's opponent. The latter was a little famous in the 9 prefectures, and he was only in the Qing prefecture. What? You don't want to let me taste the feeling of living a life worse than death? Sunset Glory smiled and walked forward slowly, his long robe fluttering, like an emperor of a generation. Haha, just kidding. The old man immediately smiled and said, secretly angry at Lin Ling's luck. He actually made such an expert come out. Living a life worse than death is a joke? I think that your words are more like a joke. Sunset Glory was still smiling, but there was a menacing threat in his smile. Pa pa pa, the old man immediately slapped his own mouth. Look at my mouth, it's so cheap. Sir Sunset Glory, please don't take it seriously. In front of countless people, he slapped his own face. From this, it could be seen just how much he dreaded sunset glory. This boy is very mysterious. In the future, he will surely become a great talent. I think that such a talent should belong to the heavenly court. However, just because the old man dreaded sunset glory, that didn't mean that others did. Soon, a dignified voice floated out. This was one of the 3 great leaders of the 8 gods' heavenly palace, Battle Sovereign Ling Ying. He seemed to be very interested in Lin Ling. Of course, besides him, there were many other old fellows that were interested in Lin Ling. After all, a 4th-level world king could jump ranks to fight and defeat a 7th-level world king. This sort of increase in strength was far too terrifying. Thus, they all wished that they could find out all the secrets on Lin Ling's body. The heavenly court is indeed good. But, has anyone else agreed to go to the heavenly court? Sunset Glory smiled. You don't need to worry about that. Get out of my way, Sunset Glory. Battle Sovereign Ling Ying coldly spat out these words. His fighting spirit began to boil like a volcano. My apologies, but I will interfere in this matter no matter what. Sunset Glory wasn't some soft persimmon. He erupted with a boundless aura. The 2 of them glanced at each other and then began to collide in the chaos of the universe. This terrifying strength nearly overturned the chaos of the universe. The weaker martial artists were directly smashed to pieces by the shockwaves. As for the martial artists that were still alive, they immediately retreated, their hearts shaking. They never thought that for the sake of this youth, these old fellows would finally take action. Of course, this youth was far too mysterious. If they had the strength to do so, they likely would have grabbed him and interrogated him about his secrets. At this moment, Lin Ling was about to fall asleep. However, he still saw what was happening in front of him. Especially when the green-robed old man smiled at him, it warmed his heart. It seemed that he owed Sunset Glory a favor. Capture him. As the battle continued, more and more powerful martial artists joined the battle. The scene was extremely shocking. Hee, you guys fight. This Saint Body's demon heart is mine. Among the crowd, Queen Xianxia took advantage of the chaos. After breaking the floating stone statue and obtaining the treasure, she smiled seductively and wanted to leave. However, when she saw the weak Lin Ling, her eyes immediately revealed a greedy look. She waved her hand and a sky full of spider webs rushed toward Lin Ling. Oh no, he fell into the Spider Queen's hands. Seeing this, Lin Ling smiled bitterly. Unfortunately, not to mention that he was weak right now, even if he was in his peak condition, he wouldn't be a match for that demoness. Therefore, Lin Ling was tightly wrapped in the spider webs and was dragged away by Queen Xianxia. Queen Xianxia, how dare you? Seeing that Queen Xianxia had succeeded, many people cursed. They were obviously too slow. Hijacked. Queen of Xianxia. On the other hand, Luo Ri's Great was still fighting Battle Emperor Ling Ying. He turned around and pondered for a moment. In the end, he did not do anything. He had a feeling that Queen Xianxia would not harm Lin Ling. Rumble. After the disappearance of the Thousand Fate Queen, the war and chaos became even more intense. Many old monsters took this opportunity to clear their old grudges. Who was that young man? The crowd watched the battle from afar. Then, they looked in the direction where Queen Xianxia left. They were extremely confused. Until now, they still didn't know who that young man was. They only knew that the Qing state was in chaos because of that young man. At this moment, Lin Ling was wrapped in the spider web, and he was also unconscious. He had single-handedly wiped out all the assassins. In fact, if it weren't for his arrogance, he would have fallen long ago, but in the end, he persevered and finally avenged Sun Yener. The knot in his heart had also been resolved. After an unknown period of time, a warm fragrance drifted into his nose, causing Lin Ling to slowly open his eyes. Then, he discovered that he was in a cave. The cave was tidy, with a bed and a table. It seemed to be a woman's room. After that, Lin Ling hurriedly checked his body and found that everything had returned to normal. Moreover, his cultivation had increased slightly. Now that he had recovered his strength, this place was not suitable for him to stay for long. Therefore, Lin Ling wanted to leave. However, he was shocked to find that the cave was wrapped in layers of spider webs. With his strength, he could not break through them at all. It's Queen Xianxia. Lin Ling smiled bitterly. Li Xiaoyao had actually met the Spider Queen before. She was also a female genius, but she lost to Li Xiaoyao in the past. Furthermore, it was a humiliating defeat. Li Xiaoyao gave her 3 moves, and Qianji Queen still couldn't defeat her opponent. In the end, Queen Qianji swore that she would defeat Li Xiaoyao in this lifetime. All in all, she was a woman with a strong temperament. What a headache. Thinking of this, Lin Ling shook his head helplessly. You're awake. But at this moment, an old voice suddenly sounded. A huge spider crawled over from the cave wall. This spider looked quite old. Its 8 legs were covered in fur, giving it a ferocious feeling. I'm here to guard you under the queen's orders. You'd better be obedient. If the queen is in a good mood, she might let you go. The old spider stopped in front of Lin Ling and stared at Lin Ling. Got it. Lin Ling immediately knew that this was a small demon. He lazily replied and took out some wine to drink. Since he was already here, he might as well make the best of it. After all, the Spider Queen wouldn't eat him. Yo, wine, it smells so good. Kid, give me a sip. The old spider crawled over, drooling as it crawled. It was obviously a spider drunkard. Lin Ling was speechless, but he still threw the wine to it. Then, the old spider hugged the wine with its 8 legs and kept licking the mouth of the wine while sighing. After a few sips, the old spider became more talkative. It was sighing about life, and it seemed to have become close to Lin Ling's sigh. Guarding prisoners is the most boring job. Being able to be with those girls is the life of a spider. The old spider looked out of the window and said. He didn't expect it to be an old pervert. When I was young, I was just as handsome as you. At that time, the beauties in the tribe loved me the most. My hole was trampled by those spider beauties, but I was aloof and refused them. Oh, I'm so proud that I refused them. The old spider thought. Hearing this, Lin Ling seriously doubted how handsome the old spider was when he was young. Now that I'm old, the spiders in my tribe don't like me anymore. Sigh, I missed the best time back then. Look outside the window, there is a beauty. TSK, 8 long legs, and full of hair. Her mouth is like a chrysanthemum, sexy and charming. If there is a strand of hair on the spider's head, she will be a devastatingly beautiful woman. The old spider stared out of the window, fantasizing. Lin Ling also stared out of the window. He suddenly saw a spider crawling in the distance. It was as ugly as it could be. Could it be the beauty that the old spider talked about? Look at those sexy legs, they are so seductive. The old spider drank and drooled, and even threw a coquettish glance. Outside the window, the female spider crawled away. She seemed to have noticed the old spider's gaze and immediately crawled away shyly, leaving behind a sentence, "Old pervert. Old pervert. Lin Ling, old pervert." He didn't understand why the female spider was so sexy and devastatingly beautiful. Get out. At this moment, a cold voice was heard. The old spider hugged the bottle of wine and crawled away quickly. After that, a slender and charming figure walked in. She was wearing an almost transparent gauze dress. Her slender legs and fair abdomen were clearly visible. She was looking at Lin Ling with a cold smile on her face. Who else could it be other than the Queen of Qianji? Lin Ling blinked. Since he couldn't run away for the time being, he simply stared at the beautiful body without any scruples. To be honest, compared to the spider outside the window, Lin Ling felt that the Queen of Qianji was the real devastatingly beautiful woman. Have you seen enough? The Queen of Qianji stared at Lin Ling and sneered. Almost. Lin Ling took out another bottle of wine and drank lazily. The Queen of Qianji sneered even more when she saw how stubborn Lin Ling was. She looked at Lin Ling from head to toe as if she was trying to see through him. Last time, she almost caught Lin Ling, but the powerful fighters from the Martial Gods Battalion interfered. But this time, this guy finally fell into her hands. She said calmly, "Let me ask you something, are you Li Xiaoyao?" Yes. Lin Ling also knew that he had fallen into the hands of the Queen of Qianji. He couldn't resist at all. At this moment, he finally realized that he was still too weak. However, since he couldn't resist, Lin Ling decided to act shamelessly. He said lazily, "Who is Li Xiaoyao? Your husband?" Yes. Haha, you're quite stubborn. Do you have to force me to do it? The queen of Qianji sat down in the cave. Her movements were full of feminine charm. She stared at Lin Ling with her enchanting eyes. She didn't expect this guy to be so arrogant after being caught by her. That's right. I am Li Xiaoyao. Lin Ling smiled and admitted it. The queen of Qianji was stunned. She couldn't believe it. In fact, she wasn't sure if Lin Ling was Lin Ling. She was just suspecting. Although Lin Ling was mysterious, there were many geniuses with mysterious abilities in the universe. Now that Lin Ling admitted it, she started to doubt it. Li Xiaoyao, the former #1 martial god in the martial gods realm. Although I don't know where that guy went, I am sure that I am him. Lin Ling said again when he saw the queen of Qianji's shocked expression. Sometimes, the truth could confuse people. You are Li Xiaoyao. The queen of Qianji felt dizzy. Is this guy really Li Xiaoyao? Refining the devil heart of the sacred body, hehe, are you playing with your sister? Queen Qianji narrowed her eyes. Do you think I have the leisure? I already told you, I'm Li Xiaoyao. Do you like him? Now, you can leave Li Xiaoyao's love to me. Lin Ling said carelessly. Pa. How can you be considered Li Xiaoyao with your shameless appearance? That guy's arrogance soars to the clouds, he's definitely not as bad as you. Queen Qianji snorted. I'm also arrogant. It's just that you haven't discovered my inner qualities yet. Lin Ling stood up and pretended to walk towards Queen Qianji. His face was full of vicissitudes of life. Those who did not know him would think that he was a man with a story. Seeing Lin Ling walking towards her, Queen Qianji was stunned once again. For a moment, she almost believed that this young man was Li Xiaoyao, because everything about him was so similar. However, for some things, the closer they were to the truth, the more likely they were to be false. Sometimes, the answer is still hidden in the clouds. This kid might not be Li Xiaoyao. You dare to play with me? You've got guts. I know you've obtained Li Xiaoyao's 10,000 mammoth demonic eyes. I like that mysterious talent very much. Now, give me your left eye. However, just when Lin Ling thought that he could intimidate Queen Qianji, she stood up and said coldly. Hearing this, Lin Ling had no doubt that this demoness would dig out his left eye. This demoness was merciless and bloodthirsty, there was nothing she wouldn't dare to do. Queen Qianji, is Lin Ling here? However, at this moment, a majestic voice was heard. A huge pressure covered the entire cave. Queen Qianji's expression changed. She cursed, what a sharp nose. These old bastards. She naturally sensed who it was, but there was nothing she could do about it. She could only say that Lin Ling's luck was too good. The cobwebs around the cave seemed to have been forcibly torn apart by someone. Then, two figures strode in, the two of them, one at the front and one at the back, had extraordinary auras. They were Luo Riyao and the green-robed elder. Previously, they saw Queen Qianji abducting Lin Ling, so they used a secret technique to leave a mark on Lin Ling. That was how they managed to chase after him. Most importantly, they were busy at that time. So, in a way, Queen Qianji was helping them. Hee, Queen Qianji, thank you. After Setting Sun's brilliance entered the cave and saw that Lin Ling was safe and sound, he couldn't help but smile. No matter what, we are from the 8 Gods' heavenly palace. If we can help, of course we will. Queen Qianji said grumpily. She was clearly in a bad mood. Hearing this, the old man ignored him and looked at Lin Ling. He wanted to ask Lin Ling if there was anything he needed. Looking at the two seniors, Lin Ling felt warm in his heart. He smiled and said, Seniors, you came just in time. Otherwise, my virginity would have been taken by this demoness. This demoness is really lustful. She has been secretly in love with me for a long time. Bah! Queen Qianji couldn't help but curse. She didn't expect this guy to be so shameless. Luo Riyao was a little worried at first. However, when he thought that Queen Qianji wasn't a lustful woman, he couldn't help but laugh. Then, he said, Queen Qianji, that sacred body demon heart should be yours. You helped Lin Ling get such a precious treasure. Aren't you satisfied? That's more like it. Queen Qianji nodded coldly. Sacred body demon heart? Lin Ling's eyes lit up. He had heard of this treasure before. It was an extremely rare treasure. He didn't expect Queen Xianxia to be greedy for it. However, there were too many powerful enemies. If Queen Xianxia didn't save him, he might have been taken away by the heavenly court. Therefore, compared to the heavenly court, Lin Ling wanted to be taken away by Queen Xianxia more. That sacred body demon heart would be the reward for saving Lin Ling. Don't tell me you want to use the sacred body demon heart to improve your Spider King bloodline. Lin Ling suddenly said. Queen Xianxia looked at Lin Ling in surprise. She was surprised that Lin Ling knew her secret. However, she still nodded. It was obvious that her bloodline was extraordinary. Once a powerful martial artist's strength reached the level of being able to penetrate the heavens and penetrate the earth, the blood flowing in their body, as well as their flesh and blood, would carry the aura of the universe. Their descendants would be able to inherit their bloodline, and would naturally be stronger than ordinary martial artists. Their innate talents would also be more powerful. That was the advantage of ancient warriors. That advantage could be passed down from generation to generation. That was also why the warriors in the martial god realm were so powerful. It was said that some people awakened their godly body the moment they were born, which shocked the entire martial god realm. Of course, there were very few geniuses who were born with a silver spoon in their mouths. Queen Xianxia's ancestor was obviously quite powerful. However, after passing down the bloodline, the power of her bloodline became weaker and weaker. Therefore, she needed to use certain treasures to activate her bloodline. Sacred Body Demon Heart was one of the treasures. You have already awakened your godly body. You can use the Sacred Body Demon Heart to become a real godly body. Lin Ling said again. Nonsense. It's just a Sacred Body Demon Heart. How can I become a godly body in such a short time? Queen Xianxia frowned. However, her voice was filled with excitement. What if I can achieve it for you? Lin Ling suddenly laughed. Queen Xianxia stood up and pounced on Lin Ling. She grabbed Lin Ling's shoulders with her slender arms and said, "Are you kidding me?" She seemed to be even more excited. Lin Ling smelled an indescribable fragrance. He smiled and said, "Senior Luo Riyao, I told you that she is a pervert. Do you see it now? Don't change the topic. Can you really help me become a godly body?" Queen Xianxia scolded angrily. Her thin clothes could not hide her seductive body at all. Lin Ling licked his lips. However, he shook his head and said, "Do you think I have time to joke with you? I can help you refine this Sacred Body Demon Heart into a real demon heart pill. You are lucky that I have the space-time fire. Otherwise, you would have been anxious in the past. Alright. Help me improve my talent now." Queen Xianxia quickly took out the Sacred Body Demon Heart. She was not afraid that Lin Ling would run away with the treasure. After all, Lin Ling could not run away. As for Luo Riyao and the old man in green, they looked at Lin Ling in surprise. If it were anyone else, they would have slapped them. How could a Sacred Body Demon Heart be refined so easily? However, they had witnessed Lin Ling's miraculous abilities in the Eight Gods' heavenly palace. Therefore, they were looking forward to this moment. This alone is not enough. You need to find Scarlet Wind New Silk Stone, Big Dipper Dream Hair Flower, and Universe Black Copper. Lin Ling touched his chin and listed a lot of materials. These materials were very precious. Many of them could only be found in Universe Black Copper. Slow down. I will remember it. Okay. Queen Xianxia was suspicious of Lin Ling at first. However, when she saw Lin Ling's reaction, she became more hopeful. I have Big Dipper Dream Hair Flower. Okay. Fortunately, I have Sulfur Illusion. Okay. Never heard of. If you're still lacking materials, then go out and search for them. Little ones, go to the myriad worlds to search for these materials. If you can't find them, then snatch them back for me. Looking at the missing materials, Queen Xianxia waved her hand domineeringly. Outside the cave, the spiders obeyed and flew into the sky. Only now did Lin Ling realize that he was in a world, and this world was not big. It floated in the chaos of the universe, and as far as the eye could see, it was like a starry sky. This made Lin Ling feel as if he was on a small island. While waiting, Qianji, Sunset Glory, and the others became more and more interested in Lin Ling. They kept asking Lin Ling questions. If it were other people, Lin Ling would naturally not bother to talk nonsense. However, these people had helped him before, so he patiently explained. Queen Xianxia and the others learned a lot from this explanation. They were even more suspicious of Lin Ling now. That's because I received the inheritance of the Boundary King of Heaven and Earth ring, so I'm a little familiar with this. Lin Ling knew that they would be very confused, so he found an excuse. The World Barrier King of Heaven and Earth ring? Is that the World Barrier Master who rose to prominence like a comet 10,000 years ago? He's an orange-robed barrier master. The three of them were not world spiritists, so at this moment, they were very shocked. Moreover, they finally knew why Lin Ling was so mysterious. In fact, Li Xiaoyao was even more powerful than the Boundary King of Heaven and Earth Universal Boundary. He had long surpassed the orange robe level. Not long after, those spiders flew back and brought back some materials. Alright, Lin Ling, all the materials are here. Let's see if you can open our eyes. Queen Xianxia laughed excitedly. Lin Ling looked at her strangely. What happened? Queen Xianxia frowned. You look pretty when you smile. So, as a woman, it's better not to be so domineering. Lin Ling shrugged. Queen Xianxia was stunned, and she gritted her teeth. She was too anxious to refine the pills, so she lost her composure for a moment. Lin Ling, refining the demon heart of Saint Body requires so many materials. The old man in a green robe looked at the materials on the ground. No need. 2/3 of the materials are for me to refine the dominating song sword. 1/3 are for the demon heart pill. Lin Ling, demon heart of heaven and earth universal, and demon heart of heaven and earth, demon body, the old man in green robe. Studio Lin Ling, sunset glory, and the green robe, sunset glory, and sunset glory, sunset glory. Studio, sunset glory, and sunset glory, demon and sunset continent studio world dragon sun studio. Xianji Queen smiled bitterly. Lin Ling, I know your sword is broken. But what sword do you want? I'll get it back for you. Be patient and make the demon heart pill for me. What a joke, Lin Ling's sword was comparable to the sacred body demon heart. If there was a mistake in the refining process, then the sacred body demon heart would be wasted. Are you saying that you don't want to see me refine the sacred body devil heart pill? Hearing this, Lin Ling's expression turned ugly. You can refine it however you want, as long as it succeeds. Queen Xianxia raised both of her hands in surrender. Since she had a favor to ask, she could only swallow her anger. Luo Riyao clicked his tongue in wonder. One is refining weapons, the other is refining divine pills, refining them at the same time. This is simply unheard of. Senior Sunset Glory, not only have you heard of it, but you've also seen it with your own eyes. Lin Ling's expression didn't change. He waved his hands, and the materials all floated up. Lin Ling's hands didn't stop. He used the fire of time and space to draw a mysterious barrier. This barrier used the universe as a furnace to burn the materials. At this moment, a huge amount of spiritual energy rushed towards them, causing their pupils to tremble. This kind of technique was something they had never seen before. Boom! With the influx of spiritual energy from the universe, the fire of time and space became even bigger, causing the entire cave to be filled with colorful lights. This type of barrier was called the Peerless Wide Cloth Barrier. It could increase the power of the flames by a few hundred times, allowing it to burn the materials that were difficult to melt. If this barrier didn't take a long time to set up and required a lot of concentration, Lin Ling would be able to defeat many ancient martial artists with this barrier. Pop, 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 almost at the same time, the materials in the barrier started to melt. They've all melted. Even the sacred body devil heart pill is disappearing. How can we tell the difference between the materials? The old man in the green shirt exclaimed. In fact, even Luo Riyao couldn't remain calm. This was the first time he had seen such a method of refining materials. After all, there were hundreds of materials. If they all melted at the same time, how could they tell the difference between the materials? Lin Ling, don't destroy my sacred body devil heart pill. Queen Xianxia was more anxious than the other two. She shrieked. Don't worry. It's such a simple refining. I know what I'm doing. Lin Ling said without looking at her. Know what he's doing. However, Queen Xianxia didn't know what he was doing. If all the materials were put together, it would only be a piece of scrap metal. At this moment, she regretted it. She shouldn't have trusted Lin Ling. Lin Ling was just messing around. Previously, she had been too anxious to restore her ancestors' bloodline. Even Luo Riyao and the others thought that Lin Ling was messing around. They thought that Lin Ling was really capable when he talked about it. But now, they felt that they were stupid. Their intelligence seemed to have been lowered. Of course, it was no wonder that they trusted Lin Ling. Lin Ling left them with a mysterious impression. My sacred body, devil heart. At this moment, Queen Xianxia let out a painful groan. Those who didn't know her would think that she was being tortured. In fact, her sacred body devil heart pill had been burned into a pile of rotten meat. It was mixed with the other materials. Sigh. Even Luo Riyao sighed softly. However, just as their hearts were filled with disappointment, the flames began to transform. They actually turned into volcanoes, and a piece of material floated in the mouth of each volcano. There were over 100 volcanoes, and those volcanoes seemed to be able to clearly distinguish each material. This. Oh my God. What's happening? Could it be that the flame can separate the materials by itself? Queen Xianxia and the others were shocked. It was as if they were injected with chicken blood. I've told you. Not only have you never heard of it, but you've also seen it with your own eyes. At this moment, Lin Ling's indifferent voice came from the boundary. He missed this moment because he hadn't used this refining method for a very long time. There were two reasons why he could use it now. First, he had the spacetime flame. Second, his soul power had reached a terrifying level. He could control each material. Rumble. Was this still a simple refinement? This peerless wide boundary's concept lies in its breadth. Don't think that the boundary is big, but the main fire boundary alone is 900 million, and the auxiliary boundary is made up of 49. Basic boundaries. Each basic boundary has 500 million boundaries, which correspond to the main fire boundary. 2 by 2 intersects, 3 by 3 intersects, 7 by 7 changes, and 9 by 9 mysteries. It can give rise to countless auxiliary effects. Therefore, although the materials seem chaotic, they are actually all controlled by the boundary, and the boundary is controlled by my soul force. Lin Ling's voice floated out. The volcanoes and the barrier began to fuse together. In the next moment, a large black sword flew out. The new tyrannical song sword had been created. Terrifying shockwaves swept out along with the greatsword. However, after Lin Ling created a few barriers, that powerful aura was restrained. It's at least a grade 9 artifact. The old man's pupils trembled fiercely when he saw this. At this moment, a loud boom rang out. The flames within the barrier formed a huge explosion that destroyed everything. Moreover, the entire cave collapsed. Queen Xianxia and the others were protected by divine light, which blocked the falling rocks. However, they were all stunned because this seemed to be a cauldron explosion. Although they didn't know anything about alchemy, they knew what a cauldron explosion meant. Could it be that Lin Ling had failed at the crucial moment? You managed to refine your own sword, but you failed to refine my pill. Xianxia Queen couldn't help but shout. Her sacred body and demon heart had been destroyed. My condolences. Alchemy, especially divine pills, doesn't have a 100% success rate. Luo Riyao smiled wryly and comforted him. I know, but. Xianxia Queen almost cried. Although she knew that the pill couldn't have a 100% success rate, how could she not feel sad when her sacred body and demon heart were destroyed? One had to know that the treasure was something that could move countless old monsters. However, at this moment, the sound of footsteps suddenly rang out. Lin Ling walked out from the rubble and said indifferently, You call yourself a queen? Can you do that? That's a sacred body demon heart, not something else. Lin Ling's arrogant attitude and his nonchalant attitude made Queen Xianxia roar in anger. Tears welled up in her eyes. She couldn't wait to kill Lin Ling catch. However, Lin Ling waved his hand, and a jade-like heart flew toward Thousand Fate Queen. Sacred Body Magic Heart Pill. It can help you reach the level of divine body. As the elixir floated out, a mysterious melody rang out. It was as if a heart was beating. Even Luo Riyao and the others' hearts were beating along with the melody. This pill was extraordinary. Just by feeling, they knew that the medicinal pill seemed to have succeeded. Queen Xianxia was stunned. She quickly caught the elixir, and her enchanting face was filled with excitement. When the enchantment barrier broke, it wasn't because the cauldron was broken. It was because the energy required to form the pill was much more than before. Therefore, I used the energy of 500 million fire enchantments and 49 basic enchantments to maintain the pill until it was formed. At the moment when the pill was formed, I used 50 million fire enchantments to seal the pill. That's why the enchantment barrier broke. Lin Ling said calmly. In the shattered cave, there was a deathly silence. Soon, cries of surprise could be heard everywhere. Damn. You call this a simple refinement? Just kill me. This is simple. What if it's complicated? Don't tell me you're going to refine the entire universe. Lin Ling, thank you. Hee hee. My sacred body magic heart pill. Lin Ling looked at the three of them and smiled faintly. He had returned the favor to Queen Xianxia, then, he saw Queen Xianxia swallowing the elixir. He frowned and said, I forgot to tell you. After you swallow the elixir, you must take some supplementary elixirs every month. Otherwise, as time passes, the effect of the sacred body magic heart pill will disappear. Humph. What does that mean? Humph. Queen Xianxia raised her head and stared at Lin Ling. It means that you will have to follow me for at least a year, and I will make elixirs for you every month. Lin Ling said in a deep voice. I'm the queen. Why should I follow you? I can't wait to kill you. Humph. That's none of my business. Humph. Lin Ling, no wonder you're so kind as to make elixirs for me. You're doing it for me. Humph. That's right. I need a bodyguard. Humph. Hearing Lin Ling's words, Queen Xianxia clenched her teeth in anger. This damn brat. On the other hand, Luo Riyao and the others smiled bitterly and shook their heads. Lin Ling had a good plan to get a bodyguard for free for a year. Fine, fine, fine. I agree. But let me remind you. Be careful when you sleep. You might die if you're not careful. Humph. For the sake of the future, for the sake of becoming stronger, Queen Xianxia endured it for the time being. However, Lin Ling shrugged his shoulders indifferently. Luo Riyao and the others looked at each other. They felt that Lin Ling was very mysterious. Although Lin Ling's current strength was not as strong as theirs, Lin Ling's potential was very strong. On top of that, he had a godlike mastery of spirit formation. They could not miss out on a junior like him. Lin Ling, are you interested in joining our Fuxing Manor? Luo Riyao pondered for a moment and asked, for a genius like you, there are bound to be many forces in the 9 prefectures who would like to recruit you. For example, the Heavenly Court. However, the Heavenly Court and our Fuxing Manor had a fierce conflict in the 9 prefectures. We're already enemies. So, if you join the Heavenly Court, you might become our enemy. Furthermore, you're now a wanted criminal of the Flying Dragon organization. If you join our Fuxing Manor, we can guarantee your safety. Clearly, Luo Riyao was offering an olive branch to Lin Ling. The Heavenly Court and Fuxing Manor are going against each other. Hearing that, Lin Ling's eyes lit up. These two forces were spread all over the 9 prefectures. The conflict between them must be very intense. Unfortunately, his current strength was still too weak, and he couldn't join that kind of battlefield. Otherwise, he'd like to meet the experts of the Heavenly Court. Alright, I'll join the Fuxing Manor. Without any hesitation, Lin Ling nodded. That's great. Luo Riyao and Luo Riyao were overjoyed. They didn't expect Lin Ling to agree so readily. They had high hopes for Lin Ling. Luo Riyao couldn't help but laugh excitedly. Your current cultivation is still too low. When you become stronger, I'll bring you to the Fuxing Manor. Moreover, you're now one of us. Every month, you'll receive 50,000 divine crystals. You can also borrow 10 million divine crystals from the Fuxing Manor. Moreover, we have people in the Qing province's Great Azure Divine Dynasty. If you meet them, they'll help you. Being a member of the Fuxing Manor, the benefits were very good. Lin Ling nodded with satisfaction. He even remembered that in his previous life, Li Xiaoyao had left behind a large sum of money in the Fuxing Manor. If there was a chance, he would take it back. As for the Flying Dragon organization, the Fuxing Manor will do their best to help you. Of course, if you're competent, you can also become an assassin in the Flying Dragon organization. This way, the mission to kill you will also end. The old man in green reminded. The Flying Dragon organization was an intermediary assassin organization. Anyone could join, but they must have the corresponding strength. Translator, trans and editor, trans and goodbye, Sun Yaoyang. After a few more words, Sunset Brilliance and the others left. Queen Xianxia looked at Lin Ling angrily and turned into a pink spider, disappearing into Lin Ling's sleeve. She wanted to improve her talent, so she entered a state of cultivation. Sensing this, Lin Ling smiled and left the cave. He understood why Sunset Brilliance and the others wanted to recruit him. First, it was because of his talent. Second, it was because Sunset Brilliance wanted to enter the Eight Gods' Heavenly Palace next time, so he had a favor to ask of him. However, Luo Riyao had helped him before, so Lin Ling didn't mind it too much. After completing the mission, I have become the last generation disciple. However, my strength can be ranked at the top of the third generation disciples. Soon, Lin Ling was strolling in the chaos of the universe. He didn't expect that the mission of the last generation disciple would come to such an end after so many twists and turns. However, he had to return to the academy immediately. Otherwise, the academy would think that he was dead. Moreover, there was still his city square and the third generation disciple, the 36 world kings. It was time to settle their grudges with him. Not long after, Lin Ling arrived at the rising sun boundary. At this moment, because of Lin Ling's battle, this boundary was divided into two. Lin Ling pondered for a moment, then walked towards the rising sun boundary. Those experts are too abnormal. Just by moving their feet, the sun-rising world is in turmoil. Fortunately, these experts have all left. Otherwise, I'm afraid we'll have to leave our home. No matter what, it's good that those experts left. However, I don't know what happened to Senior Lin Ling. Alas, with so many experts here, I'm afraid his fate will be, don't talk nonsense. On the vast land of the rising sun boundary, the Sun family's army appeared in the former imperial city. At this moment, everyone spoke. However, when they mentioned Lin Ling, their faces darkened. Good people have good luck. Senior Lin Ling is definitely not dead. Don't talk nonsense. Otherwise, don't blame me for being merciless. The second prince Sun Yaoyang's face sank. He glared at the army, but in reality, he didn't have much confidence. Hearing that, everyone sighed inwardly. Sun Yaoyang, how have you been? But at this moment, an indifferent voice suddenly sounded, causing everyone's eyes to focus. When they turned their heads to look, they suddenly saw a young man in a blue and white robe appear, smiling at them. Who else could it be but Lin Ling? Lin Ling, you're still alive? Sun Yaoyang was pleasantly surprised. The previous battle was so fierce, yet Lin Ling was still alive. This was a miracle. Hearing this, Lin Ling was stunned. At this time, Sun Yaoyang said, let's go quickly. Although the assassins of the rising sun boundary seem to have left, for safety's sake, we should leave the rising sun boundary immediately. That's right. Senior Lin Ling, you should leave quickly. The strength of those experts is extremely terrifying. In the battle, the sun-rising world was split into two. If they know that you are still alive, it will not be good. The others also let out anxious voices. Lin Ling had met them by chance, but he was willing to fight for them, the weak. Therefore, they were very grateful to Lin Ling, although Lin Ling had said before that he would avenge Princess Sun Yener. In reality, they didn't have any illusions. No one is allowed to spread the news that Lin Ling is still alive. If anyone does, then 9 generations of your family will be killed. Sun Yaoyang said to the army. There were too many people, so he had to be careful. The mighty army nodded. Naturally, they wouldn't betray Lin Ling. Many people wanted to speak, but Lin Ling's next sentence silenced the army. I'm sorry, this boundary was cut by my battle with Long Podian. When these words came out, everyone stared at the young man as if they were looking at a god. In reality, they called Lin Ling senior because Lin Ling's strength was stronger than theirs. However, many people here felt that he was older than Lin Ling, and now, this young man who was much younger than them had actually cut the sun-rising world in half. It was said that the fierce battle that day had caused an uproar in the nearby area. In everyone's eyes, this was a battle between peerless powerhouses, and now, this peerless powerhouse had appeared in front of their eyes. Moreover, the 18 assassins were completely annihilated. Lin Ling said again. Silence, a deathly silence. Then, the sound of people sucking in a cold breath rose and fell. No one would have thought that Lin Ling had wiped out all the assassins with his own strength. It had to be known that those assassins were the first to come to the sun-rising world. Their strength was unfathomable, and any one of them was much stronger than the Flaming Lip World King. And Lin Ling had dealt with them all by himself. This was simply like a dream. It seems that we were worried for you for nothing. Sun Yaoyang's heart rumbled as he finally smiled bitterly. If Lin Ling had such strength, why did he need to run? If those assassins saw him, they would probably run. It seemed that he had worried for nothing. I came here to send Sun Yener off on her last journey. I also want to tell her that the murderers who killed her have all been eliminated. Lin Ling smiled carelessly, then looked at Sun Yaoyang and said. Sun Yaoyang stared at Lin Ling, his heart moved. Finally, he knelt down with a thud. He had already guessed that his sister had called Lin Ling master, so Lin Ling had stood up for his sister, but because of one sentence, Lin Ling dared to fight against the heavens. His sister had found a good master. A man's wealth is his own ruin. Because your sun-rising world had a sacred body demon heart, it attracted the attention of powerhouses. But now, the sacred body demon heart has disappeared, and the sun-rising world will return to peace. I don't need to worry about this place anymore. Goodbye. Lin Ling took a deep look at the crowd, then turned around and left. Thank you. Sun Yaoyang looked at Lin Ling and finally cowed out heavily. The army behind him did the same. They looked at the handsome young man and knelt down, not saying a word for a long time. Lin Ling did not see this scene. He soon appeared in the Huanyu chaotic world. The reason why he went to the sun-rising world was to settle some matters in his heart. At this moment, Queen Qianji's voice came from his body. I didn't expect you to be so kind. You did such a crazy thing for a stranger. Long Padian died an unjust death. Even if it wasn't for Sun Yener, Long Padian still had to die. Lin Ling said calmly, but his words were mixed with cold killing intent. At this moment, a stream of light came from the front. Then, a man in a red robe looked at Lin Ling calmly. This person's strength was unfathomable. He said, Qingzhou? This person came without warning. Even Lin Ling did not notice him. This meant that this person was extremely powerful. That's right. Yes. However, Lin Ling had Queen Qianji with him, so he was not afraid. You're very strong. Little guy, I look forward to seeing you in Crimson Province. Yes. Meeting the killer again obviously, he had received an order to restore the rising sun boundary. He only spoke to Lin Ling out of curiosity. Very strong. Queen Qianji, do you have the confidence to fight him? Yes. Lin Ling knew that he had met a powerhouse from the Crimson Prefecture. 50-50. After all, his realm is one realm higher than mine. Queen Qianji said. Do you believe that if I reach the true immortal realm, I can defeat him with my full strength? Lin Ling smiled. Queen Qianji's heart trembled. Lin Ling was very confident. After all, the true immortal realm was a big step. Not every World King powerhouse could guarantee that they would reach the true immortal realm. Lin Ling didn't seem to care about the bottleneck of the true immortal realm. Queen Qianji didn't say anything. Haha, I was just kidding. You really believed it. Lin Ling laughed and strode away. Queen Qianji was stunned. She was so angry that she kept waving her spider legs. She couldn't wait to kill this arrogant brat. As for the red-robed man, he looked at Lin Ling's back. He was very puzzled. After all, it was rare for a World King Jr. to be so calm in front of him. Lin Ling continued on his way. He wanted to go back to his hometown, but when he thought of the market square, he decided to go back to the Azure Prefecture. That was because the marketplace had encountered a lot of trouble. Of course, before he went back, he also went to the martial gods camp and brought the 3 martial gods out. The marshal of the martial gods camp smiled at Lin Ling. He didn't say anything. He seemed to know that Lin Ling had experienced a lot. However, a true powerhouse could only reach the end by going through hardships. It had to be said that Lin Ling was getting closer and closer to the marshal's position. The four of them hurried on and arrived at the Green State without stopping. This was the first time that Sword Immortal Tsung Tian and the Dark Dragon Emperor had been here, and they couldn't help but gasp in awe. And after they entered the city, the expressions of Sword Immortal Tsung Tian and the others were immediately seen by many martial artists. Instantly, they all laughed in disdain. Every person who came to the city for the first time would have such an expression. Since this is your first time in this city, you must have been shocked by the grandeur of this city. However, Qing province is vast and many places are forbidden. If you barge in recklessly, you will die. I have a map here that is very suitable for newcomers like you. An old man walked out from the crowd with a smile on his face. He was leaning on a walking stick and had a benevolent look on his face. He gave off a very good feeling. Really? Thank you, Senior. Sword Immortal Tsung Heaven and the others were surprised at first, but they were soon overjoyed. The surrounding people were all envious. They seemed to recognize that old man, that is Elder Song Zhong from the southern border. He is the kindest person. These newbies are really lucky. In Qing province, the weak were prey to the strong. Everyone only cared about themselves. It was rare to see someone taking pleasure in helping others. Sword Immortal Tsung Tian and the others immediately walked forward respectfully. But at this moment, Lin Ling smiled and said, "Let me do it." After saying that, he took a big step forward and blocked Sword Immortal Tsung Tian and the others behind him. Then, he came in front of the old man. "Alright, let this young friend take the map. My map covers the entire Qing province. It will definitely be beneficial to you." The old man smiled benevolently and handed over a map. Lin Ling smiled faintly and took it easily. However, he didn't open the map. This stunned the old man and he asked, "Why don't you open the map and take a look? If there is anything you don't understand, I can explain it to you face to face." All of a sudden, I have no interest in opening the map. However, Lin Ling still smiled and his words stunned the old man again. According to human nature, if the old man took the initiative to help, Lin Ling would definitely open the map and listen to the old man's instructions. But who knew that Lin Ling wouldn't open the map? The surrounding people were also puzzled. But soon, someone said coldly, "What an ignorant junior. I told you that Elder Song Zhong helped the wrong person." They were obviously unhappy with Lin Ling's impoliteness. The old man smiled awkwardly and looked at Lin Ling expectantly. Since the surrounding people had said so, Lin Ling should open the map. Otherwise, he would be too unreasonable. However, Lin Ling still didn't move. He looked deeply at the old man and finally said, "Senior, how long are you going to keep up this act?" "Young friend, what do you mean?" Hearing that, the old man's eyes flickered, but he still forced a smile. "In fact, I was also giving you a chance. It's a pity that you missed it. If I had attacked, you would have left your old life here." Lin Ling was still smiling, but his smile turned cold. The old man's face changed and he didn't know what to say for a moment. The surrounding people immediately scolded, thinking that Lin Ling didn't know how to respect his elders. The old man kindly gave him the map, but his attitude was so fierce, even Sword Immortal Tsung Tian and the others were surprised. In their impression, their master wasn't so cold and heartless. "Young friend, I really don't understand what you mean." The old man finally spoke. "You still have 3 breaths of time." However, Lin Ling said calmly. The old man's eyes flickered and he said again, "Young friend, is there some misunderstanding between us? I kindly gave you instructions, but you treat me with such an attitude. Don't you think that you are too arrogant?" His words were filled with anger, but the moment he finished speaking, his eyes changed and became cold. A dagger appeared in his hand. With a flash of cold light, the dagger stabbed towards Lin Ling. This movement didn't have any fluctuations of world essence, it looked very ordinary, but only a powerhouse would know that this dagger suppressed the strength of a 6th-level world king. It was extremely terrifying. This was an assassin. Moreover, when he attacked, he didn't cause any fluctuations of world essence. He was extremely fierce. However, Lin Ling had already sensed this. He quickly waved his right hand and the Tyrant Song sword blocked in front of him. The pitch-black sword collided with the dagger, causing a shockwave to erupt. Master! Sword Immortal Song Tian and the others cried out in alarm. The surrounding people's complexions also changed. Just what was happening? Impossible. My Blackpool fish intestine sword can kill any 6th level world king, how can you block it? From the tumbling shockwaves, a cry of alarm sounded out. It was the old man's voice. Then, the crowd saw Lin Ling's ancient sword block in front of him, blocking the raging killing intent. Your information is wrong. The current me is not just a 6th level world king. At the same time, Lin Ling coldly said. How did you know I was coming to kill you? The old man looked up, his face full of horror. Yes, he was an assassin. But, he wasn't an assassin from the Flying Dragon organization, but came from some other great influence. He originally wanted to look for Lin Ling, but by a stroke of lucky chance, he encountered Lin Ling here. Thus, he used the excuse of helping Lin Ling to approach Lin Ling, wanting to deal a fatal blow. Moreover, his original plan was to kidnap Sword Immortal Firmament and the others. The shopkeeper was deceiving the customer. A person's eyes are the window to their soul. They cannot deceive others, much less someone who has just survived the clutches of the Flying Dragon organization. Second, I don't believe there is such a kind existence in this world, at least not in Blue Province. Third, your map has exposed you. This is not a map but a treasure called the Blazing Light Smoke Net Spirit Map. Once I open the map, the smoke net will cover me and I will lose all senses. Then, you can easily kill me. Lin Ling lightly said. Bang, as these words fell, the old man's heart thundered. He never imagined that this junior Lin Ling would be so terrifying and experienced. In truth, he thought that killing Lin Ling would be easy. Unfortunately, all of his plans had been seen through by Lin Ling. Die. Lin Ling raised his sword and coldly said. Hold on, don't you want to know who wants to kill you? If I tell you, you have to let me go. The old man panicked. Not long ago, Lin Ling fought with the 36 world kings and didn't win. Thus, he guessed that Lin Ling's strength was at the 6th stage of the world king realm, but this information was wrong. The current Lin Ling could already fight with a 7th stage world king, thus, he was a bit afraid. In truth, what he didn't know was that Lin Ling was already invincible in the 7th stage of the World King realm. Unfortunately, just as he finished speaking, Lin Ling decisively slashed out with his sword. Plop, a sword mark appeared on the old man's neck and he powerlessly fell to the ground. I don't need you to tell me. I know who wants to kill me. If it isn't my commandery, then it is Grand Court commandery. Lin Ling put away his sword and walked past him. The old man's eyes widened. Finally, his vitality dissipated and he died with his eyes wide open. Let's go. Lin Ling waved at Sword Immortal Firmament and the others before walking towards Radiant Academy. Master, you're too fierce. We were almost fooled. Ancient martial god Yungu and the others said with lingering fear. They were overlords in the Rainforest Holy Land, but in martial god world, they were far too inexperienced. Who is this young man? He's so strong. He actually saw through the assassin's plot. We were all kept in the dark before. He seems to be a genius from the Resplendent Academy. After Lin Ling left, the rogue cultivators on the street all started discussing animatedly. Lin Ling's face was ice cold. He knew who wanted to kill him the most, and he also knew who the mastermind was. It should be the last generation disciple candidate named Luo Lu and Great God Qian. Now that he had returned, he would settle both old and new grudges. At this moment, the market outside the Resplendent Academy was still bustling with noise. This street was connected to the first ring of the Azure Province, so many rogue cultivators came here. As for the Rainforest Market, it was quite famous in the area. It was not because the market was doing well, but because it was targeted by all the nearby markets. It was only a matter of time before it went bankrupt. In fact, if it weren't for the fact that there were a few people with powerful backgrounds in the market would have already been trampled to pieces. The few people with powerful backgrounds were Tang Yue, Gong Yanjiang, and the others from the Square Commandery. At this moment, there were very few people in the Rainforest Market. Scattered customers were choosing treasures. Among them, a young man who had just become a candidate shook his head and said, I'm sorry, I'm not going to refine the spirit cleansing elixir. The spirit cleansing elixir was a reward for every candidate. However, the rainforest market was unique in that it could increase the effect of the elixir by 30%. Don't underestimate 30%. Often, when a warrior made a breakthrough, they relied on this 30%, therefore, although there was little business in the market, there were still customers. This was also why the nearby markets were jealous. You're not going to refine it? In the market, Xianxia raised his good-looking face and frowned. I'm not going to refine it. I don't have that much money. I only have 30,000 divine gems. The young man was a newcomer. He was a little timid, but he still gritted his teeth and said 30,000. We need 100,000 divine gems to refine the spirit cleansing elixir. You only have 30,000? Tang Yue walked over from the side and couldn't help but say, then do you know how many materials we need to refine the spirit cleansing elixir again? Now that you're not going to refine it, all the materials we used before will be wasted. After saying that, she looked at the sweaty Xianxia and couldn't help but feel heartache. In order to improve the market's business, Xianxia had put in a lot of effort during this period of time. Now, he had lost a lot of weight. Now, Xianxia was expending energy to help the young man refine the elixir, but the other party said that he wasn't going to refine it. It was as if it had nothing to do with him. I'm a newcomer. I really don't understand these things. However, don't think of bullying me. Since I haven't refined the spirit cleansing elixir, I definitely won't give you 100,000 divine gems. Anyway, I'm not going to refine it. The young man's face was a little red. He seemed a little shy in front of the two beauties, but he snatched the spirit cleansing elixir from Xianxuan's hand and immediately turned to leave. Stop. Tang Yue couldn't help but shout. Was that young man still a man? He asked the two women to work for him, but at the crucial moment, he ran away timidly and even looked like a victim. It was extremely infuriating. Don't tell me you want to bully the newcomer? The young man didn't even look back. He wanted to leave the market immediately. Tang Yue, Gong Yangjiang, and falling flowers flowing water sword immediately chased after him. After all, they had wasted 100,000 divine gems. If everyone was like that young man, how could they continue to do business? They could only lose money. When the young man saw Tang Yue and the others chasing after him, he quickened his pace and became extremely flustered. At this moment, it seemed that some people had noticed what was happening in the Yulin market, so many people were watching the show. People from the nearby markets also appeared. There were people from Tating Commandery, Weiwa Commandery, and so on. Two of them seemed to want to uphold justice and stood in front of the young man. These two people were Luo Lu and Great God Qian. Luo Lu said to the young man indifferently, "It's fine. The eyes of the masses are bright. This market wants to cheat you and ruin the reputation of this street. We won't allow it." Thank you, senior brother." The young man was instantly ecstatic and stopped in his tracks. Tang Yue and the others also walked over. When they saw this scene, they were so angry that their faces turned pale. Xianxuange immediately said, "Business is business. Both sides are willing. Our business has paid 100,000 divine gems worth of materials, but the customer said that he doesn't want to do business and then ran away. This violates the principles of doing business, so we are looking for the customer to settle the account. How can we talk about cheating and ruining the reputation of this street? Nonsense. If I had the spirit cleansing elixir, I would have paid the 100,000 divine gems. But I didn't, so why should I pay? So what if I slapped your face? Everyone, come and be the judge." After saying that, the young man shouted at the street, his face filled with grief and indignation. That bastard. Tang Yue and the rest couldn't help but curse. The youth before seemed to be very timid, but now the youth was taking advantage of the situation to bully others, which made them even more unhappy. Most importantly, the young man had an innocent look on his face throughout the entire process. He was actually trying to gain sympathy. The Yulin market is too shameless. Although the city square has some ability and can refine the spirit cleansing pill, it's still better to have some morals. Trash, close the market. Many people snorted coldly and pointed at Xianxuange as they cursed angrily. As for Luo Lu and the others, they sneered in their hearts. In reality, they had wanted to destroy the rainforest market since a long time ago. Who knew that they would just happen to encounter an opportunity? so they might as well use this opportunity to eliminate the rainforest market. Voices rang out one after another, making Tang Yue and the others speechless. It's really lively. A good street has its reputation ruined by a rat. How can this business continue? However, at that moment, a cold voice suddenly rang out. The voice was very loud, and it caused the entire street to become silent. Then, the crowd began to move. It seemed that someone was coming from behind. What are you doing? Even if you want to watch, don't push me. Some people sensed that someone wanted to come out from behind them, and they immediately cursed. Get lost. However, the person who was trying to join in on the fun clearly had a bad temper. He actually kicked away the person who blocked his way. Bang bang bang, those who were in the middle of the road were all kicked 100 meters away. Subsequently, several figures appeared before everyone's eyes. The person in the lead was Lin Ling. Lin Ling. Seeing this, Xianxia and the others laughed. Their Yulin Market's shopkeeper had finally returned. As for Luo Lu and the others, their expressions changed drastically. Lin Ling was still alive? The Flying Dragon Organization's assassins were dispatched. Could it be that Lin Ling still managed to escape? For a moment, their hearts were filled with doubts. No matter how they thought about it, they could not understand how Lin Ling could return alive. At this moment, Lin Ling coldly stared at Luo Lu and the others. Step by step, he walked towards them. In reality, his eyes were not only cold, they were filled with anger. Sure enough, during his absence, the Yulin market had suffered quite a bit of trouble. He looked at the exhausted Xianxia and suddenly felt a little guilty. He was not a competent shopkeeper. Thank you for your hard work, Lin Ling said to Xianxia. Xianxia smiled and shook her head. Because of Lin Ling's words, she felt that everything was worth it. Let's not talk about this first. That guy is too shameless. Tang Yue quickly told him what had happened, causing the anger in the depths of Lin Ling's eyes to grow stronger and stronger. Especially when he saw Xianxia's somewhat haggard face, the anger in his heart immediately erupted like a volcano. He was very sure that Xianxia had used 120% of her spirit to refine those god-cleansing pills for the sake of the market square's business. However, the other party did not care about the effort she had put in. With a single word, they did not refine the pills and left. This was too much. It's you, right? Lin Ling's gaze shifted and landed on the young man, causing the young man's entire body to tremble. However, when he thought about the people around him and Luo Li's support, he immediately braced himself and said, "That's right, it's me, but in business, isn't the customer supposed to pay after receiving the goods? At least, I haven't received any refined god-cleansing pills yet, so I have the right not to pay." Lin Ling, do you want to use your senior brother's identity to bully your junior brother? We can't let you be so arrogant and tyrannical and do whatever you want. Great God Qian also let out a contemptuous voice in support of the young man. Hearing this, Lin Ling nodded and walked over step by step, causing the young man to panic. When Lin Ling arrived in front of him, he did not dare to raise his head to look at Lin Ling. How arrogant! Luo Lu and Great God Qian cursed inwardly, but they were not in a hurry. After all, the entire street was looking at Lin Ling. They did not believe that Lin Ling would dare to do anything insolent. Raise your head and look at me. At this moment, Lin Ling's voice was filled with majesty. The young man's body immediately trembled and he did not dare to raise his head. Raise your head. However, Lin Ling's voice became even colder. So be it. I'm not afraid of you. I don't believe that a senior brother like you would dare to bully a junior brother like me. The young man immediately threw caution to the wind. Although he was timid, he could not accept being bullied by Lin Ling like this. The moment he raised his head, he finally saw Lin Ling's eyes. It was a pair of eyes that seemed to have walked out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. He had seen countless blood and corpses. This made his heart tremble and panic even more. Slap, however, at this moment, Lin Ling raised his hand and slapped out. The crisp sound of the slap rang out, shocking the entire street. No one had expected Lin Ling to be so arrogant and domineering as to slap someone in the face. You slapped my face? The young man rubbed his cheek, his eyes red. He cursed in an extremely aggrieved manner. don't think that just because you're a senior brother that you can bully people as you wish. This is a fair trade. If I don't buy, do you think you can hit me? Everyone, please be the judge. Slap, he was also angry from the humiliation. At this moment, he did not seem to fear Lin Ling. Immediately, many voices of justice rang out. Indeed, this was a fair trade. If the customer did not sell, could the merchant force others to buy? Unfortunately, Lin Ling was not afraid of those voices at all. He did not care about the reputation of the market. What he cared about was the grievances that Xianxia had suffered. You bunch of trash, shut up. Yes. He shouted angrily, shocking the street into a deathly silence. The crowd's eyes were red. They did not expect Lin Ling to scold everyone with a single sentence. Fair trade? Good, good, good. I like honest people. You said fair trade, right? Yes. Then, Lin Ling ignored the angry crowd. He shouted behind him, Tang Yue, bring the cold light still water. Yes. Okay. Yes. Tang Yue immediately did as she was told. She took out a small bottle and opened it. Rays of cold light immediately emitted from the bottle. You see this water, right? When I refined the spirit cleansing pill for you, did I use this water? Lin Ling looked at the young man and asked. I used it, so what? Yes. The young man frowned. He did not understand Lin Ling's meaning, but he still nodded. The cold light still water is used to cleanse pills. It will definitely be used at the beginning. Next, bring out the 7 planets blue flower. Yes. Lin Ling immediately revealed a cold smile. The young man was puzzled, but he still nodded. She used this flower too. Yes. Bring out the 7 extinction spirit Su. Yes. This is useful too. Yes. Lin Ling kept taking out materials. He only stopped when the young man finally shook his head. Your current spirit cleansing pill has not been successfully refined. You only used more than 20 materials. There is still a distance from 49 materials. Lin Ling said. That's why I said, if this spirit cleansing pill has not been successfully refined, where did you get the confidence to take the money? The young man was delighted. He seemed to think that Lin Ling was in the wrong. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. Not only did he slap the face, he even dared to kill, slap. The loud slap caused the young man's face to burn with pain. His eyes widened as he did not understand why Lin Ling had slapped him again. Cold light still water is worth 20,000 divine crystals. Although the pill was not successfully refined, you used this treasure. Slap. Lin Ling ignored the young man's anger and slapped him again. Slap. Along with the slap, Lin Ling's voice sounded again. 7 luminaries blue flower is worth 10,000 divine crystals. You used it too. Slap, slap, the slapping continued. 7 extinction spirit Su is worth 5,000 divine crystals. You used it too. Slap, slap. Slap. Every time he took out one of the used materials, Lin Ling would slap it hard. The young man thought that since the pill was not successfully refined, there was no need to pay. However, he did not know how expensive the materials needed to refine the pill were. All the materials added together are worth 70,000 divine crystals. Pay up. Pay up. In the end, Lin Ling roared. The young man's face instantly turned pale. He did not expect that he would spend so many divine crystals just because he did not want to refine the pill. Luo Lu and the others gritted their teeth. It was difficult for them to uphold justice because they did not know that refining the spirit cleansing pill would cost so many divine crystals. As for the people on the street, they were speechless. It was a fair trade. Money for goods. However, the seller had already paid so much. If the buyer suddenly stopped the transaction, the buyer would definitely have to pay the corresponding amount of divine crystals. Lin Ling, even so, you should not hit people. Luo Lu immediately said when he saw that the young man was speechless. Hearing this, Lin Ling ignored him. Instead, he looked at the young man and said, Then, can you afford it now? I only have 30,000. The young man gritted his teeth and said with great grievance. He was full of resentment towards Lin Ling. Haha, you only have 30,000 and you want to refine a spirit cleansing pill worth 100,000. Then you stop the transaction and find these people to uphold justice? Are you messing with me? Lin Ling's lips curled into a cold sneer. He pulled out his sword with his right hand and ruthlessly slashed down, splitting the young man into two. The young man's eyes widened. He never thought that Lin Ling would dare to kill him. You didn't pay for the transaction and even ran away, violating the rules of the market. Therefore, not only did I dare to beat you up, I even dared to kill you. After killing the youth, Lin Ling waved the bloodstains on the tyrannical song sword. Upon seeing this, the entire street was in an uproar. Tang Yue and the others immediately felt their blood boil. As expected of the shopkeeper of the Yulin market, as for Luo Lu and the others, their expressions changed greatly. They never thought that Lin Ling would be so crazy to this extent. However, when they wanted to uphold justice, they suddenly remembered that the market square did indeed have rules. If a customer reneged on a debt and refused to listen to advice, then the market square did indeed have the right to kill them. After all, there were many loose cultivators on this street. If some loose cultivators forcefully snatched things and then ran away, then who could the market square find to reason with? That was why there was such a rule. Others just don't know the rules. You don't even give them a chance and kill them just like that. Your market square is too tyrannical. However, Luo Lu and the others didn't dare to speak. Instead, a voice suddenly sounded. At this moment, the crowd parted and an old man walked over with several people. The old man's face was full of wrinkles and his back was propped up. He gave off the feeling that he was extremely old. His gaze was cold as he stared at Lin Ling. Of course, Lin Ling didn't pay attention to him. Instead, he paid attention to the people beside the old man. He recognized some of them. There was Senior Zhang Wen from the talent assessment, the clown in Yuan, the moonlight swordsman, White Bird, and of course, the 36 realm kings. He never thought that these people would be gathered here. After that, Lin Ling's gaze landed on the old man. The old man was wearing an orange robe. He seemed to be an orange-robed boundary master. It seemed that this old man's identity wasn't small. How dare you? Why aren't you kneeling after seeing this old man? The old man stared at Lin Ling. His wrinkled face was dignified. He had received the invitation of the 36 realm kings and had personally come. After arriving, he saw such a scene. He didn't expect this Lin Ling to be so arrogant and kill people at will. However, he wanted to see how arrogant such a thorn was. Yo, Grandmaster Xia, what wind blew you here? At this moment, a smile also sounded. Ancestor Dragon Granny walked out from the crowd. She was the boundary master overseeing the rainforest. After learning that Lin Ling had returned, she had also rushed over. Grandmaster Dragon. The old man clearly recognized Ancestor Dragon Granny. He said in a sinister voice, I haven't seen you for many years. You've aged a lot. His words were obviously thorny. The street immediately fell silent. Only that old man had the guts to curse Ancestor Dragon Granny like this. This also meant that the old man's identity was definitely not small. In fact, his background was indeed not small. Not only was he an orange-robed boundary master, he was also the former first generation of the Resplendent Academy. Such a person could be said to be a person of virtue and prestige. In the Great Azure Divine Dynasty, he was also a person who could shake the Azure province with a single move. Aren't you the same? Could it be that you want to walk around before you die so that you can fulfill your wish? However, I see that you're so old that you can't walk anymore. It's better for you to lie down at home. Ancestor Dragon Granny immediately retorted. Xianxia and the others secretly laughed. They didn't expect Ancestor Dragon Granny's mouth to be so powerful. She didn't use any vulgarities when cursing, but every word was cursing people to death. Humph. The old man coldly snorted. However, there was a woman beside him. At this moment, she whispered a few words in his ear, and the old man's anger lessened quite a bit. Moreover, the woman was supporting him. Her chest was pressed against the old man's arm, and the old man's hand was also faintly touching that soft place. Don't worry, Ancestor Dragon Granny. Even if this old man is lying down, I will still watch you die. You don't have to worry about this. When his arm touched that soft place, the old man's mood became much better as he laughed. Hearing this, Ancestor Dragon Granny's complexion turned ugly. She was momentarily speechless. However, at this moment, an indifferent voice suddenly sounded out. "Where did this old bastard come from? You're already so skinny, yet you're still so spirited. Be careful that you don't die on some woman's belly." This voice was undoubtedly like a bolt from the blue. Countless people looked over and discovered that the one who spoke was actually Lin Ling. No one thought that Lin Ling would dare to speak at this time. Moreover, he didn't use any vulgarities when cursing, but every word was like a gem. It had to be known that this was a former first talent of Resplendent Academy. Even the 36 World Kings narrowed their eyes. Just as they were about to reprimand Lin Ling, the woman beside the old man coldly said, "How bold! You actually dare to speak to Grandmaster Xia? Are you courting death? Ho ho, do you think I have the time to spare? That Grandmaster is about to fall into your groove. Such an old pervert will die sooner or later. Do you think I have the time to offend a dead man?" Lin Ling coldly sneered. He knew that this old man had come to deliberately make things difficult for him, so he didn't give him any face at all. Moreover, his anger today wasn't small at all. As everyone heard this, they subconsciously looked towards the woman. Sure enough, they discovered that Grandmaster Xia's hand was still touching her twin peaks. This old ghost was truly perverted. "Old lecher, it's too late to try and clear your name now." Unfortunately, just as she moved, Lin Ling's words attacked her once more. Haha. On the street, many people couldn't help but laugh. This Grandmaster Xia's luck with women wasn't bad, but that woman had given herself to an old man. It could be assumed that she wasn't too clean either. These gazes were filled with disdain and disdain. Without a doubt, this caused the woman to grit her teeth and stare at Lin Ling with a murderous intent. However, Lin Ling shrugged his shoulders indifferently. He knew that there would be trouble waiting for him, and he was looking forward to it. "Lin Ling, your dog guts aren't small." At this time an angry roar sounded out. The 36 World King pointed at Lin Ling and reprimanded, facing the second-generation senior apprentice Sister Lu of Resplendent Academy. "When did it become your turn to be so rude? Last time, you escaped a calamity. But this time, it seems that I have no choice but to kill you." As his words fell, he bowed to the woman and said, "Senior apprentice Sister Lu, please allow this junior apprentice brother to eradicate this frivolous brat for you." No one thought that this woman's status would be so high. She was actually the second generation of Resplendent Academy. Lin Ling had already guessed this. This was because this woman was stronger than the 36 World Kings. In addition, she had managed to climb onto Grandmaster Xia's thick thigh, so her status was naturally not low. However, as he thought of the 36 World Kings trying to kill him for no reason, the anger in Lin Ling's heart grew even stronger. Originally, when he saw Xianxia being bullied despite working so hard, Lin Ling's mood was already very bad. But now, it was like adding oil to the fire. As this thought rose, Lin Ling immediately sneered, 36 World King, what are you so excited about? Are you trying to wear someone else's old shoes? As these words fell, the crowd was stunned. They looked at the woman and then at the 36 World Kings. Suddenly, they seemed to understand something. It seemed that the 36 World Kings wanted to pursue this woman. Unfortunately, this woman currently belonged to Grandmaster Xia, so the 36 World Kings were indeed wearing someone else's old shoes. Lin Ling, don't talk nonsense. As the 30 World King sensed the gazes of the crowd, his face filled with anger and killing intent. Today, he had to kill Lin Ling no matter what. At this moment, it was as if he was wearing a dazzling green hat. What a stinky mouth. Lu Yanhong could no longer hold it in. If Ancestor Dragon Granny wasn't here, she would have killed Lin Ling. Ancestor Dragon Granny, is this your disciple? You really don't know how to appreciate favors. Naturally, Grandmaster Xia was also enraged. Suddenly, he took out a jade bottle and said, the rainforest market is not bad. Since you can open a market, your methods must be very good. Then, I have a wisp of spirit fox flame here. How about a pill battle? The winner will get this flame. Spiritual fox flame? Hearing this, many people cried out in alarm. Spirit fox flame was a divine beast that lived in the universe's chaos. It was extremely mysterious, and the substance exuded from its body was spirit fox flame. This was a ninth-grade mystic body that was of outstanding help to fire attribute martial artists and could increase their talent. Unfortunately, this divine beast was too fast, so very few people could capture it alive. Even if one traveled through the universe's chaos, they might not necessarily see one, and now, such a precious bestial flame was actually used as a wager. This Grandmaster Xia was quite forthright. "Ancestor Dragon Granny, what do you think?" Grandmaster Xia asked again. In his opinion, Lin Ling must be Ancestor Dragon Granny's disciple. Then, he saw Ancestor Dragon Granny frown. He laughed cruelly and said, "If you don't dare, then hand over the market and let me take care of it." The market was a reward given to geniuses by the Academy. Even he didn't dare to touch it. However, the market was a delicious cake that he had long coveted. This was also his purpose in coming here today. He wanted to find an opportunity to force Lin Ling to hand over the market. This is too much. This market is a reward from the Academy. How can he take it back just because he says so? This is making things difficult for him. Hearing this, Xianxia and the others immediately shouted angrily. The other party had gone too far. The market is run by those who have the ability. If you don't, then it's better to obediently hand it over. That's right. This is for the sake of the majority of martial artists. Everyone, don't you think so? Luo Lu, Great God Qian, and the others immediately retorted. The crowd also voiced their opinions. From a neutral point of view, they naturally wanted the market's boundary master to have a higher standard. Otherwise, it wouldn't be good if they bought a fake. Lin Ling, you'd better hand over the market. The 36 realm kings also gloated. Voices were heard, causing Grandmaster Xia's old face to smile like a chrysanthemum. "Little friend, how about it? Do you dare to play with my disciple?" His voice was low, but it carried a strong sense of ridicule and strength, forcing Lin Ling to obey. Ancestor Dragon Granny and the others immediately looked at Lin Ling and shook their heads. This time, the alchemy battle was between Lu Yanhong and Grandmaster Xia Ren's disciple. She had outstanding talent and was already half a step into the ranks of orange-robed boundary masters. Although Lin Ling had some ability, he had never gone through the boundary master assessment. He was definitely not Lu Yanhong's opponent, therefore, they obviously didn't want Lin Ling to agree. Only Queen Qianji knew that Lin Ling's boundary skills were extremely high. "Play? Hey, little girl, your master asked you to play with me." However, when everyone thought that Lin Ling wouldn't dare to agree, Lin Ling also spoke indifferently. His words were mixed with flirting. However, the anger in his heart grew stronger because he didn't expect that the other party's goal was the market. As soon as he spoke, the crowd was in an uproar. "Play? Did Lin Ling think Lu Yanhong was a prostitute? Who's playing with you? Are you qualified?" Lu Yanhong couldn't bear it anymore. "Why are you so agitated? Do you think you're a virgin? What's more, you want me to play with you? I think it's dirty." Lin Ling replied lazily, looking like a hedonistic son of a rich family. Gong Yangjiang and the others immediately stared at Lin Ling in astonishment. In their impression, Lin Ling was calm and indifferent, as mysterious as the white clouds under the blue sky. This was the first time they saw Lin Ling show such an attitude. This meant that Lin Ling was extremely angry at this moment. "Little friend, if you continue to talk nonsense, don't blame me for being ruthless." Of course, compared to Lin Ling's anger, Grandmaster Xia was even more furious. "Old man, don't be agitated. Be careful that your blood doesn't rush to your head and you die." However, Lin Ling wasn't afraid at all. His words were sarcastic. Then, he smiled and said, "If you want to play, then play. How do you want to play? Refine the spirit cleansing pill and prove that you're qualified to open a market. If you lose, hand over the market." Grandmaster Xia said coldly. Then, he looked at Xianxia and the others and said, "Of course, you have to hand over these maids as well." This old lecher was actually talking about Xianxia and the others. The anger in Lin Ling's eyes intensified. He smiled and said, "What if I win? Will you hand over that bottle of beast fire? Every word of mine is worth 1,000 taels of gold." Grandmaster Xia nodded immediately. Lin Ling said disdainfully, I'm sorry, but I really don't know a lecher like you. Your words are worth nothing to me. Besides, who knows if you'll die halfway? After all, you're so old. If you die halfway, who can I find to reason with? It's better to find a notary. Anger, Grandmaster Xia's old face trembled. He was so angry that he was about to go crazy. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations Pill Battle, hehe, how about we testify? But right at this moment, the crowd was split apart, and a few figures walked over slowly. The person in the lead wore a jade robe with golden threads, and his aura was extraordinary. He was around 40 years old, but the aura of an expert emanated from him from time to time. This was a person who could shake the world with a single move. He could be called a real divine king. There were a few people beside him, all of whom were powerful and had extraordinary auras. Lin Ling recognized one of the men in armor. It was the marshal of the Martial Gods Battalion, Chi Yuhu. He did not expect the marshal of the Martial Gods Battalion to appear here. However, the Martial Gods Battalion belonged to the Great Azure Divine Dynasty, so it was not impossible for the marshal to appear in Qingzhou. Lin Ling, this is Lord 8th. He can testify. Don't worry. Chi Yuhu's expression was calm as he suddenly transmitted his voice to Lin Ling. Lin Ling's eyes flickered when he heard that. He could also see that the middle-aged man's strength was extremely terrifying. Even if Li Xiaoyao was here, he would not dare to underestimate him. This was an expert who lived as long as heaven and earth. Lord 8th. Master Xiao's expression also changed. The latter was from the Great Azure Divine Dynasty, and he was not someone he could provoke. He quickly bowed, but Lord 8th smiled and waved his hand. I just happened to pass by here and came to watch the show. There's no need to bow. His every move was filled with the aura of a superior. Seeing that he had the support of an expert, what was Lin Ling afraid of? Then, he looked at Lu Yanhong and said, since it's a pill battle, let's add another condition. Lu Yanhong frowned. Condition? What condition do you want to add? Could it be? Previously, not only did Master Xiao want to seize the market, but he also wanted to take Xian Yuange and the others away. Lin Ling was staring at her. Could it be that he wanted her after he won? You think too highly of yourself. I wouldn't want a filthy thing like you even if you gave it to me. Unfortunately, she obviously thought too much. Lin Ling said very impolitely, if you lose, you have to kneel down on the street, kowtow 3 times, hug Master Xia, and give him a kiss. How about it? This is the wager? Once this additional bet was made, everyone couldn't help but laugh out loud. Godfather, what a nice nickname. If Lu Yanhong called him that, then what position would she have in the Resplendent Academy? Everyone knew that this woman was able to rise to the top by selling something in exchange. You've gone too far. Lu Yanhong was stunned at first. She didn't understand what her godfather meant. When she realized what he meant, she was so angry that she ground her teeth. She realized that Lin Ling's mouth was very venomous, with just a few words. All of these experts were fuming with rage. As for Lin Ling, he was only at the 4th level of the World King realm. They had already killed countless juniors like him. Lin Ling, you've gone too far. The 36 World Kings angrily shouted. But, Lin Ling quickly countered, what? Do you also want to call me godfather? With these words, the 36 World Kings didn't dare to speak. After all, if he was also called godfather, this meant that his relationship with Lu Yanhong was good. And, if Lu Yanhong was a fickle woman, then he would have been cuckolded. I've gone too far? Seeing the 36 World Kings not dare to speak, Lin Ling's eyes immediately turned to Lu Yanhong. His complexion turned icy cold. Excuse me, have I ever offended you? Or, did I know you? I know you can't say anything. First, I have never offended you. Second, I have never known you. But, when you and your master arrived, you immediately tried to seize my market square and humiliated my people. Now, you say I've gone too far? Lin Ling's voice carried with it a questioning tone, his momentum overbearing. Lu Yanhong couldn't refute him. Her complexion darkened. But, she was also an ambitious and ruthless woman. Her endurance was extremely strong. If you can win, then we'll talk. Can we begin now? It was clear that she wanted to settle accounts with him later. The 36 World Kings bluntly said, once the alchemy competition ends, my agreed battle with this Lin Ling will come. Senior apprentice Sister Liu, at that time, I will help you vent your anger. It was clear that he had to kill Lin Ling this time no matter what. As for Lord Eighth, he was all smiles. He sat down on the side of the street, appreciating this alchemy competition as if it had nothing to do with him. As for Marshal Red Jade Tiger, his eyes narrowed. He was actually a bit worried about this alchemy competition. The divine cleansing pill can increase one's strength by an entire boundary. It is the reward for the last generation candidates of the Radiant Academy. It is priceless. The goal of today's alchemy competition is to see who can refine the divine cleansing pill, and who can refine the better quality will be the winner. Grandmaster Xia coldly said. He didn't know why Lord Eighth had come here, but he guessed that he just happened to be passing by. After all, with just a 4th-level World King trash like Lin Ling, Lord Eighth wouldn't have come here for him. Moreover, each person will only have 3 chances. As his voice fell, the street was thrown into an uproar. Only now did they know that the standard of the alchemy competition was the divine cleansing pill. But, how could an ordinary person refine such a pill? They couldn't help but look at Lu Yanhong. They discovered that she had a proud smile on her face, as if she were determined to win. Then, they looked at Lin Ling and shook their heads. Lin Ling might be an enchantment master, but if he wanted to refine the Radiant Academy's pill, that was clearly impossible. Even Ancestor Dragon Granny worriedly looked at Lin Ling. As for Lin Ling, he felt her gaze and bitterly smiled. According to my current level, I only have a 20% chance. Haha, it looks like the city square will change owners. Serves him right. Who told him to be so arrogant before? Now he knows how to regret it. Let's wait for the city square to change owners. As Luo Lu and the others heard Lin Ling's words, they all began to laugh in schadenfreude. As for Ancestor Dragon Granny, she shook her head helplessly. She had lost all hope in her heart. In fact, she had always been confused about Lin Ling's spirit formation Dao. She didn't know what level Lin Ling was at. However, since I've already agreed, let's continue the competition. Lin Ling said as he waved his hand as if he didn't hear the laughter around him. As for the 20% chance he mentioned, the biggest reason was that his world essence wasn't large enough. After all, the world essence needed to refine the divine cleansing pill required at least the cultivation of a 9th-stage world king. 3 lotus? At that moment, the crowd exclaimed. Lu Yanhong took out a mysterious lotus flower. It was the 3-Dao lotus that was used in the assessment in the past. This ancient lotus could provide an endless supply of spiritual qi in the universe. In this way, when Lu Yanhong refined pills, she did not lack the realm essence that she needed. Everyone has 3 chances. Fortunately, I prepared enough materials. Lu Yanhong ignored the envious voices around her. With a wave of her hand, the materials needed for 3 chances floated out. It's actually 9 carapace roots. Ancestor Dragon Granny stared at one of the materials and couldn't help but exclaim. There was no time or place. As for the spirit cleansing pill, it was divided into 4 levels: heaven, earth, profound, and yellow. It was a divine pill. The Academy refined yellow-level divine pills, and Lu Yanhong had prepared so many this time that she could probably refine a profound-level divine pill. Not only could a profound-level divine pill increase one's strength by 1 realm, it could also increase one's talent by 1 grade. Then people saw that not only did Lu Yanhong have precious materials, even her pill furnace was an extremely rare treasure. At this moment, no one thought that Lu Yanhong would lose. They looked at Lin Ling again. At this moment, Lin Ling had a helpless expression because he didn't have the materials to refine pills. After all, if he had these precious materials, he would have already refined the spirit cleansing pill and sold it. Ancestor Long Granny also smiled bitterly and quickly took out a large amount of materials. Of course, compared to Lu Yanhong's materials, her materials were still lacking by a lot. Take the Jiao root for example, it only had 3 roots. The difference was extremely obvious. Even if it was successfully refined, it would at most be a yellow-level divine pill. Thank you, Ancestor Long Granny. Lin Ling knew that he couldn't compare to Lu Yanhong's wealth. He was already very grateful to Ancestor Long Granny for providing the materials. You probably don't have a pill furnace either. What a pity. If I knew that you were going to compete in alchemy, I would have brought those pill furnaces. Ancestor Long Granny felt guilty that she couldn't help Lin Ling. She immediately took out 2 pill furnaces. One of them was for her own use, and it was the extremely precious 9 Dragons Heaven-devouring furnace. Unfortunately, this pill furnace could only be used by true immortals, so Lin Ling could only watch helplessly. As for the second pill furnace, it was a broken furnace, and it was obviously suitable for Lin Ling. However, everyone could clearly see that there were cracks on the surface of the pill furnace carved with the shape of a beast. There was probably not much chance for it to refine pills, and divine pills were not like ordinary pills. They had to be refined with a pill furnace. Sigh, he said there was a 20% chance. I'm afraid there's only a 10% chance. In terms of cultivation, he's weaker than the others. In terms of mastery, he's clearly not a match for senior sister Lu, who has trained hard in the Resplendent Academy. Even the materials used in his cauldron are inferior to the others. I don't think he has a chance at all. The city square has changed owners. I pity those little beauties. Looks like Master Xia is going to take advantage of them. The crowd began to discuss animatedly. They were not optimistic about Lin Ling at all. The guilt in Ancestor Dragon's heart grew even stronger. She looked at Lin Ling and said, "Why don't you wait? I'll go back to the academy to find a better pill furnace." "There's no need. After the alchemy battle is over, I still have to settle old and new grudges. So, I'll just use this pill furnace." Lin Ling smiled as he shook his head. Moreover, his cold eyes were also looking at the 36 world kings and the others. Clearly, Lin Ling would not let them off today. Of course, although he had obtained a broken cauldron, Lin Ling didn't actually need a cauldron to refine pills. He could use the chaos of the universe as a cauldron. The reason he had taken that cauldron was mainly because he didn't want to shock the world. "Haha, you think you can do it? When I was refining pills, you were still drinking milk." Lu Yanhong stared at Lin Ling and couldn't help but mock him. At this point, she also believed that she would definitely win. Her words were filled with confidence, but it also affected Lin Ling's mentality. It made Lin Ling feel inferior and lose confidence. If an ordinary person saw such a big gap, they would definitely lose confidence. They would probably fail to refine even the most ordinary pills. Unfortunately, Lin Ling was not an ordinary person. At this moment, he was holding a book and reading it. It was the account book of the Yulin City Square during this period. He didn't even look at Lu Yanhong as he spoke in an indifferent voice. "I admit that when I was still drinking milk, you were already climbing into someone else's bed." As soon as these words were spoken, the entire street was stunned. Then, a burst of laughter rose and fell like whispers. Lin Ling was once again mocking Lu Yanhong for being fickle and selling her body in exchange for a lot of things. There was no doubt that Lu Yanhong's pretty face was livid. She snorted coldly and ignored Lin Ling. She realized that Lin Ling wasn't strong, but his mouth was formidable, and it surpassed everyone. What an arrogant junior. Even though he knows he can't win, his aura won't be inferior. Chiyuhu, the person you found to take the martial seal, has a good backbone. However, his strength seems to be very ordinary. Lord Eighth smiled faintly on the side of the street. Chiyuhu smiled bitterly. "Lord Eighth, that little fellow is very arrogant. In our martial gods battalion, soldiers who don't want to be generals aren't good soldiers. However, that fellow doesn't even want to be generals." "Haha, interesting, really interesting." Lord Eighth smiled again as he stared at Lin Ling. His gaze also became deep and profound. "He's starting to refine." At this moment, exclamations came from the street. Lu Yanhong made her move. Her talent wasn't weak. She had awakened her divine body, the Wind Thunder Flower Goo Flame. This was a flame born from the universal flower. It was said that this kind of flower was the most beautiful flower in the entire universe. Crackle, crackle, the colorful flames were like flowers, twining around the pill furnace. Lu Yanhong's black hair fluttered in the wind. Her white hands didn't move from time to time, and it was extremely attractive. The materials she needed for the first opportunity were all under her control. Good. So beautiful. Someone couldn't help but exclaim. Although Lu Yanhong didn't have a good reputation, it was undeniable that she was indeed a beauty. Grandmaster Xia and 36 realm kings were also beaming as they looked at Lu Yanhong with appreciation. Lu Yanhong naturally sensed the thousands of gazes staring at her. At this moment, she was enjoying the attention. She had paid with her body and was secretly scolded, but she endured it. Everything was for this moment. Her vanity was greatly satisfied. She felt like she was a celestial maiden who was as pure as ice and as pure as jade. Moreover, her refining of the god-cleansing pill was becoming smoother and smoother. Gong Yangjiang, how do you remember this account? However, as everyone was admiring the beautiful scene, an angry shout was like cold water that extinguished all their enthusiasm. It was Lin Ling. He was holding the account book and pointing at Gong Yangjiang while cursing, as if the number of the market square was wrong. Boom! Almost at the same time, Lu Yanhong's pill furnace let out a muffled groan. It seemed that the pill had exploded. Seeing this, the entire street was as silent as death. Lin Ling! Lu Yanhong couldn't help but let out a sharp cry. At the critical moment, who knew that Lin Ling would suddenly shout like a bolt from the blue, directly interrupting her refining. In the end, the first batch of materials was wasted. She had a beautiful beginning before, like a celestial maiden, but unfortunately, there was no beautiful ending. What are you doing? I already said that I don't like dirty women like you. If you want to find someone, find the 36 realm kings. He's used to being cuckolded. However, Lu Yanhong's anger was exchanged with Lin Ling's lazy words. Lin Ling was still reading the book in his hand. His elegance undoubtedly made the people on the street smile bitterly. The flames never die. You know you can't win, so you're interfering with others? Lu Yanhong was too angry to refute, but Master Xia immediately scolded her. Oh? Old man, you're still alive? At this moment, Lin Ling clasped his hands together and closed the account book. He looked at Master Xia and said, as a boundary master, you shouldn't be distracted. If you can be affected by a single sentence from others, how can you be a boundary master? Old pervert, didn't you teach him this when you were by his bedside? His voice was like that of a teacher, as if he was the true boundary master. He was actually giving pointers to great Master Xia. Moreover, he kept saying that he was still alive. This kind of calm attitude once again made people secretly surprised. As for Master Xia, there was no doubt that he was almost angered to death. His breathing quickened as he constantly comforted himself that there was no need to be angry over a person who was about to die. At this moment, Lu Yanhong was indeed a powerful boundary master. She quickly adjusted her state of mind and continued refining for the second time. Of course, the second time was also very smooth. However, she was not satisfied with the pill she refined, so she directly wasted the pill. Next, she had one last chance. This time, she was fully focused. She wanted to amaze the world with a single brilliant feat. 3 chances, but Lin Ling only has 1. Xianxia and the others were unconvinced. Looking at Lin Ling again, he had also begun to work. He placed various ingredients into the pill furnace and began to refine them. However, when his flame appeared, the entire street shook. It was because everyone could feel that the flame pressure was extremely great. It seemed to be an awakened divine body. This little guy's talent is pretty good. Lord Eighth suddenly said with a faint smile. He finally saw Lin Ling's advantage. Lu Yanhong was also secretly shocked. However, she was still confident when she thought that refining pills couldn't be done by relying on flames. After the initial shock, everyone immediately stared at Lin Ling's furnace and shook their heads. Lin Ling also had a mysterious flame. Unfortunately, his pill furnace was full of cracks. It made people wonder if his pill furnace could withstand the burning of the flame. Alright, my medicinal pills are about to come out. After an unknown period of time, Lu Yanhong's confident voice came from the street. Countless gazes were fixed on her alchemy furnace, and everyone was filled with anticipation. Lu Yanhong glanced at Lin Ling indifferently. She saw that Lin Ling was still refining pills, but his technique was something she had never seen before. She immediately smiled disdainfully. Originally, I had already succeeded the second time. Unfortunately, the quality of the pill was too low. I wasn't satisfied, so I made a comeback. This time, I didn't let everyone down. Lu Yanhong held the alchemy furnace in one hand and said lightly. Senior Sister Lu, you win. He definitely won. I'm guessing that it's at least a profound level divine cleansing pill. TSK, these pills are of a higher grade than the pills distributed by the Resplendent Academy." The surrounding people let out excited cheers. Master Xia stroked his beard in satisfaction. It was as if he could already see the city square becoming his. "Senior apprentice Sister Lu, I'm afraid that Lin Ling won't even be able to refine pills. What grade of spirit cleansing pill is this?" the 36 Realm King asked with a smile. Lu Yanhong's long hair fluttered like a goddess. Her left hand formed a complicated barrier, and finally, she said majestically, "Open the furnace." "Open!" Rumble, the entire alchemy furnace swayed, and multicolored light shot up into the sky. It actually broke through the firmament and reached the chaos of the universe. The pill light shot up and reached the universe. "This is an Earth-grade pill." "Wow!" Master Xia couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. The crowd immediately exploded. An Earth-grade divine cleansing pill was actually of such a grade. It seemed that this pill could not only increase one's cultivation by 1 level, but it could also increase one's talent by 1 level. For example, if a martial artist with a 6th grade mystic body took it, his talent could reach the 7th grade, or even the 8th grade. As everyone knew, talent was the most difficult thing to improve. Even Lin Ling spent a lot of effort to improve his talent. "I want this pill. Senior apprentice Sister Lu, please tell me how many divine crystals you want." 3 million divine crystals, I'll pay you in cash." One martial artist after another spoke, and their eyes were somewhat red. Not only were there geniuses, but there were also many rogue cultivators. How could they miss out on an alchemy pill that could increase their strength so much? "There's no hurry. Let's wait until the alchemy battle is over." Lu Yanhong said indifferently, looking at Lin Ling. "Is there still a battle? He's bound to lose." Many people immediately shook their heads. There was no need to wait for any results. Even Lord Eighth shook his head and said helplessly, "Lin Ling's materials are not as good as Lu Yanhong's. He only has 1 chance. In addition, the materials are so inferior. I'm afraid that even if he succeeds, it will at most be a yellow-grade divine cleansing pill. Moreover, he may not succeed. Look at the cracks on the alchemy furnace, they're getting bigger and bigger." Hearing this, Qiyu couldn't help but look at Lin Ling. He was even more worried. "Lin Ling, be careful of the furnace explosion." In the crowd, the 36 Realm Kings also saw this scene and couldn't help but mock him. Lin Ling's alchemy furnace was on the verge of collapse, as if there was a huge force about to rush out. It was extremely worrying. In fact, Ancestor Dragon and the others were indeed very worried. They didn't even know if Lin Ling could succeed in refining the alchemy furnace. However, just when everyone thought that the alchemy furnace was about to shatter, a mysterious force spread out and wrapped around the alchemy furnace like a membrane. This time, the street was silent. "What a powerful soul force!" Lord Eighth exclaimed because Lin Ling used his soul force to wrap around the alchemy furnace to prevent it from shattering. "That works too." Lu Yanhong frowned secretly. Of course, she was still not worried because Lin Ling's furnace had not exploded yet. "Amazing. I didn't expect the shopkeeper of the Yulin market to be so extraordinary." As for the rogue cultivators, they didn't underestimate Lin Ling at this moment. Although Lin Ling couldn't compare to Lu Yanhong, his methods were admirable. After all, Lin Ling couldn't compare to Lu Yanhong in terms of innate talent. It was already not easy for him to reach this point. At this moment, Lin Ling's face was solemn. His soul force enveloped the entire alchemy furnace. Within the alchemy furnace, the flames turned into a barrier that constantly melted the pill. However, at this moment, what he was worried about happened. His boundary essence was being consumed very quickly. The boundary essence of 2 dantians wasn't enough. This was what he was worried about from the beginning. In fact, the God cleansing pill wasn't difficult for him. It wasn't even comparable to the sacred body demon heart pill. However, the boundary essence required to refine the God cleansing pill was too much. Moreover, he wasn't as rich as Lu Yanhong, who had 3 lotuses. Not good, he's going to fail. Many people also noticed that Lin Ling's boundary essence was weakening and couldn't help but sigh. Moreover, as time passed, the flames became dimmer and dimmer. Because of the lack of flames, the pill might explode in the next moment. He's lost. Voices poured into Lin Ling's ears like a demon's voice. However, his gaze became more and more focused. How could he, Li Xiaoyao, lose to a fickle junior? Translator, trans and editor, trans and call me Godfather. My realm essence, hold on a little longer. He roared in his heart. If he lost, everyone's hard work would be given to someone else. Therefore, he could not hand over the market. He glanced at Xianxia, Gong Yangjiang, Tang Yue, and the others. He knew how much effort they had put in during this period of time. Lin Ling, on the other hand, had not done anything. He felt a little guilty. Boom. Unfortunately, guilt could not change the fact. Intense rumbling sounds continued to ring out, causing the dust on the street to rise into the air. The dust blocked Lin Ling's view. However, everyone was shaking their heads. They could already imagine that when the dust settled, what would appear would be a broken alchemy furnace and a regretful young man. Perhaps, the young man had made a mistake by challenging Lu Yanhong in the beginning. Lin Ling. Xianxia's eyes were red. He was unwilling to accept this result. If Lin Ling had 3 chances and a good alchemy furnace, he would definitely not lose. This was not fair. Alright, let's not waste everyone's time. The market is mine. Lord Xiao laughed coldly. He stared at Xianxia and the others lustfully. However, amidst the dust, Lin Ling's expression was still solemn. He was forcefully gathering all of his world essence to prevent the flames from extinguishing. As long as the flame was not extinguished, anything was possible. Idiot, why didn't you ask me for help? At this moment, a cold voice rang in his ears. I have to say that I admire your arrogance. This time, I will help you. The cold voice rang in Lin Ling's ears. Lin Ling could not help but smile. In the next moment, a huge amount of realm essence surged into Lin Ling's body. It was as if the wind had been strengthened by the fire. The flame that was about to be extinguished was once again ignited. As long as he persevered, anything was possible. The flame was not extinguished. The people outside the dust did not know what had happened. Lu Yanhong smiled and said, I told you that when I was playing with the barrier, you were still drinking milk. At this moment, her beautiful face was somewhat ferocious. However, no one thought that she was ferocious because she was the winner. That's not necessarily true. However, just as her voice sounded, a firm voice drifted over, causing the gazes of everyone on the street to flicker. Soon after, they discovered that a slender figure was walking out from the dense dust. It was Lin Ling. At this moment, he was holding the alchemy furnace with one hand while the other hand was behind his back. Crackle crackle, colorful flames were still burning around the pill furnace, and they were extremely vigorous. This scene, it was as if the flame god had descended. How is this possible? Lu Yanhong's eyes widened when she sensed Lin Ling's renewed vigor. She clearly sensed that Lin Ling's boundary essence was exhausted. But why did the current Lin Ling give her an extremely powerful feeling? It was as though his boundary essence was endless. This little guy is really unfathomable. Lord Eighth was disappointed at first, but at this moment, his eyes were full of vigor. Chi Yuhu, who was beside him, let out a sigh of relief. Previously, he was secretly sweating for Lin Ling. Bang! Almost at the same time, the alchemy furnace in Lin Ling's hand was smashed to the ground. His voice was like thunder, domineering like a wild knife. That terrifying aura made the people on the street swallow their saliva. Alright, don't be mysterious. Did you successfully refine your pill? After Lu Yanhong recovered from her shock, she opened her palm and a colorful spirit cleansing pill floated in her palm. This pill is an earth-rank pill. No matter what waves you've caused, you've still lost. Her confident voice floated out of her mouth, causing the people around her to gradually come to their senses. Lin Ling was indeed miraculous, but so what if he succeeded? Could he compare to Lu Yanhong? Seeing Lu Yanhong's confident look, Lin Ling smiled. I'm sorry, but my luck seems to be pretty good. After saying that, he stretched out his hand and slammed the alchemy furnace on the ground. Boom! The alchemy furnace broke under the pressure, and there was a short period of silence, but in the next moment, the sky was filled with rolling winds and clouds. A divine light descended from the sky, as if summoned by a god. A pill rose from the ground, blooming with endless light, divine light protection. Countless people raised their heads, their eyes wide open. Divine light protection was a unique symbol of awakening a divine body. Could it be that Lin Ling had refined a heaven-rank spirit cleansing pill? A spirit cleansing pill that awakens a divine body? Lord Eighth, who had been sitting, couldn't help but stand up and stare at the sky in horror. Not only can a heaven-rank spirit cleansing pill increase one's cultivation by 1 realm, it can also allow a cultivator's talent to reach the level of awakening a divine body. Ancestor Long Granny was indeed an orange-robed boundary master. At this moment, she was muttering to herself, however, this voice was like thunder, directly smashing into everyone's hearts. If a piece of trash swallowed this pill, he would become a genius of the 3 great academies in the next moment. This was a true divine pill. Plop, Lu Yanhong looked up at the pill floating in the sky and was so frightened that she sat down on the ground. Heaven rank, if she remembered correctly, there was only one person in the entire Resplendent Academy who could successfully refine it. Moreover, this was something recorded in history. The most recent person who had successfully refined it was a world boundary master from the Great Azure Divine Dynasty. He had also refined it once, and at that time, it had also alarmed the entire Great Azure Divine Dynasty. However, the latter was a famous boundary master for 10,000 years, and now, the one who had successfully refined it was only a nameless young man. You've lost. Go and call him Godfather. While she was surprised, a calm voice floated out from Lin Ling's mouth at the same time. Yeah, we won. After that voice, Xian Yuange and Tang Yue hugged each other, incomparably excited. Haha, as expected of the Lord. Falling Flowers, Flowing Water, Gong Yanjiang, and the others also hugged each other, and even their eyes were a little moist. They had put in a lot of effort into the market, and today, a powerful senior had wanted to snatch it away, but their shopkeeper had bravely stepped out and defeated those people's evil intentions. This guy is really restless. I was worried about him for nothing. In the distance, Chiyuhu revealed a gratified smile, as if he was looking at a junior with a doting gaze. Alright, let him take the marshal's seal. I won't object. Beside him, Lord Eighth smiled meaningfully, and his words made Chiyuhu feel proud. The Martial God Battalion had a successor. At least, this lord had agreed. The entire street was looking at Lin Ling, and the sounds of discussion rose and fell one after another. Those cultivators clearly valued Lin Ling's God-cleansing pill more, and directly abandoned Lu Yanhong's pill. There were even people who directly reprimanded Lu Yanhong in order to curry favor with Lin Ling. You've lost. Accept your loss. The person who spoke was clearly not weak, so he wasn't afraid of the latter. Most importantly, although he didn't need Lin Ling's God-cleansing pill, his junior did. Moreover, Lin Ling had successfully refined it with a broken pill furnace and a single chance. What if he had better resources than Lu Yanhong? I. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations Coward. Unfortunately, the world of martial arts was cruel. The winner was king, and the loser was a bandit. If Lin Ling had lost, he would have been consigned to eternal damnation and no one would have sympathized with him. But now that Lu Yanhong had lost, no one would sympathize with her. After all, not everyone was lustful. Not to mention, Lu Yanhong was such a filthy woman that most martial artists disdained her. One was an earth-tier pill with its light soaring into the sky. The other was a heaven-tier divine pill with its divine light protecting its body. The difference between the two was clear at a glance. Moreover, divine pills were very powerful. For example, if a heaven-tier divine pill was placed in Lin Ling's world, it could cause the entire world to collapse with its divine light protecting its body. Master Xia still did not seem to believe the truth. However, how could he lose face like this? He wanted to renege on his debt, but unfortunately, a dignified voice sounded in his ears. It was 8th Jew. Xia Ren, you seem to have lost. Master Xia's body trembled, and his old face was filled with anger. He hated Lin Ling to death, so he could only walk towards Lu Yanhong. Lu Yanhong's heart was like dead ashes. She knew that not only 8th Jew, but the people around her were also on Lin Ling's side. Therefore, she knelt down and kowtowed. After standing up, she hesitated for a long time and stared at Master Xia. Finally, she took a step forward, hugged Master Xia, and kissed him on his wrinkled face. Godfather. Everyone heard those sweet words. Haha, Godfather, that's so mushy. I have goosebumps. I want to be a godfather too. Master Xia is old, but his heart is not. After a short silence, the street burst into laughter. The sound made Lu Yanhong want to dig a hole and hide in it. Of course, Master Xia was the same. He could imagine what kind of ridicule he would receive when he returned to the resplendent academy. Then, Master Xia looked at Lin Ling and said with a smile, "Your name is Lin Ling, right? Not bad at all. In time, you'll become a dragon." As soon as he finished speaking, he recognized the jade bottle in his hand. He was willing to accept his loss, of course, although his words sounded like praise, they were actually filled with killing intent. "Thank you for your kind words, Master Xia." Lin Ling didn't seem to notice the killing intent. He smiled faintly and took the drifting spirit fox flame. Although this flame hadn't reached the level of awakening a godly body, it was enough for his flames of time and space to level up again. "Thank you," Lin Ling mumbled to himself. The person he was thanking was Queen Xianxia. If she hadn't helped Lin Ling with her boundary essence, Lin Ling might not have succeeded. TSK, Lin Ling, well done." At this moment, Ancestor Dragon Granny looked at Lin Ling and could not help but laugh. Xiaoran had obviously come prepared. Originally, he wanted to seize Lin Ling's market, but in the end, Lin Ling turned the tide and turned defeat into victory. Not only did he defeat Xiaoran's scheme, but he also helped advertise for the market. Right now, no one doubted the Yulin market anymore, and their business would be even better in the future. "We've won." Xianyuan and the others smiled as they walked towards Lin Ling. They had finally passed through this great calamity, although they knew that Lin Ling's growth was very fast. The ones who came today were the former first-generation Master Xia and Senior Zhongwen. These powerhouses were not people that Lin Ling could deal with at present. Therefore, it was obviously not easy for him to pass through this calamity safely. "It's not over yet." Lin Ling smiled as he looked at them. However, he quickly said something that stunned Xianyuan and the others. Then, they all reacted. Sure enough, the 36 World Kings smiled and said, "Lin Ling, you and I have agreed to fight. Today, you won't run away, right?" "Agreed to fight?" Xianyuan and the others' eyes narrowed. Last time, the 36 World Kings did not ask for any reason and suppressed Lin Ling. Now, they had agreed to fight with Lin Ling. This was too overbearing. 36 World Kings, last time you came looking for trouble. It's obvious to all. Do you have the nerve to say that this isn't agreed to fight? Tang Yue immediately said. "Tang Yue, it's none of your business." The 36 World Kings coldly shouted. He stared at Lin Ling and said, "Do you only know how to hide behind a woman? Coward." His last words were a roar that spread throughout the entire street. He called Lin Ling a coward. He wanted to see if Lin Ling had the face to bear this infamy. How arrogant. There are so many powerhouses here and he dares to curse Lin Ling. The expressions of the surrounding people changed. The rogue cultivators who were on Lin Ling's side also frowned. This was an agreed to fight. Although they wanted to help Lin Ling, it was obviously impossible. He's a coward. In my opinion, he should have handed over the spirit-drifting fox flame. Cowards can't obtain treasures. As a man, he only knows how to hide behind a woman. Why should such a man learn martial arts? Trash. At this moment, Luo Lu and the others also laughed coldly. They were gloating and adding insult to injury. Of course, when they were mocking, they also quietly glanced at Lord Eighth in the distance. When they saw him smiling without saying a word, they were even more certain that Lord Eighth would not appear. As for Ancestor Dragon Granny, with Master Xia around, there was no need to fear her. As a disciple of the Resplendent Academy and a martial god genius of the Myriad Realms, you should set an example. Since you agreed to fight, you shouldn't refuse. Lin Ling, I'm very disappointed in you. Senior Zhongwen said righteously. He was also looking for an opportunity to step on Lin Ling. In the past, when he presided over the talent assessment, Lin Ling had made him lose a large number of divine crystals. Therefore, he hated Lin Ling to the bone. Trash, coward, say something. Yuanian also spoke. He had finally found an opportunity to step on Lin Ling. As for Whitebird, the Moonlight Swordsman, and the others, they sneered. They couldn't compare to Lin Ling, but they also wanted to see Lin Ling lose face. Senior Zhongwen, you should stop talking nonsense. Lin Ling is the last generation, and the 36 Realm Kings are the third generation. Do you think the battle between the two of them is fair? Why don't you let Lin Ling become the third generation before the agreed battle? Hearing those mocking words, the Xianxia felt very uncomfortable. It was even more uncomfortable than being scolded. She immediately retorted. When these words came out, the street also became silent. Indeed, was the battle between the last generation and the third generation fair? Coward, do you dare or not? The 36th Realm King naturally didn't want to be entangled in this topic. He took a step forward and a powerful aura erupted, suppressing Lin Ling. Last time, Lin Ling wasn't his opponent. Just this alone was enough for him to be proud in front of Lin Ling. Now, Lin Ling could either leave with the name of a coward or fight. It was hard to choose. There weren't many paths left for Lin Ling. Lin Ling, ignore them. Let's go back. Ancestor Long Granny hurriedly stood in front of Lin Ling and coldly stared at those people. The other party had Xia Ren, so she couldn't reprimand the 36 Realm Kings as a senior. Haha, coward, get lost. Seeing this, Yuanian laughed the loudest, as if he was elated. You don't dare to fight? Fine, from now on, you have to take a detour when you see me. Now, get lost. The 36 Realm King's long hair fluttered as he spoke indifferently. He glanced at Lu Yanhong as if to tell her that he had already regained face for her. Moreover, this wasn't the last time. In the future, every time he saw Lin Ling, he would bully him. Get lost. Joining forces to suppress Lin Ling. How disgraceful. The surrounding martial artists shook their heads. Lin Ling's world enchantments were very good, but unfortunately, world enchantments didn't represent one's strength. Now, they could only watch as Lin Ling rolled away. However, everyone thought that Lin Ling would roll away, but Lin Ling still didn't move. This caused the 36 World King to frown. This Lin Ling wasn't listening to him? He immediately wanted to reprimand Lin Ming. Did I agree not to fight? However, before he could finish his sentence, Lin Ling's indifferent voice drifted out. He agreed? The surrounding martial artists couldn't believe their ears. They had clearly seen Lin Ling's strength when he was refining the divine pill. He was at the 4th level of the World King realm. As for the 36 World Kings, they were at the 7th level of the World King realm. The two of them weren't even on the same level. Even the 36 World King was incomparably shocked. Although Lin Ling's boundary had risen, he still didn't place him in his eyes. This was because last time, Lin Ling had been inferior to him. Good. A martial god genius of Resplendent Academy should be like this. Grandmaster Xia pondered for a moment and then immediately spoke out, blocking off Lin Ling's path of retreat. He couldn't wait for Lin Ling to agree. A battle between martial god geniuses. If you want to fight, then let's have a life or death battle. Then, Grandmaster Xia made the final decision. It was clear that he wished that Lin Ling would die in this battle. A life or death battle, this is too ruthless. A massive uproar immediately spread through the streets. Ancestor Dragon Granny and Xianxua's pupils shrank. They quickly looked towards Lin Ling, not understanding why Lin Ling would agree to this battle. The road of martial arts is to bravely move forward, constantly eliminating opponents. If I refuse this battle, then it will be detrimental to my road of martial arts. Lin Ling looked at them and shook his head. Ancestor Dragon Granny and the others smiled bitterly. If that was the case, they would not be able to stop it. In the distance, Lord Eighth nodded slightly. This Lin Ling has the valiant heart of a warrior. Can he win this battle? This question was obviously directed at Qi Yuhu. However, Qi Yuhu shook his head. He didn't have much confidence in himself, but since things had come to this, he could only wait and see. And on the entire street, countless people were looking at the 36 World Kings and Lin Ling. For a time, they began to seethe with excitement. I wonder how this battle between the last generation and the third generation will end. At this moment, Lin Ling didn't pay attention to the voices around him. Instead, he said, of course, before we fight, I also want to challenge a few people. Yuanian, Luo Lu, God Qian, how about a fight? The 36 World Kings were still mocking Lin Ling for overestimating himself, but as soon as they heard Lin Ling's voice, their pupils shrank. They immediately quieted down. Lin Ling was the previous champion of the assessment. His strength was terrifying. How could they be his match? I refuse. Soon, Yuanian coldly said, "You are the champion of the assessment and we are all inferior to you. This battle is fair, so there is no point in fighting. Then, when I fight the 36 world kings, he is the third generation and I am the last generation. Is this a fair battle?" Lin Ling opposed him with equal harshness. Hearing this, Yuanian felt as if he had been ruthlessly slapped in the face. He couldn't refute. "We are both martial god geniuses of the Resplendent Academy. If we don't even dare to fight, then how can we talk about martial arts?" However, Lin Ling's aura was like an unsheathed sword, tightly pressing against him. What an arrogant youth. The surrounding people secretly nodded. When Lin Ling was silent, they thought that Lin Ling was enduring humiliation. But, they didn't expect that Lin Ling wasn't enduring humiliation. Instead, he was accumulating strength to launch a fatal counterattack. "Luo Lu, God Qian, weren't you very talkative before? Now, let's fight." Lin Ling's expression was cold as he spoke again. Luo Lu and the others also took a step back. Many people shook their heads in disdain. These people were really spineless. "White Bird, Moonlight Swordsman, I know that you are also unhappy with me. Then, I will also give you a chance to fight. Come." Lin Ling looked at White Bird and the others. Unfortunately, they gritted their teeth and lowered their heads. "Cowards." Lin Ling returned what they had said to him with interest. "Cowards." The entire street was filled with Lin Ling's domineering voice, causing countless echoes. Seeing this, Ancestor Dragon and the others laughed. Although Lin Ling wasn't as good as the third generation, in the last generation, who else could be better than him? Seeing Lin Ling rise again and suppress the people on his side, the 36 Realm King's eyes were cold. He wanted to reprimand Lin Ling, but at this time, Lin Ling's voice floated out. 36 Realm King, I know that you want to kill me, but you don't have to rush. Before that, let me fight these people. Moreover, they can join forces." His meaning was clear. "If you want me to fight, fine, but Lin Ling wants to fight Luo Lu and the others first. Most importantly, Luo Lu and the others could join forces." "Join forces? I don't care." When Luo Lu and the others heard this, it was as if they had been humiliated. They raised their heads and shouted angrily. They were from the same batch of martial god geniuses, but if they had to join forces to fight Lin Ling, then even if they won, others would laugh at them. Fight. However, the 36 Realm King forced them to fight. He said indifferently, "Don't worry, with me here, he can't touch you. Moreover, he can't win against you. At this critical moment, senior brother 36 Realm King must protect us." Yuanian was still worried, but as he saw the 36 Realm King nod his head, he finally relaxed. "Good, I will fight. Lin Ling, I originally disdained joining forces with you, but I can't stand your arrogance." Luo Lu, Great Divinity Qian, and the others also nodded. In truth, they were all at the 5th level of the World King realm. If they joined forces, they should be able to kill Lin Ling. Unfortunately, Lin Ling didn't care about their confidence at all. He looked at White Bird and said, "White Bird, what about you? If you don't dare, then call yourselves cowards and I will spare your lives. Of course, from now on, if you see me, make a detour. Lin Ling, don't go too far. I will accompany you." White Bird was a genius of the heavenly court. How could he suffer such humiliation? Thus, he also participated in this battle. As for the Moonlight Swordsman, he was constantly hesitating. In truth, if it weren't for his master reminding him not to provoke Lin Ling, he really would have fought, but he had to listen to his master's words, and his master was one of the 10 great sword immortals of the Azure province. He had heard the suggestion of another sword immortal, so he had told him not to provoke Lin Ling. As for the other sword immortal, he was the master of the Falling Flower Flowing Water Sword. "I am a coward." The Moonlight Swordsman lowered his head. Although he had to follow his master's instructions, the Moonlight Swordsman still felt that he had lost all face by calling himself a coward. He couldn't raise his head anymore. "You really are a coward. If you had fought, then there would have been no first place in our batch of martial god geniuses. Unfortunately, you are afraid." White Bird disdainfully said and then flew into the sky. The moonlight swordsman tightly gripped his sword as if he had suffered a great humiliation. If he had fought, then perhaps this would have been his most dazzling moment. Unfortunately, he didn't fight. Then, as he watched Luo Lu and the others fly into the sky, he felt regret in his heart. He shouldn't have listened to his master's words. Lin Ling, get up here. Let us see how strong you are as first place. Translator, trans and editor, trans and catch them all in one fell swoop. These four people were Luo Lu, God Qian, White Bird, and Yuan Yin. On the ground, everyone raised their heads with a solemn expression. Although Lin Ling was first in the assessment, he had to fight four people at once, and none of them were easy to deal with. It would be difficult for Lin Ling to win. This arrogant guy, I don't know why he made such a decision. In the crowd, Blue Enchantress, Yu Linglong, and the other martial god geniuses who took the assessment together frowned. Because they knew that during this period of time, White Bird and the rest's strength had greatly increased. Then, they looked at Lin Ling, only to find that Lin Ling's expression was very calm. Under the worries of Xianxia and the rest, he walked towards the sky step by step. The entire process was as calm as an ancient well, as unmoving as a mountain. They had no choice but to be convinced by such courage. But this is a battle of life and death. Then, Lin Ling's voice drifted out. Nonsense. Do you think we're free? Luo Lu and the rest immediately shouted in anger. They were high and mighty, like gods descending to the mortal world. At this moment, they were whispering, discussing how to kill Lin Ling. This caused their confidence to grow stronger and stronger. Lin Ling smiled and continued to walk forward. In fact, he had long wanted to catch them all in one fell swoop, cutting the weeds and eliminating the roots. Therefore, he had invited these people to fight and pretended to be weak in order to make them fall into a trap. Lin Ling, the former first in 2 assessments, powerful, very powerful. Unfortunately, you're going to die here today. When Lin Ling appeared in the sky, Luo Lu immediately clapped his hands as if he was praising Lin Ling. However, before he could finish speaking, White Bird had already attacked. They had obviously discussed a plan to kill Lin Ling with the momentum of a storm. White Bird World. There was a deafening sound of birds chirping, and the white birds turned into humans. Countless white birds flew in the sky, extremely beautiful, but it caused many people's expressions to change drastically. Because those white birds were suppressing the terrifying power of the world's essence, and upon contact, they would explode. These white birds could even easily destroy a world. How despicable. Many people immediately cursed. It was one thing to join forces, but to launch a sneak attack? The title of martial god genius had been completely lost by them. The winner dies, and the loser is a bandit. What sneak attack is this? In the sky, Yuan Yin seemed to have heard someone's dissatisfaction. He smiled faintly and attacked as well. However, Great God Qian was even faster than him. The majestic flames transformed into an arrow and shot out with devastating force. 50% of his world essence erupted. Furthermore, this was no longer the power of an entire world. Instead, it was the power born from his Dantian's world spirit. It was extremely powerful. This sword strike could obliterate any 5th stage world king. It was because he condensed all of his realm essence, going all out. Sha, Ju. Boom. Boom, Luo Lu took advantage of his victory to pursue and attack. He unleashed his ultimate skill, which was an advanced 2nd-grade martial art. Dark clouds covered the sky as a terrifying sandstorm arrived, engulfing everything. The warriors on the ground exclaimed in surprise. He was indeed worthy of being the strongest genius in the assessment. His strength was terrifying. Haha, Lin Ling, die. As Yuan Yin attacked, he let out a ferocious roar. Lin Ling shouldn't have thought that they would suddenly attack. The current Lin Ling wouldn't be able to react in time. Not bad, not bad. On the ground, Grandmaster Xia, Lu Yanhong, and even the 36 world kings sneered. Lin Ling, how arrogant. Let's see how arrogant you can be. Now, you should be regretting it. They could already imagine how Lin Ling would be torn to shreds, but, would the result be like this? The answer was obviously no. Boom. Boom, turbulent power erupted, causing the sky to explode. It was as if the world was collapsing, but at this time, a mysterious aura also filled the air. It was like a god, like a demon. Among the countless white birds, a figure fearlessly rushed forward. He was constantly pushed back by the countless white birds, but that figure still bravely rushed forward. It was Lin Ling. His speed was very fast. Even if he was injured, he still wanted to rush forward. He was getting closer and closer to the white bird. The most terrifying thing was that Lin Ling actually found the true body of the white bird among the tens of thousands of white birds. With a single punch, he punched out with devastating force. What? The white bird's eyes widened. Lin Ling was actually risking his life. Boom, the punch hit the gorgeous white bird flying in the sky, causing countless people to gulp. They didn't know what had happened. There's no power of realm essence. That punch shouldn't have much lethality. Someone muttered. Ka ka ka, but at this time, the sound of bones breaking could be heard. The flying white bird's bones were broken inch by inch, and it turned back into the white bird's original appearance. The crowd on the street exploded. That punch was actually so powerful. The white bird also didn't expect Lin Ling's punch to be so terrifying, but he had already lost the power to fight. The strongest genius in the past assessment seemed to be unable to withstand a single blow. Lin Ling appeared in front of him and said softly. Then, he punched out again. It was as if his punch could break through 10,000 worlds. What? You? Everyone heard the white bird's panicked voice. It was extremely panicked. Many people even wanted to know why the white bird was panicking. What exactly was he trying to say? But it was all too late. Lin Ling killed the white bird with a single punch. How terrifying was his current godly devil body? It had already reached the mystic body level. He probably didn't even need to use 30% of his strength to kill the white bird. The terrifying fist was like the fist of a godly devil. It had already appeared in front of the white bird's eyes. At this moment, he was extremely regretful. Because what Lin Ling said to him before was very simple. The Demon Guardian Master was killed by me. The Demon Guardian Master was the third generation of the Resplendent Academy. His strength was comparable to the 36 World Kings. But now, he was killed by Lin Ling. This meant that Lin Ling's strength was stronger than the 36 World Kings, therefore, he knew that he had been tricked. He didn't expect Lin Ling to surpass him so much in such a short period of time. Moreover, everyone had been tricked. Lin Ling wanted to kill them all in one fell swoop. He had wanted to say this before, but unfortunately, he didn't say it in the end. Boom, that punch directly exploded him. Countless feathers fell from the sky, causing the faces of the people on the street to turn solemn. The strongest genius in the previous assessment had died in front of their eyes. The white bird is dead. Yuan Yan's face was filled with fear. Killing the white bird with a single punch was clearly beyond his imagination. Why are you afraid of him? He's risking his life. However, Great God Qian's voice soon drifted out, causing Yuan Yan to be shocked. This was because he also saw that Lin Ling was riddled with wounds. Indeed, Lin Ling was risking his life, therefore, they still had a chance. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but become excited. Sacrificing the white bird to kill Lin Ling was not bad at all. As for Great God Qian and Luo Lu, it was the same. Lin Ling was a great enemy of their commandery. It was very suitable for them to kill Lin Ling. Moreover, after returning to their commandery, they would become heroes of their commandery. After all, many of the geniuses of the two commanderies had died in the hands of Lin Ling. They had ended the legend of Lin Ling. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. It would be better to die than admit defeat. Great God Qian. Facing Great God Qian, who he was not familiar with, Lin Ling's anger erupted like a volcano. It was because of Great God Qian and Luo Li's arrest warrant that Sun Yener had died in the Rising Sun boundary. Hence, he wanted to kill these two people the most. Hence, he had set a trap for these two people to jump into. He would not let them live past today. Rumble. The raging flames turned into an arrow and shot towards Lin Ling. It was Great God Qian's fatal attack. Lin Ling. Xian Yuange and the rest were secretly worried for Lin Ling. Lin Ling had suffered from White Bird's fatal attack and now he had to face the flame arrow. It would be difficult for Lin Ling to face it. That is Tating Prefecture's Sun Arrow. Although Great God Qian did not use the essence of it, it should not be underestimated. In the crowd, some ancient martial art practitioners mumbled. Boom, that arrow was indeed terrifying as it pierced through Lin Ling's body. The street instantly fell silent. as for great god Qian and the other two people in the sky, they were stunned. Then, they laughed maniacally because Lin Ling was dead. You are too inexperienced to play with fire. Have you forgotten that I have an awakened divine body? However, in the next moment, a figure was reborn from the flames. Although he still looked injured, his aura was still majestic. If it was not Lin Ling, who else could it be? He shot towards great god Qian like a shooting star, causing the smile on great god Qian's face to freeze as his eyes widened. That's right, he had forgotten that Lin Ling had an awakened divine body. Moreover, it was a flame that was stronger than his fire talent. He had used fire to attack Lin Ling, but what was the effect? It could not even compare to White Bird's attack. Sun Yener died because of you. Even if you turn into ashes, I will not let you off. Lin Ling's voice was filled with boundless anger. It turned into a terrifying punch and landed in front of great god Qian. Lin Ling, wait. Great god Qian's face was pale. Just like White Bird, he was filled with endless regret. Boom, regret couldn't change anything. They thought that they could kill Lin Ling together, but they didn't know that if Lin Ling wanted to kill them, it would be as easy as flipping his hand. Boom. Boom, just as great god Qian died, a sandstorm surged from the sky. It was as if it came from the chaos of the universe, enveloping Lin Ling from every angle. As for Lin Ling, he was instantly enveloped. There was no way to block it, no way to defend against it. This time, he should be dead. Yuan Yan knew that the sandstorm was Luo Li's attack. It should be able to kill Lin Ling. Lin Ling could block the attack of one genius, but what about 2 or 3? He turned his head to look and immediately discovered that Luo Li's face was extremely pale. He was actually flying off into the distance. He was running away. Luo Li didn't seem to be very confident in himself. Boom, as expected, the sandstorm immediately exploded. A figure shot towards Luo Li like a killing god. It was Lin Ling. Run. Run to the ends of the earth. You will die. Lin Ling's cold voice rang in Luo Li's ears, causing his body to tremble violently. In fact, he had run away previously because he suddenly remembered that Lin Ling had an awakened divine body. He could protect himself with divine light and his defense was extremely terrifying, therefore, he didn't think that he could kill Lin Ling. Let's sit down and talk. I admit that I was wrong. I hope that you will give me a chance. Luo Li said in a panic as he flew. You don't have any chance. Sun Yener is dead. Even if the Lord of the Commandery comes, he won't be able to protect you. No one in this world can protect you. Unfortunately, Lin Ling was overflowing with killing intent. He was domineering, for Sun Yener, who had called him master, therefore, Lin Ling would eliminate whoever came to save Luo Lu. If the Commandery dared to come, he would eliminate the Commandery. When Luo Lu heard Lin Ling's ruthless words, his face turned even paler. At this moment, his heart was dead. What an arrogant young man. On the street, many people cried out in surprise. Lin Ling was determined to kill. If God blocked him, he would kill God. If Buddha blocked him, he would kill Buddha. Boom, and that was indeed the case. Luo Lu was killed by Lin Ling. Among the 4 strongest geniuses, only the weakest, Yuan Yan, was left. This man from the De Yuan mansion was dumbfounded. He stood motionless in the sky. He recalled his previous encounter with Lin Ling at the inn. At that time, Lin Ling had humiliated him. During the assessment, Lin Ling had defeated him again. He was not reconciled. He wanted to trample on Lin Ling. Unfortunately, he now knew that he could not afford to offend Lin Ling. At the same time, Lin Ling appeared in front of Yuan Yan. He looked at Yuan Yan like a god of death. Yuan Yan quickly looked down at the ground. His eyes fell on the 36 world kings because the latter had promised to protect him. However, the 36 world kings did not move. They stood on the ground like heroes of a generation. Their indifferent eyes were like water in an ancient well. This made Yuan Yan feel as if his heart had been struck by lightning. There is no need to look. You are only here to test my strength. To put it bluntly, you are men of sacrifice. Lin Ling directly said the truth. The 4 of them were indeed men of sacrifice. They were here to test Lin Ling's strength. Lin Ling, I admit defeat. Yuan Yan realized this and immediately felt very sad. What was ridiculous was that he had spoken up for the 36 world kings and called Lin Ling a coward. he had obviously helped the wrong person. I admit defeat. Everyone has heard it. Yuanian anxiously shouted at the ground. Then, he flew towards the ground. Admit defeat? Is there anyone who admits defeat in this battle? Worthy of being called a coward? However, the martial artists on the ground sneered again and again. This made Yuanian's expression extremely awkward. However, the ground was getting closer and closer to his eyes. He seemed to be able to survive. Unfortunately, this was just wishful thinking. The four of them had joined forces to kill Lin Ling. They had even launched a sneak attack. Now that they were about to fail, did they really think that they could get away with it just because they admitted defeat? Lin Ling was not that stupid. Just as Yuanian's foot was about to touch the ground, a palm seemed to come from the void and suddenly grasped his neck. Yuanian was only one step away from the ground. Unfortunately, this short step was very far away. Moreover, the door to life had already closed, leaving him with the door to hell. Admit defeat? Better die. He heard the last words of his life. The next moment, his head exploded. Admit defeat? Better die. That sentence was also on the ground. It floated out majestically, causing all the nearby streets to be silent. The four of them joined forces to fight Lin Ling. However, in less than half an hour, they were all wiped out. Lin Ling's methods could be said to be the momentum of a storm. From this point of view, it could also be said that among the martial gods in this world, Lin Ling was invincible. Far away on the street, the moonlight swordsman sat on the ground with a plop. His face was very pale. It was the kind of paleness that came from surviving a disaster. Previously, he regretted not joining the battle. Now, he was glad that he did not join the battle, because if he had joined the battle, he, the moonlight swordsman, would have been among the dead. Master, you're right. The moonlight swordsman muttered to himself. Then, he looked at Falling Flower's flowing water sword. At this moment, he kowtowed to the latter a few times. Because the person who had warned his master was Falling Flower's flowing water sword's master. 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west, up until now, his master and Falling Flower flowing sword's master had been Qing province's 10 great sword immortals. Thus, he had constantly bullied Falling Flower flowing sword. But at this moment, he suddenly felt admiration for the latter, and that gaze was naturally noticed by Falling Flower flowing sword. He faintly smiled and suddenly felt a sense of pride in his heart. This was because all of this was brought about by Lord Lin Ling. His gaze was filled with worship as he stared at Lin Ling. In fact, the entire street was staring at Lin Ling. Even Blue Enchantress's eyes were filled with worship. Pa pa pa. But at this time, the crisp sound of a slap suddenly rang out. Not bad at all. No wonder you're so much more powerful than them. Now, it's our turn to fight. 36 World King walked out, his face full of smiles and confidence. Come up. Lin Ling also smiled and stepped into the sky. At this moment, his blue robe was as mysterious as the clouds in the sky. 36 World King's eyes immediately flashed. Lin Ling had fought before, yet he was still so confident? He simply didn't know that death was at hand. He sneered and said, "Who told you to be faster than me?" The earth suddenly shook. Vines rushed into the sky as if they were carrying a king. They carried 36 World King towards the sky and arrived a step faster than Lin Ling. He clearly didn't want to be weaker than Lin Ling in terms of momentum. Most importantly, he believed that Lin Ling was already a dead man. You fought to the death before and were riddled with scars. I don't know where you get the confidence to fight again. 36 World King indifferently said as he stood on the vines. He could also see that Lin Ling's strength had increased a lot. That was why he was able to kill those four. Using other people's lives to test me, you are very hypocritical. Lin Ling also appeared in the sky at this moment and slowly drew his sword. The winner dies, and the loser is a bandit. This principle applies everywhere. Therefore, not only did I use them to test you, I also used them to exhaust you. Now that you are seriously injured, I don't know how you can win. 36 Realm King extended his left hand and made an inviting gesture. Of course, even if you were at your peak, you still wouldn't be able to defeat me. Green Summer Devil Thunder. Rumble, following his voice, countless vines rose from the ground and swayed upwards. Green lightning twined around the sky, terrifying to the extreme. On the ground below, the expressions of everyone changed drastically. 36 world kings were the world lords that controlled 36 great worlds. They were young, but their strength had reached an unfathomable level. As for Lin Ming, his strength was at the 7th stage of the World King realm. Although his talent was inferior to Lin Ling's, his boundary made up for the disparity in talent. Moreover, Lin Ling seemed to be seriously injured. It was even harder for him to win. Perhaps the 36 realm kings were afraid of Lin Ling's divine light protecting his body, so they sent Whitebird and the others to exhaust Lin Ling. It had to be said that the 36 realm kings were truly despicable. Unfortunately, at this time, no matter how despicable they were, who could stop them? On the ground, Grandmaster Xia and Lu Yanhong's eyes flashed with a cold light. When Lin Ling had killed 4 people, they hadn't cared at all. This was because they knew that this was the most critical battle. Lin Ling was absolutely not a match for the 36 realm kings. Even 8th Baron, Ancestor Dragon Granny, and the others believed this. Their eyes were filled with worry, helplessness, and disappointment. Of course, if they knew what Lin Ling was doing at Rising Sun World, they wouldn't think this way. Lin Ling, in truth, how many of my moves do you think you can block? In this moment of absolute silence, the 36 realm kings laughed out loud. This was an insolent laughter. One sword. His long hair danced in the wind. Lin Ling lightly spat out these words, causing everyone's pupils to tremble. One sword? Lin Ling was still as confident as before. Haha, with just you? The 36 realm kings laughed even louder. At the same time, the vines beneath his feet shot towards Lin Ling like countless tentacles, a massive amount of monster thunder wreaking havoc within. I know that you have a divine light protecting your body, but this sort of advantage only applies to martial artists at the same boundary who are weaker than you. Against me, it's useless. I want to see just how many of my moves your divine light can block. Pop pop pop, with this sound, countless vines pierced through the skies like lightning, their momentum terrifying. Lin Ling. My lord. On the ground below, Xianxia and the others couldn't hold back any longer. They loudly shouted out. In fact, Falling Flowers, Flowing Water Sword and the others wished they could rush into the skies and help Lin Ling. With 8th Baron here, I want to see just who dares to stop this battle. But just as they were about to move, Grandmaster Xia angrily shouted out. He actually brought out 8th Baron. Like this, Ancestor Dragon Granny and the others couldn't do anything. Lin Ling is only at the 4th level of the World King realm. He won't be able to block this. The people on the streets secretly sighed. They could already see Lin Ling being torn to shreds. Even the red jade tiger's eyes flashed. He almost couldn't help but rush into the skies. But at this time, 8th Baron's eyes brightened. He stopped him and solemnly said, "Wait a moment." Things seem to have changed. At this time, the skies seemed to turn into a world of monster thunder. Vines crisscrossed the skies, blocking out the world, but soon, a sword appeared in a dazzling light. It was like a sword god had descended, cutting down all. Before, Lin Ling had only used his divinity and demon body. But now, he had finally used his sword. Moreover, he erupted with 80% of his strength. Shwa, the sword shot out like water, dazzling and dazzling. The thunder was cut apart, the vines were cut apart, causing the streets to fall into a deathly silence. Many people even saw that blue-robed youth seemed to be dancing in the skies. That ancient sword could be said to be vast and mighty, filled with the might of a tiger. How is this possible? Grandmaster Xia was shocked, his heart pounding. This was too strange. Lin Ling was only at the 4th stage of the World King realm. It was impossible for him to block the attack of a 7th stage World King. Even the 36 World King's eyes widened. He shook his head, as if he had seen the most terrifying thing in his life. This was because if he didn't remember wrong, Lin Ling hadn't been so calm when facing this attack last time. Unfortunately, even if he shook his head, he still couldn't change reality. 36 World King, are you surprised? Last time, you were so overbearing and magnificent, fighting me to a standstill. But now, have you not discovered that your attacks have become much weaker? On the other side, Lin Ling slowly walked forwards. His sword was extremely sharp, constantly cutting apart the vines, and at this time, the power of world essence gushed out from his two dantians, sweeping away everything in its path. this was because this power of world essence had already reached the strength of the 7th stage of the World King realm. Moreover, the Tyrant Song sword had reached the 9th grade, increasing his world essence by 90%. This meant that Lin Ling's world essence strength had nearly reached the 8th stage of the World King realm. In addition to the divine light protecting his body, to put it bluntly, to him, the 36 World Kings were nothing more than ants. He could step on them however he wanted to. The river flows east for 30 years and then west for 30 years. Have you ever thought that you would have such a day? The entire sky was filled with Lin Ling's indifferent voice. It was like thunder, crashing into everyone's hearts. Xianxia and the others all gripped their fists in excitement. A sword breaks thunder. In the past, Lin Ling had been bitterly battling the 36 World Kings. But today, it seemed as if the Lin Ling was already suppressing them. Time changed everything, especially for monstrous geniuses. Wherever they fell, they would stand up from there. In particular, Lin Ling, who had been hunted down by assassins at Rising Sun World, had undergone a metamorphosis. This moment belonged to him. Bang! All of the vines and thunder in the sky were chopped to pieces by the sword, as weak as tofu. As for the 36 World King, his complexion was extremely pale. The changes in this battle had far surpassed his imagination. He simply couldn't understand how Lin Ling, who had been weak a moment ago, had become so powerful now. How did his defeated opponent in the past become so mysterious today? Thunder drawing art. He roared, causing winds and clouds to gather in the skies. Dark clouds gathered and millions of demonic thunders condensed. The last time Lin Ling faced this move, he wouldn't have been able to win unless he erupted with the space-time divine steel. Would it be the same this time? Lin Ling, don't point fingers at me. Die for me. The 36 World King angrily roared towards the heavens. He was like the finger of a god, ruthlessly pointing at Lin Ling. In the skies, millions of thunderbolts condensed, turning into the lightning of thunder punishment that came crashing down. Seeing this, the entire street fell silent. They could see that the 36 World King had erupted with his strongest ultimate skill. This was because this was already a 3rd-grade world origin martial art. Very good, very good. To be able to make me erupt with 90% of my strength, 36 World King, even if you die, it will be a glorious death. But just as everyone thought that Lin Ling would use his full strength, an indifferent voice floated through the skies, causing countless people to gulp. When had they ever seen such a proud last generation? Let him be strong. A cool breeze brushed past the hills. So what if you are a 3rd generation? You are arrogant and overbearing, but I am even more arrogant and overbearing. I despise you. Die. The 36 World King's voice was laced with madness. He didn't believe that Lin Ling was so fierce. At this moment, Lin Ling didn't speak. He sneered, holding the ancient sword horizontally. No one could see through his sword. It was as if his sword was pointing into the distance, but at this moment, a huge Xian character appeared. Like a sword array, it shot towards the lightning in the sky to destroy it. With his current strength, he really didn't have to worry much when facing the lightning draw technique. The reason why Lin Ling hadn't killed the 36 Realm Kings at the start was because he wanted to catch them all in one fell swoop. Secondly, he wanted to let the 36 World Kings know of this enormous contrast. Rumble, the word Xian was dazzling and brilliant. There was nothing it could not destroy, and the sword cut through the heavens. The huge demonic thunderbolts that were falling from the sky were constantly being cut and chopped apart. Under the immense power of the sword, they were completely destroyed. In the end, the demonic lightning was completely destroyed. The dark clouds dispersed, revealing the blue sky. In the sky, the blue-robed young man was floating there, still holding his sword with a faint smile on his face, causing the earth to become even more silent. This was the strongest attack of the 36 World Kings. Everyone thought that Lin Ling would be able to block it, but he would have to expend all of his strength. But now, it seemed that this was far too simple. Breaking the lightning with a single sword. Is this fellow invincible? The 36 World King stood there, shivering. His confidence had been completely destroyed by Lin Ling. As for Lin Ling, he slowly walked through the skies towards the 36 World King. His pace wasn't fast, but every step seemed to step on the 36 World King's heart. It was as if the world spirit in his dantian had been stepped on, causing him to feel fear. this was also the first time in his life that he feared a last-generation king. If it were before, this would have been impossible. This was because there had never been a third-generation king that feared a last-generation king. But now, he felt that this wasn't a last-generation king, but a third-generation king. How do you feel about this enormous contrast? Lin Ling said as he walked. His words were calm, but the 36-world king felt a great humiliation. This enormous contrast made him feel as if he had fallen into hell. You've lost. As if he knew that the 36-world king had nothing more to say, Lin Ling condensed all of the world essence in his dantian, forming an extremely powerful sword that slashed out like a meteor. Shua, this sword pierced through the 36-world king's body, causing him to tremble in the skies. Before you die, let me tell you something. The demon guardian master has already been killed by me. Lin Ling stood behind the 36-world king and slowly put the tyrant song sword back on his back. The demon guardian master is dead. You can kill him? Could this entire challenge have been a trap? Or were you waiting for me to challenge you? The 36-world king's complexion paled. He spat out these words with great difficulty. He suddenly understood, he understood everything. Lin Ling's strength had long since surpassed his. Before, he had only been waiting for him to jump into the trap. Lin Ling, how much strength did you erupt with to kill me? 90%. In truth, I could have killed you last time. I only needed to erupt with my full strength. Lin Ling began to walk towards the ground, causing the 36-world king's pupils to fiercely tremble. Lin Ling had killed him and still hadn't used his full strength. Was he really that weak to Lin Ling? Finally, with a wry smile on his face, cracks appeared all over his body before he finally exploded. Countless bolts of monster thunder shot out, finally disappearing into the skies. Radiant Academy's third-generation 36-world king had been defeated. Moreover, anyone could see that he had been completely crushed. There had been no hope of victory throughout the entire process. Even when the strongest divine thunder descended, Lin Ling had broken it apart with a single sword strike. This massive contrast left everyone on the street feeling as if it were unreal. In particular, those martial artists who had personally witnessed the battle between the two felt that it was even more unreal. Everyone who had challenged Lin Ling had been killed. He's dead. The 36-world king is truly trash. Grandmaster Xia and Lu Yanhong's lungs were about to explode from anger. They had been looking forward to this outcome, but this was the result they had received. How infuriating. Ancestor Dragon Granny looked at them with a mocking gaze. Then, she stared at the youth walking down and said in a dignified voice, his strength can be ranked in the third generation. As these words fell, falling flour and flowing water felt their hearts shake. Lin Ling had passed the examination with them, and now, they were still striving for the status of being the last generation. But, Lin Ling had actually entered the third generation. What a freak. Just how did this fellow cultivate? At this speed, I fear it won't be difficult for him to enter Three-Ring City. They spoke out one after another. Even the Moonlight Swordsman joined in. The current him had no choice but to accept this result. How strange. He is clearly at the 4th stage of the World King realm, but he can erupt with the strength of a 7th stage world essence. Just what sort of arcane skill did he cultivate to increase his strength? How come I've never heard of this arcane skill before? Could it be the pre-celestial sovereign essence art? But that arcane skill can only increase one's strength by 2 boundaries. Even Lord 8 and Red Jade Tiger whispered to each other. At this time, they also felt that they couldn't see through Lin Ling. Then, as Lin Ling landed on the street, they couldn't help but laugh. And all around the street, a massive amount of cheers sounded out. He is truly worthy of being a martial god genius of Radiant Academy. His strength in jumping ranks to challenge others can be called heaven-defying. End of chapter 2455. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.